They were once among the 3 strongest grand sovereigns in the god realm, fighting side by side to protect it. But now, he's been betrayed by the other 2, all because they saw he had become too powerful, a threat to their positions. Only with his death could they secure their status. Even though he's powerful now, he can't fight against 2 of them alone, and they kicked him down into reincarnation. He can only fall with hatred, but this isn't the end. Prepare for his vengeance to be unleashed. After 10,000 cycles of reincarnation, at the Fengdu sect, Crescent Void Pavilion, an extremely powerful aura, the soul of our main character, invades the body of Tan Yun, young master of the Tan family, waking him up and making him exclaim. Tan Yun opens his eyes now, saying, "I've finally fully awakened." Then, Tan Yun picks up something and holds it up, joyfully saying, "Lucky I had this primordial heart shard, or I never would have escaped those 10,000 cycles of reincarnation." Then, Tan Yun angrily and painfully recalls the suffering he endured in those cycles. In those 10,000 cycles of reincarnation, in every life I encountered the cursed extinction sect. 10,000 lifetimes of family. Not a single one survived. Then Tan Yun gets up and walks outside, saying, "This life." Just then he hears terrifying sounds. Kill. Agaya. Today we will destroy the Tan family. Tan Yun pushes open the door and sees a horde of people swinging swords and sabers, slaughtering his family members, each one cruel and brutal, shouting, "Annihilate the entire Tan family. Kill." Seeing that, Tan Yun's eyes flash with determination. I absolutely will not repeat the same mistakes. Immediately after, Tan Yun sees his father, covered in blood, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Tan Yun cries out in anguish. Father, Tan Yun's father, riddled with injuries, can only manage arg. HRRK. Then collapses. Tan Yun rushes over to support his father, crying out in pain. Father! Tan Yun's father, with his last breath, whispers to his son, "Yun Yer, run! Leave me!" Suddenly, Yu Qin Nanggong runs over, shouting, "Yun Gej, why are you here? Run, I'll hold them off for you." Hearing this, Tan Yun turns back, saying, "Yun Qin." At that moment, several Tan family servants also run up with weapons, telling Tan Yun, "Young master, run. While there's life, there's hope. Young master, run. Young master Yun, as long as you're alive, the Tan family isn't finished." One of the servants, seeing the Liu family's people slaughtering the Tan family, cries out in hatred, "You bastards from the Liu family, I'll fight you to the death." At that moment, all the Tan family members standing there turn around and take up arms. One of the Liu family members threatens, "Today, none of you will escape." Leading the Liu family are Liu Boyi and Liu Runyan. Gloating as they look at the Tan family members, Liu Boyi lets out a vicious laugh, calling out, "Tan Yun." Then, Liu Boyi makes a demand to Tan Yun, "If you kneel down and beg me to spare you now, I might let you die comfortably." Tan Yun, at that moment, raises his head, his eyes bloodshot with hatred, and he growls, "Liu Boyi." Then Tan Yun clenches his fists and fiercely walks towards Liu Boyi, fearless, saying, "Even if you kneel down and beg me for mercy now, I'll still kill you." Seeing Tan Yun's resolute attitude, some people are surprised, saying, "Young master." At that moment, the Liu family's people burst into laughter, scornfully saying, "Has Tan Yun gone crazy?" They laugh mockingly and disgustingly. "He's just a trash spiritual embryo 3rd level. Who gave him the courage to make our family head beg him for mercy? You're about to die and still putting on airs. What a famous piece of trash." Then they laugh maniacally, saying, "Trash Tan Yun." Only Tan Yun's eyes are filled with icy coldness as he walks straight up to Liu Boyi. Liu Boyi then points his sword at Tan Yun's face, laughing like a beast, saying, Tan Yun, if you're so eager to die." Liu Boyi's eyes turn blood red with bloodlust, and he raises his blade, preparing to take Tan Yun's life, saying, "Then I'll grant your wish." Yu Qin Nanggong, seeing this, worries for Tan Yun's life, saying through tears, "Yun Geje, no." Tan Yun's father also anxiously uses his last breath to remind him, "Yun Yer, be careful." Liu Boyi smiles sinisterly, satisfied, saying, "Go die, Tan Yun." After saying that, he slashes the blade down towards Tan Yun. At this moment, Tan Yun's eyes transformed into blazing infernos of hatred. Celestial finger, divine art. Soul-scorching sky inferno. Tan Yun's gaze turned a fiery red, and Liu Boyi's jaw dropped when he saw it, utterly astonished. Right then, Tan Yun unleashed another move, falling wind slaughter. Then he clenched his fists, releasing a monstrous wave of Qian, punching straight into Liu Boyi, forcing him to muster every ounce of strength to withstand Tan Yun's heaven-sent blow. Liu Boyi's blade shattered into pieces like twigs. By then, Liu Boyi was drenched in cold sweat, yelling in terror, "What?" Instantly, Tan Yun delivered a god-tier punch straight to his face. Liu Boyi only managed to scream, "How is this possible?" Proft. Then, Liu Boyi let out an "Ag," his mouth agape, eyes wide, seeing only white. His jaw shattered like a broken bowl. A truly pathetic sight. Everyone watching was stunned and flabbergasted. Yu Qin of the Nanggong family, who had been nervously watching, cheered with joy. Big brother Yun Won, Tan Yun's father, as if waking from a daze, muttered in shock, "What?" And Liu Runyan shrieked in disbelief, "This can't be happening." Seeing Liu Boyi sprawled out on the ground, spitting blood, the Liu family members shouted, "Family head! Father!" Tan Yun turned and looked at Liu Boyi, lying helplessly on the ground, with utter disdain. The crowd was wide-eyed, buzzing with disbelief. Am I seeing things? Tan Yun sent Liu Boyi flying with a single punch. Liu Boyi is a spirit embryo 8th level powerhouse. How is this even possible? Oh my god, the situation has flipped in an instant. Tan Yun stepped up to Liu Boyi, his face arrogant, and said to him, kneeling down and begging for mercy now, "I'm afraid it's too late." Liu Boyi struggled to stand, clutching his stomach, still stubbornly said to Tan Yun, "Tan Yun, don't get cocky, I haven't lost yet." Then he shouted, "Old Bai, please kill Tan Yun for me." An old man with white hair replied, "Very well." Turns out it was Bai Chusheng, Tan Yun's father. Seeing Bai Chusheng, panicked. Bai Chusheng, why him? Then he lamented in worry. Does even the heavens want the Tan family to be destroyed? Bai Chusheng is the #1 expert and alchemist in Wangyu town, rumored to have already reached the great perfection of the spirit embryo realm. As Bai Chusheng stepped forward, a wave of energy in the shape of a giant monster appeared above his head. Tan Yun's father thought anxiously. With Bai Chusheng making a move, the Tan family is doomed tonight. No matter how strong Tan Yun is, he can't stop him. Seeing Bai Chusheng, Tan Yun remained unfazed, bursting into a loud laugh, saying, Liu Boyi, did you invite Bai Chusheng because you were afraid of not dying fast enough?" The old geezer Bai Chusheng was enraged, letting out a humph. Then he asked, "Tan Yun, what do you mean by that?" Just then, within the yellow mist, Bai Chusheng channeled his energy, creating a blue aura that enveloped his body, leaving everyone around him frozen in place. Then he growled menacingly, "Tan Yun." Then Bai Chusheng stomped heavily on the ground, saying, "Are you looking down on this old man with those words?" Then he leaped into the air, creating a thick cloud of blue energy around him. The Tan family members, seeing this, said to each other, "Be careful, retreat." Then they retreated backward, panicking. The power is like a storm, truly terrifying. Liu Boyi, covered in injuries, still played the instigation game, pointing at Tan Yun and saying to Bai Chusheng, "Old Bai, who in Wangyue doesn't know your great name, yet this brat dares to openly look down on you, you absolutely can't let him off." Liu Runyan, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire, shouting, "That's right, old Bai, Tan Yun, this brat is way too cocky. Why don't you cripple his cultivation? Then I'll cripple his limbs. I will absolutely make him regret being born into this world." Hearing this, Tan Yun smirked, saying to Bai Chusheng, "Bai Chusheng, heard you've been searching for a way to concoct the spirit embryo pill lately, is that true?" Bai Chusheng gasped in surprise, then angrily asked, "Tan Yun, how did you know I'm looking for a method to concoct the spirit embryo pill?" Tan Yun, with his hands behind his back, burst out laughing. "Heard you've been stuck at the peak of the spirit embryo realm for 20-some years. Without the spirit embryo pill, you probably won't break through in this lifetime." Tan Yun leaned in close to Bai Chusheng's ear and said, "Moreover, I not only know you want to refine the spirit embryo pill, I even have the complete method for concocting the spirit embryo pill." Hearing this, the old codger Bai Chusheng widened his eyes and asked, "What?" The crowd standing there started buzzing when they heard what Tan Yun said. The Tan family were overjoyed. The spirit embryo pill can increase the cultivation of cultivators in the spirit embryo realm, and can also help spirit embryo realm powerhouses break through. For us, this is divine medicine. With this method, anyone can nurture a large number of spirit embryo realm powerhouses. The Liu family were skeptical. How could Tan Yun have such a precious method? Isn't he just trying to stall for time by talking big? Old Bai, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. This kid is just a good-for-nothing. How could he have the method for concocting the spirit embryo pill? He's definitely lying to you, Liu Runyan chimed in, saying to old Bai Chusheng, "That's right, if he had the spirit embryo pill, the Tan family would have already dominated Wangyu town. Would they have ended up like this? You must be awake." Hearing this, Tan Chusheng nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right." Then, he, Lao Ming, attacked Tan Yun with 2 streams of powerful energy from his palms, shouting and cursing, "You brat, you dare to lie to me, you're tired of living." Seeing this, Yu Qin exclaimed in shock, "No, Yungage." Then, they saw Tan Yun pointing his index finger forward, creating a strand of golden energy that wriggled around, saying, "Bai Chusheng, you old geezer, open your eyes wide and take a good look." Then, Tan Yun used 2 fingers to gather the golden energy, and attacked Bai Chusheng's temple directly, causing him to stagger backward. The Liu family hurriedly asked, Old Bai, are you all right?" Old Bai was stunned as if he'd been electrocuted, stammering, "This." After Tan Yun imprinted a character on Bai Chusheng's forehead, he suddenly froze, his eyes lit up, and he was stunned. "This Bai Chusheng seemed to be in another world with a giant spirit pill refining furnace. He still couldn't believe what he was seeing until he saw the prescriptions for concocting the spirit embryo pill, such as white jade grass, night condensing pearl, hairless worm, moonlight powder. At that moment, Bai Chusheng realized, this is the method for concocting the spirit embryo pill. He laughed gleefully. So that's how it is, ha ha ha, I understand now. Before he could revel in his joy for too long, Bai Chusheng suddenly realized something was missing from the prescription Tan Yun gave him. Wait, hold up. Bai Chusheng ran towards Tan Yun, grabbed his shoulder, and shouted like a madman, "What's next? What are the remaining medicinal ingredients? Tell me." The surrounding people were shocked by Bai Chusheng's eager expression. They whispered to each other. Judging from old Bai's appearance, the method for concocting the spirit embryo pill that Tan Yun took out is the real deal. Some people couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Isn't Tan Yun a well-known good-for-nothing? Why would he have such a rare and precious method? Some even speculated that he might have had a stroke of good luck recently. Seeing that Bai Chusheng was so eager to know the complete method for concocting the spirit embryo pill, Tan Yun generously gave the old man a chance. Want the rest of the prescription? Then it depends on how you behave next. Hearing what Tan Yun said, Bai Chusheng was initially confused. But immediately afterward, Bai Chusheng understood Tan Yun's meaning. He sighed. I understand. Bai Chusheng looked towards Liu Boyi and said, "Young Master Tan, rest assured, my performance will definitely not disappoint you." With that, Bai Chusheng strode towards Liu Boyi. Liu Boyi sensed that something bad was about to happen to him, and he trembled with fear. Wait a minute, old Bai. Liu Boyi wanted to keep his old life, so he tried his best to negotiate with Bai Chusheng. I agree to pay with half of the Liu family's assets, but those things meant nothing to Bai Chusheng now. In his eyes, there was only the method for the spirit embryo pill. So Bai Chusheng didn't hear a word Liu Boyi said. His eyes gleamed with coldness. He grabbed a knife, and in the blink of an eye, fresh blood splattered from Liu Boyi's body. Blood streamed from his eyes and mouth. Liu Jianyi cried out, "Crap, I'm done for," and fell to the ground, motionless in a pool of blood. Seeing her father murdered right before her eyes, Liu Runyan burst into tears, wailing. Father, Bai Chusheng's eyes were now no different from a demon's. His face was smeared with Liu Boyi's blood, and Bai Chusheng was still muttering, "Liu Boyi is dead." The servants and children of Liu Boyi cried out incessantly, "Master, family head." Seeing Bai Chusheng act so swiftly and decisively, Tan Yun clapped his hands in praise. "Very good, keep it up." Hearing this, Bai Chusheng obeyed. "Yes, young Master Tan." After finishing off the trash, Bai Chusheng turned to Liu Jianyi's daughter. Seeing that she was about to be finished off, Liu Runyan trembled and begged, Don't kill me." With no other choice, Liu Runyan humbled herself and knelt before Tan Yun, apologizing and bargaining with him. Tan Yun, I beg you, please spare me. Everything before was all my fault. As long as I can keep my life, I'll do anything you want." Hearing those words from Liu Runyan's mouth, Tan Yun showed interest. He leaned down, raised his hand to Liu Runyan's chin, and smiled wickedly, asking, "Liu Runyan, oh, you'll do anything." Liu Runyan, with tears full of bitterness, didn't hesitate. She took off her outer garment to prove her words. Yes, that's right. Seeing this, Tan Yun couldn't help but be surprised. He was speechless. Liu Runyan continued to beg. "As long as I can live, I'll accept anything from you if you want. Tonight I can." The servants of the Tan family, hearing this, were wide-eyed in shock. What? They couldn't believe that those words had just been spoken by Liu Runyan. Liu Runyan was originally arrogant and always looked down on Tan Yun, but now she was trying to flatter him. Others said, "There's no other way." Who told her that Liu Runyan's little life is in Tan Yun's hands? Some even showed contempt. "It's a waste that I used to consider her my goddess. Now it seems I really misjudged her." Faced with Liu Runyan's earnest begging and invitation, Tan Yun still showed disgust. "Sorry, I'm not interested in things that other people have already used." Hearing this, Liu Runyan had a bad premonition. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Tan Yun as he spoke, and kicked her hard. "Have absolutely no interest," Liu Runyan cried out in pain. Arg. And then she fell to the ground. Seeing Tan Yun's expression, Bai Chusheng now knew what he should do next. "Young Master Tan, if you have no interest in her, then I'll just have to send her to the Yellow Springs," Liu Runyan cried and begged incessantly. "Don't. Please don't." Bai Chusheng turned a deaf ear. His face looked like a fierce tiger. "Die!" Liu Runyan cried helplessly in despair. "No." Bai Chusheng unleashed a move in the middle of Liu Runyan's body, and the ground around her shattered. Liu Runyan spat out blood and died. The servants of the Liu family were now like snakes without a head. Seeing this, each of them was terrified and stammered to each other, "The family head and young miss are both dead." "It's all over," others said. Tan Yun has bought off Bai Chusheng. We were never their match." Saying this, they dropped their swords to the ground and called out to each other to flee. "Run, run quickly. If we don't run, we'll die. Let's run." But Tan Yun had no intention of letting any of the Liu family go, so he gave the order, "Tan family, listen to my command." The servants of the Tan family, holding their weapons, shouted loudly. "Yes," Tan Yun said with a voice full of hatred. "Anyone who dares to offend the Tan family, you must pull up the weeds by the roots." With that, the servants of the Tan family rushed forward ferociously, shouting clearly. They quickly advanced and wiped out all the people of the Liu family, not letting a single one of them leave the Tan family's gate alive. "Charge and kill all these bastards, avenge the people in our clan who were killed by them, die." The cries of the Liu family echoed incessantly. Due to the lack of weapons combined with the psychology of fear, the Liu family was easily defeated. Sounds of ferocity and lamentation mixed together in a chaotic symphony. "Kill them! Young Master Tan." In an instant, the entire space seemed to be submerged in a sea of fire. The air was hazy. Kill, kill. After the Tan family finished, Bai Chusheng gently came to ask Tan Yun, "How was my performance, young master? Will you give me the spirit embryo pill concoction method?" Before he could finish speaking, Tan Yun handed out a piece of paper. "Take it and scram. I don't want to see you in moon-gazing town again, or else you're dead." Bai Chusheng, seeing Tan Yun's strong and decisive attitude, felt a bit intimidated. "Me, your old man, is trembling inside," he thought. "This Tan Yun's aura is too strong. I didn't expect he could make me panic, and my heart race. Looks like I absolutely can't offend him in the future." Seeing Bai Chusheng hesitate to leave, Tan Yun glanced at him sharply. "What are you still standing there for?" Bai Chusheng, seeing Tan Yun's fierce attitude, didn't dare to delay for even a minute. He hurriedly bowed and reached out for the paper. Thanks, young Master Tan." After getting the spirit embryo pill refining formula in his hands, Bai Chusheng ran off like his butt was on fire. "I'm leaving Hope Moon Town immediately, and I won't be back." As soon as Bai Chusheng left, Tan Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily this Bai Chusheng has a weakness. If not, I'd really have to make a move. Based on my current condition, even if I could kill him, I'd suffer serious injuries. Just as the matter was settled, Yu Qin suddenly called out loudly, "Tan Yun, Yungej." Then she hugged Tan Yun tightly, sobbing, "Yungej, you scared me to death just now. I thought you were going to." Sniffles. Tan Yun gently wiped away Yu Qin's tears and comforted her. "Silly girl, aren't I still perfectly fine?" Looking at Yu Qin's delicate and pretty face, Tan Yun recalled the great sacrifices Yu Qin had made for him in his previous life. "Nangong Yu Qin was once the girl who gave up her life for me," he thought, then secretly made up his mind. "I was an idiot in my previous life. I absolutely won't let you down in this life." Immediately, Tan Yun turned to his father and said, "Father, I want to marry Yung Qin." At first, Tan Yun's father was a little surprised, but then he smiled happily and agreed. "Yung Qin is my adopted daughter. I've watched her grow up day by day. Of course, I won't object to this matter. It's just, I don't know what Yung Qin thinks." Yung Qin, without a moment's hesitation, said loudly and happily, I agree to be Yungege's wife." Hearing this, Tan Yun's father couldn't hide his emotions, and laughed heartily. "Good, good." The servants also cheered and applauded in congratulations, Tan Yun's father announced. "The wedding will be held tomorrow immediately." The next day, the entire Tan family was filled with a bustling and lively atmosphere. Lanterns and firecrackers were set off everywhere, and relatives, friends, and villagers came to celebrate with the family in large numbers. "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations, young Master Tan," Duan Shengtian, standing from afar and seeing this scene, felt sad. The young lady's daughter actually ended up in this remote place. He gripped the token tightly, angrily. Damn it. Inside the house, the wedding was being held grandly. Tan Yun's two elders were extremely happy, because after so many days of eager anticipation, their son had finally settled down. "I can finally rest assured." Relatives and friends all gave Yu Qin the best compliments. Young Master Tan finally understands Miss Yu Qin's sincere feelings. Miss Yu Qin has suffered a lot. That's right, secretly staying by young Master Tan's side for so many years. Finally, she has waited for the day to blossom and bear fruit. Miss Yu Qin is a million times more beautiful and kind than Liu Runyan. Only Miss Yu Qin is worthy of young Master Tan. The couple held hands and walked into the wedding hall filled with roses. Everyone gave their blessings to the two of them. Childhood sweethearts, a talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven. Miss Yun Qin looked at Tan Yun with happiness. "It must be fate that we can become family," a master of ceremonies said loudly. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the ceremony begin. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents." Husband and wife bow to each other, while everyone was eagerly awaiting the moment when the two bowed to each other. Tan Yun's heart was filled with happiness. Yunqin, from today onwards you are my wife. Yunqin was no less happy. Tan Yun, you engage, from today onwards you are my husband. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, Duan Shangtian rushed in to stop them. Wait, don't bow. Duan Shangtian, with a fierce aura, had just entered the door when he sent several people nearby flying, crying out in misery and pain. Yu Qin was somewhat frightened by the scene. Tan Yun hurriedly hugged her protectively. Carefully. Yu Qin, Duan Shangtian said loudly with a cold face. I don't agree to this marriage. The Tan family's servants, seeing this, gritted their teeth angrily. Who is this that dares to cause trouble at the Tan family? They are a match made in heaven, a match made by fate. What's it to you, old fart, to object? Someone else spoke up to remind and threaten. Even Bai Chusheng was scared away by young Master Tan. He fled Hope Moontown overnight. Is this guy tired of living? Tan Yun's father, seeing this chaotic scene on his son's important wedding day, was extremely angry. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, Absurd! This wedding is our Tan family's affair. What right do you, an outsider, have to speak up? Then he ordered the servants. Don't waste words on him. Someone, get this madman out of here. The servants obeyed clearly, and many surrounded Duan Shangtian with sticks. Duan Shangtian sneered contemptuously. A bunch of insects. He didn't even need to exert much effort, just waved his hand lightly. Get lost. Then Duan Shangtian tensed up and shouted, Get lost. A burst of light erupted, causing the Tan family members to be defeated before they could even attack. They cried out miserably, It hurts. This power is too terrifying. Tan Yun's parents gaped in astonishment, not believing their eyes. What? Duan Shangtian pointed at Yu Qin and said to everyone, Today, I'm here to take Nanggong Yu Qin away. Duan Shangtian showed everyone his power and then threatened, Anyone who interferes will die. Everyone there was shocked and sighed. Powerful. The spiritual energy is too strong. It's beyond what a spirit embryo realm cultivator can compare to. With this person's combat power, even if everyone in the Tan family attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. Someone worried. This joyous event for the Tan family is probably not going to happen. Tan Yun stepped forward, approaching Duan Shangtian, and angrily cursed him. A mere cultivator dares to cause trouble at my Tan family. Duan Shangtian frowned at Tan Yun. HMPH. Tan Yun continued. Do you think you're the God Emperor Supreme, with prestige in all realms? Hearing this, Duan Shangtian was stunned and asked Tan Yun, You're just a tiny spirit embryo realm cultivator like an ant. How can you see through my cultivation level? Tan Yun didn't explain much, just smirked. Today is my big day and I don't want to see blood. You have 3 seconds to get out of the Tan family. If you're not gone after 3 seconds, I'll let you know what despair is. Everyone witnessing the conversation between the two whispered to each other, God domain realm? What kind of realm is that? I've never heard of it. Is it much higher than the spirit embryo realm? Someone wondered. The God domain realm is 6 major realms above the spirit embryo realm, so do you think it's higher than the spirit embryo realm or not? Hearing this, someone next to them panicked. What? Unexpectedly? That powerful? I've never even heard of this realm. If we provoke him, the entire Tan family might be razed to the ground. They turned to scold. Tan Yun has really lost his mind. Some wedding attendees were worried. This situation will lead to a battle that will involve them. If he wants to jump into his own grave, that's fine, but don't involve us. Then they chimed in. Tan Yun wants to go to his death, that's his business, but don't involve us. Tan Yun's eyes were now filled with anger. He began counting down the time to give Duan Shangtian a chance to leave. 1. Seeing Tan Yun's determination, Duan Shangtian was somewhat apprehensive. He thought to himself, That's not right, I investigated before, and the strongest expert in this entire Zhenwang Yu is only at the spirit embryo 9th level. Tan Yun continued to approach Duan Shangtian and counted. 2. Duan Shangtian reassured himself. This kid must be bluffing. Finally, Tan Yun counted 3. Seeing that Duan Shangtian was stubbornly refusing to leave, Tan Yun didn't care about ruining the joyous occasion and was ready to teach Duan Shangtian a lesson. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Duan Shangtian, unafraid, decided to take a gamble. I don't believe a good-for-nothing spirit embryo realm can do anything to me. Duan Shangtian used his power to attack Tan Yun. Die, Phage Ghost Devil Cloth. Seeing this, Tan Yun was not afraid at all, but rather somewhat delighted. If it were another move, it might even hurt my fingernails a little, but you're arrogantly attacking my soul. That really just creates a favorable condition for me. He began to let Duan Shangtian as well as everyone around him know what it means to be powerful. Tan Yun was very confident in himself. Based on the strength of my soul, no one in this world can compare. Duan Shangtian couldn't show off for long. When he saw Tan Yun's power, his jaw dropped, and his eyes widened in shock. What is this? With just one gentle move, Tan Yun sent Duan Shangtian crashing down in a miserable fashion, blood spraying everywhere. Everyone present was astonished. Tan Yun had only made one move and had already made that old fart cough up blood. Tan Yun's divine soul was even stronger than cultivators of the divine realm. How on earth did he cultivate? Someone praised Tan Yun's talent. A genius that comes once in a century. Tan Yun's parents and Yu Qin's parents cheered him on from behind. Great hit, Yunye, well done, Yunye, Yungege is so awesome. After being defeated by Tan Yun, Duan Shangtian finally understood how powerful he was. He trembled, terrified of Tan Yun. Before dealing with Duan Shangtian, Tan Yun generously gave him a chance to confess. Old man, do you have any last words? Seeing that he couldn't defeat Tan Yun, Duan Shangtian had no choice but to tell the truth. You can't kill me, Duan Shangtian held up a token and shouted. I was sent by Miss Yu Qin's mother to pick her up. Hearing the words mother, Yu Qin, who hadn't seen her own mother in 18 years, was touched. Mother, Yu Qin asked Duan Shangtian. You were sent by my mother. Is my mother still alive? Duan Shangtian replied. No, that's right. He lowered his voice and bowed his head in persuasion. Miss Yu Qin, your true destiny is extremely noble. Please come back with this old servant. This kid may have some skills, but he's really not worthy of you. Hearing this, Tan Yun's mother worried that Yung Qin would leave, and she wanted to rush over to advise her. But as soon as she called Yung Qin's name, Tan Yun's father stopped her. Yung Qin is all grown up now, let her choose for herself. Although Yu Qin missed her mother very much, she also hated her very much. Yu Qin cried and said, It's been 18 years, and only now you think of me. It's too late. Then Yu Qin angrily and resolutely shouted, Leave. I'm already a daughter-in-law of the Tan family. I won't go back with you. Duan Shangtian didn't give up, still wanting to persuade Yu Qin to return, but Tan Yun didn't give Duan Shangtian a chance to say anything more. He stood in front of Yu Qin, his face serious, and said to Duan Shangtian, Don't you understand what Yu Qin said? Tan Yun said sternly as a reminder, Old Duan Shangtian, considering you were sent by Yu Qin's mother, I'll spare your little life now, scram. Duan Shangtian got up shakily and said politely, thank you. Then he reached into his pocket and took something out. He said to Yu Qin, Miss, before setting off, my master specifically instructed me to give this jade pendant to you. Please accept it. Yu Qin approached and reached out to take the jade pendant. Okay, Tan Yun, standing behind, looked at the jade pendant with some suspicion. This jade pendant seems like... Seeing that Yu Qin had touched the jade, Duan Shangtian smiled slightly and said, Miss, please forgive this old servant's impudence. Then the whole room lit up because of this jade. Tan Yun panicked. He raised his hand and wanted to grab Yu Qin. No way, Yu Qin, come here to me. Yu Qin was sucked in by the jade. No wonder this old servant Shangtian apologized to her beforehand. Yun Qin also sadly reached out to Tan Yun. Yungeje. Tan Yun sadly yelled, No, stop it now. Old servant Shangtian, standing outside, only laughed triumphantly. Too late. Very quickly, Yu Qin's figure gradually disappeared before Tan Yun's eyes. In front of him it was completely empty. There was no trace of Yu Qin anymore. Only the jade token fell on the ground. Tan Yun was heartbroken, and his eyes were tearful. Yu Qin! He cried out in pain, and shouted in the middle of the room, Yu Qin! In front of the Tan family's house, the servants were being ordered to clean up the wedding scene. The Tan family elders said sadly, Take down all these lanterns. The people passing by Tan Yun's residence couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Looks like the rumor that on the Tan family's young master's wedding day, the bride was taken away by someone else is true. I heard that the old man claimed to have been sent by the bride's mother. His background must be extraordinary. These two people passed by and also felt sorry for the Tan family. The Tan family guessed that this time they could only accept this fact. The woman next to him also sighed and expressed her sympathy. People with good character shouldn't destroy other people's family happiness. The cold wind blew, and the bright red double happiness characters hanging on the wall of the Tan family's house also fell to the ground. This woman continued, It's really creating too much bad karma. A gloomy, desolate atmosphere enveloped Tan Yun's room. He sat down sadly and dejectedly in the middle of the empty room. He stared intently at the badge he had from earlier that morning. The badge had the words, Southern Palace Holy Dynasty inscribed on it. He stared at it and thought, This is the force that was behind sending that old geezer to kidnap Yu Qin? It's a pity that in my previous life I was killed, so I didn't understand much about the situation of these forces and sects. Tan Yun's eyes became more determined as he continued to think, But now I have been reborn. He walked out of the room, filled with thoughts of revenge. This time, I will make the whole world tremble beneath my feet. He recalled his past life. I remember that the Huangfu Holy Sect is one of the 9 great sects, and they hold disciple selection every year. In Falling Star City, Tan Yun looked ahead, making a silent decision. Now is the time for me to go. Right in the middle of the Tan family's plaza, Tan Yun signaled for his spirit beast to come out. Come out, my little red bloodwing spirit lion. After being summoned by Tan Yun, it appeared extremely majestic. Tan Yun's parents earnestly instructed him before he set off. Yunjie, Huangfu Holy Sect is very far away. Remember to be careful on your journey, Tan Yun politely replied. Yes, I understand, father and mother. Then he ordered Little Red. Let's go! Little Red roared with fire and then soared out of sight of the Tan family couple on Little Red's back, flying towards Huangfu Holy Sect. On the way, Tan Yun kept thinking about Yun Qin. Yun Qin, wait for me. Tan Yun's heart was full of determination. I will definitely bring her back. After a period of flying, Tan Yun was brought to Falling Star City by Little Red. Looking down from above, Tan Yun couldn't help but be stunned and wondered, this is Falling Star City? Then Tan Yun ordered Little Red. Little Red, let's continue on. From the sky, Little Red swooped down and landed Tan Yun in Falling Star Town. At that moment, the people were gathered in large numbers around the arena, waiting for some kind of match. The city lord of Falling Star City, Wang Ba, was leisurely standing in the middle of the arena. He was announcing the rules of the Huangfu Holy Sect disciple selection to the people. The Huangfu Holy Sect's selection conditions are very high, requiring to be under 16 years old, and cultivation must not be lower than the 6th level of spirit embryo realm. Moreover, only one person is selected from each city, making the competition extremely fierce. The people all knew that the young city lord of Falling Star City, Wang Fuchen, was already at the 9th level of spirit embryo realm. All the people in Falling Star City were excited because they all felt that their Falling Star City had the greatest hope of being selected. Tan Yun stood in the crowd and heard all the discussions. He paid special attention to the statement that only one person would be selected. I must be the one who is chosen. While he was lost in thought, a loud and arrogant voice rang out from afar. Young sect master has arrived. Get out of the way. Two of Wang Fuchen's subordinates swaggered ahead to clear the way, shouting, What a joke! A bunch of trash wants to snatch our young sect master's position. While there's still time, go home, take a bath, and go to bed. Looking at the flamboyant Wang Fuchen, Tan Yun had some thoughts about him. This Wang Fuchen is too exaggerated, HMPH, so what, if he has a dad who is the city lord? What's so great about that, HMPH? The selection hasn't even started yet. I don't believe he will be chosen. The more Tan Yun looked at this Wang Fuchen, the more carefully he assessed him. His steps are unsteady, his key channels are disordered, and his middle dantian is insufficient. Yet they say his cultivation is at the 9th level of spirit embryo realm? This is truly unbelievable. Seeing Tan Yun standing in front of him, Wang Fuchen noticed him and targeted him, saying to his subordinates, Who is that little brat in front, daring to obstruct my view? Tell him to get out of the way. So two of his subordinates rushed towards Tan Yun, and with their noses in the air, they ordered, Hey, deaf kid, are you deaf? One of the subordinates stepped forward and pushed Tan Yun away. Get out of the way. Don't block the view of our young city lord. Tan Yun glanced over and said softly, HMPH, asking for death, are you? Before those two could react, Tan Yun swiftly took care of them. The two of them were sent flying towards Wang Fuchen. Wang Fuchen was dumbfounded. What just happened? Tan Yun raised his fist straight towards Wang Fuchen's face and arrogantly said to him, Don't go looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, he said through gritted teeth, You will die. The surrounding crowd was completely stunned. That fist was too fast. I didn't even see him throw a punch. His strength isn't bad, but his actions are too reckless. Offending Wang Fuchen, I'm afraid he won't even have the qualifications to participate in the selection. Wang Fuchen is born selfish and narrow-minded. He definitely won't let go of this chance to eliminate a potential threat to himself. Wang Fuchen then marched up to Tan Yun, accusing him, You dare to hit my people. Then, he roared and ordered the soldiers, This kid doesn't know his place. Arrest him and throw him in jail. He's not worthy of participating in this Huangfu Shengzong selection. After giving the order, Wang Fuchen glared at Tan Yun. He thought that this kid's strength wasn't small, so he might as well take this opportunity to get rid of him. The soldiers, upon hearing the order, pointed their spears at Tan Yun. But he remained calm. He looked up at the arena and asked the city lord of Yangxing City, Today is the day Huangfu Shengzong is selecting disciples. Are you just going to let Wang Fuchen run wild like this? The city lord of Yangxing City, Wang Ba, laughed smugly and replied to Tan Yun, If my son says you're guilty, then you're guilty. What's there to choose? Tan Yun knew the answer. He smiled faintly and replied, Are you not afraid that the envoy from Huangfu Shengzong will hear these words? Wang Ba became even more tyrannical. He replied fiercely, As long as we capture you, who else would dare to speak up? In this Yangxing City, when Wang Ba says 1, no one dares to say 2, I am the law. Spears were pressed against Tan Yun's neck. Wang Fuchen, backed by his father, laughed exaggeratedly. Kid, you should accept your fate. No one can help you here. Tan Yun also confidently replied. Oh, really? Then he looked up and said, That's not necessarily true. From high above, a great gust of wind arose. Someone was about to descend. Wang Ba was frightened. This is bad. His son, Wang Fuchen, was also extremely flustered. This is only to see a woman's foot land on the arena of Yongxing City. This woman sternly rebuked Wang Ba and his son. You even dare to interfere with Huangfu Shengzong's disciple selection. She is Mu Mengyi, she continued sternly. It seems that it's time for Yongxing City to change city lords. Wang Ba was terrified when he saw Mu Mengyi say that. Not wanting to be dismissed, he stammered, begging for mercy. Envoy, sir. This is just a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Mu Mengyi didn't want to dawdle any further. She waved her hand and refused. There's no need for any explanation. Wang Ba was utterly flustered. Huh? Don't? Only to see Mu Mengyi unleash a kick. Wang Ba was sent flying backwards, fresh blood spurting from his mouth. He was sent so far that the onlookers were stunned and gaped in shock. He fell and cried out in pain. Wang Fuchen also cried out anxiously, Father! Looking at this mess of Wang Ba and his son, the surrounding people thought to themselves, judging from the envoy's tone, Wang Ba will have a hard time holding on to his position as city lord. It's all thanks to that brother. If he hadn't deliberately provoked Wang Ba with his words, how could he have suffered from his own mouth? The people surrounding Tan Yun also had their own opinions about it. Suddenly, I feel that this brother is unfathomable. When he was talking to Wang Ba, it was as if he had already predicted that the envoy was about to arrive. His ability to predict is truly admirable. The flag on the arena still fluttered in the wind. On the viewing platform above, Mu Mengyi was intently watching Tan Yun. She thought to herself, this kid. Could it be that he sensed my presence just now? But his cultivation is far below mine. How could that be possible? Back to the Wang Fuchen father and son. Wang Ba, clutching his wound, weakly apologized incessantly. Envoy, great envoy, it's all my fault. I'll accept any punishment. Just please spare my ignorant son so he can continue to participate in this selection. Looking at Wang Fuchen, Mu Mengyi also noticed that he was at the 9th level of the spirit infant realm. Not bad cultivation. After quickly assessing his abilities, Mu Mengyi agreed. Alright. Wang Ba was overjoyed that his son was accepted and thanked her profusely. Thank you, great envoy. Each time he bowed in thanks, Wang Ba harbored a ton of thoughts and schemes. As long as Chen Ye gets into the Huangfu holy sect, this city lord position will belong to me sooner or later. When that time comes, I'll settle this debt with that little brat. Tan Yun just silently looked in the direction of the Wang Fuchen father and son. He already knew Wang Ba's schemes. People with insidious methods and cruel hearts cannot be left alive. Soon, the selection was about to begin. Mu Mengyi, on the stage above, announced to everyone, Everyone, the time has come. Those who wish to enter the Huangfu holy sect may participate in this selection. The young men and women below were overjoyed. Awesome. This moment has finally arrived. All my years of hard training have been for this day. All the strapping lads spoke in unison, understood. As soon as the resounding replies of the many young men were uttered, they immediately moved into position on the stage, all standing in a circle around Mu Mengyi. Tan Yun also appeared with a very cool and handsome stance. Wang Ba instructed his son from below, Chen Chair, if you have the chance during the test you must kill that little brat Tan Yun. Wang Fuchen was also determined to follow his father's instructions. Yes, father. He clenched his fist to show his steely resolve and his promise to kill Tan Yun, jumped onto the stage, and said back, Please rest assured, father, your son will definitely not let him off. All the participants in the selection were now present on the stage. Seeing that everyone was ready, Mu Mengyi announced. The rules for this selection only have one round. Whoever can withstand the Ice Flame Spirit Tiger's spiritual power until the end, that person will become a disciple of the Huangfu holy sect. The Ice Flame Spirit Tiger glared fiercely at all the candidates. It was ready to make things difficult for this group. Under Mu Mengyi's command, the Ice Flame Spirit Tiger roared and released its icy spiritual power. Several weak individuals panicked. What's that? Some people started screaming in pain right away. Tan Yun and Wang Fuchen also quickly found their footing, and of course, stood next to each other. They exchanged unfriendly glances. Some of the weaker young men began to groan with difficulty. Too strong. This aura is too terrifying. This is a second-stage Ice Flame Spirit Tiger. Its strength is equivalent to a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Don't even mention an hour. I'm afraid I can't even last 10 minutes. After seeing that the young men had stabilized their positions, Mu Mengyi announced, The test begins now. The people below watched with rapt attention. They discussed the results of this test. The test has begun. Who can last until the end? I bet it'll be Wang Fuchen. After all, he has the highest cultivation among everyone here. Another person disagreed with that assessment. Not necessarily. Tan Yun just revealed an aura that was on par with Wang Fuchen. Maybe he'll be the ultimate winner. Some people on the stage were already showing signs of not being able to hold on. They were all vomiting blood. The power is too strong. I can't take it anymore. I want to withdraw. Save me, great envoy. Please save me. Let me out. Hearing those cries for help, Mu Mengyi announced the situation and declared that those who kept crying to give up would lose their qualification to participate. Wang Fuchen stood amidst the spiritual power, looking quite smug. He was pleased with himself. Arrogant, HMPH, a bunch of trash. Still trying to compete with me, I'm the ultimate winner. Amidst the terrifying spiritual pressure, Tan Yun was also calm. He thought, this spiritual pressure is actually helping me sense the surrounding spiritual qi. Tan Yun is getting less and less. The people below were all saying to each other loudly. The spiritual qi around Tan Yun is gradually weakening. As expected, Wang Fuchen is still stronger. We even thought this Tan Yun had enough strength. He was so ignorant of his limits that he provoked the Wang family. It seems he's run into a real expert this time. Seeing Tan Yun, Mu Mengyi also had a misunderstanding. Because of this, she couldn't understand. Looks like it was just a coincidence just now. Tan Yun's strength is only so-so. How could he sense me arriving first? That Wang Fuchen also sneered and said to Tan Yun, Hey, hurry up and scram. The Huang Fu Shengzong disciple position is mine now. Tan Yun calmly replied in a soft voice. You imbecile. The match has only just officially begun. Afterward, Tan Yun sat down on the arena floor, his face clearly showing confidence. He closed his eyes and began to rely on this spiritual pressure to cultivate himself. His actions left Mu Mengyi speechless, while Wang Fuchen exclaimed in confusion, What the hell? Then, Tan Yun took something out from his robes. He pulled out a bottle of spirit pills, poured them out, and thought to himself, I refined a batch of spirit embryo pills before. Using them to hastily advance would lead to a shallow cultivation base. But now, under the power of the ice pool tiger, I can raise my cultivation. The crowd panicked when they saw Tan Yun preparing to swallow spirit embryo pills. What? Why is Tan Yun actively dissipating his spiritual energy? Has he given up already? Someone else discovered, no, Tan Yun has taken out spirit embryo pills. Could he be preparing to advance in front of everyone? Are you kidding me? Advancing under the ice pool spirit tiger's power is no different from suicide. Seeing Tan Yun's actions, Wang Fuchen thought he was preparing to commit suicide, and he rejoiced inwardly. Looks like I don't need to do anything. This guy is really crazy. Wang Fuchen was very confident in his prediction. Tan Yun chose this moment to advance. He's definitely dead. Mu Mengyi worried and hurriedly tried to stop. Tan Yun, don't mess around. If you can't continue, then get down. Are you trying to commit suicide by breaking through your realm now? Tan Yun calmly replied. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor come from heaven. Then he threw a spirit embryo pill into his mouth and said, Thank you for your concern, Mu Mengyi, and thank you, envoy, for your concern. His decisive and swift actions made Mu Mengyi scream in fear. What? Tan Yun? After swallowing the spirit embryo pill, Tan Yun began to enter a state of cultivation and advancement. His eyes shone brightly. Surrounded by the spirit-absorbing pressure of the arena, he remained steadfast and determined to focus on breaking through. Finally, he succeeded. This shocked Mu Mengyi. What? He actually succeeded in breaking through. The crowd and the young people below the arena were also surprised. How is this possible? Tan Yun actually broke through successfully under the power of the ice pool spirit tiger. He swallowed so many spirit embryo pills, and he's still alright. Is he a god? The Wang Fuchen next to him was extremely dissatisfied, and he roared, Impossible! You must have hidden your cultivation before and are now pretending to break through your realm to get the envoy's attention. Tan Yun just sneered in response. Even if I'm hiding my cultivation, what can you do about it? Continuing, Tan Yun poured the remaining spirit embryo pills into his mouth and thought, Yeah, others would die if they broke through under the power of the ice pool tiger, but I can use its power to use elixirs to consolidate my cultivation. Seeing Tan Yun becoming even more outrageous, swallowing even more spirit embryo pills, Mu Mengyi shouted and scolded him. Crazy! You're really crazy! She was very confused in her mind. So many spirit embryo pills. Even I can't use them. Just what kind of monster is he? Whoosh, whoosh. Tan Yun broke through one after another under the shock of countless witnesses. The breakthrough shook the entire Vanishing Star City, successfully breaking through. The crowd watching fell into contemplation. The atmosphere was silent. The protagonist's aura fluttered around Tan Yun's hair. After breaking through, he stood up and looked at the spirit pill bottle with regret. With the help of the ice pool spirit tiger, I successfully broke through to the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. It's a pity I didn't bring more spirit embryo pills. The spirit embryo pills are gone. He threw the medicine bottle on the ground. He was satisfied with the current result. Alright, I should still be a little humble. If I really broke through to the soul transformation realm, I'm afraid I would scare everyone else here. The other young people who were still standing on the arena were dizzy because of Tan Yun. Am I seeing things? Tan Yun actually broke through continuously. Now he's at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. The people below were discussing, I've never seen anyone with such a fast breakthrough speed. Could he really be hiding his strength? Next, he's at the same realm as Wang Fuchen. 2 tigers fighting will definitely be injured. Seeing Tan Yun continuously break through successfully, Wang Fuchen could only be annoyed in his heart. Damn it, I should be the one entering Huang Fu Shengzong. The look in his eyes became more ferocious, and he secretly resolved, Tan Yun, you must die. After breaking through, Tan Yun confidently made a request to the envoy. Mu Mengyi. Envoy, This pressure doesn't seem strong enough. Can you make it stronger? That way, we can quickly find the final winner. Seeing Tan Yun's somewhat arrogant request, Mu Mengyi frowned slightly, thinking, this guy's getting a little cocky, isn't he? The other young men were furious. Is Tan Yun crazy? He's actually asking to increase the difficulty. Can he think about how we feel for once? This maniac. So what if he's at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. Tan Yun coldly retorted. Sorry, being strong means I can do whatever I want. Seeing that Tan Yun had spoken like that, Mu Mengyi agreed to his request. Fine, you asked for it, don't regret it later. Then, she commanded the Ice Flame Spirit Tiger. Ice Flame Spirit Tiger, release the glacial inferno imprisonment on my command. The Ice Flame Spirit Tiger opened its mouth wide and spewed out a torrent of glacial inferno imprisonment. Mu Mengyi thought to herself, Tan Yun, let me see just how capable you really are. Under the power of the glacial inferno imprisonment, the weaker young men began to scream. What's happening? Is my body freezing? This wind carries extreme glacial power. It's gonna freeze us solid. This is bad. I can't hold on any longer. I gotta run. Thus, Tan Yun eliminated quite a few opponents. Everyone was still watching the selection competition on the platform intently. Now, only 2 people remained, Tan Yun and Wang Fuchen. Below, some parents were lamenting their sons. Elimination. Oh no, my son was eliminated after all. And some masters were also saddened by their disciples. Elimination. My disciple was eliminated too, damn it. It's all that arrogant Tan Yun's fault. With such a strong ice imprisonment, I don't believe he can last much longer. Wang Fuchen was also sweating profusely as he held on. This glacial wind is too strong, but I'm wearing the protective armor my father gave me so I can still hold on. Then, he glanced at Tan Yun and grinned maliciously. Now that it's just me and Tan Yun on the platform, as long as I can last longer than him, the final winner will be me. He quickly slapped himself in the face when he saw Tan Yun's calm demeanor. Tan Yun is way too chill. Wang Fuchen panicked. How is this possible, Tan Yun? He's still smiling so easily. Seeing Tan Yun's attitude and appearance, Mu Mengyi was also a little surprised and incredulous. This kid's actually looking quite relaxed, despite the glacial inferno imprisonment constantly attacking him. This is kinda interesting. Tan Yun is definitely enjoying this, she thought. The Hongmeng's sacred flame art I cultivate fears no flame. He opened his palm, there's a flame. He had made the opposite decision. I need to devour all kinds of flames to level up. The ice flame in this glacial wind can just help me cultivate. This is literally heaven helping me. Seeing Tan Yun's composure in the face of the Ice Flame Spirit Tiger's pressure, Wang Fuchen said fearfully to himself, I don't believe it. I have protective armor. How can I be inferior to Tan Yun? Thinking this, Wang Fuchen turned and shouted at Mu Mengyi, Envoy, I request to increase the power of the glacial wind. Hearing Wang Fuchen's request, Mu Mengyi showed her agreement. She replied, As you wish, Ice Flame Spirit Tiger, heed my command. The Ice Flame Spirit Tiger roared and added more power to the glacial wind for Wang Fuchen. Faced with the power of the glacial wind, Tan Yun was not worried at all. He only used one hand to resist Wang Fuchen's attack. Seeing this, Wang Fuchen seemed to not believe his eyes. He gaped his mouth and muttered, I'm done for. This power is too strong, it seems hard to stop. Over here, Tan Yun was still calm. His face was not worried at all. Not only Wang Fuchen, even Mu Mengyi was surprised by his strength. She observed and assessed Tan Yun. I didn't expect such a small vanishing star town to have so many talents. At this time, Wang Fuchen said angrily to himself, Tan Yun, let me see where your limit is. Over here, Tan Yun was still using one hand to resist the Ice Flame Spirit Tiger's glacial wind power. His expression relaxed and calm. Tan Yun smiled and said, Make the ice flame stronger. After saying that, Tan Yun shouted again, Suck it up for me! Only saw Tan Yun's hand raised high. All of the spiritual energy from the attack just now was absorbed by him. Before everyone's eyes, Tan Yun exuded an extraordinary aura, showcasing his talent. After a short while, the hand that had just absorbed spiritual energy suddenly formed a blue flame. Seeing this, the crowd below was utterly astonished, exclaiming with wide eyes and gaping mouths, Holy crap, this is way too OP. Wang Fuchen was no different. He was even more surprised. His face both frightened and astonished. He stammered, What? He can actually devour the ice flame? Mu Mengyi added. The ice flame is all gone. In a vast space, only Tan Yun was seen standing there. All the ice flame had been subdued by him. Having settled everything, Tan Yun retracted his hand, clenched his fist, and muttered to himself, First stage of Hongmeng Holy Flame cultivation complete. Seeing Tan Yun successfully overcome the challenge easily, Mu Mengyi was unwilling. She turned to scold the Ice Flame Spirit Tiger. She said loudly, How can this be? Why can't you keep spewing cold flames? Do you not want dinner tonight? Hearing this, the ice flame spirit tiger cried out in grievance, because it really didn't have a single drop left. Over here, the crowd below kept sighing in admiration. They discussed, Tan Yuan is too strong. Who knew he could completely suppress all the cold qi? But Wang Fuchen hasn't been eliminated either, but Huangfu Holy Sect only chooses one person. The assessment has ended, and yet both of them are still standing on the arena. This is unprecedented. Seeing everyone discussing noisily, Mu Mengyi coughed a few times and said, There's been a slight mishap in this exam. Although both of them made it to the end, only one disciple from the Holy Sect is allowed. Therefore, we will proceed with a one-on-one duel. The winner stays, the loser is eliminated. Hearing this, Tan Yun excitedly said, Miscalculation, I was too excited just now and forgot the rules of this exam. Finishing his words, he thought to himself, It's no big deal, the last disciple will definitely be me. At this moment, Wang Fuchen looked at Tan Yun with jealous and angry eyes. He thought to himself, Tan Yun, you piece of trash, I absolutely won't allow someone as powerful as you to exist. Today is your death anniversary. Wang Fuchen's eyes became as terrifying as if he wanted to devour Tan Yun alive. Not long after, the arena was ready. Wang Fuchen and Tan Yun stepped onto the arena. Below were hundreds of eyes watching. Before everyone's eyes, the one-on-one match began. In contrast to Wang Fuchen's provocative expression was Tan Yun's calmness. Below, the crowd was still busy discussing who would win and who would lose, they said. Who knew Tan Yun could push Wang Fuchen to this point? Who is the ultimate winner? Hearing this, another person replied, I still rate Wang Fuchen higher. After all, he is the son of the city lord, with profound internal strength. Finishing his words, another person argued. He commented that Tan Yun is not weak either. He can continuously break through realms. Even Wang Fuchen can't do that. Without further ado, Mu Mengyi raised her hand high to signal the order, then shouted loudly, The match begins. The one who remains on the arena in the end will be the disciple of Huangfu Holy Sect. Suddenly, Wang Fuchen raised his hand and said, Wait, envoy sir, may I ask if we are allowed to use weapons or other armaments during the match? Hearing this, Mu Mengyi replied, Yes. You can use all kinds of weapons, of course. You must also use part of your own strength. Although she answered Wang Fuchen, in her head she was wondering, what trick is this guy up to again? Hearing the answer, Wang Fuchen happily adjusted the gold ring on his hand. With a smug look, he said, If that's the case, then I won't be polite. After finishing everything, Wang Fuchen shouted loudly, Come forth. Hearing Wang Fuchen's command, a series of essential equipment appeared. From the top-grade spiritual weapon Fierce Fire Dragon Spear, to the top-grade spiritual weapon Cloud Stepping Boots, the Golden Scale Armor, and even a specially designed cloak. After getting ready, Wang Fuchen confidently rushed to attack Tan Yun. As he approached, he grinned and said, Tan Yun, don't say I'm bullying you, who told me to be the son of the city lord, while you're just a poor ghost. Being insulted, Tan Yun still didn't show any reaction. He calmly observed the situation and counterattacked. Under the arena, Wang Ba crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed smugly. Tan Yun, have you seen it yet? This is the difference between you and my son. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself in your next life. Witnessing the whole situation, the crowd below looked worried. They discussed, It's over. How can there be such a thing? This is too unfair. Tan Yun doesn't have a single spiritual weapon. How is he going to fight next? This is a match between the son of a wealthy nobleman and the son of a commoner. Tan Yun doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. He's definitely going to lose. Mu Mengyi stood aside, observing. She thought to herself, I wonder if this Tan Yun can bring me any more surprises. Different from Wang Fuchen on one side, who was equipped with strong armor and state-of-the-art weapons, on the other side was Tan Yun, who was fighting empty-handed. Tan Yun calmly prepared to make his move. Actively counterattacking, he said, A true powerhouse doesn't need the help of external objects. I will use my fist to let you know what despair is. Over here, Wang Fuchen laughed triumphantly. Holding the spear tightly in his hand, he grinned as he ran to attack Tan Yun and said, You're about to die, and you're still acting tough. Without much ado, Wang Fuchen directly launched a straight attack, only to see behind his back a huge golden dragon appeared, accompanied by glowing fire shadows. As he attacked, he shouted loudly, Tan Yun, I will now send you on your way to the Western Paradise. Finishing his words, Wang Fuchen used the wrathful dragon devours the heavens to attack Tan Yun. Seeing this, Tan Yun quickly clenched his fist, circulating the energy within him, and fire soon appeared in his hand. Tan Yun unleashed all the power within him, using his ultimate move, the Hongmeng Sacred Flame, to confront Wang Fuchen. Two people with different powers, one representing fire and the other representing water. Who knows who will win between fire and water? At this moment, Tan Yun put all his strength into a fatal blow, shouting loudly, Go to hell! Wang Fuchen was caught off guard by Tan Yun's attack, exclaiming in shock, What? With just one move, Wang Fuchen was sent flying dozens of meters, coughing up fresh blood. At this moment, Wang Fuchen couldn't believe his eyes, unable to accept the truth. Then, Wang Fuchen fell to the ground painfully. Seeing this, Tan Yun strode forward with surging momentum and declared, Wang Fuchen is dead. Seeing this, the crowd below the stage was extremely shocked, exclaiming, Wang Fuchen is dead. Tan Yun won. So many high-grade spiritual artifacts couldn't withstand a single palm strike from Tan Yun. This, without relying on external support, is the true powerhouse. Not only them, but even Mu Mengyi was surprised, her mouth agape at Tan Yun's battle prowess. Mu Mengyi looked at Tan Yun's stance, thinking to herself, he's much more terrifying than I predicted. Seeing Wang Fuchen die such an agonizing death, Bao Wang ran over with tears streaming down his face, embracing him and shouting, No! Wang Bao rushed towards Tan Yun, saying, Tan Yun, you dare kill my son, I must make you pay with your life. Hearing this, Tan Yun smiled and replied, You asked for it. Suddenly, Mu Mengyi stepped in to stop Wang Ba from attacking Tan Yun. Mu Mengyi used a palm strike to send Wang Ba tumbling to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Seeing him fall to the ground, Mu Mengyi angrily shouted, How dare you! Meddling in the holy sect selection. If there's a next time, no mercy. I'm not reconciled, Wang Ba cried out. But Tan Yun killed my son. Hearing this, Mu Mengyi said softly, Since it's a competition, life and death are determined by fate. My holy sect Huangfu is not a soft-hearted sect. With that, Mu Mengyi went to Tan Yun's side and announced to the arena, I hereby announce that the first person to pass this selection is Tan Yun, who will immediately become a disciple of the holy sect Huangfu. Hearing this, the crowd below the stage excitedly cheered, Tan Yun is so amazing, Tan Yun is too awesome, Tan Yun, you are a shining example for people like us. The battle concluded perfectly, and Tan Yun happily thought to himself, Holy sect Huangfu, here I come, Yu Qin, wait for me. After the announcement, Mu Mengyi led Tan Yun away, telling Wang Ba before leaving, Participating in the selection requires mental preparation for danger. Revenge is absolutely forbidden. Wang Ba could only hug his son and burst into tears. Seeing that Wang Ba didn't respond, Mu Mengyi continued, You understand what I mean, right? Hearing this, Wang Ba bowed and sobbed. Reporting to the envoy, This humble one understands. This humble one will leave this place. After speaking, he immediately left the place, with tears streaming down his face. With Wang Ba gone, Mu Mengyi turned to Tan Yun and asked, Do you have any remaining concerns? If not, I will take you back to the sect. At this moment, Tan Yun was still watching Wang Ba's departing figure, and deep within his eyes, it seemed that Tan Yun was contemplating something. After a moment, Tan Yun replied, I still have some things to take care of, can you give me some more time? Hearing this, Mu Mengyi couldn't help but be surprised, and she asked, What's up? Tan Yun hurriedly said, Cleaning up loose ends. Before he finished speaking, he had already run off without a trace. Mu Mengyi could only watch and shout. Tan Yun. Scene change at the city lord's mansion. An angry voice echoed outside. He shouted, I'm so pissed. Inside, Wang Ba angrily chopped the table in half with one hand. He said, Xu Feng, you killed my son. No matter what, I must make you pay with your life, and your family must pay for your mistakes. Seeing Wang Ba going crazy, the servant soothed him, saying, City lord, rest assured, this humble servant will immediately go and find out where Xu Feng's house is, and make sure that not even a chicken or dog in their house can live. Having said that, Wang Ba continued, with bloodshot eyes, Not only that, but also that blonde chick who stopped me from killing Xu Feng. You immediately send someone to inform Tongye at the Huangfu Saint sect, tell him about his younger brother's death, and tell him to find an opportunity to kill both Xu Feng and Mu Mengyi. Understood. The subordinate immediately left. He replied, This subordinate will do it right away. Seeing the subordinate leave, Wang Ba went crazy at this time. He gritted his teeth and continued, Xu Feng, I want you and the entire Tan family to die with my son. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a loud door-kicking sound made Wang Ba exclaim in panic and look towards the door. A tall figure stood tall in front of him. It was Xu Feng who had arrived. He strode inside and shouted, Wang Ba, your time has come. Seeing this, Wang Ba sweated in fear, trembling, and said, You are. Before he finished speaking, Xu Feng quickly cut him off, replying, The one who's here to collect your life. After speaking, Xu Feng approached Wang Ba. Seeing this, Wang Ba took steps back in fear. He asked with a bewildered expression, You. What do you want to do? Xu Feng calmly replied, Of course, it's to kill you. Hearing this, Wang Ba threatened Xu Feng. He shouted, I am the city lord, and I also have a son in the Huangfu Saint sect. You can't kill. Not allowing him to say more, Xu Feng directly gave him a punch in the stomach, sending Wang Ba flying away. After finishing, Xu Feng said with a cold face, Die. At this time, Wang Ba was seriously injured. He vomited fresh blood, and said, How dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Ba had fallen to the ground and died instantly. After dealing with the aftermath, Xu Feng looked at Wang Ba. He smiled mockingly and declared, Anyone who touches my family must die, with no place to be buried. not even in their thoughts. Scene change outside the city. At this time, Mu Mengyi and Bing Yanling Tiger were looking at something. Looking down from a high place was a scene like the end of the world. The entire fortified city area of Wangba was submerged in a sea of fire, and the people in the city were shouting, "Quickly, put out the fire!" accompanied by screams. Seeing the situation like this, Mu Mengyi wondered to herself, "He destroyed the entire city lord's mansion, that's so badass." After handling everything properly, Xu Feng rode the blood-winged spirit lion to Mu Mengyi and shouted, "Senior Sister Mu!" Hearing the shout, she turned her head to look at Xu Feng and continued, "Let's go. Everything is done." Hearing this, Muchi Mengyi replied, "Yeah, okay." After speaking, Xu Feng and Mu Mengyi immediately set off. The two of them returned to Huangfu Saint Sect at lightning speed. Arriving at a tall mountain range, it didn't take long for the two to reach the top of the mountain. Mu Mengyi led the way, and Xu Feng followed behind. After walking for quite a long time, seemingly tired, Mu Mengyi stopped and called Xu Feng. "There's still a stretch to Huangfu Saint Sect. Let's take a break. I'll tell you some news about the sect." Hearing this, Xu Feng sat down by the base of the tree and replied, "Okay." Taking advantage of the break, Mu Mengyi gave a brief introduction to Huangfu Saint Sect. She said, "The Saint Sect is divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Xu Feng, I know you are very outstanding, but the road ahead is still long. Definitely don't be arrogant." After speaking, Xu Feng hurriedly replied, "Thank you, senior sister. I will try my best." After speaking, Xu Feng was thinking in his head, "I must increase my strength quickly. The further I go into the center, the more opportunities I have to find out news about Nangong Chengqiao." Hearing Tan Yun's reply, Mu Mengyi could only sigh and say, "So self-righteous." Then she thought to herself, "Many new disciples are as arrogant as Tan Yun, but they'll soon be crushed by other geniuses, to the point of doubting themselves and neglecting their training. Hopefully Tan Yun won't end up like that." While resting, Tan Yun suddenly noticed a loud noise coming from the bushes. Tan Yun immediately stood up and looked towards the source of the noise, yelling, "Ah!" Seeing this, Mu Mengyi exclaimed in surprise. Someone's there," she wondered. "Why didn't I sense anything?" A loud laughter came from the bushes. "Senior Sister Mushi." It turned out to be Murong-kun, who had been following them. He came out and greeted them with a friendly smile. "Long time no see." Seeing this, Mu Mengyi exclaimed in surprise. "Murong-kun." Mu Mengyi stood up, her expression becoming tense as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Murong-kun approached them, saying, "Don't worry, Senior Sister Mude. I'm just here to inform your disciple that the selection rules have changed." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Mengyi hurriedly asked, "Changed? How so?" Without saying much, Murong-kun took out a decree and said, "Yes, this is the notice from the sect. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself." With that, Murong-kun threw the notice to Mu Mengyi. Mu Mengyi caught the notice in her hand and said, "Why the sudden change in rules? Did something happen?" Mu Mengyi curiously opened the notice, but Tan Yun rushed over to stop her, yelling, "Wait." But it was too late. Murong-kun smirked and said, "Too late." At this moment, Mu Mengyi suddenly screamed, and a purple light emanated from the notice. Mu Mengyi threw the notice to the ground, clutching her chest in pain and cursing, "Damn you, what did you do?" Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Murong-kun walked up to her, grinning. "Once you're hit by my yin-yang soul-melting powder, even the toughest nut will be begging for mercy. Today I finally get my wish." Hearing this, tears streamed down Mu Mengyi's face, as she exclaimed in shock, "What? Yin-yang soul-melting powder?" She thought to herself, "Does this mean I'm going to lose my purity today?" Seeing Mu Mengyi in trouble, Tan Yun stood in front of her, yelling, "Murong-kun." Seeing Tan Yun protecting her, Mu Mengyi was quite surprised, unable to speak. Mu Mengyi muttered, "What is he?" At this moment, Tan Yun heroically continued, "If you scram right now, I'll spare your life." Hearing this, Murong-kun scoffed and replied, "A newbie trash dares to threaten me. I'll let you have 10 moves, and you still won't break my defenses." On the side, Mu Mengyi anxiously yelled, "Tan Yun, Murong-kun is ranked 10th on the inner disciple rankings. You're no match for him. Run, otherwise he'll definitely kill you to silence you." Finishing her sentence, Tan Yun calmly replied, "Don't worry, senior sister. Dealing with this kind of scumbag only takes one move." Seeing Tan Yun so confident, Murong-kun laughed loudly and replied, "So you're actively seeking death? Then let me help you." With that, Murong-kun activated his protective magic. He was a purple dragon, and he charged towards Tan Yun to attack. Tan Yun didn't worry at all. He calmly used the Hongmeng God-slaying sword art to defend against Murong-kun. Tan Yun's Hongmeng God-slaying sword flew straight towards Murong-kun. Seeing this, Murong-kun panicked and screamed, "Impossible! Impossible! You're just a new disciple." On that peak, where Tan Yun and Murong-kun were fighting, dazzling lights flashed, turning the sky crimson red. Murong-kun was getting his ass beat. He immediately tried to bail. Clutching his severed arm in pain, he roared in anger, "Tan-yun, Mu-meng-yi, you guys screwed me over big time. I'll never forgive you." With that, Murong-kun booked it, leaving no trace behind. Only Tan-yun's figure remained, standing tall after the battle. At Tan-yun's feet lay Murong-kun's arm. Seeing that the fight was over, Mu-meng-yi approached Tan-yun and asked, "Did you win? Did he run?" Mu-meng-yi continued worriedly, "Murong-kun is the second elder's grandson. He has treasures on him. He's not easy to kill." Hearing this, Tan-yun replied with a cold face, "Consider him lucky. I'll spare his dog life for now." Afterward, Mu-meng-yi blushed shyly, thinking to herself, what just happened was so shocking? A newly joined disciple actually heavily injured a top 10 expert on the Hidden Dragon rankings. If I told anyone, they'd probably think I was crazy. Suddenly, Mu-meng-yi felt unwell. She clutched her chest and coughed, her face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Tan-yun asked concernedly, "Senior Sister Mushi, what's wrong? Is there anything I can do to help?" As soon as he finished talking, Mu-meng-yi answered, no need, I don't." Before she could finish speaking, Mu-meng-yi staggered and lost her balance. She felt dizzy and lightheaded, and then she collapsed. Seeing this, Tan-yun quickly caught her and said, "Senior Sister Muska, be careful." Lying in Tan-yun's warm embrace, Mu-meng-yi softly replied, "Tan-yun, I'm so hot, help me." Then, Tan-yun helped Mu-meng-yi to stand up, facing her. Seeing her in pain, Tan-yun shouted, "Crap, it's a poison attack on the heart. If I don't do anything, her life will be in danger." With that, Tan-yun reached out and tore Mu-meng-yi's clothes, saying as he did so, "This is the only way, Senior Sister Mu, please forgive Tan-yun for this offense." Before long, Mu-meng-yi's clothes were all torn off by Tan-yun, revealing her alluring figure. Scene change. Sometime later, several women arrived at the forest where Tan-yun and Mu-meng-yi were resting. It turned out to be Shui Xian. She hurriedly ordered her two junior sisters, "Quick, find out where Senior Sister Murai is. We absolutely can't let that bastard Murong-kun achieve his goal." Shui Xian said worriedly, "Senior Sister Mua, please don't let anything happen. If anything happens to Senior Sister Mua, I'll risk my life to make that bastard Murong-kun pay." Shu Xian was still blaming herself. She cursed herself inwardly. "Damn it, I was being careful, but I was still one step too late. I'm afraid Senior Sister Mu has." Suddenly, there was a shout from the purple-haired junior sister. "Senior Sister Shu, Senior Sister Mu is over there." Hearing this, Shu Xian and her two junior sisters ran straight to Mu-meng-yi. Unexpectedly, what greeted their eyes was a scene of Mu-meng-yi stripped of all her clothes, lying unconscious on the ground, covered only by Tan-yun's coat. Seeing that people had arrived, Tan-yun, who was sitting beside Mu-meng-yi, woke up in surprise. He muttered to himself, "More people have come. Are they friends or foes?" As for Shui Xian, seeing Mu-meng-yi naked, she exclaimed in shock, "Senior Sister Mu." Seeing that they were from the same sect as Mu-meng-yi, Tan-yun, seeing that they had misunderstood, explained, "It seems like you guys have misunderstood something. It's not what you think." Without listening to the explanation, Shu Xian immediately drew her sword and attacked Tan-yun, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, "Stop making excuses, you beast! Surrender your life!" With that, Shui Xian rushed towards Tan-yun, pointing her sword straight at him. On the side, the purple-haired and red-haired junior sisters stood watching. The purple-haired junior sister said proudly, "That's Senior Sister Shu's famous ultimate move, the One Anger Pierces the Heart Leaf sword. She's already mastered it to the 3rd level." After she finished speaking, the red-haired junior sister added, "Great! As long as he gets hit by this move, he'll either die or be seriously injured." Over here, when Shui Xian's sword came close to Tan-yun's face, he still didn't seem worried at all. Tan-yun sat calmly, pinching Shui Xian's sword tightly with just 2 fingers. Seeing this, Shui Xian was shocked, a worried look appearing on her face, as she thought to herself, "He blocked my ultimate move with just 2 fingers." Seeing Shui Xian's worry, Tan-yun calmly said, "Why are you so agitated? Can't you wait for me to finish talking?" Seeing that things weren't going well, the 2 junior sisters drew their swords to help Shui Xian, fiercely yelling, "You bastard! Still trying to lie, die, give us your life." After speaking, they charged towards Tan-yun quickly, shouting together, "Kill." Faced with this situation, Tan-yun didn't move at all, only uttering one sentence, "Noisy." Then he used a bit of spiritual energy and slammed a palm towards them. While counterattacking, Tan-yun yelled, "Get lost!" With just one move, he sent all 3 of them flying away, falling to the ground, screaming in pain. They said, "So strong, too strong." All 3 of them fell hard, their legs up in the air, looking ridiculous. In pain, Shu Xian clutched her stomach, vomiting blood, and cursed, "Damn it, who the hell is he? How can he be so powerful?" Then, she looked at Tan-yun, deep in thought. At this moment, Tan-yun stood up and approached them, saying, You'll know the truth after senior sister Mu wakes up. If you dare do anything to me again, I won't hold back. Tan Yun seemed to be at the peak of his anger, his face darkening. Shui Ziyan was lost in thought, wondering. He casually defeated all three of us with one hand. Who exactly is he? Suddenly, Mu Mengyi woke up, coughing a few times. Hearing this, Tan Yun and the three of them turned to look at the situation. Mu Mengyi slowly opened her eyes and asked, "What happened to me?" Seeing that Mu Mengyi had woken up, Shui Ziyan and her two junior sisters rushed over and happily called out, Senior Sister Mu! Senior Sister Mu! You finally woke up, how are you feeling?" Seeing that Mu Mengyi had woken up, Tan Yun quickly rushed over to support her as she sat up. Tan Yun asked, "Senior Sister Muha, are you okay? I used my spiritual power to force the toxins out of your body." Hearing this, Mu Mengyi shyly held her clothes to cover herself and said, Thank you, Tan Yun." Hearing Mu Mengyi thank Tan Yun, Shu Ziyan and her two junior sisters were surprised and wondered. He actually saved Senior Sister Mutu. Wait, Senior Sister Mutu is always so serious. Why is she blushing today? Senior Sister Mutu is not acting like herself at all. Scene change. At the main gate of the Huangfu Holy Sect, Mu Mengyi, Tan Yun, and the three junior sisters returned together. At the Mountain Gate Square, they landed on the ground. To the surprise of the disciples in the sect, Mu Mengyi brought the new disciple to meet everyone. Standing in front of the Huangfu Holy Sect, Tan Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "This is one of the three great sects of the Heaven's Punishment Continent. The Huangfu Holy Sect is so magnificent." Seeing Tan Yun gazing around cluelessly, Mu Mengyi walked over and said, "Tan Yun, can you help me down? I feel weak." Hearing this, Tan Yun attentively helped Mu Mengyi, saying, "Senior Sister Mu Yang, don't be so polite. It's the least I can do." With that, Tan Yun gently picked up Mu Mengyi in his arms and walked down. Witnessing this scene, all the disciples in the sect were dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? He can hold one of the two great beauties of the outer sect, Mu Mengyi. Mu Mengyi has always been cold and aloof. Why is she acting so close to this guy?" Hurry and tell senior brothers Wu, Li, and Wang. Their major love rival has appeared. Over here, Tan Yun carried Mu Mengyi down the stairs, then he put her down and helped her walk. After that, Mu Mengyi took out a jade pendant and gave it to Tan Yun, instructing, "Inside this jade talisman are things that new disciples need to pay attention to. Go represent me to register your disciple status first. If you don't understand anything, just ask me." Taking the jade pendant, Tan Yun obeyed and replied, "Thank you, Senior Sister Muth. Tan Yun will go first." Having said that, Tan Yun left. Seeing Mu Mengyi's uncharacteristically changed attitude, Shui Ziyan teased, "Senior Sister Mu, do you like him? Who knew our strict granny would fall in love one day? A younger boyfriend is not bad, I support you." Hearing the rambling words, Mu Mengyi angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you guys talking about? Shut up." Scene change. At Murongkun's residence, someone's inquiry is heard. He said, "Senior brother Mu Sherong, I personally saw a male disciple carry Mu Mengyi into the sect. The two looked very close." Hearing this, Mu Sherongkun angrily slammed the table. He shouted, "Damn it, I worked so hard to come up with this plan, and he stole her right from under my nose. Tan Yun, I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces and drink your fresh blood." Now that Mu Rongkun only has one hand, who knows how he will deal with Tan Yun's boundless strength. Hearing this, Zhao Feng hurriedly replied, "Senior brother Mu Rong. After registering his disciple status, I saw him immediately go to the Snowy Hung Valley secret realm. Do you need me?" Before he could finish, Mu Rongkun went crazy and ordered, "Immediately send people to Snowy Hung Valley to kill Tan Yun for me." Receiving order, Zhao Feng bowed and replied, "Yes, this disciple will go right away." Mu Rongkun, with a face like a monster, continued, "Mu Mengyi, I really hope to have the opportunity to put his head in front of you. How will you feel then? On the other hand, at Snowy Hung Valley, this place has blizzards all year round. The surrounding scenery is covered with a monotonous layer of white snow. Tan Yun alone trudges through the thick snow of several tens of centimeters." He tried to walk and thought. The ancient books of the sect recorded that a fire seed with ice attributes once appeared in Snowy Hung Valley. If I can find it, I can increase the power of the Hongmeng Holy Flame. Just as he was walking, the sound of a brawl came from behind, attracting Tan Yun's attention. "Do you want to die? How dare you attack me?" He hid behind a rock to observe the situation. It turned out to be a pink-haired woman, with wounds on her body, probably from fighting snow bears. Surrounded by a group of men, the scarred man smiled evilly, raising his finger and flicking it, saying, "Zhongwu Shijiao, senior brother Linghu Chenkong has admired you for a long time. Today he sent us to invite you back. Don't you give him face?" The girl named Zhongwu Shijiao then scolded loudly, "You appeared as soon as I was injured from killing the snow bear, and you have the nerve to say those words. Are you not afraid that my foster father, Liu Rulong, will deal with you?" Hearing this, the scarred man laughed loudly and replied, Our Linghu Shisheng is ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rankings and is also the direct grandson of the great elder president of the Holy Soul. Liu Rulong is only ranked third on the Hidden Dragon rankings. What can he do? The people behind him also echoed, saying, Liu Rulong can't help you either, Zhongwu Shijiao. You should obediently go with us. Linghu, senior brother, likes you. It's your luck. Don't be ungrateful. Zhongwu Shijiao couldn't help grinding her teeth and struggling, thinking, damn it, if I fall into Linghu Changkong's hands, it would be worse than death. Then would it be better for me to die? Tan Yun hid behind the stone wall. At this time he finally came out. He frowned and pondered. Just when I need someone to guide me in the valley, this girl is not bad. He came out from behind the group of people and shouted in a cold voice, get out of the way, you are blocking my path. The group of people heard the arrogant voice and turned their heads to look. So did Zhongwu Shijiao. They thought Tan Yun was nobody. Moreover, they had more people, so they were arrogant, each saying a word. Are you tired of living? How dare you meddle in our business? If you want to be a hero to save the beauty, first think about whether you are a hero. Our boss is senior brother Linghu Changkong. Once you hear the name, you better get out of the way. Zhongwu Shijiao also reached out to stop him. You go quickly. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for me in vain. You are no match for them. Tan Yun didn't care about what they said. He coldly repeated once more, get out of the way. Or die. I won't say it a second time. The scarred man was now full of anger and rushed over, shouting, motherfucker! Smelly as a garbage dump, who do you think you are, everyone? Kill this brat for me. Receiving order. The group rushed up together in formation, each of them wielding the weapons in their hands, shouting, if you want to die, then let us help you. Dying of face saving before dying of heart attack. Remember to save face less in your next life. Tan Yun had no fear at all. He smirked and said, what a bunch of idiots. His whole body burst out with spiritual power, like a raging flame. The group was shocked with their mouths open. When they saw this, Tan Yun uttered a word, scram, and he knocked them down one by one with his spiritual power. No, how could this be? How could he be so strong? Scarface froze, watching his subordinates fall one by one, blood staining the snow red. Zhongwu Shijiao sighed inwardly. So strong. Who is this person? Why haven't I ever seen him before? Could he be a new disciple? Scarface was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Didn't expect you to have some skills. Then he raised his sword, showing off boastfully. But meeting me is your bad luck. I am one of the top 100 powerhouses on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Today, I will show you what despair is. Hearing this, Tan Yun smirked provocatively. Interesting. I'm really looking forward to experiencing the taste of despair. Seeing his attitude, Scarface couldn't help but grit his teeth and shout, arrogant. He immediately slashed a raging saber 9 slashes. Sun and moon slash towards Tan Yun, but he just smiled coldly, raised a finger, gathered energy, and said, too weak. He used only one finger to firmly block Scarface's attack. Scarface's eyes widened in shock. What? Receiving a blade with bare hands? Zhongwu Shijiao also exclaimed in surprise. Finger! His finger is so powerful. Tan Yun smiled and said, if your strength is only this much, then die. Scarface was now terrified, and immediately knelt down and begged, wait, I surrender, don't. But before he could finish speaking, Tan Yun tightened his grip, causing Scarface's blade to crack, and then shatter into pieces, like countless sharp needles stabbing into him. Scarface screamed in agony. He immediately collapsed on the white snow, blood flowing from his mouth, muttering intermittently, Ling, senior brother Linghu, will avenge me. After finishing his last words, he collapsed and died. Zhongwu Shijiao was utterly astonished, thinking to herself, killed in the blink of an eye. After all, he was one of the top 100 strongest on the Hidden Dragon rankings. How could killing him be as easy as killing a chicken? Thinking this, she stammered, Thank you for saving me. What is your name? I will repay you later. Her shy and hesitant appearance was truly beautiful. Anyone else would surely be moved, but Tan Yun coldly replied, no need to thank me. I want you to tell me some information about fire seeds with ice attributes. Hearing this, Zhongwu Shijiao happily said, then you've come to the right person. Not long ago I discovered some clues related to a fire seed, Tan Yun excitedly requested. Tell me quickly, Zhongwu Shijiao recounted. Before, when I was training in the snowy mountains, I suddenly sensed the aura of an ice-attributed fire seed near the ice lake, in the deep valley. I will tell you the location of the ice lake, you can go yourself. At this point Tan Yun interrupted. He grabbed her wrist and demanded, let's go together. Being grabbed by the hand, Zhongwu Shijiao blushed in surprise. Go together, she stammered. But I'm injured. I might slow you down. Tan Yun didn't say much, directly picked her up, and then he said, you show me the way, and I will help you heal your wounds along the way. Hearing this, Zhongwu Shijiao exclaimed in surprise, what? At this moment a stream of emerald green energy flowed from Tan Yun's hand into her body. Zhongwu Shijiao thought in surprise, he's healing me. Ah, he can control spiritual energy to such an extent already? Time was short. Tan Yun picked her up and flew away, using his King Gong let's go. Before long, the two had arrived at the deep valley, where it was still covered in white snow, except for a pond of water that showed no signs of freezing. Zhongwu Shigao was put down by Tan Yun, she said. It's probably nearby, but I don't know exactly where the water attribute fire seed is. Tan Yun walked towards the pool, reaching out his hand to release his spirit energy to sense. Let me sense it. After probing for a while, he smirked and confirmed. It's under the water. Hearing this, Zhongwu Shijiao urged. What are you waiting for? Let's go down already. Just then, a dark shadow that looked like a giant snake appeared. Tan Yun immediately noticed it, shouting a warning. Be careful! The black python opened its wide mouth, seemingly wanting to swallow Zhongwu Shijiao whole. She turned around and was startled, screaming, Ah! Tan Yun immediately jumped towards her, grabbing her hand and pulling her aside, causing the python to miss and bite into the snow instead. Being pulled into Tan Yun's embrace, Zhongwu Shijiao blushed, her heart racing as she thought. This man's chest is so warm. The black python wasn't giving up. Continuing to slither towards them, Zhongwu Shijiao said anxiously. Not good. This is a rank 1 Blackwater Python demon beast. Its strength is equivalent to a great completion spirit nurturing realm cultivator. Just then, from within the pool, a white python also rose up, sticking out its mouth with its long tongue, aiming at the two of them. One in front and one behind, they were cornered. Zhongwu Shijiao couldn't help but be scared. We're doomed. There's a male and a female. We're definitely dead this time. Hiding behind Tan Yun, Zhongwu Shijiao regrettably said, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll hold them back for a bit. You run. Tan Yun chuckled, reassuring her. It's okay, they're just two snakes, no need to panic, he instructed her. Stand behind me, I'll take care of them. Hearing this, Zhongwu Shijiao couldn't help but be doubtful. Can he really do it? The two black and white pythons opened their mouths and charged together. Immediately, Tan Yun pointed his finger, and a ray of golden light appeared. He shouted, Hongmeng God-slaying sword. The ray of golden light, like a sharp sword, slashed a few times, immediately cutting the two pythons into pieces. Fresh blood splattering everywhere. Pieces of snake fell to the ground, followed by two bluish-white inner cores. Zhongwu Shijiao exclaimed in shock. What? What kind of sword technique is that? It killed two rank 1 Blackwater pythons in the blink of an eye. Tan Yun reached out and collected the two snake inner cores, saying, The inner cores of these two snakes aren't bad. They can be used to refine pills and medicine. Come here, hold these two inner cores in your hands. Tan Yun reached behind him towards Zhongwu Shijiao, saying, You take them. Consider it a reward for leading me here. Zhongwu Shijiao refused in confusion. But, I haven't done anything for you. I can't accept these inner cores. Tan Yun didn't want to say much. He immediately stuffed the two cores into her hands, saying, Take them. I, Tan Yun, don't like owing anyone. At this point, Zhongwu Shijiao had no choice but to accept, she said shyly. Okay. Her mind was full of thoughts. Such a charismatic man, I wonder if he's affectionate towards women. Tan Yun approached the pool. He reached out his hand, gathering a blue aura in his palm, ordering, Fire seed, come out from me. Immediately, the surface of the water began to tremble. A blue flame then floated up, splashing water from the pool. From the looks of this fire seed, it looks like a fiercely burning flower. Tan Yun smiled contentedly. It's out, Zhongwu Shijiao gasped, saying, A water attribute fire seed, ice lotus underworld flame. Just then, a loud laugh rang out. Better late than never. A group of people appeared out of nowhere, the leader said. To think there would be such a valuable treasure here. Zhongwu Shijiao stepped forward to stand in front of Tan Yun, asking, You're a subordinate of Murong-kun, the Peak Lord. What are you doing here? Hearing the name, Tan Yun frowned. It's Murong-kun again. That Zhu Feng laughed savagely, grabbed his broadsword, and swung it, saying, Of course, I'm here to kill Tan Yun. This kid actually dared to offend senior brother Murong. He's tired of living. Zhongwu Shijiao, burning with anger, pointed directly at Zhu Feng and said, Zhu Feng, Tan Yun once saved me. If you dare to attack him, then you are my enemy. Hearing this, Zhu Feng shrugged and sneered dismissively. Zhongwu Shijiao, you think too highly of yourself? It's not like senior brother Murong is head over heels for you. He smashed a rock with his sword and declared, Today, Tan Yun must die. If you dare to interfere in this matter, then your fate will be the same as this rock. The others behind Zhu Feng also echoed, shouting, Kill Tan Yun. Anyone who dares to offend senior brother Murong must die. Anyone who dares to stop us must also die. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhongwu Shijiao gritted her teeth and calculated, Damn it, there are too many of them, and they're all at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Even if the state of my injuries recovers now, I still can't beat them. On the other hand, Tan Yun walked in front of Zhongwu Shijiao at this time, provoking, What are you waiting for? Why don't you make a move? Do I look so easy for you to kill? Zhongwu Shijiao was about to raise her hand to call him, intending to stop him. But Tan Yun raised his hand to signal her to be quiet. First, he reassured, don't worry. Seeing this, Zhu Feng and the others laughed mockingly. Tan Yun, even with Zhongwu Shijiao, you're just two? At the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, we have more than a dozen people at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. In terms of numbers, we already overwhelm you. Killing you is as easy as pie. Hearing this, Tan Yun pretended to be surprised and asked, oh, you mean more people are stronger? Zhu Feng affirmed firmly. Of course. Hearing this, Tan Yun laughed and said, if you think more people are better, then I'll help you get it through your thick skull. After saying that, no one knew what Tan Yun did, only to see a blood-colored light like a giant eye appearing behind it, and his eyes also turned blood red. He coldly spat out 4 words, Hong Meng, Chu Tong. Seeing this, Zhongwu Shijiao happily asked, making a move, Tan Yun, could it be that you were prepared for this? Zhu Feng was still very confident and arrogantly stated, Tan Yun, you don't need to pretend. Before coming here, I investigated the radius of 10 miles around this cold pool. There's no one around. You originally didn't have any helpers. At this time, the sound of swords being drawn rang out from behind, and Zhu Feng turned his head in a panic. In front of him at this moment, the subordinates who were on his side just now had blood-red eyes, as if they were being controlled, drew their swords and pointed them at him, mumbling, obey Tan Yun's orders, master. Zhu Feng panicked and asked, what do you want to do? Are you crazy? Put down your swords. But those people seemed to no longer listen to his orders. They said like puppets, attack. Then each of them immediately held their own swords to their necks, and then slashed hard across their necks to commit suicide, blood splattering everywhere from it. Even splattering blood on Zhu Feng, he was horrified, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Why did you all commit suicide? Then, a chaotic mess. Red blood stained the entire area, as if painting red on a white snow painting. Immersed in a sea of blood, Zhu Feng was stunned. How is this possible? Even Zhongwu Shijiao was equally surprised, thinking, what exactly is going on? Tan Yun clearly hasn't made a move yet. Why are Zhu Feng's subordinates obeying his orders? Tan Yun then raised 2 fingers and said, 2 against 1, if you want to compare the number of people, now I'm the one with more people. Zhu Feng was mentally shocked by the scene just now, and he panicked and shouted, magic, sorcery, Tan Yun, you must have used magic. I must report to the sect to order the law enforcement disciples to kill you. Hearing this, Tan Yun's face darkened, and he said coldly, kill me. What? I'll send you on your way first. As fast as lightning, Tan Yun teleported close to Zhu Feng's face, and he stuttered without reacting. What? But it was too late. Tan Yun struck down with a palm, directly causing Zhu Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backward for a distance before touching the ground. The thick snowy ground was stirred up by the strong force, and white snow flew up. Tan Yun sneered and said, last time, Mu Rongkun was lucky to escape, but he still dared to send people here to seek revenge. Tan Yun, like Ashura, stepped closer to Zhu Feng, who was still vomiting blood, and threatened, after I finish dealing with you, I will definitely find him to settle the score when I return to the sect. Zhu Feng was scared out of his wits at this time, and hurriedly retreated backward with his whole body, begging, no, don't kill me. I can lead you to find Mu Rongkun. I know all his secrets, I can tell you. Tan Yun was about to deliver a final blow when suddenly, someone riding a spirit beast flew over, catching his attention. As soon as they arrived, they said, didn't expect it to be so lively here. Zhu Feng was secretly pleased to see the newcomer, a powerhouse from the potential dragon rankings, number 3, Ye Tian. Ye Tian jumped down from the spirit beast to Zhu Feng, sneering, Zhu Feng, you're becoming more and more useless, actually getting beaten into this state by a new disciple. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhu Feng cried out for help. Ye Tian, you're here for the Ice Lotus Netherflame, right? Tan Yun also wants the Ice Lotus Netherflame. You and I joined forces to kill Tan Yun. The Ice Lotus Netherflame belongs to you. I won't take anything, how about it? Hearing this, Ye Tian sneered. He raised his hand, channeling his spirit energy, and said, sorry, trash doesn't deserve to cooperate with me. Seeing this, Zhu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. What, you? Ye Tian immediately grabbed Zhu Feng's head and slammed it hard into the ground with his full strength, shouting, die! Zhu Feng was pinned down, unable to move. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, cursing intermittently. Damn it! Before long he collapsed, dying with his eyes wide open. Seeing such a horrifying scene, Zhongwu Shijiao couldn't help but cover her mouth, saying, he actually killed Zhu Feng. Tan Yun smiled and sighed. Ruthless enough, Ye Tian finished off Zhu Feng and turned to ask Tan Yun, you're Tan Yun, right? On the way here I saw a pile of corpses. Were they all killed by you? Zhongwu Shijiao quickly stepped in front of Tan Yun to explain, I killed them. If you want revenge, come at me. This has nothing to do with Tan Yun. Ye Tian replied with a sneer. Young Miss Zhongwu, rest assured, you are the person that senior brother Linghu is fond of. I naturally won't seek revenge on you. But this little brat actually dares to snatch senior brother Linghu's Ice Lotus Netherflame. Saying this, Ye Tian unleashed his power, declaring, "Today he must die." Seeing the light emanating from him, Zhongwu Shijiao asked in surprise, "Dragon Tiger Overlord Body, you've actually successfully cultivated this technique?" Ye Tian clenched his fist, admitting, "That's right, I've painstakingly cultivated for a year, and I've finally managed to successfully cultivate the technique bestowed by senior brother Linghu. Now any casual strike from me has the power of 10,000 jins. Tan Yun, you're honored to be the first to die under this technique of mine." Hearing this, Tan Yun pondered and asked, "Oh, a punch with 10,000 jins of force? Is that very strong?" Ye Tian channeled his technique, and the images of a dragon and tiger combined appeared. He flew towards Tan Yun, shouting, "Still running your mouth when you're about to die, kid. This time, I'll let you experience the terror of 10,000 jins." Zhongwu Shijiao anxiously shouted, "Tan Yun, dodge it." But why would he need to dodge? Tan Yun's eyes flashed. He used the Jian Ya Overlord Body, and a golden giant figure appeared. He laughed loudly, saying, "You dare to oppose me with such petty tricks? I'll let you know what real terror is." With that, he threw his fist out to counter Ye Tian's technique. The power of Tan Yun's strength was truly terrifying, like a giant shield, and the surrounding earth was shattered and flew up. Immediately after the attack, Ye Tian's bones seemed to be broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in confusion, "What is this? How is this possible?" Tan Yun seized the opportunity to send him flying backward with a powerful shockwave. He smirked and said, "Your punch is equivalent to 10,000 jins, but my punch is 1,000,000 jins." Ye Tian, with one arm broken and unable to lift, lay injured on the ground, asking in horror, "Such terrifying power? A newly entered disciple couldn't possibly have this. Who exactly are you?" Tan Yun, radiating murderous intent, stepped forward, saying, "I am the king of hell, here to take your life." Ye Tian, who had managed to stand up, clutching his right arm with his left hand, begged Tan Yun, "Today I admit defeat. Please spare my life. Let's consider this matter over. How about it?" He reached into his robe, about to take something out, and continued, "If you kill me, do you think senior brother Linghu will let you off? Your friends and family will all be in danger." Hearing this, Tan Yun replied with a disdainful smile, "You think I care about your so-called senior brother Linghu? To me, you guys are worse than trash," he declared, still not attacking. But Ye Tian had already pulled out an item resembling a small ice block. Tan Yun charged forward to strike, but at the same time, Ye Tian crushed the ice block, and a beam of light shot out from it. Soaring behind Tan Yun, Ye Tian then screamed, "Let's die together!" That green light didn't fly out without reason. It aimed straight for the Ice Lotus Netherflame, causing it to explode and fall into the pond. Zhongwu Shijiao cried out in warning, "Oh no! The Ice Lotus Netherflame is exploding!" Ye Tian said with a triumphant laugh. "This Tianshan snow crystal was originally meant to absorb the Ice Lotus Netherflame, but I've already broken it. With the Ice Lotus Netherflame triggered to explode, we'll all be buried here." Tan Yun, showing no fear, asked, "Oh, so this is the trump card you were talking about?" Ye Tian chuckled smugly, replying, "That's right, Tan Yun. Once this Ice Lotus Netherflame detonates, no one can stop it unless a nascent soul stage expert suppresses it. We'll all die together." The Ice Lotus Netherflame exploded even more intensely, with raging flames surging upwards. Zhongwu Shijiao quickly moved to shield Tan Yun, using all her spiritual energy to suppress it, and urged, "Tan Yun, I can only hold back this ice flame for a moment. Hurry and run." Tan Yun smiled, raising his hand to emanate spiritual energy, and asked, "Why would I go? This little Ice Lotus Netherflame trying to kill me is just a pipe dream. Collect." The moment he finished speaking, the Ice Lotus Netherflame was sucked right into his palm. Seeing this scene, Ye Tian was so shocked his jaw dropped, exclaiming, "What?" In no time, Tan Yun had completely subdued the Ice Lotus Netherflame, and he smirked faintly. "The Ice Lotus Netherflame is handled." Zhongwu Shijiao stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief, asking, "The flames, they're gone. Am I dreaming?" Ye Tian's face contorted in horror as he yelled, "What the hell is this? How is this possible? You're just at the spirit embryo stage. How can you stop the Ice Lotus Netherflame from exploding? This is truly unprecedented in the cultivation world." Hearing that, Tan Yun coldly exuded pressure and said, "My apologies. My existence breaks all your so-called obvious rules. Tell me, Ye Tian, do you have any last words?" Ye Tian was utterly unwilling. He quickly turned and fled. "No, I have extraordinary talent, a handsome face, and a bright future. How could I possibly die by your hands?" Tan Yun saw him flee but didn't bother chasing. He just raised a finger and said, "If you've finished your last words, then die." The Ice Lotus Netherflame, a powerful and mighty beam of light, shot out from Tan Yun's fingertip. Ye Tian's face went pale with fright. He quickly begged, "No, Tanyun, spare me." But it was too late. The beam of light struck him, making him scream in desperate pain. Yetian was frozen solid by the ice lotus netherflame, then fell heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhongwu Shijiao felt no pity for him, she thought to herself. This Yetian, relying on his high cultivation and powerful backing, was usually so arrogant in the inner sect. Who'd have thought he'd run into someone as formidable as Tanyun? He totally deserved to die. Suddenly, Tanyun spotted something and turned his head to look down. This puzzled Zhongwu Shijiao. On the ground, a yellow token, Tanyun asked. "What is this?" Zhongwu Shijiao picked up the token and explained. "This is a hidden dragon token, proof of being on the hidden dragon ranking. With it you can participate in the Fallen Gods Gorge trial, which will be held in 30 days. The Fallen Gods Gorge only opens once every 3 years. Rumor has it that a true god once descended there, but only those with great destiny can encounter them." Hearing this, Tanyun took the token and mumbled, "Fallen Gods Gorge." He couldn't help but ponder. The Heaven Punisher continent is merely one of the minor worlds in this realm, yet a true god descended here. Ji Yu Jun Shu Yuan. Those behind all this, they must be involved. I absolutely have to investigate this thoroughly. Zhongwu Shijiao interrupted his thoughts. "Tanyun, so, are we going back now or what?" Tanyun immediately wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Back to the sect." Using his strength, he quickly flew away with Zhongwu Shijiao, saying as he went, "It's time to teach those little rats behind us a lesson." At this moment, at the Huangfu Holy Sect's teleportation point outside the secret realm, the senior sisters, including Mu Mengyi, rushed in. Hurry up, Shui Zimayan asked curiously. "Senior sister, what's the urgent matter that you called me here for?" Mu Mengyi explained. "I just received news that Murong-kun ordered his subordinates to take a group of people to follow Tanyun into the Snow City area of the secret realm. Fearing that they will cause trouble for Tanyun, I must go help him." Just then, a faint laugh was heard, and the person who arrived was Murong-kun. He said sinisterly, "Mu Mengyi, you're only arriving now. I'm afraid it's too late." Seeing him, Mu Mengyi immediately drew her sword and scolded, "Murong-kun, you dare to appear in front of me." What exactly happened to Tanyun? Murong-kun stretched out his 2 intact hands to show off. "Tanyun, that little bastard, chopped off one of my arms. Fortunately, I had the black jade limb regeneration pill from the patriarch's place to reattach my severed arm. However, I only sent more than 10 spirit embryo realm 9th level disciples to surround and kill Tanyun. He absolutely has no chance of surviving and returning. You dare to go against me, you must die." Upon hearing this, the other disciples were shocked, their mouths agape, and they discussed, "Who is Tanyun? He actually dared to offend Murong-kun and even chop off one of his arms. He's really got guts as big as the sky. No matter who he is, surrounded by more than 10 spirit embryo realm 9th level disciples, he's afraid he can't avoid death. This Murong-kun is strong and has a solid backing. Anyone who dares to offend him is courting death." Mu Mengyi was stunned when she heard this, and tears fell as she couldn't believe what she heard. "What, Tan? Is Tanyun really dead?" Murong-kun sneered and said, "Mu Mengyi, you are mine. Anyone who dares to touch you must die. Tanyun is not the first to die, nor will he be the last." He stepped forward, wanting to touch her face while Mu Mengyi was distracted. "I advise you to obediently submit to me." Just then, a sword flew over. Murong-kun recognized it, but couldn't dodge in time. He could only raise his hand to block the sword, which pierced through his hand, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Realizing something, Mu Mengyi turned her head, overjoyed. Wait, could this be? She guessed correctly. Tanyun had just arrived, throwing that sword and saying, "Murong-kun, sorry to disappoint you, I'm still alive and well." The others who saw him were speechless, surprised, and exclaimed, "What? This little bastard isn't dead?" He was surrounded by more than 10 spirit embryo realm 9th level disciples and still managed to survive and return. Is this kid really just a new disciple? This is the first time I've seen Murong-kun so miserable. Things are going to get interesting. Let's see how Murong-kun takes revenge. Mu Mengyi hurriedly ran to Tanyun's side, sobbing, and said, "Tanyun, it's good that you're okay." "Ah, I thought you," Tanyun comforted her. "Senior sister, don't worry about me. How could those weaklings hurt me?" Zhongwu Shijiao behind him also spoke up. "Senior sister, what a coincidence to meet you here." Seeing her, Mu Mengyi was surprised. Junior sister Zhongwu, "Tanyun, you guys," Tanyun explained. "I came to Snow City Valley to find the ice attribute, Fire Seed. Fortunately, Zhongwu was here to help." Hearing this, Mu Mengyi was a little angry and jealous, but still tried to say, "So that's how it is." She suddenly grabbed Zhongwu Shijiao's hand and expressed, "Junior sister Zhongwu, Tanyun is the disciple I recruited into the sect. He hasn't been here for long, and there are many things he doesn't know. Fortunately, you were there to take care of him on this trip to the secret realm." Although she smiled happily on the outside, Mu Mengyi's heart was exploding at this moment, and she secretly cursed, "Tanyun is the first person I've taken a liking to. You bimbo, get lost." Zhang Wu Shijiao's hand was tightly gripped by Mu Mengyi, and she couldn't help but think, "Oh, is she declaring her ownership to me?" Zhang Wu Shijiao replied with a smile. "Senior sister Mu is too polite. In the Snow City area, Tan Yun was always the one taking care of me. I was injured before, and it was thanks to him carrying me that I was able to survive." In fact, Zhang Wu Shijiao's heart was also trembling with anger at this moment, thinking, "Sorry, I like this man too, and I won't give him to you." Mu Mengyi's expression changed in shock, surprised. "What? Tan Yun actually carried her?" Zhang Wu Shijiao continued to smile and say, "Senior sister Munu is unexpectedly such a well-rounded person. There are many disciples in the sect who admire you. Do you need junior sister to help you choose one or two? If you don't choose now, you'll be the one being chosen when you get old." Hearing this, Mu Mengyi got even more angry, veins popping at the corners of her eyes. But she still forced a smile, saying, "Junior sister Zhang Wu may be young and beautiful, but she should also watch her words. Just a few days ago I saw many disciples writing love letters to you, enough to fill a room. Moreover, I heard that Linghu Changkong misses you day and night." The two continued to bicker both outwardly and inwardly, leaving Tan Yun standing between them clueless. Zhang Wu Shijiao sarcastically praised. "Senior sister sure has a silver tongue," Mu Mengyi retorted. "Junior sister isn't any worse." Outsiders couldn't help but feel envious. Mu Mengyi and Zhang Wu, so this is jealousy, oh my god. Two outer sect goddesses fighting over one man, I'm so damn envious. Those two should be with me. Mu Mengyi's group of sisters were speechless and helpless, gently saying, "How embarrassing. It's turned into a bunch of people fighting over a man again." At this moment, a loud shout erupted. Tan Yun, Murong-kun, clutching his injured arm, yelled, "Where are the subordinates I sent to kill you?" Tan Yun smirked, replying, "Of course they're dead by my hand, Murong-kun. Your subordinates are as useless as you are, truly like master, like servant, no different at all." Hearing this, Murong-kun roared. He took out a blood pill, declaring, "Tan Yun, you dare to humiliate me. Today I will definitely kill you. No one can protect you." With that, he swallowed the blood pill whole. Immediately, Murong-kun's entire body radiated a bizarre blood aura. He shouted, "The power within me has increased by a level." Murong-kun's eyes seemed to lose control as he said, "Tan Yun, this is a berserk embryo pill I got from my grandmaster. It can help me increase my combat prowess in an instant. It was specially prepared by me. Today, I will definitely kill you." The blood aura spread throughout the space, and the disciples once again widened their eyes in amazement, exclaiming, "Embryo combat power, embryo soul realm. I never thought Murong-kun had this trump card. Even if Tan Yun is strong, he's still in the spirit embryo realm, a whole major realm away in combat power. He's in more danger than good this time." But with Mu Mengyi and Zhang Wu Shijiao here, they probably won't stand idly by. As expected, Zhang Wu Shijiao, seeing how outrageous he was, angrily scolded him. But Mu Mengyi reached out to stop her, saying, "Junior sister Zhang Wu, don't worry." Zhang Wu Shijiao looked at her in surprise. Mu Mengyi smiled and said, "Tan Yun isn't just a simple spirit embryo realm disciple. I have faith in him. Murong-kun in front of him is nothing but a shrimp. As for Tan Yun," he smiled confidently, channeling the power of the Ice Lotus Netherflame into his arm, saying, "Murong-kun, you think having embryo soul realm combat power is enough to subdue me?" Murong-kun confidently replied, "Stop pretending to be so tough, Tan Yun. Today, I'll let you taste despair." With that, he gathered his strength to attack Tan Yun. A powerful punch landed, causing the floor to explode, and thick smoke obscured vision. But when the smoke cleared, there was only a large pit on the floor, with no sign of Tan Yun, causing Murong-kun to be astonished. He looked around, shouting, "Tan Yun, where are you? Get out here for me!" Tan Yun suddenly appeared behind him, asking, "Looking for me?" Murong-kun turned his head, channeling blood-colored spiritual energy into his hand, continuing his attack. "Tan Yun, go to hell." He swung a strike that passed through Tan Yun. Murong-kun attacked Tan Yun, but he only hit Tan Yun's afterimage. Tan Yun had appeared behind Murong-kun at some unknown time. Tan Yun disdainfully said, "Murong-kun, you seem too hasty. You can't even touch the hem of my clothes." Hearing this, Murong-kun gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes glaring at the person behind him. The disciples standing outside were agape, shocked and disbelieving what they were seeing. Everyone panicked and discussed. "Tan Yun's movement technique is too fast. I can't even clearly see how he moves. Although Murong-kun's strength has reached the embryo soul realm, his divine arts are too slow. He can't even touch him." It can't be denied that Tan Yun is toying with him using his movement technique. His strikes are also very accurate. He noticed Murong-kun's flaws with just a glance. "I originally thought Tan Yun would be overwhelmed. I didn't expect him to be the one in the dominant position now." Murong-kun finally couldn't take it anymore. Veins popping on his face, his eyes blazing, his body radiating a heavy blood aura. He laughed maniacally, saying, "Tan Yun, you think having fast movement techniques is enough to defeat me? Take this." Extraterrestrial avatar, Murong-kun, transformed into 4 avatars that flew forward. The avatars formed a circle, surrounding Tan Yun in the middle. Murong-kun looked at Tan Yun triumphantly, saying, "Tan Yun, let's see what you can do now." The disciples outside were once again given the opportunity to be shocked. Once again, they panicked and said, This is ridiculous. Why are there 5 Murong-kuns? Which one is the real one? I never thought Murong-kun could successfully cultivate the extraterrestrial avatar. Judging from the looks of it, he must have at least half mastered it. Tan Yun is in danger this time, Murong-kun said maniacally. Tan Yun, this extraterrestrial avatar is my own technique. I originally planned to use it in the Fallen God Gorge. Now you will die under this move of mine. You should feel honored. Murong-kun cackled. Tan Yun, time to die. Beg for mercy. Tan Yun, you're cornered. Zhongwu Shijiao, standing outside, yelled worriedly. No way, I gotta help Tan Yun. Mu Mengyi, not as impulsive as Zhongwu Shijiao, stopped her. Hold up, don't you see Tan Yun isn't even worried? He's probably got an ace up his sleeve. Just then, a glint flashed in Tan Yun's eyes as he smirked. Murong-kun, if this is your best shot. Tan Yun raised his hand, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual energy. Then today I'm afraid you're out of luck. Spiritual energy erupted around Tan Yun. Countless after-images of Tan Yun appeared, layer upon layer, engulfing Murong-kun. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, Tan Yun knows the outer body double technique too, and his clones are way more than Murong-kun's. Wait, you guys see Tan Yun's clones? Not only are they more solid, but the spiritual energy is also way stronger. This is some high-level outer body double technique. The tables have turned. Murong-kun is so screwed. Zhongwu Shijiao excitedly clenched her fists. Awesome. Tan Yun really did have something prepared, Mu Mengyi smugly said. Zhongwu Shijiao, I know Tan Yun better than you do. Shijiao, annoyed by Mu Mengyi's remark, retorted, HMPH. What's there to be so proud of? Meanwhile, seeing his ultimate technique easily countered by Tan Yun, Murong-kun raged, I don't believe it. You must be using illusions. I've spent years mastering this outer body double technique. How can you be stronger than me? Murong-kun recklessly charged towards Tan Yun. Die. Tan Yun smirked. Don't believe me. Let me open your eyes. Kill. As he said this, all of Tan Yun's clones shouted in unison, Kill! And swarmed towards Murong-kun. Only then did Murong-kun realize his fear, screaming, Wait, no! Then, Murong-kun was pummeled by thousands of fists. All he could do was scream in agony. Defeated, Murong-kun collapsed to his knees. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he angrily cursed. Damn it, why did I lose to you? I'm not reconciled. Outside, the disciples cheered, Tan Yun won. Murong-kun using the berserk embryo pill isn't even a match for Tan Yun. He's seriously too. OP, common disciple Tan Yun will definitely make a big splash throughout the Huangfu holy sect from today, Shijiao also excitedly said. Tan Yun won, Mu Mengyi proudly stated. I knew he could do it. He's worthy of being the man I chose. Hearing this, Shijiao glared at Mu Mengyi. Liar, pants on fire. Tan Yun doesn't even like you. Mu Mengyi didn't care, calmly saying, That's just a matter of time. Tan Yun looked at Murong-kun, who was kneeling and trembling on the ground, and coldly asked, Murong-kun, do you have any last words? Murong-kun, covered in blood, gritted his teeth and threatened, Tan Yun, my grandpa is a sect elder. If you kill me, you won't have a peaceful life either. Tan Yun didn't bother with his words. Tan Yun directly flew over, reaching out to attack Murong-kun. Even if you're the sect leader's son, you're gonna die today. Murong-kun froze, fearfully looking at Tan Yun before him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Tan Yun turned around, only to see law enforcement elder Chihuai Yongtong flying down from the sky, angrily reaching out and shouting, Stop right there! Boom! With a sound, an explosion erupted where Tan Yun was standing. Smoke and dust billowed up. Shijiao and Mu Mengyi cried out worriedly, Tan Yun! From within the smoke, Tan Yun unleashed spiritual energy and flew out of the explosion. On the other side, Elder Chihuai Yongtong carried Murong-kun out. Seeing Tan Yun come out, clutching his chest, Shijiao rushed over. Tan Yun, are you okay? Mu Mengyi also worriedly asked, Tan Yun, are you injured? Tan Yun coldly smiled. I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? On the contrary, that old geezer's palm strike hitting my Hongmeng overlord body definitely won't feel good for him. Across from him, Elder Chihuai Yongtong wasn't having a good time either. He was heavily injured and feeling awful, thinking, is this kid made of steel? Why is he so damn hard? My palm strike on him actually hurt me. Seeing someone backing him up, Murong-kun said aggressively, Elder Chihuai, kill that Tan Yun. This punk dared to try and kill me right here in the sect. He can't be spared. Chihuai Yongtong nodded, saying, Don't worry, good nephew. Your grandpa told me to take extra care of you. This is the perfect chance to make good on that promise. As the enforcement elder, I'll give you a fair and just outcome. The disciples outside, seeing this scene, got pissed and said, Pui, Murong-kun clearly tried to kill Tan Yun, and now he's pulling a switcheroo. Elder Chiu is straight up sucking up to him. Tan Yun is in deep trouble now. Elder Chiu is a super strong nascent soul cultivator. There is no way Tan Yun is his match, Xinjiao said indignantly. Elder Chiu Munorong-kun clearly attacked Tan Yun first. Stop trying to deceive everyone here, Muno Mengyi also agreed angrily. That's right. As the enforcement elder, if you don't deliver impartial justice, I'll report this to the sect. Chua Yongtong ignored everyone's words and shouted, Insolence! Are you teaching me how to do my job? He rushed forward, attacking Zhongyu Shijiao and Mu Mengyi. Chu Yongtong said angrily, I'll teach you a lesson. Mu Mengyi and Xinjiao were shocked that he would attack them, and instinctively raised their hands to defend themselves. Seeing them being attacked, Tan Yun rushed to their side like lightning, rescuing them. Mu Mengyi, lying in Tan Yun's arms, said shyly, Tan Yun, you. Zhongyu Shijiao's face also reddened, saying, Tan Yun, put Shijiao and Mu Mengyi down on the ground. Afterwards, Tan Yun looked at Chu Yongtong seriously and said, Unable to distinguish right from wrong, relying on power to bully others. Chu Yongtong, I think you're tired of living, huh? Everyone outside looked at each other in confusion, saying, Tan Yun actually dared to challenge Elder Qinhua. Is Tan Yun crazy? Does he think he's stronger than Elder Qinhua? What a dumbass. No matter how talented Tan Yun is, he can't be this arrogant. Mu Rongkun, on the other side, smirked triumphantly. Tan Yun actually dared to challenge the elder. He's so dead. Elder Chu Yongtong burst out with an overwhelming aura, laughing loudly. Tan Yun, this old fossil has been the enforcement elder for over a decade, and this is the first time I've met someone as cocky as you. If I don't drag you back to the Hall of Law Enforcement today, I'll eat my hat. Across from him, Tan Yun ignored Elder Qinhui's threats and raised his fist. Tan Yun looked at him disdainfully, saying, Don't worry, after you die, I'll carve the name, Qinhui, backwards on your tombstone. Would that satisfy you? Zhongyu Shijiao's eyes lit up as she looked at Tan Yun admiringly. Tan Yun is so badass, he doesn't even put the elder in his eyes. Mu Mengyi hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, saying, Don't say stupid things. Mu Mengyi pondered and analyzed. Chu Yongtong is a nascent soul realm powerhouse with great strength, not someone that Mu Rongkun could ever compare to. Mu Mengyi looked back anxiously and said to Xue Xian, Xian, hurry! Go invite Grand Elder Shen Qinghui. He has always cared for the disciples in the sect and has a good relationship with me. If he comes, he can definitely protect Tan Yun. Xue Xian nodded, understood, and quickly turned and left. Chu Yongtong raised his hand, fiercely declaring, Tan Yun, you disrespect your elders and injure inner-sect disciples. As the enforcement elder, I must punish you today. Wake up, Senluo Palm. Chu Yongtong's hand reached out, and a pile of purple hands appeared, attacking Tan Yun. The disciples, seeing the power of this attack, said in fear, This is Elder Qinhyun's unique technique. Once he makes a move, the opponent only has one path, death. It looks like he didn't want to keep Tan Yun alive at all. Elder Qinhyu can actually condense hundreds of palm imprints. These are the signature moves of the Senluo palm. Tan Yun is in big trouble. Tan Yun dared to challenge Elder Qinhyu. I believe he must have been prepared. Tan Yun's eyes turned blood red as he looked at him, thinking in his head, This palm strike can help me temper my Hongmeng overlord body. Tan Yun put out both hands, and his whole body radiated spiritual power, forming a shield that covered him. At this moment, Chu Yongtong's devil hands also flew over, but instead of hitting Tan Yun, they hit the aura surrounding him. Shi Jiao and Mu Mengyi cried out in horror. No. Across from them, Chua Yongtong kept attacking madly, saying, This kid, you're not even dodging. You actually dared to directly block my Senluo palm. I bet I've already ground you into mush. But before he could be happy, he saw Tan Yun slowly approaching him from behind the purple aura. Chu Yongtong's eyes popped out of his head as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Tan Yun blew away all of his attacks. Tan Yun said disdainfully, Chua Yongtong, you think you can grind me into mush with a bit of palm power? Keep dreaming. Chua Yongtong cried out in shock. What, kid? You don't even have a scratch. How is this possible? Outside, Xinjiao breathed a sigh of relief, saying, He blocked it, Mu Mengyi said happily. Tan Yun is okay. Tan Yun raised his index finger, beckoning provocatively, and said, Chiwai Yingtong, did you not eat? Or did you use up all your strength in that last move? That palm strike wasn't even enough to tickle me. You're dead, elder? It's time for the younger generation to carry the bird, Tan Yun said crazily. Can you even do it? Tan Yun thought in his head. Almost there. Just a little more powerful palm force, and my Hongmeng overlord body can break through to the 3rd level. I must provoke him a little more to make him attack again. Hearing these words, everyone outside exclaimed in shock. If I hadn't seen Elder Qinhyu use Senluo palm to kill a 3 Kalpa stage demonic beast, I really wouldn't believe it. Someone's eyes turned into heart shapes, full of admiration, and said, Tan Yun actually took the initiative to ask Elder Chu to attack. I wonder how tough his body is. Are other parts of his body as tough? Faced with Tan Yun's provocation, Chua Yingtong couldn't bear it and said frantically, Bastard, Tan Yun, you dare ask if I can still fight. Next, I will send you to the Western Paradise with this palm. His whole body burst out with enormous energy, and spiritual power was released continuously. Senluo palm, myriad manifestations unite. Chu Yingtong reached out his hand and released thousands of palms towards Tan Yun. At this moment, a flustered voice rang out. Chua Yingtong, stop for me. Everyone at the scene heard this and turned their heads in surprise, only to see that the person who came was the great elder of the outer sect, Shen Qingqi. But at this moment, Chu Yingtong did not stop, but shouted, Too late, Tan Yun, you die. He flew like an arrow, directly striking Tan Yun's chest. But Tan Yun did not dodge, and even closed his eyes directly, eagerly waiting for this attack to hit him, only to see a boom. White smoke billowed, and dust splashed everywhere. Everyone outside quickly covered their faces, panicking and saying, Ah! What terrifying power! He's done for. Tan Yun is really finished this time. Such a powerful palm strike. Even if Elder Shen wants to stop it, it won't be easy. The group on Shen Qingxua's side saw the power of this explosion, and their faces became tense. Xin Zhao asked worriedly, Elder Shen, Great Elder, is Tan Yun going to be okay? Mu Mengyi was also worried but still believed in Tan Yun, and said, Tan Yun blocked a palm from Xin Jingtong just now, so this time there probably won't be a problem. Shen Qingqi didn't think so, he said in a deep voice. Not necessarily. Chu Yingtong's myriad manifestations unite of Senluo palm will unite hundreds of palms together. Even if I were to directly block this palm, it wouldn't be easy, Tan Yun, he's afraid. Even Xin Qingqi as an elder said so. Tan Yun was bound to be more unlucky than lucky. Shi Jiao and Mu Mengyi ran up in fear and shouted, No, I don't believe it, Tan Yun, you can't die. On the other side, Murong Kun laughed triumphantly and said, How ridiculous. The ultimate winner is the Ying family. Tan Yun, what's the use of being good at trash talk? Everyone outside was equally frightened, they said in fear. Humph, Tan Yun finally died in the hands of Elder Chua. It seems that there will be no miracle. Damn it, Tan Yun has outstanding talent, but was framed by Chua Yingtong and Murong Kun together. I feel so unfair. On the other side, Chu Yingtong's hand struck Tan Yun's chest. He was sure he would win, and laughed arrogantly. Open your eyes and look. This is the end for those who dare to be arrogant in front of me. But at this moment, Tan Yun, who was thought to be dead, spoke. Who said I'm dead? Aren't I alive and kicking here? Only then did they notice that a golden aura was radiating around Tan Yun. Chu Yingtong widened his eyes and shouted in astonishment. What? Tan Yun. At this time he looked up and did not look injured at all, and even had a bit more strength. Tan Yun's eyes lit up and said, Hongmeng Overlord Bodhi's second level complete. On the other side, Shen Qingqi was equally surprised. Tan Yun is fine, the disciple said in surprise. Damn, he's not dead yet. With such terrifying destructive power, and he's not injured at all. This is the strongest defense I've ever known. The other disciple said enviously. Senior brother Tan Yun is too strong. I want to be friends with him more and more. Chu Yingtong couldn't fight in panic at this time, and retreated behind him, not believing his eyes, and said, What? What is going on? His face was angry, and he stared at his shaking hands and said, He wasn't even injured at all by my myriad manifestations unite. Tan Yun's eyes were full of murderous intent and said, Thanks to your myriad manifestations unite, my Hongmeng Overlord body was able to break through to the second level. Tan Yun was as fast as lightning, grabbed Chu Yingtong's trembling wrist, and said in a deep voice, You hit me so many palms, now it's my turn. With that, before Chu Yingtong could do anything, Tan Yun crushed his hand. Chu Yingtong's eyes were full of pain, and he shouted in pain, Tan Yun, what do you want to do to me? I am the law enforcement elder in the outer sect. If you dare to attack me, aren't you afraid of being punished? Tan Yun didn't care about the screaming. He said calmly, Don't worry, I'll only use one punch. One punch is to settle the grievance between you and me, and I won't pursue today's matter. Chu Yingtong calmed down at this time. Not believing what he heard, he stammered, Oh, one punch. Chu Yingtong began to think about the gains and losses. Tan Yun is just a spirit embryo realm. His defense has changed, and he must think that his strength may be stronger. As long as he blocks this punch to completely resolve the grievance, Shen Qingqi has no reason to cause trouble for me. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and nodded. Fine, come at me. It's just one punch, right? You won't even. But before he could finish, Tan Yun rushed forward and punched him, Hongmeng Overlord Fist. The moment this punch landed, he was sent flying several meters into the air, blood gushing from his mouth like a flood. Impossible to stop. Chua Yongtong flew in a wide arc, then crashed heavily to the ground. This time, Chua Yongtong was trembling all over, unsure if it was from pain or anger. He growled, Damn it, you dare destroy my spiritual foundation, turning me into a cripple. Hearing his resentful words, Tan Yun raised his fist and said, This punch was with your consent, so don't blame me, Tan Yun added. At least I spared your life. Hearing this, the disciples exclaimed in shock. Elder Chiwai took so many of Tan Yun's attacks and was barely affected. Yet Tan Yun crippled Elder Chiwai with a single punch. The gap is too huge. Who's the elder and who's the disciple here? I suspect I'm dreaming. At this moment, Qiu Yongtong, his mouth full of blood, reached out to Shen Qingque and cried for help. Elder Shen, Tan Yun crippled me. You must avenge me. Mu Rongkun, still fearless, questioned aggressively. Grand Elder, this Tan Yun is a treacherous wolf, without respect for seniority. Now that he's just an outer disciple, he dares to cripple a law enforcement elder. In the future, he will surely be a disaster for the sect. Grand Elder, please cripple his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Shen Qingque listened to these words and pondered. But in his head, Shen Qingque thought, is Mu Rongkun really that stupid? How can't he see the situation? Still wants me to cripple Tan Yun's cultivation? Qiu Yongtong's strength isn't much weaker than mine, yet Tan Yun crippled him with one punch. How can I be Tan Yun's opponent here? On the other side, Shi Jiao and Mu Mengyi, hearing Mu Rongkun's words, angrily shouted, Mu Rongkun, you're going too far. It was clearly you guys who ganged up to harm us first. Besides, Tan Yun punched Chiwai Yongtong with his consent. Other disciples also stood up for Tan Yun, saying, that's right, Tan Yun was only acting in self-defense. Grand Elder, please see the truth. I agree to be a witness for Tan Yun. Hearing this, everyone clasped their hands and said in unison, Grand Elder, Tan Yun is innocent. We agree to be witnesses for him. Chiwai Yongtong colluded with Mu Rongkun to bully us outer disciples for a long time. They deserve to be punished. I witnessed the whole thing. Mu Rongkun is twisting the truth. I also agree to stand as a witness for Tan Yun. Shi Jiao and Mu Mengyi also stood up and said, we also agree to be witnesses to protect Tan Yun. After that, everyone knelt down toward Shen Qingque. Seeing everyone standing up for Tan Yun, Qiu Yongtong said in disbelief, How could this be? Mu Rongkun angrily shouted, damn it, why are so many people helping Tan Yun? Tan Yun smiled calmly and said, this is what they call justice prevailing. The wicked deserve to be punished. Shen Qingque also took this opportunity to raise his hand and announce, very well. Since everyone agrees, I, in the name of the Grand Elder, hereby order, immediately remove Qiu Yongtong from his position as law enforcement elder and expel him from the sect. Mu Rongkun is to be punished with 30 strokes, executed immediately. Hearing the verdict, Qiu Yongtong said regretfully, It's over. It's really all over. Why did I offend Tan Yun? Then he fainted. On the other side, two disciples took out 2 large sticks and slowly walked towards Mu Rongkun, saying, Mu Rongkun, kneel down and prepare to be punished. Mu Rongkun looked at the 2 terrifying people in front of him and retreated in horror, saying, no, my grandfather is an intersect elder. What right do you have to punish me? He was still full of momentum, turned around and said, I'm going to tell my grandfather about this. You guys are colluding to plot against me. Shen Qingque saw that Mu Rongkun didn't take his words seriously and even intended to escape, and angrily shouted, Mu Rongkun, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a grandfather who is an intersect elder. You must know that this is the outer sect. Mu Rongkun didn't care, and instead threatened, HMPH, damn outer sect, I'm leaving right now. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll show them. Everyone was furious after hearing these arrogant words. Damn it, Mu Rongkun is too arrogant, HMPH. Who told him he has a grandfather who's an intersect elder? Are we going to continue to be bullied by him in the future? Just as Mu Rongkun was about to leave, Tan Yun stepped forward and blocked him, saying, hold it right there. Tan Yun smiled and said, Mu Rongkun, others may fear your family's power, but I don't. Mu Rongkun was furious to the point of trembling when Tan Yun blocked his path. Tan Yun, why is it you again? Why do you keep chasing after me relentlessly? Tan Yun calmly raised his fist and said, if you don't mess with me, I won't bother you either. I have to teach a good lesson to someone as uneducated as you. Tan Yun turned to Shen Qingque for his opinion. Elder, can you let me be in charge of dealing with Mu Rongkun? Shen Qingque happily nodded and said, sure. Mu Rongkun screamed in horror upon hearing this. What? Wait, Grand Elder, I agree to be punished. Can you change someone else? But unfortunately, Tan Yun walked towards Mu Rongkun and reached out his hand, saying, it's too late to change now. Tan Yun slapped him across the face and angrily said, this slap is for bullying the brothers in the sect. The slap sent Mu Rongkun's face flying to the side, spitting out blood. Before he could react, another slap from Tan Yun landed. Tan Yun said, this slap is for daring to have impure thoughts about senior sister Mu Mengyi. Not stopping there, the third slap landed, sending Mu Rongkun's face flying. Tan Yun angrily said, this slap is because your face is too ugly. Again, a slap from Tan Yun landed, knocking Mu Rongkun to the ground. Mu Rongkun lay on the ground, his face now a pig's head, crying pitifully in pain. Seeing Mu Rongkun beaten to a pulp, everyone cheered without sympathy. Hi-yo, bravo, well done Mu Rongkun, you finally have this day coming, it's really satisfying. Mu Rongkun struggled to get up, painfully clutching his face, and said, "Tanyun, just you wait." Then he turned around and thought viciously, "The life or death test of Yun Shen Xiaji Yu is about to begin. You're doomed then." Then he left. Outside the main hall, a voice sounded like a dragon's roar. Inside the main hall, two people were sitting opposite each other. The speaker was Guo Zhengshao, the elder of the outer sect. Guo Zhengshao looked at the person opposite him and said, 10 years ago I discovered you, an abandoned child deep in the forest, then let you join the sect. For the past 10 years I have been trying to gather information about your family, and now I have finally found it. The person opposite Guo Zhengshao was Liu Rulong. He said in surprise, "Is this true? Where is my family?" Guo Zhengshu smiled and said, "Wangyu Town, Liu family." After hearing the location, Liu Rulong turned and ran out like lightning, saying, "Disciple will go find them immediately." Elder Guo Zhengshao did not expect Rulong to run so fast, and put out his hand to stop him. "Rulong, don't rush. I've already sent someone to find them. Guess your family is coming here soon." Liu Rulong calmed down upon hearing this, knelt down, and clasped his hands together. Master's great kindness, Rulong will never forget. At this moment, a disciple rushed in from outside the hall, shouting, "10th Elder!" Liu Rulong looked over in surprise, wondering what was wrong with this disciple. 10th Elder, Guo Zhengshao quickly stood up and walked out. "The person I sent to pick up your family has returned. Let's go, I'll take you to meet them." Liu Rulong stood up and followed the elder. At this time, the servant saw Guo Zhengshao coming out and knelt down, fearfully said, "10th Elder, when this humble servant arrived at Wangyu Town, everyone in the Liu family had been murdered. Not even the dogs and chickens escaped." Liu Rulong was shocked, and his eyes rolled back upon hearing this, while Guo Zhengshao was equally surprised. Liu Rulong could no longer remain calm, veins popping out on his face. He shouted angrily, "What?" Liu Rulong grabbed the servant by the collar and roared, Who did it? Who on earth killed my family? I haven't even had a chance to meet them." The servant looked at Liu Rulong's appearance and stammered in fear, It's Tanyun. He is now a disciple of the holy sect." After learning that the person who harmed his entire family was Tanyun, Liu Rulong's face turned red, and he said, "Tanyun," raising his head to the sky, his eyes shining brightly and shouting, "The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. If I can't kill you, I swear I will not be a human." At this moment, Zhongwu Shijiao, standing outside the door, had heard everything. She was shocked and widened her eyes. Then she covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face. Shijiao said in fear, Tanyun is actually the enemy who killed Liu Rulong's parents." Shijiao collapsed to the ground as if she had lost all strength, feeling extremely painful in her heart, wondering, Why is it like this? What should I do? In a room, Linghu Chenkong slammed the table angrily, saying, "That good-for-nothing Ye Tian can't even handle such a small matter." His new subordinate's face darkened, and said, "The Yun Shen Xiaji Yu training exam is about to take place. Tanyun will definitely participate. Should we send someone to take care of him during the exam?" Linghu Chenkong glared fiercely, and ordered, "Before finding the thing in Yun Shen Xiaji Yu, no manpower is allowed to be wasted on other things. Give the order to the whole team." Linghu Chenkong stood up and ordered the subordinate below, "Pass down my order. Any intersect disciple who kills Tanyun will be rewarded with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones." Saying these words, a rare, cruel look appeared on Linghu Chenkong's face. The subordinate heard the order and quickly accepted the order. "Got it." And then he quickly walked outside. Linghu Chenkong raised his hand. A black, glowing mark appeared on his right palm. Looking at the mark, his smile became even more sinister. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. As long as I obtain the demon god's inheritance within the Fallen God Canyon, my strength will skyrocket, and I'll become a core disciple. Tanyun and Murong-kun won't escape my grasp. Elsewhere, a voice filled with anger erupted. "Tanyun." The speaker was Wang Futong, and his face was filled with anguish. He angrily crumpled the paper in his hand, tears streaming down as he roared, "You killed my father, Wang Ba, killed my younger brother, Wang Fuchen, and destroyed my entire family. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human." Just then, Murong-kun slowly walked over, his face full of glee, saying, "I didn't expect Wang Shidi's family to be murdered by Tanyun. This matter truly cannot be easily forgiven." Hearing this, Wang Futong felt like he'd found someone to confide in, and he looked at Murong-kun, begging for help. "Shixiong Murong, your grandfather is an intersect elder. You must have a way to kill Tanyun. Please, Shixiong Murong, you must help me." Murong-kun was just waiting for him to say that. Murong-kun narrowed his eyes, revealing a wicked smile, saying, "Wang Shidi, rest assured, for this Fallen God Canyon trial, I've arranged for a team of 9th-level Spirit Embryo Realm disciples to help you. I can give you command over these 100 disciples, but..." Saying this, Murong-kun paused, then hesitantly continued, "I heard that Liang Qing, Wang Shidi's sweetheart, is extremely beautiful, not at all inferior to Mu Mengyi. I'm actually quite interested. As Murong-kun spoke, a lecherous glint flashed in his eyes, thinking, this trip was originally to exploit Wang Futong. If I can also obtain Liang Qing, then it can be considered an unexpected harvest. Hearing Murong-kun's unreasonable request, Wang Futong was stunned, his mouth agape, and he exclaimed, what? Liang Qing and I are already betrothed? We'll be husband and wife in the future? She's the person I love the most in this life. Seeing Wang Futong unwilling to agree, Murong-kun glared at him in anger, threatening, so you're thinking. But right at this moment, Wang Futong completely changed his attitude, a twisted smile spreading across his face as he said, add more people, at least add another 100, and I'll personally offer Liang Qing to you. Just as Wang Futong's words rang out, a shrill sound echoed, followed by a shattered teacup on the floor, the tea scattering everywhere. Liang Qing, the subject of their conversation, appeared. Liang Qing's entire body trembled, her face filled with disbelief, and she stammered, Futong, you would actually give me away to Murong-kun? Wang Futong heard this and turned around, his face showing no hint of shame but rather a crazed look, saying, Qing Zhari, you've come at the right time. I'm using you to trade for 109th level spirit embryo realm disciples. Consider it a fair exchange. Hearing her future husband treat her like merchandise, Liang Qing was heartbroken and wept bitterly. She angrily said, You're an animal. I must tell this to the Grand Elder and let him be the judge. Saying this, Liang Qing covered her face and turned to leave. But she didn't know that Wang Futong behind her had darkened his face, his eyes glaring at her. Before Liang Qing could even walk outside, she saw a dark shadow appear behind her, growling. You come back here, Liang Qing gasped in surprise. What? After seeing Wang Futong chasing after her, she fearfully tried to run away, but was immediately knocked unconscious by a blow from behind by Murong-kun. Murong-kun caught the collapsing Liang Qing in his arms, muttering, truly a great beauty. Then, Murong-kun quickly carried Liang Qing outside, not forgetting to say to Wang Futong before leaving, Wang Shidi, rest assured, I'll deliver those 200 people to you tomorrow. I'll take Liang Qing away. After speaking, Murong-kun couldn't help but laugh heartily. As for Wang Futong, veins were popping out on his face, and he muttered maniacally, Liang Qing, don't blame me, I must kill Tan Yun to avenge my father and younger brother. The next day, at the Huangfu Holy Sect, people had gathered in large numbers since early morning. In the crowd, everyone was excitedly discussing, the Fallen God Canyon is finally open, I can't wait any longer. I'm already at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. As long as I find the soul spring inside, I can break through to the nascent soul realm. The Fallen God Canyon also has ancient ruins. If I can find a treasure or an inheritance, who knows, I might become a powerhouse within the inner sect. Tan Yun stood in the crowd, listening to everyone's lively discussions, thinking, Chaos Origin, Fallen God Canyon, it all comes down to, you guys, I'll know once I go inside. Just then, Mu Mengyi saw Tan Yun in the crowd and shouted, Tan Yun! Mu Mengyi rushed breathlessly to Tan Yun's side, saying, I just received news that Linghu Chenkong has offered a reward of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for anyone who kills you. Faced with the bounty, Tan Yun remained unfazed, saying, Linghu Chenkong, it seems this is because of Ye Tian's matter. Mu Mengyi then explained Linghu Chenkong's background. Tan Yun, Linghu Chenkong was originally the first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength is very strong, and he also has a large number of followers in the outer sect. Adding in Murong-kun, this trip to the Fallen God Canyon is extremely dangerous. After speaking, Mu Mengyi asked worriedly, or perhaps you. But at that moment, Tan Yun interrupted her, saying confidently, I must go to the Fallen God Canyon, and as for Linghu Chenkong and Murong-kun, whoever dares to come, I'll kill them. If both come, I'll kill them both. Over there, Zhongwu Shijiao saw Mu Mengyi and Tan Yun talking to each other and wanted to go over as well. But then Shijiao stopped, her heart filled with hesitation. Tan Yun, how am I supposed to face him? Just as Shijiao was feeling conflicted, Liu Rulong suddenly appeared behind her. Liu Rulong glanced at Shijiao, then commanded, saying, Shijiao, once we enter the secret realm, if you discover Tan Yun's whereabouts, you must quickly report it to me. I will immediately bring people to surround him. Shijiao naturally didn't want to, but at this moment she could only lower her head and say, I understand. On the other side, Murong-kun and Liang Qing were standing next to each other. Murong-kun hugged Liang Qing from behind, whispering into her ear, warning, Beauty, don't forget that your little brother Liang Tian is also in this group. You better listen to me, otherwise his little life will be hard to protect. Liang Qing was so angry that she trembled upon hearing this, but now there was nothing she could do about him. Wang Futong also stepped forward and nodded in agreement, saying, That's right, Liang Qing. Obediently stay by senior brother Murong's side and enjoy the good life. Seeing these two bastards, Liang Qing gritted her teeth in anger, secretly thinking, Only by enduring can I avenge Wang Futong. Then she turned to look at Murong-kun and said, Senior brother Murong, about what you promised me. Murong-kun nodded and said, Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Mu Rongkun took out a piece of jade pendant and handed it to Wang Futong, saying, after you enter and find Tan Yun, immediately crush this jade pendant. Someone will come to help you. Wang Futong happily ran over, smiling obsequiously, and grabbed the jade pendant, saying, thank you, senior brother Mu Rong. On the outside, Wang Futong was smiling happily, but in his heart he was cursing. Mu Rongkun, you bastard! You actually dared to steal my girl. Just wait, in the end you'll all die. Just then, an elder standing on the high platform shouted loudly, order! Shen Qingqi announced to everyone below. This time the Fallen God Canyon opens. You will be teleported to different places in the canyon. We have equipped you with great magic tools refined by our sex, Saint Stage Great Magician. 1 day of cultivation in the tower is equivalent to 15 days in the outside world. Moreover, after it ends, the inner sect elders will select the outstanding disciples and accept them. The outer sect disciples raised their heads excitedly upon hearing the great elder's words. They exclaimed in surprise, oh my God, there is such a magical tower. I must be chosen by the inner sect elders. This is a one-step path to heaven, let's risk it. Elder Shen Qingqi then continued. Specific information about the Fallen God Canyon has been sent to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a token appeared in each outer sect disciple's hand, containing complete information about the Fallen God Canyon. Shen Qingqi announced to all the disciples. The training exam begins. After saying that, Shen Qingqi threw the flag down below. Hearing Elder Shen Qingqi's order signaling the start of the exam, a flag was taken out, and it emitted a mysterious power. It turned out to be a formation flag. Once the formation flag appeared, it meant that the gate leading to the Fallen God Canyon competition area was open. The gate of the formation disappearing is also the time when the gate to untie the matrix begins to open. Seeing this, Tan Yun, standing in the crowd, observed and said, it's finally open. While the people around him were still confused as the door had fully opened, everyone was sucked into the inner world by some power, leading to a new setting. Seeing that everyone had arrived at the place for the trial, Shen Qingqi stroked his beard and said, competition is unavoidable. This journey, who knows how many of the 3,000 disciples will be able to live and return here. On this side, Tan Yun had arrived at another place, holding the token in his hand, Tan Yun thought. According to the information obtained from the Wang family, this is the outer ring of the Fallen God Canyon, and the demon beasts in the inner ring are probably much stronger than here, so the Huangfu Holy Sect used a formation to isolate it from the outside. It seems that I have to take a walk in the inner ring to see if this place is related to the Kunzhen Chuyuan. After speaking, Tan Yun went straight into the depths to investigate the situation. Suddenly, Tan Yun felt like someone was following him from behind. He glanced back and shouted, ah! Stepping out from the bushes was Wang Futong and his gang, their faces revealing cunning expressions. And as they moved towards Tan Yun, he laughed and called out, Tan Yun! He said, I didn't expect that the first person to find you would be me. Seeing this, Tan Yun asked loudly, who are you? Seeing that Tan Yun didn't recognize him, Wang Futong became angry, his eyes turning fierce, and he shouted, Wang Ba is my father, Wang Fuchen is my younger brother. Who do you think I am, Tan Yun? Today I must kill you to avenge my family. After speaking, Wang Futong immediately signaled and ordered, charge. Hearing this, the people behind him immediately rushed up to attack Tan Yun. They shouted loudly, go to hell, Tan Yun! This Fallen God Canyon is your grave, kill! Seeing this, Tan Yun was not afraid at all. He just closed his eyes calmly, took a deep breath, and said, a bunch of trash, get lost. After speaking, Tan Yun only needed to use one palm to send Wang Futong's group flying dozens of meters away. They painfully fell to the ground, some lying face down, some lying face up, vomiting blood. Before Tan Yun's strength, they had to exclaim, the power is terrifying, completely unstoppable. Seeing them unable to fight back, Tan Yun scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Just a few of you think you can kill me. Is your Wang clan all this idiot? Hearing Tan Yun, Wang Futong burst out laughing. Tan Yun, I know you're strong. Of course, they can't kill you, but they're enough to buy us time. Before he finished, Wang Futong, a sinister smirk on his face, pulled out a spiritual artifact and activated it, signaling his subordinates to appear and set up a formation. Hearing the command, from within the dense thicket, hundreds of people leaped out, approaching Tan Yun. Seeing the situation, Tan Yun was quite surprised, but remained completely unfazed. In no time, hundreds of people had surrounded Tan Yun, ready to deploy their formation. Once the formation was fully deployed, Tan Yun, seeing through Wang Futong's scheme, remarked, not a bad formation. Wang Futong, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you could gather over 200 expert disciples. Hearing this, Wang Futong arrogantly pointed a finger at Tan Yun's face and sneered, Tan Yun, I had to offer my own daughter to Murong Kun to get these 200 to 300 ninth level spirit embryo disciples. Aren't you shaking in your boots now? Wanna kneel and beg for your life? Wang Futong clenched his fist, raising it high. He laughed loudly and continued. Too bad, no matter how much you struggle, it'll be useless. Today you're definitely dying here. Faced with Wang Futong's threats, Tan Yun wasn't scared at all. He just laughed loudly and declared, Wang Futong, I think you're mistaken. I'm not afraid. I just think your 200 guys are still too few. Not even enough to fight me. What a genius. With boundless strength. 200 people were just little ants to Tan Yun. How would he deal with them? Hearing Tan Yun scoff at the 9th level spirit embryo experts, he furiously roared, Tan Yun, you're too arrogant. Even Linghu Chengkong, the #1 on the hidden dragon ranking, wouldn't dare speak so boldly here. No matter how strong you are, you're still just in the spirit embryo realm. If 200 of us combine forces, just one wave is enough to tear you to pieces. No one will come to save you in this trial zone, Tan Yun. Today, even if you had wings, it'd be hard to fly away. On the side, Wang Futong, hearing this, proudly added, Everyone, Tan Yun is so confident. What are we waiting for? Let's strike him down, kill him. With that, Wang Futong secretly plotted in his mind, Tan Yun's strength isn't low. I'll let others go first to wear down his stamina. Then I'll make my move to kill him. Suddenly, a tall, bald man, holding 2 massive weights, appeared out of nowhere. He roared, Let me handle this! He landed right in front of Tan Yun, a ferocious expression on his face, his massive frame completely overshadowing Tan Yun. Seeing this, Wang Futong's group buzzed with excitement. It's Wang Tichui, the 10th on the hidden dragon ranking. He's born with divine strength and wields iron hammers weighing over 10,000 jin. He's a master of potent techniques and can deploy formations. If we let him unleash his formation, even Linghu Chengkong wouldn't dare face a single one of his hammer blows. Tan Yun is going to be torn to shreds. Get ready for a good show. Wang Tichui, with his big face and small eyes, looked down at Tan Yun and growled, Tan Yun, I hear your fists are pretty tough, but I wonder, are they as tough as my iron hammers? Hearing that, Tan Yun raised his fist, a challenging glint in his eyes. You'll find out if you try, but the price you pay will be your life. As he finished speaking, Tan Yun had touched Wang Tichui's pride. Enraged, he launched his attack, roaring, Arrogant fool, take this! Wind Thunder Hammer Technique, 13 consecutive strikes. With that, Wang Tichui unleashed his move, attacking Tan Yun. Seeing this, Tan Yun swiftly defended, quickly assessing that Wang Tichui was all strength and no skill. Just as Wang Tichui's iron hammers were about to strike Tan Yun, he roared, Shatter! Before he could finish, Tan Yun delivered a painful punch to his gut. So, who's shattering now? Wang Tichui took the blow, sending him flying backward. He slammed painfully into a nearby tree before falling to the ground, motionless, vomiting blood. Seeing this, the 9th level spirit embryo disciples cried out in fright and astonishment. What? Tan Yun crippled Wang Tichui with one punch. Even those 2 heavy hammers were broken. What level of divine strength is that? Tan Yun's power is too terrifying. After dealing with Wang Tichui, Tan Yun dusted his hands and arrogantly called out, Anyone else stronger than him? Suddenly, footsteps emerged from the crowd. A voice declared loudly, Let us handle it. It was the Hano brothers, who stepped out confidently and introduced themselves. We are the Hao brothers, hired by Linghu Chengkong with over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tan Yun, no matter how strong you are, can your speed possibly match ours? Seeing this, the 9th level spirit embryo disciples smirked and whispered amongst themselves. It's the Hao brothers. Their speed is #1 in the Huangfu Saint sect. Even though they're ranked over 30 on the hidden dragon ranking, it's rumored they have a combo technique that can multiply their speed many times over. Plus, all 3 of them are wearing their Qingyun sect robes today. Tan Yun absolutely won't even be able to catch their shadows. Without another word, the green-haired guy unleashed his move, shouting, Second brother, third brother, let's use the shifting form shadow transformation grand technique. With that, he immediately charged towards Tan Yun. Just as rumored, there was no trace of his shadow to be seen. Tan Yun was surrounded by a blue light. The eldest brother, having just unleashed his move, laughed and said, Tan Yun, you can't even see our shadows, can you? No matter how strong you are, you won't hit us. We are the fastest outer sect disciples of the Huangfu Saint sect. Hearing that, Tan Yun's eyes sharpened as he observed them. He clenched his fists and replied resoundingly, A real man should keep it low-key. With that, Tan Yun unleashed a flurry of punches straight at them. They were caught completely off guard, and they exclaimed in shock, What? Another palm strike sent them flying in utter bewilderment. The 3 of them crashed to the ground in agony, unable to believe their eyes. Big Bro, the leader, groaned in pain. Second Bro, the second one, stammered, how could this be? Before losing consciousness, the third one struggled to speak. He actually hit us. Having won the fight, Tan Yun swaggered forward, saying coldly, How boring. Seriously, too dull. Don't waste my time, all of you come at me. Otherwise, it's not enough for me to loosen up my muscles and bones. Seeing Tan Yun's aura, Wang Futong's group couldn't help but feel apprehensive about his strength. As they watched Tan Yun approach, they retreated backward. Someone in the crowd spoke up. "I can't believe Tan Yun is actually taking on all of us." Hearing that, someone else replied, "He's acting like he doesn't even see a few hundred people here. He just has a little skill and already thinks he's all that." Seeing this, Wang Futong, frightened, immediately ordered, "What are you all standing around for? Tan Yun is openly looking down on us. Can you guys tolerate this? Everyone charge! Kill this little punk and you can go back to senior brother Murong and claim your reward." Hearing that, they immediately charged at Tan Yun, angrily shouting as they attacked, "Unbearable! We must kill Tan Yun today, brothers! Let's go together! Don't give Tan Yun a chance to rest! This kid's head is worth a lot of money!" Seeing everyone following his orders and charging forward, Wang Futong stood back with a disdainful look, thinking to himself, "A bunch of idiots, just a few words and they rush in. That Tan Yun, who can easily defeat Fan Wang Ti-Chui and the Hao brothers, is definitely not a simple character. Once these guys have worn down Tan Yun's strength, that's when I'll make my move." Over on this side, the spirit-nurturing 9th level crowd surged forward, shouting together, "Kill him! Charge!" Seeing the situation, Tan Yun showed no fear. Hands on his hips, smiling calmly with amusement, he said, "Now this is more like it. Come on, do your best to please me." Without another word, Tan Yun unleashed fatal blows, sending layers of people flying away. One wave after another attacked Tan Yun with all their might. This group of people was nothing more than trash to Tan Yun. Tan Yun shouted, "Come at me!" He unleashed a powerful kick, sending one person crashing down, then another. Tan Yun had already taken down quite a few people, but he didn't feel tired at all. Seeing that he was about to finish them off, but Tan Yun's muscles weren't even warmed up, Tan Yun said contemptuously, "Not enough. Is this all you guys got?" Suddenly, Wang Futong, standing outside, shouted, "Now's the time! There's an opening, hurry up!" Hearing that, the crowd laughed gleefully and said, "Senior brother Wang, we've been waiting for this moment. Tan Yun, your head belongs to us. Go die, Tan Yun." With that, they quickly wielded their swords and stabbed at Tan Yun, but unexpectedly, the swords shattered into pieces, shocking them. They cried out in fear, What? How? How is this possible? We didn't expect that relying on our own defensive instincts could shatter the golden flower blade that senior brother Wang spent so much money to buy for us." Observing the situation from the outside, Wang Futong was also shocked by Tan Yun's incredible power. He said tremulously, "Are you kidding me? Is Tan Yun really that strong?" At this moment, Tan Yun turned around, looked at the three of them, and replied with a smile, "Are you guys done stabbing? Now it's my turn." Seeing Tan Yun's power, they hurriedly knelt down and begged, "Wait, we surrender. Once you eliminate, you must eliminate completely." Without another word, Tan Yun directly took action and sent them to meet their ancestors. The cries for help echoed hopelessly. Seeing this, Wang Futong was curious. Is this guy really at the spirit-nurturing realm? 200 disciples charging at the same time aren't a match for Tan Yun. Run, I need to get out of here now. With that, Wang Futong ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. On the way, Wang Futong thought to himself, "I won't give up on Tan Yun, you just wait. If I can't do it this time, I'll definitely kill you next time." After dealing with the group of people, among the corpses lying around, only Tan Yun and one lucky survivor remained. Seeing this, Tan Yun asked, "Are you the only one left?" Without waiting long, Tan Yun approached, and the man continued, "I've warmed up my body. Now let's continue." The man trembled in fear, raising his hands to shield himself, and replied, "You, don't come over here." "Oh, then I'll do it myself." Finishing his sentence, he immediately smashed his head against a tree and committed suicide. Truly, Tan Yun's aura was so terrifying that people were afraid of him. Seeing this, Tan Yun laughed loudly and said coldly, "What a bunch of trash." But Wang Futong managed to escape. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Tan Yun!" He turned his eyes to look, and it was Liang Qing. She came to inform Tan Yun that Mu Mengyi, from the South Tower of Time and Space, was in danger. Hearing this, Tan Yun said, "Before I teleported, I met you. You were always by Murong Kun's side. That proves you're one of his people. Now you suddenly turn around and help me. Do you think I'm stupid?" Suspected, Liang Qing hurriedly explained, saying, "Wait, let me explain." Before Liang Qing could finish, Tan Yun quickly lunged forward, holding his sword to her neck, and coldly said, "Give me one reason to trust you." Liang Qing frantically continued, "Murong Kun forced me before, he humiliated me, and as for the reason..." Liang Qing burst into tears, feeling wronged as she continued, "I don't want my painful experience to happen to another girl." Seeming not to believe Liang Qing's words, Tan Yun pressed on, "Tell me the truth, or else..." Then, Tan Yun grabbed Liang Qing's chin, lifted her face up, and said, "Look up and look into my eyes." Tan Yun used the Eye of Oath technique to see if Liang Qing was telling the truth or lying. Liang Qing listened and looked deeply into Tan Yun's eyes. She suddenly exclaimed, This is... Then Liang Qing and Tan Yun both fell into a virtual world. Here, Tan Yun threatened and questioned her. "Speak, What's Mu Mengyi's current situation? Also, what's your real purpose in coming to me? Hearing this, Liang Qing stammered, Mu Mengyi is being surrounded by Murong-kun's people in the ruins. As for my real purpose this time, I want to use you to kill someone, deliberately causing a conflict between you and Murong-kun so you can kill him and avenge me. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Tan Yun sighed, and gave the order to return Liang Qing to the real world. Escaping that world, Liang Qing's limbs were weak with fear, and she collapsed to the ground. She fearfully said, That was terrifying. Just now I clearly lost consciousness, but I completely couldn't control my words and actions. Then, Liang Qing looked at Tan Yun and wondered, Tan Yun, who exactly is he? Hearing that Mu Mengyi was in danger, Tan Yun hurriedly left, his eyes blazing as he said, Although what you said matches what's happening, your luck isn't bad. Murong-kun just happens to be who I want to eliminate. Considering that you provided a good piece of information, I will spare you this time. Remember, no one can use me. Hearing this, Liang Qing bowed her head and trembled, answering, Yes, yes. After speaking, Tan Yun disappeared into the sky like lightning, leaving Liang Qing alone. On the way to rescue Mu Mengyi, Tan Yun thought to himself, Murong-kun, it's time for the grudges between us to end. On this side, Liang Qing watched Tan Yun's departing figure, and happily said, It doesn't matter what the process is, my goal was finally achieved. That guy is so strong, maybe he can kill Murong-kun. Next, Liang Qing's eyes became terrifying, as if she was plotting something. Liang Qing turned and left, saying as she walked, Wang Futong, only you are left. No matter the cost, I must kill you. Scene change. At the Stone Soldier ruins, Murong-kun's group were shouting, Search quickly, Mu Mengyi and Shui Ziyan just ran in here. Senior brother Murong has offered a reward of 5 million high-grade spirit stones for whoever finds them. This ruin has been surrounded by us, they can't escape. Once we catch them, Tan Yun will walk right into our trap. Over here, Shui Ziyan and Mu Mengyi were hiding behind a stone statue. Shui Ziyan, seeing the situation was not good, angrily cursed, Damn it! The only exit has been blocked by Murong-kun's people. Senior sister, what should we do? Hearing this, Mu Mengyi replied, Murong-kun wants to use us to catch Tan Yun. We absolutely can't let him succeed. At this moment she only thought, Even if I have to die, I won't let Tan Yun lose his life because of me. Murong-kun held a ball in his hand. He was using this ball to find Mu Mengyi's whereabouts. Before long, he found her. Seeing Shui Ziyan and Mu Mengyi hiding behind the statue, Murong-kun laughed loudly. He pointed forward and said, Mu Mengyi, found you, stone soldier demons. Listen to my command. Attack. Suddenly, the stone soldier demons quickly approached behind Shu Ziyan and Mu Mengyi. The suddenness of the event surprised them both. Seeing the situation was not good, Mu Mengyi shouted loudly, Ziyan, run! Before she could finish speaking, Shui Ziyan and Mu Mengyi were heavily injured by the stone soldier demons. The two girls lay motionless on the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing this, Murong-kun approached to check on their condition. Surrounded by Murong-kun's men, Shui Ziyan and Mu Mengyi found themselves in a tight spot. Sensing the dire situation, Mu Mengyi said with a trembling voice, This is bad. Murong-kun, holding the stone golem magic weapon, grinned triumphantly and said, Senior sisters, it took me quite a bit of time and effort to find you. Today I'm going to take my sweet time welcoming you. Mu Mengyi, in pain, trembled, and she struggled to sit up and retorted to Murong-kun, You! How can you control the remnant souls of the stone golem in the ruins to attack us? I clearly arrived here first, but I got nothing. Didn't you collude with your grandpa to cheat? Hearing this, Murong-kun laughed loudly and replied, So what if I cheated? Come on, you're ugly and have a bad personality. Murong-kun continued, When the higher-ups in the sect went to investigate Yunshin Gorge, my grandpa discovered that this place could control the core crystal of the stone golem demon god. These stone golems are all ancient warriors who died in the ruins. Although they are tattered and torn, they still possess the combat power of the peak nascent soul realm. Finishing his words, Murong-kun approached Mu Mengyi, pointed his finger at her face and said, Mu Mengyi, you have nowhere to run now. However, I'll give you a chance. As long as you call Tan Yun here, I will definitely give you a way out. How about it? As soon as he said these words, he began plotting in his mind, thinking, After I kill Tan Yun, then I will slowly deal with you, you little bitch. Hearing Murong-kun's request, Mu Mengyi angrily replied, You want to use me to threaten Tan Yun? Before she could finish speaking, Mu Mengyi quickly drew her sword and held it to her neck. Mu Mengyi continued, Even if I die, I won't let you get your way. Seeing Mu Mengyi's decisive action, Murong-kun threatened her. He laughed and said, If you dare to commit suicide, then I'll tear off all your clothes and parade you naked in Yunshin Gorge. Then, Murong-kun used his dirty hand to caress Mu Mengyi's cheek and continued to threaten, Moreover, even if you die, I can still warm up your body. The people around laughed loudly upon hearing this, chiming in, Senior brother Murong is right. Hurry up and die so we can make our move. By the way, we'll slowly play with your corpse after you die. What a bunch of scumbags, they can even think of such nasty things. After hearing their despicable words, Mu Mengyi was terrified, she trembled, and the sword fell to her feet. Mu Mengyi, being made a laughingstock, angrily pointed at Mu Rongkun's face. "You bastards, you are a bunch of beasts." Mu Rongkun laughed even louder. He replied, "You still want to be a chaste martyr. As long as you are in my hands, I can do whatever I want." After speaking, Monsieur Rongkun ordered his disciples, "Go, capture her for me." Hearing this, like fish meeting water, the lustful men swiftly ran to capture Mu Mengyi, teasing her. Mu Mengyi, who was always high and mighty, today, thanks to young Master Mu Rong's prestige, we finally have a chance to touch her. Beauty, here I come. Being able to trample on a goddess who is always high and mighty, even dreaming about it excites people. Don't rush, everyone, wait until we catch her, and let young Master Mu Rong play with her first, then our brothers can also get some scraps. What a bunch of lowlifes, worse than a pack of animals. A bunch of tall, strong men bullying a girl who is fighting alone. Seeing them getting closer and closer, Mu Mengyi resigned to her fate with a look of despair. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, could it be that I really have to? Seemingly having given up on everything, Mu Mengyi closed her eyes and called out to Tan Yun in despair. Mu Mengyi thought to herself, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the day you dominate the world. Suddenly, from afar, a powerful blow shattered a boulder, sending fragments flying everywhere, revealing a familiar figure, only to see that the group of people were either bleeding from their noses, from the beating, vomiting blood from their mouths, or falling over, causing them to cry out in fear. Such terrifying power. Who is it? Seeing this, Mu Mengyi was also surprised. She looked around to observe the situation. Seeing Tan Yun's figure emerge from the crowd, his eyes were extremely sharp and cold-blooded. He strode forward forcefully and said coldly, "A bunch of scumbags, you deserve it." Seeing that Tan Yun had come to save her, Mu Mengyi was touched. She covered her mouth with her hand, seemingly not believing that he could find her here to save her. She exclaimed in surprise, calling, Tan Yun, finished dealing with the despicable people, then went to help Mu Mengyi up and asked, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Mu Mengyi looked at him and replied, "I'm fine, never mind me, Tan Yun, you run quickly," Mu Mengyi said with tears streaming down her face. Mu Rongkun is a cunning and scheming person. He deliberately used me to lure you here. You leave quickly. Seeing that Tan Yun had appeared, Mu Rongkun was overjoyed. He stood by and quickly took out the magic stone golem and laughed. "Today no one will leave here, stone golem, go." Hearing the command, the stone golem demon god appeared with a huge stone statue body, so imposing. Seeing this, Tan Yun sized up the situation, assessing. The stone golem weighs 10,000 jin, forged entirely from cloud-gorged steel. A single punch packs over 1,000 jin. It was created as a war machine to battle even stronger foes. Hearing that Tan Yun clearly understood the stone golem, Mu Rongkun hastily shouted, "Tan Yun, so what if you know about the stone golem? Death is still the only path for you, stone golem, charge." Upon hearing the order, the stone golem immediately attacked Tan Yun. Seeing this, Tan Yun didn't worry at all, calmly replying to Mu Rongkun, "If I already know the strengths and weaknesses of this stone golem, of course I know its fatal flaw." At this moment, confidence radiated from Tan Yun's face, as if he had already secured victory in this game. Seeing that Tan Yun wasn't afraid at all, Mu Rongkun was shocked, blurting out, "What? You? No more words?" Tan Yun quickly rushed towards the stone golem, continuing, "Its weakness is the energy core in the front of its chest." As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Yun had swiftly approached the stone golem's chest, stabbing directly at the core location. Tan Yun roared, "Shatter!" This attack caught the stone golem completely off guard. It glanced down for a moment and then instantly exploded into countless fragments. Witnessing everything, Monsieur Rongkun couldn't believe his eyes, stammering incoherently, "No, this can't be. This is an upper realm war weapon. How could you know its weak point?" Tan Yun then explained, for him to understand, "Because I was the first one to think of this stone golem." Not only Monsieur Rongkun but even his disciples were astonished, discussing amongst themselves, those stone golems are all at the peak of the nascent soul realm, yet Tan Yun could wipe them out in one move. Moreover, Tan Yun even said he was the first to create these stone golems. How is that possible? Tan Yun knows the weaknesses of the stone golems. Could it be that he really made them? Just what kind of deity is he? Hearing Tan Yun say that, Mu Rongkun gaped, replying, "That's impossible." Tan Yun, the stone golem is a divine object from the upper realm. How could a spirit embryo realm disciple like you create it? You might as well just say you're a peerless god emperor. After Mu Rongkun finished speaking, Tan Yun calmly continued, "Mu Rongkun, I didn't expect a normally idiotic person to suddenly become so smart. You're right, I am the peerless god emperor." Hearing this, they all burst out laughing, teasing, "Tan Yun, you know how to brag too, claiming to be the peerless god emperor. Then I'm the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Do you think we're idiots?" Hearing this, Mu Rongkun was enraged, roaring, "Tan Yun, you dare insult our IQ? I will definitely make you die regrettably, no matter the cost." Finishing speaking, Mu Rongkun called out, "Stone Golem King, Come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky and earth shifted, and the ground shook. The Stone Golem King appeared in a badass manner before Tan Yun. Mu-Ron-kun laughed, saying, Tan Yun, in order to summon this soul refinement realm stone golem, I've almost depleted the energy in my crystal. Today, even if you grow wings, you won't escape. Mu-Ron-kun's group stood aside, watching and laughing, gloating. I didn't expect senior brother Mu-Rong to have such a strong trump card. Tan Yun is definitely dead this time. The combat power of the soul refinement realm is almost on par with some of the elders in our inner sect. Moreover, these stone golems have armor protecting them. Tan Yun probably has no way to attack their weaknesses. Senior brother Mu-Rong is definitely winning. Seeing the Stone Golem King, Tan Yun happily said, So it's the Stone Golem King. I only originally created 10 of these, distributed to guard the 10 checkpoints of the God Realm. I didn't expect to encounter one here. It truly brings back memories. Seeing Tan Yun's annoying appearance, Mu-Rong-kun angrily shouted, Tan Yun, you're about to die, yet you still like to play the role of a downtrodden god emperor. I only need to move a finger slightly, and this Golem King will crush you. Hearing this, Tan Yun then replied with a smile, Mu-Rong-kun, why do I feel like you're the one who's going to be crushed, he thought to himself. Each Stone Golem King was imbued with a portion of my soul. I only need to chant the incantation, and I can control them. Hearing this, Mu-Rong-kun seemed to be consumed by rage. He shouted, Tan Yun, you're tired of living, Stone Golem King, kill him. Hearing Mu-Rong-kun's order, the Golem King immediately raised its foot high, preparing to stomp Tan Yun into paste. Seeing the situation was bad, Moon Mengyi standing aside panicked, bursting into tears. No! On this side, Mu-Rong-kun shouted, Go die! Without hesitation, Tan Yun immediately recited the incantation. Stop! The incantation immediately took effect. The Stone Golem King stopped just in time, and Tan Yun didn't lose a single hair. Then, Tan Yun ordered, Stone Golem King, kneel. Hearing the order, the Stone Golem immediately knelt and paid respects. Greetings, King. Seeing this, Mu-Rong-kun was so shocked his jaw dropped. Wah, what? Mu Mengyi then smiled, also surprised by everything that was happening. Mu-Rong-kun's group were also shocked. They discussed among themselves, how is this possible? The Stone Golem King that senior brother Mu-Rong summoned is submitting to Tan Yun. Could he really be the unrivaled God Emperor? Oh my god, I must be dreaming. After finishing up, Tan Yun turned to Mu-Rong-kun and said, I must thank you for summoning the Stone Golem King for me, helping me increase my combat power. Unable to accept the truth, Mu-Rong-kun stubbornly ordered, Stone Golem, listen to my command. Listen to my command. You were summoned by me. How can you kneel before Tan Yun? Snap out of it. Hearing this, the Stone Golem King turned around and scolded him. Idiot! So unexpected! Mu-Rong-kun exclaimed in shock. What? I was actually called an idiot by a stone statue. Seeing this, Tan Yun approached Mu-Rong-kun and said with a contemptuous smile, Mu-Rong-kun, since you wanted the Stone Golem King so badly, then fine, I'll let you have your wish. After speaking, Tan Yun ordered, Stone Golem King, go. Hearing the order, the Stone Golem rushed forward. This caught Mu-Rong-kun off guard. He collapsed to the ground in fear, stuttering, Wah, what kind of joke is this? Responding to his words was Tan Yun's extremely cold expression. Tan Yun said, Mu-Rong-kun, your death day has arrived. Mu-Rong-kun knelt on the ground begging Tan Yun, No, God Emperor, please spare me, I beg you to spare me. Mu Mengyi, I won't dare to have designs on you anymore. As long as you spare me, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Tan Yun said with cold eyes, Those who provoke me have only one ending, death. After hearing his words, the Stone Golem stabbed its stone sword down, its power erupting fiercely. The Stone Golem mechanically repeated Tan Yun's words, Death. Seeing the stone sword about to stab him, Mu-Rong-kun's limbs went limp, and he couldn't move. He despaired and sweated, shouting, No? But the stone sword still stabbed down coldly, the enormous power causing the ground to shake, and rocks and soil to fly around wildly. The head of the huge stone sword pierced through Mu-Rong-kun's abdomen, fresh blood flowing profusely. Before collapsing, he tried to say, I am not reconciled. Seeing this scene, Tan Yun coldly announced, Mu-Rong-kun is dead. After taking down Mu-Rong-kun, the Stone Golem turned to look at the remaining people. Mu-Rong-kun's former subordinates were now like snakes without a head, scattering and running. Run. The Stone Golem King with Soul Refinement Realm combat power is not a power we can stop. Mu-Rong-kun is dead. Tan Yun will definitely not spare us. Run. Why did we offend Tan Yun back then? But how could Tan Yun let them escape? He made a downward punching motion and ordered, Stone Golem King, when weeding, you must remove the roots. The Stone Golem mechanically followed his movements and also shouted, Kill! A powerful blow descended and sent the crowd flying along with the rocks and soil. No! Still not stopping. Another blow unleashed a dazzling light, its power sweeping away everything. Those who were still gasping for breath stammered, Spare! After a round of destruction, the smoke and dust dissipated. and the ground was now full of corpses lying scattered here and there. Mu Mengi exclaimed in surprise, "Al, all of them are dead, how terrifying." After dealing with the group, the stone golem knelt down at Tan Yun's feet. Broken words rang out. "King, enter. Energy not enough. Body damaged, unable to continue fighting." Hearing this, Tan Yun gritted his teeth and frowned. "When I created you in the beginning, it was to prevent enemies from other worlds from invading. But I didn't expect Shi Yuan and Kun Dun to use dirty tricks to destroy the barrier, causing you to die here. They deserve to die." Cracking sounds came from the stone golem. Even though it was just a rock, it seemed to have emotions. It comforted Tan Yun. "King, no need to be sad. I believe you will definitely take back what belongs to you." Having said that, the demon god Shi Bing exploded into pieces right in front of Tan Yun. He stood silently amidst the rubble where the demon god had just exploded. "That's right. I created you all." Then he extended his hand and released a stream of spiritual energy into the rubble, saying, "I'll see you off on your way." The rubble then vanished into dust. Seeing this scene, Tan Yun secretly made a resolution. "Xin Yuan, Kun Dun, I will definitely avenge this grudge." Just then, Mu Mengyi, supporting the injured Xue Ziyan, approached and asked, "Tan Yun, who exactly are you?" Tan Yun replied with a smile, "No need for explanations. I am still the Tan Yun, you know. Nothing has changed, now or ever." Then he turned towards the golden light and suggested, "You and Xue Ziyan are both seriously injured, and this place has medicinal herbs that can heal injuries. Let's go into the tower to heal first." Hearing his words, Mu Mengyi blushed and thought with a smile, "Tan Yun is right. As long as he is still him, why should I care about his identity?" With that thought, Mu Mengyi perked up again. She called out, "Al Tan Yun, wait for me." Meanwhile, at the blood pool, a dark and eerie place, a group of people were gathered, looking towards the blood pool, all of them sweating and silent. Zhongwu Shijiao spoke up from the crowd. "What's going on? Why the urgent summons? Where's my sworn brother Liu Rulong?" The crowd then recounted. "Senior brother Liu ignored our advice an hour ago and went up to the blood pool's arena on his own accord, and hasn't been seen since. We were getting anxious, so we had to inform you. We accidentally discovered this cave, and the blood pool on the high platform looks just like the legendary one, bubbling and frothing." Seeing this, Zhongwu Shijiao couldn't help but feel uneasy. She suggested, "This blood pool doesn't look like the others. No way, I have to go in and find my sworn brother." Just then, the blood pool erupted, with the vague silhouette of a person inside, seemingly with a pair of blood-red wings on their back. Panic spread across Zhongwu Shijiao's face. She stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. Liu Rulong appeared, covered in blood, with wings sprouting from his back, looking no different from a demon. He asked, "Junior sister, why are you here?" After the streaks of blood flowed down, his face appeared distorted, his eyes bloodshot. He asked with a perverted smile, "Did you find Tan Yun?" Zhongwu Shijiao was a little scared. She stammered, No, but, senior brother, how do you feel right now?" Liu Rulong stepped out of the blood pool, retracting his wings. He wiped the streaks of blood from his face and said, "I feel great, just a little hungry." Zhongwu Shijiao was surprised to hear this. "Hungry? I have some jerky." "Senior brother, would you like some?" Liu Rulong cut her off directly. His eyes losing focus again, his face stretched into a grin that revealed his gums, saying, "No need, junior sister." He was like a demon, transformed. His fangs had grown longer. He gradually lost control of his power, lunging to attack his subordinates. "Today I want to eat something more special." The disciples who had followed his orders were now attacked unexpectedly, gradually falling as they lost too much blood. They asked in confusion, "No, senior brother Liu, why are you killing your fellow disciples?" Zhongwu Shijiao rushed to stop him. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Stop it now." Liu Rulong was now strangling someone, his mouth full of blood. The one being strangled pleaded intermittently, "Senior sister Zhongwu, save me." Liu Rulong was like a different person. He sneered and replied, "I'm just having a meal. Only by eating my fill will I have the strength to go kill Tan Yun." Having said that, he opened his mouth with its 4 sharp fangs, then bit straight into the throat of that fellow disciple. The bloody scene was horrifying, unlike anything a human would do. Zhongwu Shijiao was so scared that she covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Not returning to Tan Yun's group, the three had now entered the time-space tower. Mu Mengyi put Xue Ziyan down, saying, "After drinking the medicinal pills, Ziyan is no longer in danger." Then she turned to ask Tan Yun, "What's wrong? You've been standing there motionless all this time." Tan Yun heard and replied, "It's nothing. I just felt a familiar aura." He then sat down cross-legged and continued, "Next, I'm about to break through my cultivation realm. You should cultivate on your own first." Even so, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Just now, why did I sense the aura of the blood demon from 1,000 years ago? Wasn't he already destroyed by me? Seeing this, Mu Mengxi asked, You're about to break through to the nascent soul realm, so what kind of soul spring do you need? Beast soul spring, wind soul spring, or lightning soul spring? I found quite a few before coming here. Tan Yun refused. No need, I don't need the help of the soul spring to break through. Hearing this, Mu Mengshi was surprised. You don't need a soul spring to break through. She looked at Tan Yun and thought to herself, only after spirit embryo realm cultivators have refined a soul spring and condensed a nascent soul can they reach the nascent soul realm. The quality of the soul spring is almost like an assist for rogue cultivators. Tan Yun said he doesn't need a soul spring. Tan Yun closed his eyes to cultivate while thinking, what I'm currently cultivating is what I created myself back then, the Hongmen Chi condensation art of the heaven-shaking Lord. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, the power of the technique will rise to a new level, and my combat power will also increase exponentially. Tan Yun suddenly opened his eyes glowing. But at this moment, inside the Hongmeng inner world, he was standing on a large sea of soul spring. Tan Yun smiled contentedly. How can a small soul spring be enough for me? I am a man with a sea of Hongmeng divine fluid in my hands. He then reached out his hand and ordered, condense? Immediately, the Hongmeng divine fluid flew up and entered Tan Yun's body, which was preparing to break through. Outside, it was late at night, and the full moon shone brightly. Deep in the forest, a group of people were moving at top speed, urging each other as they went. Run! That great demon is about to catch up. Why did Liu Shixiong change so quickly? What exactly happened? One of them reminded, don't say so much. Run quickly. If we fall into his hands, we'll only have death. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed over their heads. That black shadow struck with one move, pushing the fleeing group back, and they fell to the ground. The black shadow was none other than Liu Rulong, who had turned into a demon. He smiled sinisterly and emphasized, you can't escape. Then he released countless blood threads and said, all of you become my puppets. Seeing this, those people trembled in fear and shouted, no. The blood threads flew over, tearing at each person. A bloody aura rose and enveloped them, and the people screamed, clutching their heads. No, please, Liu Shixiong, spare my life. I will not forgive you even as a ghost. After a while, Liu Rulong waved his hand and issued an order to the group. At this moment, as if controlled, their eyes were all red, and they bowed their heads slightly in salute. Greetings, Lord. Liu Rulong turned his head and ordered the others behind him. Come here, all of you. He now looked like a vampire, with the blood demon's mark on his forehead, and the people behind him, controlled by him, said in unison, Greetings, Lord. Liu Rulong raised his sharp claws and calculated with a cruel smile. Now I have a few hundred puppets, but that's still not enough. Only by killing 500 people can I cast the blood demon technique. Only then can I kill Tan Yun. Zhongwu Shijiao, controlled from behind, shouted and pleaded, Brother, please stop. If you continue, your mind will definitely be occupied by the blood demon. Turn back before it's too late. Hearing her words, Liu Rulong sneered and said, Turn back. Why should I turn back? I have never felt so strong as I do now. He suddenly burst out laughing, and a vortex of demonic energy appeared in front of his chest. As long as I can kill Tan Yun, I will accept anything. Seeing this, Zhongwu Shijiao shed tears in pain, trying to beg, Brother, wake up. Even if you kill Tan Yun, you will not escape death. Liu Rulong was annoyed by her constant nagging and scolded, Shijiao, why are you always trying to dissuade me? He tightened his grip on Zhongwu Shijiao's chin and questioned, Could it be that you don't want me to take revenge? Or is it that the rumors in the inner sect are true? You and that Tan Yun actually have a romantic relationship. Zhongwu Shijiao's chin was squeezed until it bled, and she said, Brother, you are hurting me, let go. But Liu Rulong seemed to have lost his humanity, and he squeezed Zhongwu Shijiao's chin even harder, saying, Let go? No, I will never let go. You and I have grown up together since childhood. You can only be mine. No one can take you away from me, even if I have to die. Seeing Liu Rulong bringing the blood demon threads closer to her, Zhongwu Shijiao struggled and asked, Brother, what do you want to do? I am your adopted sister. Remember the oath we swore when we became brothers? We didn't ask to be born on the same day of the same year, but we vowed to die on the same day of the same year. Liu Rulong acted as if he didn't hear her. He disregarded her pleas and forced the blood demon into the Zhongwu corpse flood dragon's mouth. She just kept begging, no, please don't, but it was no use. The Zhongwu corpse flood dragon's scream pierced the night sky. Inside Tan Yun's spiritual space, he sat cross-legged, continuing to refine. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, The nascent soul is complete. At this moment, within the Hongmeng divine pool, 3 streams of light swirled. From the 3 streams of light, 3 giant nascent soul realm figures, several zang tall, appeared. Tan Yun couldn't help but rejoice, clenching his fists in admiration. After spending more than half a day's worth of cultivation, I finally reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. That's good enough for now. Returning to his real body within the time tower, Tan Yun's entire body glowed. Mu Mengyi exclaimed in surprise. The nascent soul realm, Tan Yun, really broke through. Moreover, he directly broke through to the third level of the nascent soul. How could he possibly do this? Tan Yun exhaled. And Mu Mengyi immediately called out, Tan Yun, you. Just then, a shout rang out from outside. Tan Yun, get your ass out here. Tan Yun woke up from his inner consciousness. He stood up and sensed who was outside. After finding out who it was, he sneered to himself. The blood demon's aura. Didn't expect them to be this quick. Seeing him turn to leave, Mu Mengyi asked curiously, Tan Yun, the aura outside is? Tan Yun reassured her. It's nothing, just a mosquito. Focus on cultivating here and break through to the nascent soul realm first. I'll go stretch my muscles a bit. Outside the time tower, the group controlled by Liu Rulong had already formed a circle around the tower. Liu Rulong stood outside the formation, commanding and smiling as he asked the blood demon on his shoulder. Blood demon, is this heaven-severing formation really as powerful as you say? The blood demon grinned cruelly, saying, Of course. Once the formation is activated, all living beings within it will have their souls scattered. Once their bodies shed blood, they will be refined into blood essence, which will be a great tonic for me. Back then, my ancestor relied on this grand formation to threaten the three realms, running rampant throughout the world. Hearing this, Liu Rulong continued to ask with a smile, Is this grand formation really that powerful? Then why did you end up in such a miserable state today? The blood demon gritted its teeth and recounting, The reason I'm in this situation is because the Hongmeng Supreme, one of the Supremes in the three realms, personally took action to suppress me. How could ordinary people have this ability? Kid. Even if the power of this formation is far inferior to the one my ancestor personally deployed back then, no one can walk out of this grand formation alive. Rest assured that Tan Yun is definitely dead. Receiving the blood demon's confirmation, Liu Rulong became even more confident, clenching his fists and saying, Good, I must suck all of Tan Yun's blood dry, so that he can never be reincarnated. The blood demon laughed secretly in its heart. Kill as many as possible. My recovery speed will be faster. When that time comes, your body will be mine. At this moment, from within the time tower, Tan Yun opened the door and stepped out. Tan Yun's face darkened, and he said with a cold smile, Oh, you're quite resourceful, aren't you? Gathering so many blood demon puppets, that couldn't have been easy. Tan Yun stood tall amidst the crowd. Seeing him appear, Liu Rulong, filled with hatred, pointed and shouted, Tan Yun, you killed my entire Liu family. Today I must kill you to avenge them. Tan Yun gathered his strength in both hands and replied with a smile, I didn't expect the Liu family to still have a fish that slipped through the net, and one who is the inheritor of the blood demon at that. Not bad. Today I'll cripple both of your kung fu. The blood demon was surprised to hear him speak. Wait, how does this kid know I'm a blood demon? Moreover, why do I feel a familiar aura on this kid? Apparently, Liu Rulong didn't seem too worried. He contorted his face and shouted, Why bother worrying so much? Just kill him first. Ask questions later. Blood-red aura erupted from Liu Rulong's body. He pointed upwards, activating the formation. Blood demon refining great array. The moment he spoke, blood spurted from the necks of the blood demon puppets he controlled. Then they collapsed to the ground, forming a blood-red circle that blended with the earth. It looked truly gruesome. Immediately after, a moss-red ring of light appeared right beneath Tan Yun's feet. The blood demon purgatory great array was officially activated, but the blood demon next to Liu Rulong sensed something was off. It quickly flapped its wings, knocking Liu Rulong off his feet, and roared, Kid, you're way too hasty. With that, the blood demon reverted to its human form and continued. When facing that kid's strange aura, you must first investigate the true situation before acting. Liu Rulong sprang to his feet and retorted, The one who killed my entire family is right in front of me. How can I possibly wait? If you're scared, then get lost. Saying this, he spread his wings, his eyes now bloodshot as if out of control. He stretched out his hands, revealing long claws, and bellowed, Blood demon heaven forging grand formation, blood demon heavenly burial. Immediately after, Liu Rulong soared towards Tan Yun to fight. The blood demon narrowed its eyes, following his figure, and swore under its breath, Liu Rulong, damn it, how dare you speak to me like that? Once I recover my full power, I'll definitely suck your blood dry. Upon charging at Tan Yun, Liu Rulong instantly made his move. He unleashed his spirit energy and thrust his claws towards Tan Yun, shouting, Tan Yun, go die. Tan Yun didn't dodge at all. He immediately channeled Queek into his fist and unleashed the primordial chaos hegemonic sky fist, shatter. The two Q forces collided, releasing immense power, sending dust and rocks scattering. Liu Rulong was no match for Tan Yun. He was quickly overwhelmed. His power rebounding, his entire body spattered with fresh blood, screaming in agony. What? After seeing Tan Yun's move, the blood demon exclaimed in shock. The fist art of the primordial chaos supreme, this is impossible. Liu Rulong was sent crashing to the ground, and the blood demon array was also shattered. Tan Yun also landed, approached him, and said with disdain, Liu Rulong, you thought getting the blood demon's legacy would let you kill me. How is this possible? The blood demon recalled. That insignificant existence back then was personally annihilated by Tan Yun himself. How could your actions be nothing more than a bunch of flies in my eyes? At this moment, the blood demon had also figured it out. He was drenched in cold sweat from fear, and spoke with a stutter. Then no, there's no mistaking it. The one who annihilated, you are him. You are him. He saw the shadow of the primordial chaos supreme on Tan Yun. The blood demon was so terrified its jaw dropped. Remembering back then Shi Yuan and Kunlun resurrected me, I said the primordial chaos supreme wasn't dead yet. Today, I met his successor in the lower realm. I even thought he was just a servant of the primordial chaos supreme, but I never imagined the primordial chaos supreme was truly alive. He's reborn. Liu Rulong, severely wounded, struggled to his feet, looked at the blood demon and challenged, Damn it, blood demon. Is this the shocking all heavens, invincible under heaven you talked about? Why could Tan Yun dismantle it so effortlessly? You bastard, hurry up and help me kill Tan Yun. If I die, you're screwed too. Hearing his curses, the blood demon glared and roared. Kill my ass! Are you an idiot? If you want to die, go do it yourself. Don't drag me down. He then quickly knelt before Tan Yun, bowed, and said, Lord Primordial Chaos Supreme, this matter has nothing to do with this humble one. If I had known your excellency was here, how would this humble one dare to make a move? In fear, he pointed at Liu Rulong, placing the blame. It was all this Liu Rulong's idea. I was just forced by him. Upon hearing him, Liu Rulong was also bewildered and stammered in fear. Primordial Chaos Supreme, blood demon, what nonsense are you spouting? And why are you being so respectful to Tan Yun? He's nothing but an outer sect disciple with no powerful backing. Upon hearing that, the blood demon instantly retaliated, striking Liu Rulong, and yelled, Shut your mouth! How dare a mere remnant be disrespectful to Lord Primordial Chaos Supreme? Today, even if I risk my wretched life, I must kill a malicious wretch like you. Tan Yun then chuckled and said, Blood demon, you don't have to pretend. Back then I clearly destroyed you, but you still cling to a wisp of life until now. There's a power that helped you resurrect, and moreover, they even sent you to this world to kill me. Right? Witnessing Tan Yun about to strike, the blood demon instinctively recoiled, unable to explain himself. This. He thought fearfully to himself, Damn, the primordial chaos supreme can actually see right through me. I absolutely have to find a way to get out of here. Thinking this, he hurriedly turned tail and fled, shouting threats as he did. The Hong family won't be arrogant for long. Shi Yuan and Kunlun will never forgive you. Death is all that awaits. Seeing the blood demon trying to escape, Tan Yun unleashed his spiritual power. Wanna die, huh? Then he reached out and struck the fleeing figure with the Hongmang extermination. Palm, he roared. Go to hell! The blood demon was struck, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then he was trapped by the Hongmang energy. Struggling, the blood demon kept repeating, Hongmang, I curse you to a restless death. Then a beam of light descended, kicking up dust, and when it cleared, only the blood demon's corpse remained, eyes wide open in death. Liu Rulong bit his lip, thinking, Damn it, the blood demon was actually killed by Tan Yun in one move. If I'd known he was such a waste, I wouldn't have relied on him. Having dealt with the blood demon, Tan Yun immediately turned to Liu Rulong, sneering, Liu Rulong, you've been thinking over there long enough. It's time for you to join your family in the Yellow Springs. Unwilling to accept his fate, Liu Rulong erupted once more, rushing towards Tan Yun, shouting, Tan Yun, even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me. As he approached, Tan Yun channeled his energy into both hands, unleashing the Hongmeng Overlord first, the 108 heavenly grand consecutive strikes. The technique unleashed countless golden arms, striking down on Liu Rulong, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move with fear. He was hit by the continuous palms, unable to resist. As the technique ended, Liu Rulong crashed to the ground, a mangled mess, next to Zhongwu Shijiao. His face was disfigured, and he mumbled, I'm not reconciled. At this moment, Zhongwu Shijiao, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. What's that sound? Seeing Liu Rulong beaten to a pulp, Zhongwu Shijiao immediately sat up, her face full of worry, asking, Brother, what on earth happened? Tan Yun had no choice but to explain. Liu Rulong has gone mad from chi deviation. His hands are stained with the blood of countless disciples. There's no turning back for him. Zhongwu Shijiao sobbed, trembling. Tan Yun, I don't blame you. I only blame my brother for sinking too deep into the wrong path. Liu Rulong, hearing the two of them, shouted angrily, No, I'm not wrong. He suddenly grabbed Zhongwu Shijiao's wrist, startling her. Brother, Liu Rulong snapped up and shot a stream of blood energy into Zhongwu Shijiao. Blood Demon Transformation Art. The stream of blood energy entered Zhongwu Shijiao's body, leaving her in shock. Her whole body turned red and slowly floated up. She cried out in horror. "What the hell is inside me?" Tan Yun frowned, looking at her. Blood Demon Transformation Art. Could it be a legendary forbidden technique? Blood Demon Nascent Soul. Liu Rulong's soul was now controlling Zhongwu Shijiao's body. He said smugly, "Tan Yun, you can't kill me. I planted a blood demon seed in Shijiao's body long ago. Now my nascent soul has merged with her body." Zhongwu Shijiao struggled, asking, "Brother Yu, how could you do this?" Liu Rulong's nascent soul reached out and pinched her chin, replying with a wicked smile, "Shijiao, didn't you always love being with your brother when you were little? Now we're one, together forever, aren't you happy?" Then he laughed, declaring, "Now no one can separate us, no one can take you from me." Zhongwu Shijiao didn't want this at all. Tears streamed down her face as she shouted, "No, Liu Rulong, I never wanted to be with you. You're just imagining things. The person I like is Tan Yun." Hearing this, Liu Rulong couldn't help but get angry. He grabbed Zhongwu Shijiao's face and loudly declared his unilateral claim, "No, I absolutely won't allow it. You can only be mine, mine. Whoever you like, I'll kill them all." Zhongwu Shijiao urged Tan Yun, "Tan Yun, don't worry about me, let go, I'd rather die than live like this." Liu Rulong's nascent soul approached Tan Yun, taunting, "Tan Yun, what are you waiting for? Do it already. That way, Shijiao and I can be together forever. The important thing is that you can't do it, right?" In response, Tan Yun raised his hand, channeling spirit energy into his palm, a smirk playing on his lips. "Liu Rulong, you perverted bastard, you actually used the blood demon genesis transformation on Yimei Shijiao. You're truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. But too bad for you, you ran into me. Watch how I drag your Yuanshan out of there." Seeing this, Liu Rulong, within Zhongwu Shijiao's body, paled and stammered, "What? You can actually do it?" "No. This is impossible. The blood demon genesis transformation has no way to be broken, unless someone willingly becomes a vessel for my Yuanshen. Otherwise, no one can separate Shijiao and me." Tan Yun didn't bother arguing. He reached out, and the spirit energy transformed into chains, entering Zhongwu Shijiao's body, surrounding Liu Rulong's Yuanshen, and pulling it out. Liu Rulong, in disbelief, stuttered, Could it be that you want to?" Tan Yun's eyes turned cold as he replied, "Congrats, you guessed right." As he finished speaking, a vortex crashed down on Liu Rulong's Yuanshen, trapping him. In that moment, he cried out in despair, "No, I don't want to leave Shijiao." Tan Yun then absorbed the vortex back into his body. Zhongwu Shijiao, now free from Liu Rulong's control, collapsed to the ground, weakened. Seeing Tan Yun glowing, Zhongwu Shijiao asked worriedly, "Tan Yun, what's wrong?" Turns out Tan Yun absorbed Liu Rulong's Yuanshen into his body to become his vessel. Liu Rulong rushed out, screaming in fury, "Damn it, Tan Yun, how dare you, I'll kill you." Seeing this, Tan Yun smirked and cursed, "Shameless bastard." He then punched Liu Rulong's Yuanshen. His Yuanshen shattered but quickly reformed, and he smugly said, "Tan Yun, you can't kill me. My Yuanshen is now fused with your body. If you want to kill me, you'll have to die too, Tan Yun. You brought this on yourself." Realizing what he had done, Zhongwu Shijiao was stunned. She quickly suggested, "Tan Yun, put Liu Rulong's Yuanshen in my body. It's all my fault, let me die in your place." Tan Yun laughed and replied, "Since I dared to absorb Liu Rulong's Yuanshen into my body, of course I have a way to deal with him." Hearing this, Liu Rulong laughed loudly. "Tan Yun, are you dreaming? My Yuanshen is already one with your body? You want to kill me? Are you going to blow yourself up?" Tan Yun raised his hand, gathering his spirit energy, and said, "Congrats, you're half right." With that, Tan Yun struck his own chest hard, and immediately, Liu Rulong's Yuanshen spat out a mouthful of blood. Tan Yun sneered, "That's all you got?" Zhongwu Shijiao cried out, "Tan Yun, number." Liu Rulong, twisted with rage, yelled, "Tan Yun, are you crazy? If you kill me, you'll die too." Tan Yun calmly said, "Liu Rulong, you're overthinking things." At this point, Tan Yun summoned his powerful Yuanshen. In the form of the Hongmeng Supreme, he declared, "Even if you turn to dust, I will forever endure with time, indestructible with the mountains and rivers." Seeing Tan Yun's Yuanshen, Zhongwu Shijiao was shocked and secretly amazed. Such a powerful Yuanshen. No wonder Tan Yun dared to risk his life like that. For Tan Yun, it's just a small injury, but for Liu Rulong, it's a fatal wound. Liu Rulong's nose and mouth were covered in blood, and he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. "No, this can't be happening. Tan Yun, how can you have such a strong nascent soul? Who exactly are you?" Tan Yun coldly replied, "I am someone you shouldn't have offended, Liu Rulong. You should go to the Yellow Springs and reunite with your family." Liu Rulong was unwilling. He raised his hand to try and stop it. "Damn it, stop." But it was too late. Tan Yun then fiercely struck his own body, his whole being erupting with power. Go die. Behind Tan Yun was his powerful nascent soul, almost completely unharmed. While Liu Rulong's nascent soul was now swelling, just waiting to reach its limit and explode, he cried out in despair, "No, I'm not reconciled." But just a few seconds later, his nascent soul directly exploded, annihilating Liu Rulong. But Tan Yun was also injured. Blood flowed from his mouth. He clutched his stomach and slumped to the ground, closing his eyes. Seeing this, Zhongwu Shijiao flew towards him like the wind, calling out loudly, "Tan Yun!" Reaching Tan Yun's side, Shijiao asked with concern, "Tan Yun, how are you? Are you badly injured?" Tan Yun then stood up, saying to Shijiao, "I'm fine. I'm just slightly injured. It's nothing serious." Then Tan Yun suddenly felt that after condensing his nascent soul, his divine soul had become much stronger. Zhongwu Shijiao then breathed a sigh of relief, tears of joy falling as she said, "Tan Yun, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't." Seeing Shijiao's sobbing face, Tan Yun turned away to hide his embarrassment, saying, "It has nothing to do with you. The Liu family wanted to annihilate our Tun family from the start. This feud was destined. Only the death of one side could end it." Then he urged Shijiao to go. "Okay, go to the time tower to rest for a while. Senior sister Mu is also there." Zhongwu Shijiao brightly replied, "Okay, I will." Watching Tan Yun, Shijiao thought to herself, "Tan Yun, when will I be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you?" At the same time, in a distant forest outside the time tower, a blood-red light shot straight into a thicket. It turned out to be the blood demon. He cast a spell and landed on the ground, laughing loudly. "This old ancestor has finally escaped." Then he regained his composure and muttered, "Luckily, that Hongmeng Supreme didn't have the full strength he used to, so I was able to escape from his nascent soul." But he said sinisterly, "Next I have to find a large amount of blood to recover, but I only have a little bit of nascent soul, and it's inconvenient to move around. It seems I have to find someone to snatch." Just then, the blood demon's eyes lit up when he saw someone approaching from afar. It was Wang Futong. He walked and muttered, "Liang Xing, damn it, frantically chasing after me. Wait until I recover, and see how I kill you." The blood demon observed Wang Futong from afar, grinning cruelly, self-satisfied. HMPH, this kid's body isn't bad. Wang Futong had no idea he was being watched by a blood demon old ancestor. Wang Futong still gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "From the information I've gathered, Murong Kun has already been killed by Tan Yun. Next, I must find another ancient tree to rely on. Then Linghu Chengkong isn't bad either, strong, and has a grudge against Tan Yun." Just then, the blood demon lunged at Wang Futong. Then the blood demon reached out towards Wang Futong, shouting, "Kid, consider yourself lucky to meet this old ancestor. Quickly hand over your body to me." Seeing this, Wang Futong frantically raised his hands to his face, shouting, "What?" The old blood demon tried to enter Wang Futong's body, but seeing Wang Futong resisting, he said, "Don't resist, obediently give this body to me." Wang Futong painfully opened his mouth and roared, clutching his head with both hands, trying to resist the blood demon's invasion of his body. Afterwards, a surge of blood energy surrounded Wang Futong's body, causing Wang Futong to scream, "Forced possession, no, I haven't killed Tan Yun yet, I can't die." Seeing that he couldn't control Wang Futong's mind, the blood demon panicked. "This isn't good. How can this kid's willpower be so strong? If this continues, sooner or later I'll be devoured by you. Let's retreat." With that said, the old blood demon leaped away from Wang Futong. Seeing this, Wang Futong shouted, "You want to run? Come back here!" Then Wang Futong turned around towards the blood demon and said loudly, "Your power is mine." Afterwards, Wang Futong controlled the blood demon and merged the blood demon into his body. At that moment, a blood-colored aura radiated around Wang Futong. He raised his hand and let out a sinister laugh. "Unexpectedly, there's good fortune in disaster. I didn't expect to inherit such great power." Wang Futong's eyes flashed with an evil look. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Tan Yun, your death day has arrived." Outside the Vanishing God Gorge, Linghu Chengkong led his disciples to break the seal formation. He raised his hand in front of him, pondering, "As long as I break through the formation, I can enter the Vanishing God Gorge. The ultimate demon god inheritance is within my grasp." With that, he opened his palm, revealing a demonic mark in the center. Then Linghu Chengkong clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he thought to himself, "When that time comes, the entire Huangfu holy sect will be in my hands." Scene change. In a large hall, two divine dragons stood guard beside a person sitting on the throne. The demon dragon master and the golden dragon master exchanged words. "Sigh, I wonder how many reincarnations the great emperor has gone through these past few years." The demon dragon master said, "I believe the great emperor will definitely return. Now I just need to do my job well and suppress the thousands of thousand-eyed demon army." Then the demon dragon master continued, In a few hundred years, the thousand-eyed demon god will still be sealed, with no chance of rising. As long as I guard more strictly, he only has death awaiting him." The Golden Dragon Master heard this and said, "It's best not to let any mistakes happen." In an underground palace, in the oppressive space, suddenly the thousand-eyed demon god burst into laughter. "I can sense it. The little brat carrying my mark is coming. Jin Long Jishu, Mo Long Jishu. You can't imprison me for long. This demon king is about to regain his freedom." Inside the time tower, the two women, Mu Mengyi and Zhang Yuxijiao, were sitting in cultivation. Tan Yun looked at the two women who were focused on their cultivation, mumbling to himself, "To prevent the enemy from trying to uproot me, I've also set up a defensive formation around me in the time tower. Mu Mengyi and Zhang Yuxijiao can safely cultivate to the soul transformation realm. It's also time for me to leave this place and head to the inner region of the Vanishing God Gorge." With that, Tan Yun turned and walked out of the tower. Seeing Tan Yun leave, Zhang Yuxijiao opened her eyes and glanced over, asking, "Tan Yun, are you leaving on your own because you're afraid of implicating us?" At that moment, Mu Mengyi also opened her eyes and said to Shijiao Shimei, "Zhong Yu, don't worry, from what I know, Tan Yun probably isn't that kind of person." Hearing Mu Mengyi say that, Xin Zhao exclaimed in a panic, "Ah, Tan Yun, elder sister, you're awake. Just now Mu Mengyi, seeing this, said to Xin Zhao calmly, "Alright, Tan Yun didn't take us with him, mainly because he didn't want us to get hurt," Xin Zhao asked innocently. "Is that so?" Mu Mengyi explained gently. "Tan Yun is very strong. Therefore, we should work even harder to cultivate, so that one day we can stand shoulder to shoulder with him." Shi Zhao took Mu Mengyi's hand and said, I understand now, senior sister Mu. It seems you really understand Tan Yun more than I do." Mu Mengyi, hearing Shi Zhao say this, blushed and smiled awkwardly in response. "It's nothing, really." At that moment, Shi Zhao smiled brightly, her face like a flower, and said to Mu Mengyi, "How about this? In the future, you and I will both be his concubines, senior sister Mu Mei. What do you think?" Mu Mengyi blushed and asked Shi Zhao, Big, what nonsense are you talking about?" Then the two women began to argue over a man, Xin Zhao said sulkily. "Could it be that senior sister Mu still wants to monopolize Tan Yun? That's too greedy." Mu Mengyi denied it immediately. "Shut up, I'm not." Outside the Vanishing God Gorge, there are many people trying to enter the Vanishing God Gorge. Linghu Changkong's large group of people were working together to break the formation. They're trying to create a formation to break the seal. Seeing this, Linghu Changkong asked anxiously, "When will you be able to set up this formation to break the seal? I don't have much time to wait." Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to report to Linghu Changkong, reporting, "Senior brother, this seal was set up by the previous sect leader, and it has been 100 years, unparalleled in its sturdiness. Just give me another hour or so and I can open a hole on the surface. Senior brother can then pass through." Linghu Changkong looked at the formation on the seal and replied, "Alright, I can wait." Just then, an extremely powerful crimson blaze hurtled towards Still God Gorge, and Linghu Changkong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. HMPH. In the blink of an eye, Tan Yun landed on a cliff face and said, "As long as I break through the seal's outer layer, I can enter Still God Gorge." Then, Tan Yun raised his hands to examine the seal and confirmed, "Such a simple seal is a piece of cake for me. I can open it in a flash." Below, one of Linghu Changkong's junior brothers pointed up at the cliff where Tan Yun was standing and said, "Senior brother Linghu, there's someone over there. Judging by his appearance, it seems like he's also trying to break the seal and enter the inner area of the gorge." Linghu Changkong looked up at the cliff with a furious gaze, muttering, "HMPH. Could someone else know my plan?" Then, he angrily ordered his underlings, "Immediately speed up breaking the seal. I must be the first one to enter." Hearing this, the underlings reassured him, "Senior brother Linghu, rest assured. We've made preparations. Even with spending thousands of spirit stones, it might still take an hour to break the seal. This kid is all alone and doesn't have any help. There's no way he can break it faster than us." Linghu Changkong still grumbled, "Although what you said makes sense, I don't want any unexpected events to occur. You immediately take a few disciples and go kill that kid." The underling replied, "Yes." Afterward, he led some disciples, armed with weapons, toward Tan Yun. Before the disciples could arrive, Tan Yun had already created a large hole in the seal. Seeing Linghu Changkong's group's formation, Tan Yun sighed, "I can't believe that after so much time, this formation hasn't budged." Seeing that Tan Yun had broken the seal, Linghu's group was shocked, saying, This is impossible. I can't believe he broke the seal in the blink of an eye. This is a seal designed by the previous sect leader, and it was reinforced by generations of elders. How could it be shattered in his hands? Who is that person anyway? Why does he look a bit like Tan Yun? It's a shame the seal is about to recover, otherwise I could take this opportunity to slip through. Hearing the disciples praising Tan Yun, Linghu Changkong was seething with anger, yelling, "Shut your mouths! Immediately speed up breaking the seal for me!" The disciples all obeyed, understood. They desperately channeled spiritual energy into the seal, saying as they did, "Quickly channel spiritual energy. Break the seal immediately." They tried their best to break the seal, but then they were attacked by the seal's own energy. Linghu Changkong's people were sent flying, crying out in pain. Seeing his disciples being repelled by the seal, Linghu Changkong angrily voiced, "HMPH." Then, like a beast, he grabbed his junior brother by the collar and asked, "What exactly is going on here? Why did my formation explode?" The underling, now sweating profusely, clarified, This is probably because someone passing through the seal earlier caused our formation to explode." Linghu angrily waved his hand and yelled, "You're useless. What use do I have for you?" Then, he reached out and strangled the underling to death. Just then, Wang Futong approached and said, "Senior brother Linghu, there's no need to be angry, it's just a small seal. This junior brother has a way to break the seal." Hearing this, Linghu Changkong turned around and said, "Wang Futong, you have a way. Speak quickly. If you dare deceive me, I definitely won't spare you," Wang Futong said. "This junior brother can guarantee with my head that I can break the seal, but it requires a large amount of fresh blood. Senior brother, Linghu." The surrounding disciples were surprised to hear this. Linghu then unleashed a palm strike, killing a series of his disciples, causing them to wonder why, saying, "Senior brother Linghu, why?" Without looking at the corpses lying on the ground, Linghu asked Futong, "Is this much blood enough?" Wang Futong replied, "It's enough." Inside the Divine Lord's celestial palace, the gold dragon pool master said, "Someone has entered." The demon-subduing dragon pool master replied, "No need for me to wait. I'm guarding the thousand-eyed demon lord. With little Hao guarding the outside, none of them will dare to enter." Jinlong Qizhu said, "That's right, Zhao Hao has learned some of my divine abilities. In this realm, probably no one can break through his defense." Inside the Vanishing God Gorge, Tan Yun walked in, the scene like a battlefield. Tan Yun thought, upon seeing this, so this is the area inside the Vanishing God Gorge. Looks like it's the battlefield left over from some great battle. Tan Yun saw the armor mixed with bones, smoke, swords, and sabers, and exclaimed in surprise, this is... Suddenly, a suit of armor moved, forming a humanoid figure. Then those humanoid armors, wielding weapons, went straight for Tan Yun to fight. Seeing this, Tan Yun said, "So this is the first trial." Thereupon, Tan Yun raised his hand and said with a smile, "You dare to use such petty tricks of controlling fake spirits on me." Then he unleashed a palm strike towards the group of fake spirits, pushing them all away. Then Tan Yun said, "Bring it on." After that, Tan Yun provoked, "If you have any more moves, unleash them all." Instantly, a tornado appeared. From within the tornado, giant demonic beasts gathered, fiercely charging towards Tan Yun. Tan Yun calmly said, "Oh, this Mist-Chi spirit gathering technique? It's been many years since I've seen it. I didn't expect there would still be someone using this technique. In this world, it really brings back old memories. It's just a pity. This weapon controls the body of the demonic beast, but not the soul." Then, Tan Yun raised 2 fingers in front of him, confidently saying, "Allow me to broaden your horizons, and show you what a real spirit gathering weapon is." Then Tan Yun cast his spell, gathering spiritual energy. Gathering behind him, and a giant armor-clad fake spirit appeared. Tan Yun used his hand to circulate spiritual energy, slammed it on the ground, and shouted, "Spirit!" Immediately, a golden spiritual energy radiated out, shaking the surroundings. From within the smoke, Tan Yun's voice was heard, "If we're going to play, let's play to the fullest, or come out and meet me." In the distance, in the smoke, a figure appeared, carrying a large staff on his shoulder, saying, "Breaking through 2 of my grand formations, kid, you seem to have some skill." That person was Zia Tong Yao Yuan, he continued. "But that's all you're good for." He stomped his foot on the ground, pointed the staff forward at Tan Yun, and shouted, "Take one more step, and you're dead." Tan Yun stroked his chin and sighed. "Interesting. A 4th-stage adult demon, this Zi Tong Yao Yuan has refined the royal bone. Judging by his appearance, he seems to have learned some kind of combat skills. I didn't expect there would still be people in this realm using this familiar method to train demon beasts." Being ignored, the Zintong Yao Yuan angrily shouted, "Kid, didn't you hear what I said? This is not a place for humans like you to come. If you don't get out of here, I'll use the staff in my hand to beat you into dust." Tan Yun just smirked and replied, "Want to hit me? I'm afraid you can't." Being scorned, Zi Tong Yao Yuan circulated his power towards Tan Yun and shouted, "HMPH, human, you brought this on yourself." From within the formation, Bang Zhen Jing. He collided with Tan Yun's Hongmeng overlord body, creating a massive earthquake. Cracks appeared on Zintong Yao Yuan's staff, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Tan Yun laughed loudly. "Looks like my head is harder than your staff." Then, he shot a palm strike towards Zitong Yao Yuan to drive him away. Scram! The demon ape fell backwards, vomiting blood. Zitong Yaoyuan had just unleashed his move when he was knocked down by Tan Yun, to the point where the person and the staff were separated. Zitong Yaoyuan's staff fell at Tan Yun's feet, reminding him of Zitong Yaoyuan's fist techniques just now, which looked extremely familiar. Tan Yun asked Zitong Yaoyuan curiously, "Little monkey, who taught you this fist technique?" Tan Yun thought to himself, "I bestowed this staff technique to the Devil Dragon Master, Si Hei, back then. Why has it appeared here?" Zitong Yaoyuan, enraged, didn't answer Tan Yun's question. With a sullen face, it said to him, "HMPH, fate has decreed that my skills are inferior to yours today. You can kill me, you can chop me, do as you wish, but don't even think about getting information about this staff technique from me." Tan Yun picked up Zitong Yaoyuan's staff. Seeing how stubborn this monkey was, he didn't ask any further. Tan Yun laughed and said to it, "Monkey, you're quite loyal. Forget it." Then Tan Yun let it know what's up. "I'll show you what the real Yang Zhenxing he is." With that, Tan Yun raised his staff high, soaring into the air, surrounded by what seemed like flames. Seeing this, Zitong Yaoyuan's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. He sweated profusely in shock. "What? You? How could you?" Tan Yun landed a blow on Zitong Yaoyuan, leaving it no time to dodge. The space there exploded. Zitong Yaoyuan was blasted away, engulfed in thick smoke and dust, making it cough and gasp for air. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Zitong Yaoyuan was stunned by the scene before him. Tan Yun, had cleaved the ground with a long, massive gash. Zitong Yaoyuan was still in shock. "No freaking way, what kind of joke is this? That guy just used Yang Zhenxing He. How is it, on a completely different level from mine?" Tan Yun seemed to have guessed what Zitong Yaoyuan was thinking. He told it, "Yang Zhenxing He, this is a staff technique I created. Apart from the Devil Dragon Master, I've never taught it to anyone else." He interrogated it. "Who did you learn the staff technique from?" Zitong Yaoyuan didn't believe that Tan Yun was the creator of this technique. He pointed at Tan Yun and shouted, "No, impossible, how could you be him? My master said he's still in reincarnation, don't even think about fooling." Seeing that Zitong Yaoyuan was still stubborn and unwilling to reveal anything, Tan Yun had no choice but to personally meet its master. "Fine, if you won't talk, I'll just go in and see for myself." Seeing Tan Yun preparing to enter, Zitong Yaoyuan blocked him, preventing him from going inside. Wait, how could Tan Yun let a gorilla hinder him? So he decided to teach it a lesson. Tan Yun placed 2 fingers on its forehead. Seal. Instantly, Zitong Yaoyuan's body underwent a transformation. Sensing something ominous happening to him, he screamed, "I'm done for." Sure enough, Zitong Yaoyuan was shrinking more and more. Finally, it became a tiny little monkey. Zitong Yaoyuan was unwilling to accept its new size. Angrily, it jumped up and down, yelling, "Chirp, chirp, chirp, damn it, what did you do to me? Why have I shrunk?" Seeing Zitong Yaoyuan continuing to yell, Tan Yun grabbed its collar and comforted it. "Alright, stop yelling, I've just temporarily sealed your spiritual power so you can rest a bit," Tan Yun thought to himself. "This monkey knows Yang Zhenxing He. It might be related to Zhao He. I'll take it with me and figure it out later." Zitong Yaoyuan struggled in Tan Yun's hand. The scene shifts to outside Vanishing God Gorge. Ling Hu Chang didn't go in. Wang Futong was standing in front of Vanishing God Gorge, surrounded by many corpses lying scattered on the ground. Ling Hu Chang couldn't help but smile smugly. "Finally, the seal of Vanishing God Gorge has been opened. It wasn't in vain that I killed so many subordinates." He turned and placed his hand on Wang Futong's shoulder, saying with excitement, "Well, you did a great job. I'm very satisfied. Follow me from now on." Wang Futong bowed his head humbly and said, "Thank you, senior brother, Ling Hu. Senior brother Ling Hu. In the future, don't forget to help junior brother kill Tan Yun after you make a great contribution." Ling Hu Chang turned around and walked into Vanishing God Gorge, saying, "Rest assured, Tan Yun dared to kill my subordinates. I must take his life. But the immediate task is to obtain the inheritance." On the surface he spoke intimately, but in reality Ling Hu Chang only saw Wang Futong as a tool to help him achieve his goals. "All my subordinates are gone. Wang Futong will be my stepping stone to help me avoid all dangers in the gorge." As for Wang Futong, he was just a scheming, spouting sweet flattering words. Junior brother wishes senior brother Ling Hu success and obtains the treasure, but in his heart he was plotting against Ling Hu, Chungling's slaughtering. "It won't be long. The day you obtain the inheritance is the day you die." Then, the two entered together. Inside Vanishing God Gorge, the ceiling door of Vanishing God Gorge was slowly closing. When Liang Qing arrived there, she looked towards the door, with a hateful gaze and murmured, "Wang Futong, I will not forgive you." With that, Liang Qing jumped in as well. Cut to, Tan Yun, with Zitong Yaoyuan in tow, entered the place. A bizarre scene unfolded before Tan Yun. Tens of thousands of stone steps, the skeletal remains of golden dragons and demonic dragons strewn all over the place, and in the distance, the magnificent and dazzling Divine Master's heavenly palace. Tan Yun surveyed his surroundings, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Why are there so many bones of golden dragons and demonic dragons here? Could it be? He mused. Tan Yun grabbed Zitong Yaoyuan's clothes and bolted towards the Divine Master's heavenly palace, desperately hoping. Crap! Xiao Jin, Xiao Hei, please don't let anything happen to you guys. After a frantic sprint, Tan Yun and Zitong Yaoyuan finally reached the heavenly palace of the Divine Master. But Tan Yun noticed something strange. The heavenly dragon locking heaven divine formation. Seeing this, Tan Yun recalled the events of yesteryear. This is the formation I personally set up back then. Xiao Jin, Xiao Hei. Is that really you guys? Zitong Yaoyuan, standing next to Tan Yun, glanced at him and chirped. Chit, master, I told you no one in the lower realms can break this formation, you can't get in. As soon as Zitong Yaoyuan finished speaking, Tan Yun touched the formation with a finger and uttered a single word, 2. Instantly, something miraculous happened. The formation shattered. Zitong Yaoyuan was dumbfounded, eyes wide with disbelief, blurting out, Chit. The Golden Dragon Master and the Demonic Dragon Master, who were cultivating inside, also sensed the anomaly outside. Someone broke the formation, the Golden Dragon Master surmised. Even the little monkey couldn't stop the intruder. Could this be related to the primordial chaos origin? Upon hearing this, the Demonic Dragon Master flew into a rage. Damn it! Those bastards dare to descend to the lower realms? Today, even if I have to face the limitless origin god, I'll make sure they can't go back. The Golden Dragon Master agreed with the Demonic Dragon's sentiment. This Divine Master's heavenly palace was built by our Lord. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to defile it. Little did they know that the person they were cursing was their very own master. As for Tan Yun, after breaking the formation, he casually walked in, completely familiar with the place. The Divine Master's heavenly palace still looks the same as it did back then. Zitong Yaoyuan, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, Have you been to the heavenly palace before? Impossible. Outsiders have never been allowed here. Tan Yun, seeing Zitong Yaoyuan's naive expression, laughed and said, I'm not an outsider. With that, he proved it to Zitong Yaoyuan. As Tan Yun spoke, he placed his hand on a certain mechanism. This entire Divine Master's heavenly palace was created by my own 2 hands. Tan Yun's words left Zitong Yaoyuan stunned and amazed, time and time again. What did you say? You created this heavenly palace? Are you kidding? Tan Yun began to explain the origin and details of every part of the Divine Master's heavenly palace. The main body of these 12 forbidden law god pillars is made of eternal ice iron heart, which I searched throughout the heavenly star river to obtain. This main hall of the heavenly palace was made from an entire starstone as the raw material, taking 111 days to create. Tan Yun pointed upwards and continued. The heavenly dragon forbidden heaven grand formation of this heavenly palace has 900 lines of inscriptions that I personally drew. Zitong Yaoyuan still didn't believe what Tan Yun was saying, and even showed disdain. HMPH. This guy's terminal narcissism has reached its final stage. Immediately after, the Golden Dragon and Demonic Dragon appeared, and the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy, with thunder rumbling. Zitong Yaoyuan, seeing the Golden Dragon and Demonic Dragon arrive, jumped up with joy and a bright smile. 2 masters, I didn't expect you both to come out of seclusion, kid, you're done for. Chit. Seeing the 2 dragons appear, Tan Yun thought to himself, Xiao Jin, Xiao Hei, is that really you? The Golden Dragon and Demonic Dragon, seeing their master in human form, did not recognize him. The Demonic Dragon roared ferociously. Lowly human, answer this demonic master. Before Tan Yun could reply, the Golden Dragon impatiently interrogated, Are you someone sent by the primordial origin and chaos? Then they continued to judge. This guy has an aura that doesn't exist in the upper realm. This is similar to the aura that only appears on people from this region. Tan Yun said nothing, simply standing there silently. Zitong Yaoyuan spoke up, informing the Demonic Dragon and Golden Dragon, 2 masters. He directly broke through the grand formation to get in. Chit, I just don't know how he did it. The Golden Dragon and Demonic Dragon were shocked upon hearing Zitong Yaoyuan's words. What? Impossible. You could directly enter through the grand formation. Only our Lord, Big Brother, and I. This only further confirmed their suspicion that their guess was right. You can open the grand formation. It must be with the help of Shi Yuan and Hundun. With that, Mo Long opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and roared, Insects, go to hell! Just as Mo Long was about to raise his sharp claws to annihilate Tan Yun, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, he reproached Mo Long. Yeah, after all these years, Xiao Hei, you haven't changed a bit. You'll never get rid of your hot temper. Hearing the name Xiao Hei, the ferocious Mo Long suddenly stopped. The ferocity in his eyes was gone, replaced by a bit of fondness. Mo Long asked Tan Yun, My childhood name, Besides Master and Big Brother, no one else knows you. How do you know? Tan Yun didn't answer Mo Long right away, but turned to Jin Long and asked, Xiao Jin, how's your toothache from when you were little? Seeing that Tan Yun knew even Mo Long's secret childhood name, and even his own affairs, Jin Long became even more anxious and hurriedly asked, You, how do you know my and Zhao Mo's private matters? Who exactly are you? What's your relationship with the Supreme Lord? Tan Yun didn't answer but slowly recounted the story of Mo Long and Jin Long from birth to adulthood. Tens of thousands of years ago, in the distant Hongmeng divine realm, there was someone who took in 2 eggs. Then one of the dragons with a golden body was named Xiao Jin, and the other dragon with a body of black demonic energy, as black as if it had crawled out of an ink bottle, was named Xiao He. As time passed, Xiao Jin became the ruler of the entire Jin Long clan, known as the Jin Long Godlord, and Xiao He also became the ruler of the Mo Long realm, known as the Mo Long Godlord. They were both absolutely loyal to their master until, hearing this, Mo Long was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears were about to flow out. As if Mo Long had recognized his master, he excitedly asked, You are. Jin Long was also extremely excited in his heart. Finally, I've waited until this moment. Seeing that Mo Long and Jin Long had recognized him, Tan Yun reached out his hands, looked at the 2 dragons with affectionate eyes, and gently called out, Xiao Jin, Xiao Mo, I miss you guys so much. Mo Long and Jin Long returned to their human forms and hurriedly knelt down, tears flowing out. Jin Long Godlord pays respects to the Supreme Lord. The Godlord of the Mo Long lineage pays respects to the Supreme Lord. Tan Yun couldn't restrain his emotions either, and tears welled up. Good. Tan Yun bent down, reached out, and helped them up. Get up quickly, Xiao Jin, Xiao Mo. You guys are alright, that's really great. Mo Long hugged Tan Yun tightly, crying like a child. Master, Xiao He misses you so much. Seeing this, Jin Long also scrambled to hug Tan Yun, tears streaming down like 2 rivers. Master, I thought I wouldn't see you again. Zitong Yao Yuan, witnessing this scene, bulged his eyes and scratched his head helplessly. Chirp, chirp. These 2 masters call him master then. Then isn't he the great Emperor Chai Meng? Thinking of this, Zitong Yao Yuan was stunned and fell backward to the ground. Dizzy and disoriented, he couldn't keep his spirits up. Chirp, chirp. Zitong Yao Yuan recalls what just happened. I just now, unexpectedly even attacked him. Who is he? Where is he? After a bout of sobbing, Tan Yun wiped away his tears and inquired about Jin Long and Mo Long's situation in the past few years. Alright, Xiao Jin, Xiao He, don't cry. How have you guys been these past few years? Aren't you from the divine realm? Why did you come to the heavenly punishment continent? Hearing Tan Yun ask this, Mo Long excitedly said with a voice full of hatred, It's all the conspiracy of Shi Yuan and Hundun. Barely saying a word, Mo Long felt wronged again and buried his head in Tan Yun, sobbing and recounting everything. Master, the Jin Long and Mo Long clans, we were all tricked into the lower realm by them, and now almost no one is left alive, Mo Long said. And the people under your command, now there aren't even 10 people left. Hearing that things had turned out so tragically, Tan Yun was stunned. What exactly happened? Seeing that Mo Long was too anxious to control his emotions, Jin Long spoke up to explain. Master, you should let me explain to you. Then Jin Long slowly recounted the details to Tan Yun. After you disappeared, I always hid in the divine realm, harboring the intention of revenge, Jin Long recounted. But 5 million years ago, Hundun and Yuanxi deliberately made a big show, saying that you had reincarnated. They wanted to descend to the lower realm and destroy the heavenly punishment continent, making you and the continent disappear forever. After Xiao He and I heard the news, we gathered all the Mo Long and Jin Longs and fought against the gods before the heavenly punishment continent. Who knew that Hundun and Yuanxi just wanted to wait for us to gather so they could cast a net and catch us all in one go? In that battle, the entire Jin Long and Mo Long clans were almost annihilated, also creating today's Fallen God Valley. Hearing the crimes that Hundun and Yuanxi had committed, Tan Yun's hatred reached its peak. Tan Yun made up his mind to take revenge. Hundun, Yuanxi, this revenge I must take. When I return to the divine realm, I must avenge you. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Mo Long regained his composure, but tears still flowed uncontrollably, Mo Long said sadly. After that battle, Hundun and Yuanxi deliberately started a second war. Your subordinates, even though they knew, still refused to retreat until they were cornered and killed to the last one, Mo Long said as he pointed into the distance. The place where they disappeared is the deepest part of the heavenly punishment mountain range, called the Land of Eternity by humans. Tan Yun clenched his fist tightly, secretly vowing, The battle of the gods, the Land of Eternity. I must go there. The scene changed to the underground hall. Tian Yan Mo Jun was bound by chains. Seeing someone coming, he smirked. Finally here, Ling Hu Chengkong and Wang Fudong arrived in front of the thousand-eyed demon lord. As soon as they arrived, Ling Hu Chengkong laughed heartily and went straight to the point. Finally here, my inheritance. Knowing Linghu Chengkong's purpose, the thousand-eyed demon lord bluntly asked, "If you came here for this lord's inheritance, you must have obtained this lord's information, right? Did you bring the goods?" Linghu Chengkong took out a ring and said, "The blood essence you wanted, I've brought it. Where's my inheritance?" The thousand-eyed demon lord showed disdain and contempt. "Just a little thing. Are you trying to bargain with this lord?" Standing before such power, Wang Fudong grimaced and resisted, thinking, "This guy is terrifying. Snatching the blood demon's inheritance in front of the thousand-eyed demon lord, I feel like I can't resist anymore." Then Wang Fudong secretly plotted, "This guy's inheritance is so powerful, I want it even more." The fierce and extremely gleeful Linghu Chengkong approached the thousand-eyed demon lord, contemptuously saying to him, "Great thousand-eyed demon lord, I'm a scaredy cat, don't frighten me." Linghu deliberately raised the ring containing the blood essence and threatened, "If I get startled, and I accidentally drop the ring containing the blood essence, that wouldn't be good, would it?" The thousand-eyed demon lord didn't flinch before this petty person. He also retorted with a grim laugh, "Kid, I don't think you're a coward at all. I can't believe you dare to threaten this lord." Linghu cracked his knuckles, appearing smug, his words full of meaning as he replied, "This lord is too kind. Everything I'm doing is just to get the inheritance. After I get the inheritance, I will offer this blood essence to you with both hands." Hearing this, the thousand-eyed demon lord closed his eyes and agreed. "All right, giving you the inheritance first is fine. I bet you don't dare to betray me immediately." The thousand-eyed demon lord opened his eyes wide and shouted at the same time. An eye in the center of the thousand-eyed demon lord's chest burst open. Then it poured and spewed out a large amount of inheritance. Linghu was overjoyed and ecstatic, unable to close his mouth, extremely excited. The demon lord's inheritance? Finally got it. Wang Fudong, standing next to him, was also very envious of obtaining the inheritance. He stared unblinkingly at the stream of inheritance. "Oh, the demon lord's inheritance. If I could get it, killing Tan Yun would be as easy as pie." At that moment, the thousand-eyed demon lord asked for the blood essence, in a deep voice. "I gave you the inheritance, so where's my blood essence? I knew Linghu would betray me." He gave a perfunctory smile and spoke. "Blood essence?" He flipped his face faster than flipping a pancake. He said to the thousand-eyed demon lord, "You didn't actually think I would give you that blood essence, did you, to let you break the seal and kill me?" This Linghu continued to act high and mighty. "Great demon lord, times have changed. Being sealed here forever is the best place for you to stay. If you were to go out, everyone would be uneasy." Haha, the thousand-eyed demon lord wasn't easily fooled either. He replied with a faint smile, "Oh my, you little brat dares to play dirty with me. Do you think I don't have an ace up my sleeve?" Finishing his words, the thousand-eyed demon lord immediately ordered Wang Fudong, who was eagerly waiting to snatch the inheritance, "You guy over there, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack, or your and my inheritance will disappear." Linghu Chengkong was struck by lightning. He was bewildered and confused. What? Could it be? Not waiting for him to say another word, Wang Fudong rushed forward trying to kill Linghu. Wang Fudong charged like a madman and yelled, "The inheritance is mine." Then he gave Linghu Chengkong a heaven-splitting punch that pierced through his body, his aura domineering. "Just die." Linghu was caught off guard and couldn't resist. He spat out fresh blood and fell backward onto the ground. Before dying, this guy was still puzzled and confused, reproachfully asking, "Wang Fudong, you! How dare you betray me?" Wang Fudong was no longer the dog that obeyed Linghu's every command. He spoke clearly and unequivocally. "To deal with you and Tan Yun, I wholeheartedly pretended to be your hunting dog. Now I'm finally getting rewarded for my efforts." Thinking Linghu was completely dead, who knew he would struggle to stand up and argue, "Wang Fudong, I can forgive what happened before. I can respect you as my master from now on. Please spare me." It's hopeless even listening. Saying this to Wang Fudong now is like water off a duck's back. Of course, that guy didn't agree. "Spare you. Dream on." Then what lingered in the reader's mind was Linghu Chengkong's final, miserable scream. Wang Fudong delivered a blow to the top of his head. Linghu go die. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Linghu fell completely, truly collapsed. Wang Fudong looked at the dead Linghu, unable to hide his immense joy. He laughed very loudly. "The inheritance is mine now. I'm the ultimate winner." Linghu's name died, with his eyes wide open. Fresh blood flowed from his body, spreading around where he fell. His blood flowed to where the demon lord was sealed. Tianyan Mojun then said gleefully, "Even without blood essence, the blood of the living can help me break the seal." He got even more extra, grinning widely. "I am the ultimate winner. Break the seal for me." With a crash, the chains were snapped into pieces by this guy. He stood up leisurely and looked outside, then said to himself, "After so many years, I can finally get out." Tianyan Mojun's eyes suddenly turned to hatred. He muttered, "Jinlong, Mojilong, today is the day you two die." Flames suddenly flared up from under the ground, and the earth and rocks cracked. Seeing this scene, Zitong Yaoyuan quickly grabbed the tall pillar and panicked. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Tan Yun also saw this scene, and he judged. This demonic energy is too strong. What exactly is going on? He asked Tiangong Shenshu. Is there a seal below? At this moment, Jinlong Zhishu explained. Not good. Tianyan Mojun has escaped. Molong Zhishu also hurriedly worried about Tan Yun. Master, let me protect you while you leave first. From afar, we could see Tianyan Mojun's figure. His appearance was so noisy, he was laughing like he'd won the lottery, confidently saying, Today, none of you will escape. Looking at him, Tan Yun fell into thought. Is this Tianyan Mojun? Wasn't he suppressed by me under the endless demon abyss in the upper realm? Why is he here? Jinlong Zhishu then explained to Tan Yun, Master, you probably don't know, Kunlun and Shi Yuan released most of the monsters that you suppressed under the endless demon abyss to let them escape. At that moment, Tianyan Mojun on the opposite side said hesitantly, You look like Tan Yun. Tan Yun just smiled faintly and replied, No need to guess. Then, an awe-inspiring voice rang out, I am the Hongmeng Supreme. Tianyan Mojun was stunned for a few seconds, his voice trembling. Hongmeng Supreme, Kunlun, and Shi Yuan didn't expect what they said to be true. Is it really you? Tan Yun calmly questioned him. Tianyan, it's been 3 years since we last met. You've become a lot bolder, huh, to be able to attack this barrier. Jinlong Zhishu also recounted the story of the past. In the first battle, Tianyan Mojun led the demon army from the deep abyss to attack proactively. After that battle, Kunlun and Shiyuan abandoned Tianyan Mojun and left on their own, and I, because my original energy was also severely damaged at that time, had no way to attack Tianyan Mojun, so I could only suppress him under this Tiangong Shenzhu. After hearing the story, Tan Yun said, Kunlun and Shiyuan are indeed good at scheming dirty tricks. Watching you two fight to the death while they don't suffer any losses. Tianyan Mojun stared at Tan Yun. He wondered, why is there an ordinary human here? Moreover, he has a familiar aura. An aura that I hate so much. Tan Yun slowly approached, and he loudly scolded him. And you dare to call me by my given name? What's wrong? Have you forgotten that I was the one who beat you into the endless demon abyss back then? Hearing this, Tianyan Mojun recognized Tan Yun. He shouted, Hong Meng, do you still think you are the supreme with great prestige back then? You are just a tiny human now. With that said, Tianyan Mojun rushed over. I will crush you as easily as turning my hand, just like crushing an ant. Tan Yun also stood still, gesturing with his hand to provoke him to attack. Oh, really? Then come and try. This guy was momentarily stunned by Tan Yun's aura. He carefully thought to himself, Hong Meng Supreme cannot be underestimated. He is still so confident now. Could it be that he has a way to deal with me? Seeing him stop, Tan Yun taunted. What's wrong? Don't dare to attack. When the heavenly-eyed demon lord got provoked, he went crazy and retorted, Meng family, stop pretending to be all mysterious in front of me. Just a nascent soul-stage cultivator, you really think I'd be afraid of you? Having said that, the heavenly-eyed demon lord activated the true demonic form transformation, and this guy's long hair suddenly turned into a four-horned appearance that was ugly as hell. He transformed into a giant and glared down at Tan Yun, but Tan Yun wasn't scared at all. He confidently glared back at him. As the heavenly-eyed demon lord raised his fist to smash it down on Tan Yun's head, a shout rang out, Heavenly-eyed demon lord, do you have a death wish? It was Jin Long and Mo Long. They rushed up, wanting to fight in Tan Yun's place. The heavenly-eyed demon lord actually dares to offend our master. He must die. The two immediately transformed into two majestic golden dragons and demon dragons, fiercely pouncing to attack the heavenly-eyed demon lord. The two sides attacked each other fiercely. The heavenly eye wasn't easy to deal with either. He retaliated resolutely. Explosions occurred one after another. Tan Yun stood still and watched, thinking to himself, if I burn all of my demonic god power in an instant, I can eliminate the heavenly eye, but if I do that, I'll also fall into a coma. While he was deep in thought, Wang Fudong popped up from nowhere, yelling at Tan Yun. This guy fearlessly postured and continued, I finally found you. Tan Yun turned to look at him and asked, Wang Fudong, how are you not dead yet? The guy said heroically, yeah, I've merged with the blood demon, and even obtained the heavenly-eyed demon lord's inheritance. Tan Yun immediately understood. No wonder you have the guts to come looking for me. Wang Fudong aggressively pointed his finger straight at Tan Yun. He roared, Tan Yun, I will kill you at all costs. Now I finally have enough power to do it. Today I will chop you into 100 pieces. Tan Yun strode forward with soaring momentum. He scoffed and replied, a good-for-nothing like you, even if you obtain the inheritance of another good-for-nothing, you're still just trash. This time, I won't give you a chance to escape again. Wang Fudong didn't say much more. He immediately unleashed the heavenly demon true form transformation. He looked pretty cool. Let's see how capable he is. A blazing demonic blood aura erupted on his body. Then Tan Yun on the opposite side just raised his index finger and said, suppress, Wang Fudong, having transformed into a demonic true form, crazily attacked Tan Yun. Tan Yun didn't stand still either. He rushed forward to meet the attack. Wang Fudong cried out in pain after being struck by Tan Yun's move. He was pushed by Tan Yun right into the Heavenly Eye Demon Lord's attack. Another small explosion occurred. Wang Fudong lamented in pain. "This can't." Tan Yun stood imposingly in front of him and said to him, "Relying on others, you'll always be weak. The truly strong can only rely on their own strength." Wang Fudong still refused to give up. He roared angrily, "No, I don't believe it. I've absorbed so much power. How can I not kill you?" Having said that, he rushed up again with a bunch of black crows and a move called Raging Sky Demon Claw. Tan Yun countered with a move called Unfathomable Underworld. Tan Yun's eyes were firm as he rushed forward, relentlessly punching. "Go die!" The two sides clashed with full vigor and intensity, both with the intention of killing the other. Tan Yun's side was clearly stronger. Wang Fudong was punched by Tan Yun and sent flying backward. The punch destroyed all his internal organs. Fresh blood spewed out of him. Even as he was dying, he still tried to yell, I'm not reconciled, not reconciled. What else? He's dead, it's over." Only Tan Yun remained in the midst of Wang Fudong's red vortex of blood. His blood was splattered all over Tan Yun's clothes. He sighed. "You wasted your efforts. In the end you went astray, and ultimately suffered a tragic end." Scene change. At the Shanggong Upper District, Tian Yan is still facing off against Ma Long and Jin Long. Tian Yan laughs loudly and says, "You two pathetic dragons, haven't you eaten yet? Your attacks are so weak it's like you're just tickling me." Jin Long, seeing that their attacks aren't doing any damage, says, "Second brother, use our original soul technique." Ma Long responds, "Alright, big brother." They both open their mouths, channeling their inner strength, and shout, "Purifying world holy destruction, world extinguishing demonic flames." Then, they both unleash a massive surge of energy at Tian Yan. Tian Yan, not to be outdone, opens his mouth and roars, "Demon prison ghost sky shatter." Then he sends out a palm strike to counter the two dragons. Attacks. The three attacks collide, creating a terrifying explosion. Xiao Ma and Xiao Jin can't withstand it and scream. Then they are both blown away by the blast. Suddenly, Tan Yun rushes in to save them and says, "Xiao Jin, Xiao Ma." Faced with Tian Yan's terrifying power, Jin Long and Ma Long revert to their human forms. Tan Yun sees they are faltering and flies to support them. Tan Yun assesses the situation, realizing they are no match for him. Both Xiao Ma and Xiao Jin have been severely injured by Tian Yan. Tan Yun asks, "Are you alright?" Jin Long coughs and replies, Master, don't worry, your subordinate is fine." Ma Long also says, weakly in pain, "Damn it. If our primordial spirits hadn't been damaged in the last battle, and our power hadn't been constantly drained these years, how could we fail to defeat Tian Yan?" Tian Yan says angrily, "Jin Long, Ma Long, you are no match for me. Today I, Hong Meng, will definitely kill him. If you dare to stop me, I won't mind dealing with you two first." Tan Yun smiles confidently, replying, "Tian Yan, it seems you've been locked up for too long." With that, Tan Yun shifts into his primordial spirit state. Xiao Ma and Xiao Jin worry for Tan Yun and say, "Master, you can't. If you burn too much divine essence, you might fall into a deep slumber." Tan Yun, not caring about death, replies, "Xiao Jin, Xiao Hei, you don't need to persuade me." Tan Yun looks at them, thinking of the innocent people, and says, "Reincarnation. Countless people have sacrificed for me. I don't want to see you die before my eyes." Xiao Ma and Xiao Jin, hearing Tan Yun's noble words, are moved to tears. Xiao Jin says, "Master, you are still such a caring person." Xiao Ma continues, "Before, every time there was a great battle, you were the first to charge to the front lines, just so that the little guys would die less. There's no better master in the entire God realm than you." Not wanting to let Tan Yun fight alone, they both say resolutely, "Second brother, it's time to use that move." Ma Long replies, "Big brother, I'll listen to you." Jin Long and Ma Long merge their primordial spirits with Tan Yun and shout, "Divine essence unleashed," catching him off guard. Tan Yun, seeing that they are about to do something dangerous, exclaims, "You guys." Then, the primordial spirits of Ma Long and Jin Long merge into one with Tan Yun. Tan Yun feels his power increase tenfold, blazing fiercely. Tan Yun worriedly turns to ask, "You guys, your primordial spirits were already damaged, and now you're forcibly merging with me. This will damage your dragon essence." Jin Long and Ma Long, not afraid of the consequences, say resolutely, "Master, only in this way can we have the chance to fight alongside you, Master. We have waited so long, we only waited until the day you returned. If you fall into a deep sleep again, based on our current state, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait until the day you wake up." Tan Yun, seeing that they are both willing to wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to him, without regard for danger, places his hand on his chest and says, "I understand your intentions." Then, Tan Yun says decisively, Then let us fight together. Tian Yan, seeing Tan Yun get the help of Zhao Ma and Jin Long, laughs mockingly and criticizes Hong Meng. Even if you get the primordial spirit power of Jin Long and Ma Long, how much power can you recover? He points at himself and says arrogantly, "They weren't my opponents before. Even if you are added to it, the result will be the same." Tan Yun, not at all frightened by his threats, frowns and says, "Whether it's the same or not, you'll know when you try." Then, Tan Yun rushes towards him, unleashing a fatal blow and shouting, "Hong Meng, Overlord Skyfist." Tian Yan, seeing that Tan Yun wants to kill him like that, shouts angrily, "You're courting death, demonic essence Kun Sky Palm." Both unleashed powerful moves, appearing evenly matched. Suddenly, Tan Yun punched him, flying backward, spitting blood and screaming in agony. Tan Yun declared firmly, "Even though I've only recovered 3/10 of my former strength, it's more than enough to kill you." Tian Yan, caught off guard and sent flying, spotted the stairs inside the Heavenly Palace Divine Master's abode, and muttered, stunned, "What in hell is this thing?" Lady Liang Jing looked towards the grand gate, trembling as she said, "I can't believe something so terrifying exists in the Fallen Gods Valley." Sigh, the girl felt a little terrified, so she tried to steel herself. "Liang Jing, what are you afraid of? The moment Wang Fudong offered you to Murong-kun, you were already dead. You're nothing but a soulless corpse now, existing only for revenge." After that, she firmly held her resolve, deciding to press on with sharp, cold eyes. Liang Jing resolutely stepped forward and declared loudly, "Even if it kills me, I will slay Wang Fudong." Meanwhile, Tan Yun looked at Tianyan with a resolute intent to destroy him, stating, "Demon Lord Tianyan, you have nowhere left to run. Today I shall annihilate both your body and soul to honor the spirits of my fallen subordinates." Hearing this, Tianyan immediately struggled back up, wiped away the blood, and bitterly retorted, "No, I don't believe it. You're no longer the Hongmeng Supreme of old. You can't possibly be my match." Tianyan, furious and unwilling to concede defeat, threw a punch at Tan Yun, yelling, "Go to hell, Tan Yun." Seeing him refuse to accept the truth, scoffed, blinded by ignorance. Then, Tan Yun pointed at him and chanted, "Prison lock heaven's cage." Tian Yun suddenly looked astonished, his face bewildered, as he saw a circle appear around him, exclaiming, "What?" After that, chains wrapped themselves around his body. He wildly screamed in pain, "Let me go, Hongmeng, I'll kill you." Tan Yun watched him helplessly scream within the chains and said, "Tianyan, stop struggling. You and I are not on the same level. I am the bright moon, and you are but a firefly. Even if the moon is temporarily hidden by clouds, a firefly can never compare to it." Hearing Tan Yun's words, Tianyan, not understanding, roared, "I don't get this. Moon and firefly, difference? All I know is that a firefly can bite its opponent to death." Tan Yun heard him, and immediately understood what he meant, replying, "Oh really?" Tianyan opened his mouth and unleashed Abyssal Demon Gate technique. High in the sky, a dark spatial gate appeared. Jin Long, seeing the critical situation, yelled, "Master! That's the grand gate leading to the Abyss of Sorrows." "Tianyan is sacrificing his life essence to summon the Lingyuan Demon Lord," Molong added. "Master, stop Tianyan now." Tan Yun looked up at the demonic portal and replied, "The gate is open. It's too late." Furious, Tianyan raised both hands to the sky, then laughed maniacally, declaring, "All my demon generals, heed my command." Demon generals descended from within the demonic gate. Bloodthirsty demons continuously flew out, exclaiming excitedly, "Excellent! Unbelievable! The living realm actually has fresh food for us to feast on. Who does His Excellency the Demon Lord wish to kill this time? My great blade thirsts for fresh blood." The one next to him cackled, "This time, I'm going to chop and kill to my heart's content." Tianyan strained and roared, "Break the chains binding him. Summon forth hundreds of demon generals," and smugly declared, "Hongmeng, my abyssal demon generals are fully assembled. You have nowhere to run." Then, Tan Yun smirked confidently and retorted, "You think summoning your subordinates makes you so impressive? I know that trick too." Tianyan thought Tan Yun was just bluffing, so he replied, "Hongmeng, all your subordinates from your world died in that battle long ago. Are you going to summon Chu Yuan and Kunlun to help you, perhaps?" Ha! Tan Yun didn't even bat an eye at his words, closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and chanted, "August Heavenly Tao, origin of Hongmeng, by my soul I command you to return." Molong and Jinlong, seeing Tan Yun's ultimate move, were overjoyed, exclaiming, Could this be the August Hongmeng's Spirit Awakening song? Could it be that we'll meet our comrades from back then, fighting side by side with us again?" The departed souls, upon hearing the summoning back to the mortal realm, replied, "We hear you. This is the Supreme's call. Even in death, if the Supreme Lord needs us, we can fight once more." Everyone vanished to return to where Tan Yun was summoning, saying, "Supreme Lord, wait for me, I'm coming back." Subsequently, All the deceased souls converged in this place, once again standing shoulder to shoulder. Seeing this scene, Tianyan was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. He couldn't believe his eyes and said, "What? What's going on? They're clearly dead. How can they heed your summons and return?" Tan Yun proudly declared, "Because I am the Hongmeng Supreme." Suddenly, Tan Yun clasped his hands together, his eyes shining brightly as he chanted, "Hongmeng True Body." His entire Hongmeng body transformed into a golden hue, radiating a brilliant light. The Hongmeng Supreme sat upon his throne majestically. Then, Tan Yun spoke. "Where is the Hongmeng Legion?" Everyone obeyed the order, with the determination to defeat the enemy. They reported in unison, "Hongmeng Legion, Yongzi Camp, Valiant Battle Marquis, reporting for duty." Subordinate of Hongmeng Legion, Changqiang Camp, Divine Spear Marquis, reporting for duty. Subordinate of Hongmeng Legion, Ponzi Camp, Unrivaled Marquis, reporting for duty. Hui Z Camp, New Life Marquis, reporting for duty. Suo Z Camp, Bloodbath Marquis, reporting for duty. Long Z Camp, Dragon Battle Marquis, reporting for duty. Seeing their old comrades standing side by side, Xiao Ma and Xiao Jin exclaimed joyfully, "They're back! They're all back! It's like we're back to that moment when we fought alongside our lord." Jin Long and Ma Long, eager for the atmosphere of the old battles, rushed forward with everyone. Xiao Ma said, "Bro, it's time to return to your rightful place," Xiao Jin replied. "In this battle, even death is no regret." Both of them flew before Tan Yun, with the will to sacrifice themselves at any moment. Xiao Jin and Xiao Ma reported with emotion. Subordinate of Hongmeng Legion, Jin Long present. Subordinate of Hongmeng Legion, Ma Long God Lord present. With the forces fully assembled, everyone shouted together, "Hongmeng Legion assembled. Soldiers ready. Supreme, command us. Death before surrender." Having summoned everyone back, Tan Yun once again steeled his fighting spirit and said, "Everyone, after this battle your divine souls may be annihilated, ceasing to exist. Even so, are you still willing to fight with me?" Upon hearing this, no one showed any concern or fear, but with unwavering resolve they replied, ready to sacrifice themselves, "It's just the annihilation of our divine souls, what's there to fear?" One person laughed loudly and said, "To be able to fight alongside the Hongmeng Lord once more, I am content. I only hope that one day we can fight up to the God Realm and kill those two bastards, Shi Yuan and Kunlun." Seeing everyone so fired up with fighting spirit, Tan Yun said decisively, "All right, then let's fight one more earth-shattering battle." With that, Tan Yun dashed towards him. Everyone in the rear provided support for Hongmeng. Tan Yun shouted, "Tianyan, meet your death." Tianyan the Demon Lord retorted, "Hongmeng, don't act so mighty. I've already seen through your strength. They are all in a soul state. At most, they can only exert 30% of their former power." Tianyan Demon Lord moved his Yuan demons, rushed forward, and said, "You can't possibly be a match for me, Demon Lord Yuan Ling." The demons, hearing Tianyan's words, assumed that the opponents were just weak soul remnants, and laughed loudly. "The Demon Lord is right, they're just a bunch of lingering souls. One swing of my axe can chop them to bits. You're clearly dead, and you still want to come out. Are you courting death a second time?" The person next to him also laughed gleefully and replied, "Although they don't have flesh and blood, eating these divine souls will help to increase our cultivation." Hearing this, Tan Yun replied, "Even with only 30% of my former strength, I can still easily annihilate you. Even my subordinates, with only 30% of their former strength, can easily annihilate your rabble." Seeing Hongmeng's fierce assault, Tianyan Demon Lord angrily roared, arrogant. He directed the Yuan demon army and said, "Yuan Ling, all troops, kill." Tan Yun was not to be outdone, and on this side also shouted loudly, "Hongmeng Legion, kill." Both sides charged into a fierce battle. A brutal clash. The Hongmeng Legion, with their superior will and strength, gained the upper hand, overwhelming Tianyan Demon Lord's army. One person shouted, "Yongzi Camp's battle formation technique, invincible charge." Tianyan's army was battered and hacked to pieces. Wherever they went, they were killed. Taking advantage of the victory, Tan Yun charged forward and said, "Changqiang Camp's battle formation technique, demon annihilation, spear formation break, Duo Z Camp's battle formation technique, heaven-splitting sword." Unleashing a series of terrifying moves, he blew away the Demon Lord's army. Seeing that they couldn't match the power of Tan Yun's mighty army, the Heavenly Eye Demon Lord's minions trembled in fear and fled, shouting, "Damn it, this remnant soul formation is too strong, completely unbeatable. Is this the combat power of the Hongmeng army? Even if we all charged, we still might not be able to stop them, Demon Lord. Sorry, fend for yourself, we're out of here." Seeing his abyssal demons running away and abandoning him, the Heavenly Eye Demon Lord angrily said, "They're just remnant souls, their combat power can't last for long. All of you, get back here for this lord." Seeing that his words couldn't control them anymore, he bitterly continued, "Damn it, how dare you disobey my orders, this lord will kill you all." Suddenly, Tan Yun flew behind the Heavenly Eye Demon Lord's head. Seeing an opening, Tan Yun rushed forward and unleashed a palm strike, saying, "Even you can't escape death." Hearing this, the Heavenly Eye was shocked and, unable to dodge, exclaimed, "I'm done for." Tan Yun used all his strength to unleash the great demonic extinction palm. The Heavenly Eye quickly raised his hand to block and shouted, "Block it for me!" This move created a massive explosion, with terrifying power. The Heavenly Eye, taking the brunt of the attack, was sent flying, screaming in pain. Seeing Tan Yun fight so well, the Hongmeng army cheered and shouted, "Our Lord is amazing." Seeing that he wasn't dead yet, Tan Yun thought. Unexpectedly, a single palm couldn't directly kill the Heavenly Eye. It seems that the primordial spirit power of the Golden Dragon and Demon Dragon is starting to weaken. I must make quick work of this. Otherwise, it will damage their origins. Seeing the dire situation, the Heavenly Eye Demon Lord had no choice but to look up to the sky for help, shouting, "Shi Yuan, Kunlun, I know you can see everything that's happening here. If you still want to destroy Hongmeng, then descend to this realm immediately," he yelled. "Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll go to the heavens and seek revenge on you." Suddenly, brilliant rays of light appeared in the sky, and a massive source of energy was unleashed. Then, a gigantic heavenly gate appeared. Seeing this, the demon dragon recognized it and exclaimed in horror, "It's the heavenly gate. This is the path to the celestial realm." The golden dragon, hearing this, also said in alarm, "This is bad. If Kunlun and Shi Yuan descend to this realm now, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them." Suddenly, a voice came from within the heavenly gate. "The primordial realm is suffering losses. I can't descend for the time being. Heavenly Eye, we will transmit power to you. Quickly go and kill Hongmeng." Hearing these words, Tan Yun laughed contemptuously and replied, "What primordial realm losses?" Tan Yun flew in front of the heavenly gate and shouted, "Kunlun, Shi Yuan, are you afraid to show your faces because you're afraid of me? Before I die, I'll be sure to take one of you down with me. How dare you, unworthy of being called supreme beings?" The heavenly gate replied, "The winner is king, the loser is villain, Hongmeng. As long as we can kill you, the process doesn't matter." Unexpectedly, the heavenly gate suddenly opened, and a source of energy flew out from within, saying, "Heavenly Eye, accept my power. As long as you kill Hongmeng, I'll give you a place in the upper realm." Then, a massive source of power was transmitted into the Heavenly Eye Demon Lord, and he quickly absorbed it. After absorbing that power, the Heavenly Eye felt powerful again, and said smugly with a laugh, "Not only has my strength recovered in an instant, but it's also much stronger than before. Hongmeng, you're dead this time." After saying that, the Heavenly Eye transformed, shouting, "Primordial True Body, release." Hearing this, Tan Yun also replied in surprise, "Primordial True Body, you want to risk your life?" In an instant, the Heavenly Eye transformed into a giant killing fiend with 2 horns on his head. He happily laughed with satisfaction, saying, "Hongmeng, I can feel your strength gradually weakening," he continued. "You won't be able to hold on for much longer, and with the help of Shi Yuan and Kunlun, I will be the final victor." Tan Yun didn't care about the power he had received, and chanted an incantation, saying, "Then let's see, who will be the victor in the end?" Then Hongmeng released a terrifying source of energy, continuing Myriad Origins Annihilation Formation. The Heavenly Eye Demon Lord didn't hesitate, and met the attack with a Kale, Demonic Hell Ghost Heaven Destruction. The 2 moves collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Because he had exhausted too much strength, Tan Yun couldn't withstand it, and was sent flying far away. Seeing that he couldn't defeat the Heavenly Eye, Tan Yun helplessly said, "Damn it, not enough power, should I burn my divine soul?" Seeing Hongmeng getting weaker and weaker, the Heavenly Eye Demon Lord said smugly, "Hongmeng, when your power is exhausted, you're dead meat. To be able to kill a supreme being, I can be considered the first demon in history." Then he laughed loudly. Seeing that Tan Yun was about to run out of steam, Wu Dongzhao, on the verge of soul dissipation, flew over, spread his arms, and said, "Tianyan, as long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting my lord even a little bit." Tan Yun surprisingly replied, "Wu Songshao, you don't want to see Hongmeng fighting alone?" Everyone flew over, shouting, "Our lord isn't fighting alone." "My lord, Tianyan, even though he has Kunlun and Shi Yuan helping him, you're still poisoned. My lord, let us fight with you to the very end. Cultivate my war sword. Ascend to the 9 heavens. Drench my hot blood. Advance without hesitation." Everyone was determined to rush forward and eliminate this Tianyan Demon Lord. Seeing that everyone wanted to continue burning their souls, Tan Yun hurriedly stopped them. "Everyone, you're just throwing your lives away. If you continue to burn your divine souls, you'll completely disappear from the myriad realms." Everyone turned to look at Tan Yun with an attitude of willingness to sacrifice, not afraid of dissipating, and said in unison, "We have no regrets." Then everyone flew towards Tianyan, shouting in unison, "Kill that bastard!" Leading the legion, they charged up excitedly. "Ha ha, you old geezers! And you too, I'll take the first step." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of guys rushed forward and exploded, scattering parts of the monster's body, making the Killstar panic. "Damn it, are you guys crazy? Burning your souls wasn't enough, now you're self-detonating? The two Shangyang brothers were also gleeful. Ha ha ha, Yong Jianhao. That guy still likes to charge ahead like in the old days. Yong Dion replied. Lao Shang is number one, we can't let him take it. The death soldiers charged up with burning passion. The Divine Spear Battalion, Shanglai, Shangqiang, an entire legion charged forward, determined to die. The Suicide Battalion, there is death without life. Not living on the same day, willing to die in the same year. The divine souls rushed and exploded, tearing apart the bodies, making the Killstar cry out in disbelief. Crazy, they're all crazy, Killstar shouted. Shi Xing, Kunlun, quickly transfer your power to me. Tianmen, upon hearing the order, immediately opened its gates to provide reinforcements. The divine soul soldiers shouted together. Retreating battalion, follow me to charge and assault the Tianmen Legion. Taking advantage of the victory, they rushed like a swarm of bees towards Tianmen. Tianmen exploded. The all-encompassing sky and earth roared from within Tianmen. Bastard! You insects! Dare to attack my Tianyan? Hold on, wait for me to reopen Tianmen. Seeing the death battle of the retreating battalion, the Dragon Self Battalion also charged up. You won't be able to open it, Dragon Self Battalion. Follow me to smash Tianmen. It rushed forward again, blasting away the body of Tianmen. Tianyan cursed. Damn it, Tianmen has been destroyed by them. I must return immediately, Tianyan. As long as you kill Hongmeng, my initial promise to you still stands. Tianmen suddenly collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The Killstar went crazy and cursed. Kill you. If this continues, I'll be blown to bits before I can even kill Hongmeng. No, I have to find a way to scram. Tan Yun was extremely grateful and declared, Yong Zhanhao, Shen Qiangjiao, Duan Minghao, Rui Shuihao, Long Zhanhao. Being able to fight alongside you all again is my greatest honor. Wu Shuangjiao stepped forward and said, My lord, now is not the time for grief. The enemy is not dead. We cannot stop fighting. Isn't this the ambition you taught us? Tan Yun tried to stop him. Enough, Wu Shuangjiao, stop burning your soul, I can still save you now. Wu Shuangjiao quietly removed his hand from Tan Yun's. Sorry, my lord. She turned away decisively, saying, Goodbye. This is the first and last time I'll disobey your orders. Tan Yun exclaimed in a fluster. What? Wu Shuanghao, you? Wu Shuanghao charged forward, desperately. Master, seal the heavenly eye. Xiao Jin and Xiao He stepped forward behind Tan Yun, shouting, Master, quickly seal the heavenly eye. The two of them poured more power into Tan Yun. This is our last bit of strength. Only then did Tan Yun decide to give it his all, waving his hands and shouting, Alright, unleashing a devastating binding strike, seal of heaven, lock the earth. Killing Star struggled fiercely. Let me out, Hongmeng, I won't kill you, let me go. Wu Shuanghao drew her sword, preparing. Formation Breaker, self-destruct. The entire Godly Soul Formation Breaker Legion charged forward, shouting, Kill! The collision exploded, creating a mushroom cloud, engulfing a corner of the sky. Killing Star fell, screaming, No, I'm not reconciled. So we've dealt with that damn annoying demon. Wu Shuanghao turned back to Tan Yun and said, Master, being your subordinate has been the happiest thing in Wu Shuang's life. She gradually vanished into the void. Tan Yun rushed forward, reaching out to receive Wu Shuang's last spiritual image, heartbroken. Rest assured, I will definitely not let you die in vain. Xiao Jin and Xiao He spoke. Master, there's no need to grieve for us. Being able to fight alongside Master once more, Wu Shuanghao, and we are already content. Our powers are almost exhausted. Now it's time for us to leave. Tan Yun panicked. Xiao Jin, Xiao He, you. He reached out, but his hand passed through them as if they were not there. Tan Yun stood there stunned, not believing his eyes. Tears welling up. Your primordial spirits are about to dissipate. Xiao Jin and Xiao He spoke their last words. Master, your subordinates can no longer fight alongside you. I really can't bear to leave you, Master. Don't blame yourself. If there's a next life, my brother and I would still be willing to be your subordinates. Tan Yun channeled his power, roaring. No, Xiao Jin, Xiao He, I won't let you die. Wu Shuang's body is already dead, and she also burned her divine soul. There's no way to revive her. However, you two only depleted your primordial spirits. There's still a chance for you to live on. I, even if I have to risk everything, won't let your souls scatter. Tan Yun unleashed his technique. Reverse Samsara imprint. Merged the two corpses. Xiao Jin and Xiao He were enveloped in a ray of light, returning to the location where the Heavenly Eye's corpse fell. At that moment, a strange figure appeared, firing an imprint of energy to bind the Heavenly Eye's corpse. It turned out that Wang Fudong wasn't dead after all. Heavenly Eye Demon Lord, I managed to preserve a sliver of my primordial spirit thanks to you distracting Tan Yun earlier. Hey, who knew you'd die at Tan Yun's hands? He reached out towards the Heavenly Eye's corpse. Now, Tan Yun's strength has been greatly depleted. As long as I devour your flesh and blood, I can be reborn as a demon and kill Tan Yun to avenge myself, he declared arrogantly. What's the use of you fighting back and forth? I am the ultimate winner. In the Divine Lord Palace Plaza, Tan Yun sat down to recover his inner strength. Although he had expended a lot of energy, he still held the two dragon bodies in his hands. Fortunately, he managed to preserve a bit of Zhao He and Zhao Jin's primordial spirits. Later, he can find a suitable opportunity to help them revive. Tan Yun suddenly heard rustling sounds, and the monkey poked its head out from the rubble, asking, "Cheap, cheap. Is the battle over?" Scared me half to death. Tan Yun was surprised. "Monkey, you're pretty quick. Didn't expect you to not be buried alive in that last fight. Whatever, since you're already disciples of Little Jin and Little Mo, how about you follow me from now on? Do you agree?" Hao Kan knelt down and kowtowed. "You are the master of my two Shifu, so naturally you are also my master." Little Hao agrees to follow master. Tan Yun pointed excitedly. "All right, I'll restore your original form." In an instant, Little Hao's original form was restored, transforming back into his handsome self. The Monkey King was overjoyed. "Ha, I'm back to my original form." Tan Yun pointed into the distance. "The demonic lord of the heavenly eye, although dead, his remaining body is a treasure. Go get his flesh and blood, then I can use it to help you refine some elixirs and battle armor." Little Hao excitedly ran off. "Many thanks, master, I'll go right away." Someone strange flew over from afar, making Little Hao wary. Its face suddenly changed. Utterly surprised, Wang Fudong rushed over, shouting, "Tan Yun, your death day has arrived." Tan Yun was also quite surprised. "Wang Fudong, you're still not dead." He laughed sinisterly. "Tan Yun, I've devoured demonic blood and gained divine powers. Although not very strong, it's enough to keep me alive. You're exhausted now, while I've increased my strength after absorbing the flesh and blood of the demonic lord of the heavenly eye. This time, you're doomed to have no escape." Tan Yun remained unfazed, replying, "Wang Fudong, you're a bit of an unexpected surprise. If you hadn't met me, based on your schemes and the opportunities you've encountered, you might have been able to dominate and become the leader of a region." But Tan Yun frowned, saying with certainty, "Unfortunately, you met me." Wang Fudong retorted, "Nothing is unfortunate, absolutely not. As long as I kill you today, everything will be over. No one will know what happened here." Wang Fudong roared. "After I return, relying on the strength and inheritance I've obtained, I will definitely dominate, destroy the holy sect and the Huangfu family. No one can stop me." He lunged forward. "Go to hell, myriad snow demon arrows." Little Hao rushed forward to block. "Master, be careful," Tan Yun angrily replied. "Turtle shell shield." The demon arrows rushed over but seemed to be blocked by the defense. Little Hao hurriedly said smugly, "Blocked it. Master is mighty." But suddenly, Tan Yun coughed up fresh blood. Little Hao anxiously ran over to ask, "Master, how are you?" Tan Yun raised his hand, signaling, "Don't worry, I can still hold on. The power in my body has been depleted by a lot." Tan Yun thought to himself, worried. "Could it be that I have to die here today?" Wang Fudong laughed triumphantly. "Ha, Tan Yun. I have to see how long you can hold on after losing all your strength." He once again lunged forward. Myriad blood demon arrows. An endless stream of demon arrows shot down like rain, and the protective layer began to crack. Little Hao worriedly said, "Master, don't push yourself too hard. Let me hold back this great demon for a bit. You go first." The protective layer suddenly shattered. Tan Yun and the little monkey were surprised, unsure of what would happen next. That Wang Fudong was just waiting for this moment, and he rushed forward. "Ha, Tan Yun, you're gonna die." Unexpectedly, a woman rushed out from behind him, yelling, "Wang Fudong, you're the one who's gonna die." Wang Fudong was caught off guard and turned around to see, who is it? It's Liu Runyan. The little monkey saw a good opportunity and swung its staff, Quake, shattering Star River. The two of them, one in front and one behind, coordinated perfectly, delivering a fatal blow to Wang Fudong. Liu Runyan and the little monkey shouted, "We did it!" But Wang Fudong was completely unscathed, replying, "Ha, you think you can kill me with just that little bit of cultivation?" He then dragged Liu Runyan and the little monkey closer. "Woo, what? This isn't good." He slammed the two of them away, shouting, "Get out of my way." The little monkey and Liu Runyan crashed down right next to Tan Yun. The two of them spat out fresh blood, saying, "Arg, erg, too strong." Wang Fudong glared at them. "HMPH, you're all here, huh? Well, I'll take this opportunity to kill all of you." But immediately after, he suddenly felt something was off. "Crap. That monkey and that bitch actually messed up the balance of my internal chi. My body can't move. I need a little more time to fully utilize the Demon Lord's Heavenly Eye's power to restore the balance of my chi. Looks like I'll have to stall for a bit." Tan Yun immediately noticed this as well. Something seems off with Wang Fudong's condition. Wang Fudong then started to talk big. "Liu Runyan, I'm not the same as before anymore. You can't kill me with your strength. However, I'll spare your life for the sake of our former relationship," he continued disdainfully. "Although you're a useless piece of trash, your body is actually not bad." "I've been missing your taste lately," Liu Runyan replied hatefully. "Wang Fudong, are you daydreaming? Ever since you sold me off to Mu Rongkun, I swore I would kill you." Liu Runyan shouted like a madwoman. "Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil and never be reincarnated, I'm willing to pay any price just to kill you." Wang Fudong cursed bitterly. "HMPH, You crazy woman. Stabilizing. Looks like there's no point in keeping her alive, even if she says something more. What a pity. Tan Yun was somewhat worried about Liu Runyan. Are you really willing to pay any price just to kill Wang Fudong, even if it means giving up your life? Liu Runyan nodded. That's right, Tan Yun. I know you're no ordinary person. As long as you can help me kill Wang Fudong, I'll do anything you want, Tan Yun replied. My strength has been greatly reduced now, and there's no way to continue fighting. But Wang Fudong has absorbed the flesh and blood of the Demon Lord's heavenly eye. His body is temporarily unable to move, and the power inside his body hasn't stabilized yet. This is the best time to kill him, Wang Fudong replied. Haha, Tan Yun. I didn't expect you to see through me. But even if I can't move, you trash can't kill me. He said that, but he was actually worried. Crap. Could it be that this Tan Yun actually has a trick to kill me? Liu Runyan understood and replied, Tan Yun, tell me quickly, what do I have to do to kill Wang Fudong? Tan Yun took out a treasure. I have a yin-yang finger. As long as you can insert this yin-yang finger into Wang Fudong's body, breaking the balance of power inside him, he will definitely die. Tan Yun suddenly lowered his voice. It's just that. What you have to pay is, Liu Runyan said eagerly. Tan Yun, I've already said it. As long as I can kill him, I'm not afraid to pay any price. Just tell me, Tan Yun instructed. This yin-yang finger itself is nothing special, but it carries an extremely powerful yin and yang reversal force. A cultivator with a cultivation lower than the God Soul realm who uses it will lightly have their body dissolve and heavily have their soul destroyed, never to be resurrected. Tan Yun handed over the yin-yang spike, saying, You gotta remember this. Liang Ji snatched the artifact, saying, Cut the talk. She stepped forward, declaring, I only have one reason to live right now, to kill him. As long as I kill him, I don't care if my flesh is torn and bones shattered, or if I'm never reborn for countless eons. Tan Yun sighed wistfully. Ugh. Another one, heartbroken. Xiao Hao recounted. Master, Liang Ji's life is truly pitiful. If she can kill Wang Fudong, she'll be our lifesaver. I wonder if we can find a way to save her. At least don't let her soul shatter. Tan Yun replied. This method is a long shot. If we change tactics, we might save her soul, but we have to wait for the right moment. We can't act recklessly right now. Wang Fudong snarled in irritation. HMPH. You bunch of rabble, stop playing tricks in front of me. Today, none of you will escape. Liang Ji was suddenly startled by an impact and stopped. Ah. Ugh. Wang Fudong, you. She stumbled backward. Seeing this, Tan Yun shouted, Hurry and charge. Stab the yin-yang spike into him. He can't move right now. Just a little more absorption, and he'll completely devour the Heavenly Eye Demonic Lord's power, so if you don't act now, it'll be too late. Liang Ji immediately regained her anger. All right. Wang Fudong. She gathered all her fury and leaped forward, shouting, Go die, he replied. HMPH. What the hell is this yin-yang spike? I don't feel any fluctuation from it. It can't possibly injure me. While he was still boasting, Liang Ji had already plunged the yin-yang spike right into his body. The guy let out a grunt. A clear and intense drain felt. The yin-yang spike immediately took effect upon making contact with his body. Wang Fudong screamed in horror. Ah, ugh. What is this? The power in my body. Why is it disappearing so fast? Liang Ji gloated. Wang Fudong. You're finally about to die, Wang Fudong shrieked. This yin-yang art, I can't believe it actually works. Yang Ji, we were lovers before, after all. Stop it now. Liang Ji laughed loudly. Lovers, haha, you still remember that. When you pushed me to Murong-kun, why didn't you bring up our past love? When you tried to harm me, why didn't you remember we used to be lovers? Wang Fudong tried to sweet-talk her. Liang Ji, it was all my fault before, but we loved each other so much. Now he tried to reach out and touch Liang Ji's cheek, saying, I'm about to become the strongest. You should be helping me. How could you heartlessly kill me? With intense hatred, Liang Ji pushed the spike deeper, snarling, Wang Fudong, shut your mouth. You can throw your loved one to another for hatred, and just like you, I can burn my own soul to ashes for hatred. Today, you will surely die. The yin-yang spike was deeply embedded, and Wang Fudong cried out miserably as he shouted, Kill me, and you'll die too. Why go so far? Wait until I become the strongest. I can take care of you for life, Liang Ji. The yin-yang spike engulfed Wang Fudong, leaving no trace. Liang Ji silently watched him get pulled into the fierce vortex. Even Liang Ji was pulled into it. Xiao Hao quickly cried out, Master, that girl has also been pulled into the vortex. If this continues, her soul will be lost forever. Xiao Hao hastily shouted, If you don't act quickly, it'll be too late. Tan Yun replied cautiously, Extreme yin gives birth to yang. Extreme yang gives birth to yin. We have to wait until the yin-yang vortex vanishes, until the yin-yang energies themselves dissipate. Only then will there be a slight chance to save Liang Ji. He ordered, Xiao Hao, focus your mind and wait for my command. Immediately smash your weapon into the very center of the vortex, shatter this vortex, and save Liang Ji's soul. Xiao Hao obeyed, holding his staff ready and waiting. Tan Yun thought, all I can do by doing this is give Liang Ji a chance. Ultimately, whether she can survive depends on her own will. The yin-yang vortex gradually shrunk. Smaller and smaller, Tan Yun shouted. Xiao Hao, now's our chance. Hao, slam that staff down hard. Go get him. Jam it right in the center of that yin-yang ring. Crack it. When yin and yang shatter, Liang Ji's spirit will appear. The yin-yang vortex is too strong. Liang Jing's spirit has already fainted. Seeing Liang Jing's spirit flickering in the air, Tan Yun shouts, Liang Ji, Wang Fudong is dead. Your revenge is complete. Why don't you return to the afterlife? Liang Jing's spirit opens her eyes. Revenge, revenge. Huh, wasn't I dead? What is? Xiao Hao eagerly replies. You were already dead. But lucky for you, my master made a move and was able to save your spirit. During the process, this Hao also contributed some effort. Of course you don't need to thank me. Liang Ji glances at Xiao Hao and responds, so that's how it is. Liang Ji comes before Tan Yun and kneels. Thanks to Benefactor's help, I was able to avenge my hatred. Today Benefactor saved my life. I really don't know how to repay you, Xiao Hao wonders. Oh yeah, what about me? Tan Yun waves his hand. Miss, you don't need to do this. You and I are just helping each other out. No need to talk about repaying kindness and such. It's just that your body has now been destroyed. I don't know what your plans are for the future. Liang Ji hesitates and replies, I don't know either. Wang Fudong is dead. My only thought of revenge is gone. And I am an orphan. I have no relatives. Tan Yun says, I have two ideas. You can give them a listen. He continues. 1. I'll send you to the cycle of reincarnation. Forget everything and be reborn in another life. 2. I'll goo you, and you can regain your original body. You can, Liang Ji replies decisively. No need to choose. I choose the first option, she adds. There is nothing left to hold me here, and those painful memories, I don't want to continue to remember them anymore. Tan Yun happily says, well, okay, now I will take you to the cycle of reincarnation. Tan Yun takes out the Hongmeng Bao Ying and orders Hongmeng's heart. Open the gate of reincarnation. Reincarnation appears towering in the sky. Xiao Hao is surprised. Could it be the gate of the underworld leading to the land of reincarnation that legends often mention? Master was unexpectedly able to summon it at will. Just how much strength does one have to be able to do this? Tan Yun steps forward and says, Liang Ji, you've made your decision, so go into the cycle of reincarnation. I hope that you will have a happy family in your next life. Liang Ji steps forward and bows in gratitude. Thank you, Benefactor, for the great kindness and virtue you have shown. Liang Ji, if Liang Ji meets you in the next life, I will definitely repay you. She walks to the gate of reincarnation, to the head of the bridge. The past is just a speck of dust lingering in her heart. Why not forget everything and start over? Without the slightest reluctance, Liang Ji has stepped completely inside. Xiao Hao sighs in relief. This is also a person with a hard life. Tan Yun replies, this is the tragedy of the weak. If she had enough strength, then she wouldn't. Tan Yun thinks, I must become stronger than before. Only then can I protect the people I love. Tan Yun sits down immediately and orders, Xiao Hao, protect me. I'm about to start cultivating. Xiao Hao stands proudly before Tan Yun and reports clearly. 10 days later, at the Time and Space Pagoda, Mu Mengyi is still patiently waiting for Tan Yun. Zhang Yuxi starts getting anxious. According to the estimated time, there are only a few days left before we leave the secret realm. Why hasn't Tan Yun returned yet? Could Tan Yun have encountered some danger? Or has Tan Yun fallen in love with some girl, and the two of them have eloped and left Huangfu Holy Sect? Xin Jiao shakes Meng Yi and complains. Senior Sister Mu, say something. Tan Yun won't abandon us, will he? Meng Ji angrily slaps Xin Jiao on the head to wake her up. Enough, you're just adding fuel to the fire. Xin Yao, clutching her head, whined. Wah wah, why so fierce? Meng Yi glanced back and replied, don't worry, you're fine. Tan Yun isn't the irresponsible type. He'll definitely come back. Xin Yao sulked. Then, what if Tan Yun doesn't come back? Meng Yi looked up at the sky and said, I'll always be here waiting for him. Waiting for the day he returns. The door opened, and someone stepped out. Meng Yi and Xi Yao cheered. Tan Yun's back. Xiao Hao strutted out first, proudly declaring, this lord is here too. The two women's faces twitched. What kind of joke is this? Why does he look like a monkey? Tan Yun kicked the monkey out of the way from behind. Get out of the way, don't block my door. Meng Yi and Xi Yao were finally relieved. Tan Yun. The two beauties rushed over and hugged Tan Yun tightly. Tan Yun, you're finally back. It's good you're okay, Tan Yun replied, enjoying the moment. Sorry, I kept you waiting. About this, can you let go of me first? Xin Yao and Meng Yi came to their senses a little, saying, We were just too worried about you. It's good you're okay. Tan Yun was touched in his heart. I understand your feelings for me, but I still carry a great vendetta that hasn't been avenged. The future is uncertain, and I'm afraid it will implicate you two. Xiao Hao eagerly stepped forward. These two must be the master's wives, right? This Xiao Hao is the little brother that master just took in. If you two mistresses follow the rules of the female monkeys from back then, you can introduce me to one. Tan Yun pulled the monkey's head down, gently saying, Alright, shut your mouth for me. Why didn't I realize this guy was such a chatterbox before? After returning to the sect, I definitely have to put him in the spirit advancement pouch. Tan Yun gestured. It's not early anymore. Let's gather later and prepare to return to the sect. Meng Yi hurriedly called out. Wait, Tan Yun. You killed Murong Kun and Liu Rulong. Those who are backing them will definitely wait for you to return to the sect to take revenge, Tan Yun quietly replied. It's okay. If anyone dares to touch you, they will pay the price. Arriving at the square in front of the Huangfu sect, the elders were all present on the platform, wondering how many of the 3,000 disciples who entered the Valley of Fallen Gods could advance to the nascent soul realm, and how many would have heaven-defying talent. Linghu Changkong, Liu Rulong, and Murong Kun were definitely talented, but the others were still a mystery. Elder Guo, your adopted son, Liu Rulong. His talent after entering the inner sect will definitely be considered a genius among geniuses. Now that you have him as your backer, remember to take care of me more in the future. Elder Guo laughed heartily. Yes. This old man has no sons or daughters. Having such an outstanding adopted son like Liu Rulong can be considered a gift from heaven. The great elder spoke. Don't be too happy yet. Recently, there have been many changes in the Valley of Fallen Gods. Something special might have happened. Our 3,000 disciples, who knows? It's better to be mentally prepared, Elder Guo replied. Great elder, you're overthinking it. We've sent many disciples to investigate outside the Valley of Fallen Gods multiple times. At most, there are only tier 3 demon beasts inside. How could anything unexpected happen? The great elder looked up at the sky and prayed. I hope so. Just hoping they can return alive. Killing is not prohibited inside this secret realm of the valley. Tan Yun has made enemies with so many people, and Mu Meng Yi is by his side, so she will definitely be in danger. The teleportation platform began to spin violently. The disciples appeared with a bang in an instant. The elders exclaimed in amazement, Look, the disciples are back. What is the result? I've been waiting forever. If we're talking about 3,000 disciples, at least half of them have advanced to the nascent soul realm, meeting the standards to enter the inner sect. The weary disciples walked out, sighing. Who finally made it back alive? This time, the secret realm was truly full of traps everywhere. That's right, I heard many people died at the Stone Soldier ruins, the battered and bruised disciples said to each other. That's right, you could still smell the stench of blood from 10 miles away, scaring me from getting close to that place. Moreover, I heard that Murong Kun and Linghu Changkong and those guys are all dead. I don't know who killed them. The elders were stunned, unsure of what had happened. Only 800-ish people came out. Could it really be, as the Grand Elder said, that something happened in the secret realm? Don't panic, these disciples are probably just the first batch. There are still more to come. The summoning sounds gradually faded, and the next group of people emerged. The elders were shocked. Wait, why is the Grand Formation about to close? It's closing? Doesn't that mean there's no one left behind? This is impossible. Out of 3,000 disciples, only 800-ish returned. What exactly happened inside? The Grand Elder stared blankly. Tan Yun, Mu Meng Yi, Zhang Yuxi, Zhao Xiaohao, they haven't come out yet, could it be? Elder Guo was burning with anxiety. My son Liu Rulong hasn't come out yet. How can the Grand Formation close? It must be malfunctioning. He immediately ordered. Hurry, restart the formation with me. There must still be disciples trapped inside. The others hesitated. Restarting the formation requires a lot of energy. Even with us, it might not be enough, 7th Elder. Please calm down. Elder Guo went berserk. Damn it. If you don't want to help, then I'll do it myself. Suddenly, the Grand Formation activated again, and a few more people appeared. The elders were excited. Phew, someone's coming out. Could it be Liu Rulong and the others? The old man rushed over anxiously and shouted, Rulong, is that you? Haha, I knew nothing would happen to you. Come out quickly, Rulong. Let me see what realm my son has reached now. Tan Yun stepped forward and spoke. 10th Elder Guo. The old man glared at Tan Yun and the others. Mu Meng Yi, Zhang Yuxi, and Zhao Xiaohao stepped out. Liu Rulong isn't here. Guo asked frantically. Tan Yun replied, Why is it you? Where is my son Rulong? What did you do to my son? The old man suddenly remembered that before entering the secret realm, Liu Rulong had said he would kill Tan Yun, but he was still alive. Could it be? Tan Yun calmly replied. Liu Rulong wanted to kill me, so I eliminated him. The news struck the old man like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe it. Me? My son Rulong is a powerhouse, ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon list. He's been a peerless genius since he was young, a genius among geniuses. How could he be defeated by an unknown nobody like you?" The old man roared like a madman. "This is absurd." Tan Yun replied, "Ha! For me, nothing is impossible. In your eyes, those so-called talented prodigies are just a bunch of trash in my eyes." The Guo guy charged over, losing it. "I don't believe it, Tan Yun. You must be lying to me." He flew towards the Grand Formation and shouted, "Rulong, come out!" But the Grand Formation had already disappeared into the void. The old man trembled in fear. "The Grand Formation is closed." The elders also couldn't believe their eyes. "Damn, the Grand Formation closed? It seems not many of the 3,000 disciples who entered the secret realm this time made it out alive. What exactly happened inside? Linghu Changkong, Murong Kun, Liu Rulong, they're all dead. This is a freaking earthquake," the Grand Elder observed. "Those who had grudges against Tan Yun are all dead, while those close to Tan Yun are still alive? This is definitely not simple." Tan Yun turned around and asked, "Guo Zhengxiao, you still don't believe it?" Guo's eyes flashed with malice as he replied, "Tan Yun, you, Liu Rulong was my only family, my hope for the rest of my life, and you dared to kill my son." Zhong Yuxi and Zhao Xiaohao quickly explained. Seventh Elder, Liu Rulong was cultivating demonic arts and went berserk. He harmed himself. We witnessed it all. Meng Yi chimed in. Liu Rulong deserved to die. If it weren't for Tan Yun, who knows how many more disciples he would have killed. Senior brother Tan Yun's actions can be considered eliminating evil for our Huangfu holy sect. The disciples all spoke out. Senior sister Mu is right. I also saw Liu Rulong killing people back then. Luckily I escaped in time. Cultivating demonic arts, killing fellow disciples. Liu Rulong deserved to die. Tan Yun did the right thing killing him. The Guo clan elder raged. All of you shut your mouths. You good-for-nothings, what right do you have to judge my son? He went mad, yelling, "My son wanted to kill you all." For this crazy old man yelling, "That's your honor." The disciples panicked. "This is bad. 10th Elder has lost it. Run. He looks terrifying. Don't get involved." The Grand Elder spoke up. "Guo Zhengxiao, have you gone mad? According to sect rules, Liu Rulong slaughtered fellow disciples. Tan Yun killing him was perfectly justified. Stop being so stubborn and wake up." The old man Guo screeched. "Go to hell, this rotten sect. Whoever killed my son, I'll take their life." He turned and glared at Tan Yun. "How dare you?" He charged like a storm. "Tan Yun, you die." The Grand Elder went crazy and rushed forward, cursing, "Bastard, you dare defy me." The two elders clashed, the world exploding with a deafening roar. Meng Yi worriedly stepped forward. "Tan Yun, do you want to avoid this for a bit? I know you're strong, but you're only at the nascent soul realm, while Guo Zhengshu and the Grand Elder are both at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. If Guo Zhengxiao is determined to kill you, it'll be difficult for the Grand Elder to stop him." Tan Yun remained nonchalant, replying, "No need, he can't kill me, not with his power alone." The two elders fought fiercely for a while, then separated to create distance and talk. The Grand Elder scolded, "Guo Zhengshu, as the Grand Elder, I will not allow you to harm a disciple." The Guo clan elder retorted, "Shen Qingque, you forced my hand." He clasped his hands together. Using his technique, bloodthirst technique, flames erupted, his palms unleashing a deadly fire. The disciples exclaimed in horror, "Bloodthirst technique? That's a technique that can kill 1,000 people at once." It seems Guo Zhengxiao is determined to kill Tan Yun. Guo Zhengxiao's aura is nearing the peak of the nascent soul realm. I wonder if the Grand Elder can stop him. The Grand Elder shouted, "Second Elders, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me stop Guo Zhengxiao." Guo Zhengshu kept yelling, "Today, I will definitely kill Tan Yun. Whoever stops me, dies." The second elders hesitated. Guo Zhengxiao has gone mad. Stopping him now is like walking into death. The bloodthirst technique won't last long. Once Guo Zhengshu's bloodthirst fades, it won't be too late to kill him. Tan Yun is just an ordinary disciple. Who cares? If he dies, I don't understand why the Grand Elder is so eager to defend him. So, the elders didn't budge. The Grand Elder looked up and cursed, "Damn it, you're supposed to be elders, how can you?" Guo Zhengshu laughed maniacally. Hey, Shen Qingqi, you can't stop me alone. If you don't get out of the way," he threatened, building up his aura, "I'll kill you first." The Grand Elder worried. "I'm no match for Guo Zhengxiao now. What should I do?" Could it really be that? Just as the old man was about to move, Tan Yun stepped forward and said, "Grand Elder, what you've done is enough. Leave the rest to me. After all, I am the one Guo Zhengxiao wants to kill." The Grand Elder was stunned. "What, Tan Yun, you?" He turned back and said with certainty, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. I don't even consider a small Guo Zhengxiao a threat. You better go back and protect senior sister Mu, to prevent her from being affected by this battle." The Grand Elder's face paled. Tan Yun, he's so confident he can defeat Guo Zhengxiao. Could it be that he has a trump card up his sleeve? The disciples' mouths dropped. Holy crap, Tan Yun is crazy. He actually dares to challenge Guo Zhengxiao alone. Tan Yun clearly doesn't want others to be implicated because of him, so he is actively seeking death. Although he is destined to die, he still maintains the spirit of actively fighting. Tan Yun, Zhao Riqian here calls you a hero. Old man Guo Zhengxiao announced. Tan Yun, no one can help you next. Prepare to die. Tan Yun looked him straight in the eye and said, Guo Zhengxiao, you can't kill me. But, since you miss Liu Rulong so much, let me help you reunite with him in the underworld. The old coot went crazy and howled, I must kill you to avenge Rulong. His immense energy created a terrifying spirit blade, a blood sky reversal blade that could cleave the universe. And he launched himself forward. Tan Yun flew into a rage. You really overestimate yourself. Let me send you to the underworld. Hongmeng Overlord Fist, Tan Yun, unleashed a barrage of fist-sized attacks like a storm. The fist struck Guo Zhengshu's blade, and soon the blade was shattered to pieces. Old Guo spurted out fresh blood and cried out, Puffed! Arg, this is impossible. Tan Yun glared and scolded. You're too weak. Not even as good as Liu Rulong. The old geezer was seriously injured, shocked. Damn it, this kid is so strong. In the 36 stratagems, running is the best option. I'll find a chance to avenge Rulong later. He hurriedly turned to flee, saying, Tan Yun, you just wait, I won't let you off, and your friends and family will all suffer because of you. Tan Yun's attitude changed when he heard this. I was going to give you a way out, but you dare to threaten me with my family. Tan Yun immediately rushed after him, enraged. Looks like you're going to die today. No matter what, old man Guo couldn't believe it. What? Tan Yun slammed a deadly palm into the fox's body, and Guo Zhengxiao was obliterated by Tan Yun's fury. Tan Yun declared, Anyone who dares oppose me will be left without a burial place. All the elders were terrified and cried out, This is impossible. Guo Zhengxiao was actually killed by Tan Yun, and just now, after Guo Zhengxiao activated the power of the peak nascent soul stage, even some of the elders here were no match for him. The disciples roared. But even so, he was killed by Tan Yun. Just how strong is Tan Yun? The great elder also couldn't believe the truth. Before entering the secret realm, I could vaguely sense Tan Yun's true abilities, but now Tan Yun's combat power has completely exceeded my expectations. He looked at Tan Yun from behind, full of hope, and turned to ask Mu Mengyi, Zhong Yuxi, and Jiao, Tan Yun can now easily defeat Guo Zhengxiao. What realm is he in? Shi Jiao hurriedly said. What is Guo Zhengxiao? Tan Yun is even more powerful than that. Mengji quickly covered her mouth. Shi Jiao didn't want to reveal the heavenly secret, so she quickly corrected herself. Shi Jiao was just talking nonsense. As for Tan Yun's realm, we don't know, maybe he has reached the nascent soul 5th stage. Tan Yun hides so many secrets. If others find out, it might cause a lot of trouble. The great elder laughed. Nascent soul 5th stage? At this moment, Meng Yi was scolding Shi Jiao. You idiot! Do you want to reveal all of Tan Yun's secrets to outsiders? Wah, I was wrong. The elder thought to himself. Tan Yun is definitely not as simple as he seems. While he hasn't risen like a phoenix yet, I should help him a little, and when he becomes a phoenix, maybe I can— The old guy finally had a direction, and said, That crazy Guo Zhengxiao violated the rules of the sect. Tan Yun killing him is reasonable and justified, and he shouldn't bear any responsibility. He ordered the sect, no one is allowed to oppose. Is that clear? All the disciples answered in unison. We obey. Tan Yun thought to himself. This Shen Qingque unexpectedly took the initiative to speak up for me. It seems he has seen my potential and wants to pull me over to his side. Grand Elder turned back and called Tan Yun. The old man smilingly approached. You go back and rest first. The inner sect banquet is coming up. At that time, disciples will be selected to enter the inner sect. I believe that with your talent you will definitely make their eyes light up. Tan Yun replied crisply. That's what I hope for, he thought. Grand Elder, you're in for a disappointment. My Hongmeng fetus soul is very special. The standard test of this world probably can't handle it. The disciples whispered amongst themselves. Linghu Changkong died in the secret realm. In a moment, the Holy Soul First Vein Elder will host the banquet, and Linghu Shangying is coming. What are we going to say? Yeah, Linghu Shangying has always doted on Linghu Changkong, and even intended to pass the position to him. No, we must think of a way to talk to Linghu Shangying, Grand Elder. Look there. The Grand Elder couldn't help but worry. This Linghu Shangdiao has a temper as hot as ice cream. He's really not easy to deal with. He turned back and said, Tan Yun, Mu Mengyi, Zhong Yuxi, Jiao, are you related to Linghu Changkong's death in the secret realm? Zhong Yuxi stammered. I don't know about that, she thought. Murong Kun died at the hands of Tan Yun. Linghu Changkong's death probably has nothing to do with him. Meng Yi also replied, I don't know either. Before entering the secret realm, Tan Yun had some personal grudges with Linghu Changkong. His death might be related to Tan Yun. But without further ado, Tan Yun spoke out bluntly. Grand Elder, you don't need to ask anymore. Linghu Changkong and Murong-kun were both killed by me. I have grudges with both Linghu Changkong and Murong-kun. If you continue to pursue the matter, it will definitely fall on me. It's better to take the initiative to say it. All the elders and the sisters were shocked. What? This? The crowd accused. Is Tan Yun crazy? Where did he get the guts to kill both Linghu Changkong and Murong-kun? It's one thing to kill them, but more importantly, he actually said it openly in front of this hall. Is Tan Yun really not afraid of death? I think this Tan Yun is tired of living. His arrogant nature will cause trouble sooner or later. The Grand Elder was sweating profusely, thinking, Tan Yun unexpectedly killed Linghu Changkong and Murong-kun, which means he has offended two major forces at the same time. If I continue to speak up for him, I might get implicated. Unexpectedly, a master descended from the sky, laughing loudly. Ha ha! The fallen God Valley secret realm has finally ended. He crashed onto the martial arts stage. It was the one who was mentioned just now, Linghu Shangying, he shouted. Where is my eldest nephew? Come here quickly so I can see what realm you're in now, huh? Elder Shen Qingkui was dizzy. This is bad. Why did Linghu Shangying arrive so quickly? The people around were in a commotion. Elder Linghu, if he knows that Tan Yun killed Linghu Changkong, he might kill Tan Yun right here. HMPH, the fallen God Valley is full of dangers. It's understandable that Linghu Changkong's skills were inferior and he was killed. That's right, once you enter the secret realm you should know that it's 9 deaths and 1 life. Why should Elder Changkong's nephew be exempt from death? At a time of life and death, no one cares about what your identity is. The two young women, Meng Yi and Yuxi, were flustered. Tan Yun, Linghu Shangying, can't be compared to Guo Zhengxiao. He is the Grand Elder of the inner sect. His strength is very high. Do you really have to choose to confront him directly? That's right, Tan Yun, Linghu Shangying has a high position and great power. If you confront him directly, it will be very disadvantageous for you. Tan Yun quietly replied. It's okay, I killed Linghu Changkong in the secret realm. This is completely in accordance with the rules of the sect. What can Linghu Shangying do to me? He continued. If he wants to attack me in front of so many disciples, the one who suffers will definitely be him. Linghu Shangying, seeing that something was strange, spoke up and asked, HMPH, what are you all whispering about down there? By the way, where is my nephew? Tell him to come out and see me. The Grand Elder, hearing this, stammered, reporting to Elder Linghu, all the people who returned from the Fallen God Valley secret realm are here. The other disciples probably all died in the secret realm. The old Linghu was shocked. What? All dead? What about my nephew Changkong? How could he have an accident? The Grand Elder fell silent and replied, I'm sorry, Linghu Changkong also died in the Fallen God Valley. The old Linghu seemed to have his soul scattered. He stared blankly. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying each word, how is this possible? My nephew Changkong is the future hope of the Linghu family. How could he die? He can't die, the old man shouted, shaking the entire martial hall. The people around tried to comfort him. The dead cannot be brought back to life. I hope Elder Linghu will calm down. Life and death are determined by fate. Elder Linghu should not force it. That's right. Elder Linghu must take care of his health. This dude suddenly went bonkers, shaking his head like crazy. I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who killed my grandson Linghu. Tell me now. I'm going to flay him alive and refine his soul. Elder Shen Qingkui was flustered. Elder Linghu, the sect made it clear beforehand. All grudges inside the secret realm, the inner sect isn't allowed to interfere. You're being a bit unreasonable. Old man Linghu turned around, threatening. Are you teaching me how to do my job? He angrily stomped towards Shen Qingkui. I'm starting to think you're the one making this outburst of power from within him. He yelled. You got a death wish, old Shen. He braced himself against the surge of power. The crowd couldn't stay calm anymore and blurted out, Elder Linghu is furious. It's Tan Yun who killed your grandson. Tan Yun is over there. It has nothing to do with us. Elder Linghu glared and asked, Tan Yun. Got it. Grand Elder Shen thought, Tan Yun, I can only help you this far. You better pray for yourself. Tan Yun stepped forward alone and declared. Without batting an eye, he looked straight at Elder Linghu and said, That's right. Linghu Changkong was killed by me. The old man Linghu couldn't believe his eyes. How dare you? You killed the hope of my family. Today I will torture you to death. Blood-refining hand. The old man charged at Tan Yun, his palm grabbing him tightly in an instant. Meng Yi and Shi Jiao exclaimed, Tan Yun. The disciples cried out in fear. Elder Linghu. Is he trying to strangle Tan Yun to death? Damn it, is Elder Linghu allowed to kill people but others can't kill him? Who told us to be nobodies? This is the tragedy of us small fries. Linghu Shangying asked. Tan Yun, can you feel your body being crushed right now? Doesn't it feel good, being choked by me? Don't worry, you won't feel uncomfortable for long. Because I'm about to crush your body into a million pieces. Tan Yun remained calm and allowed that Linghu to act rashly. Only then did Tan Yun reply with arrogance. Haha, this little strength, and you think you can crush me? Linghu Shangying, you're daydreaming. Linghu Shangying was stunned. What? You? You can withstand my blood-refining hand? Tan Yun replied. Haha, Elder Linghu is quite the jokester. Not only can I withstand your blood-refining hand, but I can also easily escape it. Tan Yun's eyes flashed brightly. Tan Yun shouted, Hong Meng Golden Body, activate for me. A burst of light erupted from his body, shattering Linghu's blood-refining hand in an instant. Old Linghu was sent flying, his hand severely injured, but he couldn't believe it. This is impossible. I never thought this kid could rely on his body's strength to break my blood-refining hand. The surrounding people exclaimed, Am I seeing things? Elder Linghu took the initiative to attack Tan Yun and injured himself seriously. And Tan Yun doesn't have a single scratch. Tan Yun killed Guo Zhengxiao, I can accept that, but he can injure a master of Elder Linghu's level, that's unbelievable. The protectors cheered for Tan Yun, fighting someone with a higher cultivation than himself and not showing any weakness. He's too strong. Go, great hit. Tan Yun, ha ha ha, let's see where Linghu Shangying hides his face next. Grand Elder was shocked. Tan Yun. Could it be he's only at the nascent soul realm, fighting Linghu Shangying and not being at a disadvantage? If we wait until he reaches the soul transformation realm, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Today I must stand on Tan Yun's side, the old man thought to himself. Even if I have to turn against Linghu Shangying, so be it. Tan Yun thought. Linghu Shangying didn't know about my Hongmeng golden body just now, but after all, he is still one major realm higher than me. Next I must face him carefully. Tan Yun frowned. The vigilant old man Linghu Shangying said, Tan Yun, I didn't expect you to be able to escape my blood-refining hand. I guess you have some skill. But next, I'm going all out. I won't give you even the slightest chance. Blood refinement grand formation, blood origin sword formation. Elder Linghu is now unleashing an immense and violent power. The elders and disciples are horrified. Holy crap, I can barely breathe. So this is Elder Linghu's true strength. It's way too powerful. This wave of arrogant blood qi seems to be suppressing the true qi in my body, preventing the blood from flowing. Forget it, Tan Yun is doomed. Elder Linghu shouts. Tan Yun, prepare to die. Tan Yun thinks. Looks like I definitely have to use my divine soul power. The Grand Elder seizes the opportunity and flies out to stop him. Stop? Elder Linghu asks, puzzled. HMPH. Shen Qingqi. A measly outer sect elder like you dares to stop me. Do you want to die with Tan Yun? Shen Qingqi retorts. Linghu Shangying. I am the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, and I have the right to maintain order in the entire Outer Sect. If you dare to kill me, do you want to rebel? Linghu Shangying says bitterly. Fine, get out of the way. Today this old man will only kill Tan Yun. This has nothing to do with you. Old Shen scolds back. Tan Yun is our Outer Sect disciple, and I am the Outer Sect. Elder, how can you say it's not related to me? The sect hasn't convicted Tan Yun yet. I will never let you lay a hand on him. Linghu Shangying rushes forward in a frenzy. Bastard. Just because Tan Yun killed my grandson doesn't mean I can't take revenge. Tan Yun shouts, Linghu Changkong wanted to kill me. Am I not allowed to defend myself? What, does your grandson's life count as a life? Tan Yun points at the Outer Sect brothers. And the lives of us ordinary Outer Sect disciples don't count. The Outer Sect disciples are now rising up in indignation, Tan Yun says. It's okay, old Linghu Shangying wants to kill us but doesn't allow us to defend ourselves. Linghu Changkong was a jerk who did so many bad things that everyone was happy when he died. If you want to blame someone, blame Linghu Changkong for not knowing his place and offending everyone he met, eventually running into a truly strong opponent. His death can only be blamed on his inferior skills. Linghu Shangying is stunned because he has never been refuted so fiercely. His hand trembles. You dare to say that? The old man yells madly. I am the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect. Are you all crazy? Tan Yun replies. Those who gain the Tao are helped. Those who go against it must be destroyed. Linghu Shangying. Do you think you can do whatever you want without anyone managing you? If you kill me, you will have committed a serious crime. I will definitely report this to the sect leader and seek justice. Shen Qingqi speaks up. Tan Yun, I will go with you to report this matter to the sect leader. I will definitely not let you suffer injustice. All the Outer Sect elders and fellow disciples are vehemently protesting. That's right, we will also go with Tan Yun to see the sect leader. We must demand justice. I don't believe that this Linghu Shangying can cover the sky with one hand in the Huangfu Holy Sect. If Tan Yun is killed today, our brothers must unite. Go, go, go. We will immediately go to the sect leader to demand rights for our Outer Sect disciples. We can't let us be bullied like this forever. The crowd is marching forward aggressively and noisily. Linghu Shangying is flustered and has to retreat. You guys. The old man thinks, damn it, I can't be too emotional about this. If the sect leader finds out, I will definitely be blamed. No way. I have to find a way to stop them. The old man now changes his tone. Ahem, everyone, don't get excited, listen to me. Whether it's the elders or you guys, everyone is a disciple of the holy sect, regardless of status. Today I heard the news that Chang Kong met with misfortune, and was so angry that I couldn't control myself, which is why I did such things. He looks at Tan Yun and continues. Well, Tan Yun, my grandson's death really can't be blamed on you. It's because his skills were inferior. I hope I didn't scare you just now. Tan Yun says generously, haha, of course I'm fine, Elder Linghu. Go bandage your wounds carefully to avoid infection. Thinking, HMPH, this guy is alright. Linghu Shangying turns away and replies, don't worry, I know how to handle it. In his heart he is burning with hatred. Tan Yun, just you wait, Chang Kong's revenge, and the humiliation you put me through today, I will definitely make you repay it 100-fold in the future. Old man Shen Xingqi says happily, Tan Yun, Linghu Shangying has calmed down, let's stop here today. He advises. If it really reaches the sect leader's ears, Linghu Shangying will be punished, and you might also be implicated. Tan Yun thanks him. Alright, let's listen to Elder Shen. I still need to stay in this Huangfu holy sect for a while, so I definitely can't make enemies right now. Shen Xingqi ordered. Elder Linghu was just temporarily agitated. Let's end this matter here for now. The selection of new intersect disciples is what's important. This concerns everyone's future. The disciples whispered amongst themselves. Elder Shen is right. The intersect selection is more important. Elder Linghu is just making a big deal out of nothing, and it won't end well for us anyway. I need to go prepare for the intersect selection, the elder asked Tan Yun. The intersect has a total of 9 great veins. Which great vein do you want to join? Thinking to himself, Tan Yun is so outstanding. It would be best if he joined little Shishu's great vein. But, Tan Yun replied, I haven't thought about it yet, he thought. It doesn't matter to me which great vein I join. I don't lack cultivation techniques, only resources. Old man Shen asked. Oh, then are you interested in alchemy? Tan Yun replied. Aha, Elder Shen. Just get straight to the point, no need to beat around the bush, the old man explained. It's like this, if possible, could you consider joining the intersect's alchemy vein? This old man has some connections there. Based on Tan Yun's current strength, he must have top-grade talent. If little Shishu accepts him, I'll definitely get a reward too. Tan Yun replied. Elder, don't worry, I'll seriously consider this, he thought. The resources in the alchemy vein must be abundant. It's a place worth considering. Elder Shen Xingqi happily said. That's great. He turned to everyone and said, all right, everyone can go back and rest now. Tomorrow afternoon, all disciples in the nascent soul realm must be present to participate in the selection. Tan Yun and all the disciples bowed. Understood. Shi Jiao and Meng Yi excitedly ran over to Tan Yun. Tan Yun, let's go back together. I've prepared delicious food for you. Let's go eat together, he replied. Okay, sure. I happen to have some things I want to give you guys, he observed Mu Meng Yi and Zhongyu Shi Jiao. Their talents aren't bad either. In my memories, there are some cultivation techniques that are suitable for them. The disciples watched with envy. 2 outer sect beauties walking beside Tan Yun is too much. I'm so jealous, HMPH. You need to have the strength to kill an outer sect elder and withstand a palm strike from an inner sect elder before you can catch the eye of the campus bell. Tan Yun definitely has top-grade talent. Tomorrow there will definitely be a lot of elders fighting over him, saying this is the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. He returned to his practice room. Tan Yun then imparted cultivation techniques to the 2 beauties, Mu Meng Yi and Shi Jiao. That's probably it. Tan Yun sighed tiredly. All right. I've already investigated your aptitudes. The 2 beauties excitedly asked Tan Yun. What kind of aptitude do I have? He replied. Senior Sister Monk, you have the Death Nascent Soul and the Beast Nascent Soul, which are top-grade talents. He took out the Nirvana Holy Scripture and said, this cultivation technique is very suitable for you. If you cultivate it to the extreme, you can contend with immortals. Meng Yi was surprised. Is this secret manual that powerful, Tan Yun? Are you really giving it to me? He nodded. This secret manual is useless to me. Just remember not to reveal it to others. Shi Jiao was still happily waiting, Tan Yun said. As for Shi Jiao, you not only have the space nascent soul, but also the mysterious yin sacred body. This 9 heavens mysterious divine sword technique is very suitable for you. If you cultivate it to the extreme, you can break the stars and reverse the universe, Shi Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this cultivation technique is really powerful. Shi Jiao couldn't contain her joy and ran over to hug Tan Yun tightly. Tan Yun, thank you, you're so good to me. Tan Yun hurriedly instructed. You guys work hard at cultivating. It's late. I'm going back to rest too, Meng Yi asked curiously. That's right, Tan Yun. What kind of aptitude and nascent soul do you have? Tan Yun felt a little guilty. If our nascent souls are similar, maybe we can even enter the same great vein with Tan Yun. Hey, Meng Yi wished. Tan Yun replied, haha, my nascent soul doesn't belong to any of the 3 types of nascent souls nowadays. And as for aptitude, it's a bit stronger than top grade. The next day, at the outer sect plaza of the Huangfu Holy Sect, all 9 vain elders arrived. It's said that Taoist Murong and Taoist Bingqing are still two of the greatest beauties in the inner sect. The crowd buzzed with all sorts of talk. Man, if I could become their disciple, that'd be awesome. Don't get your hopes up. They're grand elders, only taking in top-tier disciples. I think only Tan Yun is qualified. The two beauties, Meng Yi and Xi Jiao, surrounded Tan Yun, playfully asking, Tan Yun, which major vein are you planning to join in the inner sect? Yeah, Tan Yun, tell us. Maybe we can join the same one as you. Tan Yun maintained his answer. My nascent soul is a bit special, so I'm not sure which vein I'll join yet. The two beauties deflated. Oh, Xi Jiao said, Tan Yun, if we're not in the same vein, you have to visit us often. Tan Yun quietly replied, Okay, I got it. The 9 grand elders appeared on the platform at the same time. Elder Shen Qingqi immediately recognized them and came forward to pay respects. Outer sect grand elder Shen Qingqi and the outer sect disciples greet the inner sect grand elders. All the nascent soul realm disciples paid respects in unison. Disciples greet the inner sect grand elders. Grand elder Bingqing Taoist of the Pill Vein waved her hand. Everyone, rise, she said. This inner sect disciple selection will be overseen by us. In a moment, all nascent soul realm disciples will step onto the stage to test their talent. After testing your talent, go towards the major vein you wish to join. The disciples said in unison. Disciples understand. Bingqing Taoist unleashed a palm strike and she ordered, in a moment, please place your hand on the slab in front of you to test your strength. Bingqing Taoist finished and announced. The selection begins. The crowd stepped towards the slab one by one. Mid-grade physique, Wind nascent soul. Low-grade physique, Wood nascent soul. High-grade physique, Beast nascent soul. The grand elder of the beast soul vein, beast soul Taoist, spoke up. I wonder how many top-tier disciples there will be this year, he said. If I can find a few top-tier beast nascent souls, I'll be satisfied. Bingqing replied. There aren't many nascent soul realm disciples this year, but judging by the situation, there should be at least 10. A loud laugh interrupted. Ha ha. Bingqing Taoist of the Pill Vein, you guys didn't manage to recruit any top-tier disciples back then. It was the words of Grand Elder Murong Taoist of the Qi Vein. If you still can't recruit anyone this year, you'll have a hard time explaining it to the higher-ups when you return, Bingqing retorted fiercely. Murong Taoist, you should worry about yourself first. It's not your place to speak about the Pill Vein's affairs. The two beauties sniped at each other. HMPH, you vixen, you psycho. Beast Soul Taoist stepped in to mediate. Alright, can you guys stop bickering with so many disciples here? From the moment he arrived, old man Linghu Shangying had been staring at Tan Yun. Tan Yun, you want to enter the inner sect? I'll definitely come up with a scheme. You have to pass my test first. Tan Yun noticed first. Then it was Xi Jiao's turn. Xi Jiao stepped forward and placed her hand on the divine slab. The slab rumbled and emitted a dazzling light. The two beautiful Taoists above were astonished. This light is, old Shen Qingqi exclaimed. Top tier talent. Space nascent soul. The elders all turned their attention at once. Who is it, let me see? Who has such top-tier spatial nascent soul aptitude? This old man must take her as a disciple. Xi Jiao stepped forward and kowtowed. Disciple Zhongyu Xi Jiao greets the esteemed inner sect elders. The group of elders simultaneously flew over, surrounding Xi Jiao. Zhongyu Xi Jiao, if you come to our Five Souls lineage, you can learn as many cultivation techniques as you want from my Grand Hall of Hidden Treasures. HMPH, you old Wu is so stingy. What's so impressive about luring people with cultivation techniques? Zhongyu Xi Jiao, if you come to our Phoenix Lightning lineage, I'll immediately take you as my direct disciple, with the same treatment as a regular elder. Murong Daojia also joined the fray. Zhongyu Xi Jiao, don't listen to these guys' nonsense. The Qi lineage is the right choice for you. Come here, and this big sister will definitely treat you well. The disciples in the distance watched with envy. This is the privilege for those with high talent. The inner sect elders are personally recruiting Zhongyu Xi Jiao to their teams. But the disciples were incredibly surprised. Zhongyu Xi Jiao has a spatial nascent soul, so according to reason, Elder Linghu Tianying of the Holy Soul lineage should be the most excited. But why hasn't he reacted at all? Hey, isn't it because Linghu Shangying hates Tan Yun so much, and Zhongyu Xi Jiao is so close to him? Of course he doesn't want her, so he has to give up. Old Linghu's face was dark with murderous intent. HMPH. Damn Tan Yun. He swallowed his anger bitterly. Cursing Tan Yun for causing him to lose such a top-tier disciple. I will never forgive you. Zhongyu Xi Jiao turned back and replied, Thank you for your favor, elders, but could you give Xi Jiao some time to think about it before deciding? The elders smiled and said, Of course, Xi Jiao. Take your time and don't rush. You must choose carefully. This concerns your future. Suddenly, she called out loudly towards Tan Yun. Tan Yun. She hesitated. I really don't know what to choose. Can you give me some advice? Tan Yun sulked. Is this girl trying to pass the buck to me? The disciples were shocked. Choosing an inner sect lineage is important. Why is Zhongyu Xi Jiao asking an outer sect disciple to decide for her? Could it be that this kid has some kind of relationship with Zhongyu Shijiao? Bingqing Daojia saw something strange and asked Shen Qingque, "Do you know who that kid is?" The old elder replied, reporting to the inner sect elder, "That person is named Tan Yun. He's a close friend of Zhongyu Shijiao. Very close, someone she trusts, so." And the elder wondered, "Close relationship, hehe. I'm afraid this isn't just a normal friendship. HMPH, if we can win over that kid, maybe Zhongyu Shijiao will choose us." "Damn, old Wu, your thinking is really despicable." Elder Shen Qingque hurriedly approached Bingqing and whispered in her ear, "Miss, I'd say Tan Yun's talent isn't bad. I already gave him a heads up," Bingqing replied. I understand." She was a bit suspicious. Not bad talent? Could it be that this kid is also top-tier aptitude? If that's really the case, then Shen Qingque must be handsomely rewarded. Zhongyu Shijiao waited, looking pitiful. She whimpered, Tan Yun, Tan Yun." At this moment, Tan Yun sighed and replied, "Zhongyu Shijiao, choose the Qi lineage. Zhongyu Shijiao has my 9 heavens mysterious divine sword art. She's not lacking in cultivation techniques. Choosing the Qi lineage can infuse Qi into her nascent soul power, increasing her strength." The disciples frowned and muttered. Zhongyu Shijiao is listening to Tan Yun. After all, this is a major matter related to cultivation. Choosing who will affect your whole life. Normal talent is whatever, but Zhongwu Shijiao is top-tier talent. She's someone who can reach the peak realm. If it were me, of course, I'd have to think really carefully. Zhongwu Shijiao didn't beat around the bush and nodded right away. "Elders, I choose the Qi Meridian." The crowd erupted. "Whoa, is Zhongwu Shijiao listening to Tan Yun too much? Damn, didn't even hesitate for a second. High talent, strong and beautiful, knows how to listen. I want to be like Tan Yun. Don't even get me started, I'm already drowning in jealousy." Zhongwu Shijiao thought to herself, HMPH, you guys don't understand Tan Yun's awesomeness. Listening to him can't be wrong. So Taoist Murong didn't have to waste a single drop of saliva to get a genius in her hands. She was overjoyed. "Haha, great, Zhongwu Shijiao. You joining the Qi Meridian is definitely the right choice. Come on, quickly pay respects to your master." Zhongwu Shijiao stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Zhongwu Shijiao greets master. Murong stepped forward to return the greeting. "Good disciple, stand up quickly. From now on you are your master's only direct disciple." Glancing towards Bingqing, she even took the opportunity to throw shade. "Good disciple, you joining my Qi Meridian, I don't know how many people will be jealous." Bingqing retorted, HMPH, you petty person. From the situation just now, it can be seen that after I pulled Tan Yun into my sect, who Zhongwu Shijiao listens to is still up in the air. The remaining elders whispered. The Qi Meridian has recruited a disciple who was already strong, and now is even stronger. Tan Yun unexpectedly was able to make a decision for a disciple with top-tier talent, proving his influence. I heard his combat strength is very strong. Able to challenge opponents stronger than him. Maybe he's also someone with high talent. Grand Elder Shen Qingque ordered. Since Zhongwu Shijiao has made her choice, then continue checking the strength of the other disciples. The next disciple is Mu Mengyi. Mu Mengyi stepped forward and responded, "There is a disciple." The elder instructed Mu Mengyi. "You have talent no less than Xin Yao. Remember to perform well." Disciple understands. Mengyi answered without hesitation. She placed her hand on the stone slab. Mengyi thought in her heart, although Tan Yun had already told me what my talent is, I'm still a little nervous. The stone tablet is now shining even more brilliantly than Shi Yao's. Elder Shen Qingque opened his mouth. It's top-tier talent. Moreover, Mu Mengyi simultaneously possesses 2 rare types, Beast Soul and Death Soul. The elders were once again shocked. More than what? Again, top-tier talent, and even twin souls. This talent is even more outstanding than Zhongwu Shijiao's. This time, I definitely have to recruit her into my meridian. Immediately, the elders surrounded her on all sides, as if not letting her escape. The Beast Soul Taoist said, Mu Mengyi, you have a beast soul, you must come to my beast soul. First meridian, I will agree to any conditions. You idiot. Screw you. Who said a beast soul must come to your beast soul first meridian? Why wasn't Zhongwu Shijiao required to go to Linghu Shangying just now? Mu Mengyi, as long as you come to me, I will make you like a tiger with wings. These 2 elders went at each other like wildfire. Old Wu, you trying to fight or something? If you bully me, I won't have a demonic beast to ride. Fight then. Am I supposed to be scared of you? The disciples fell over. Damn, the intersect elders are about to fight over Mu Mengyi. That's too exaggerated, they don't even care about face. After all, Mu Mengyi has top-tier talent, and even possesses twin souls. As long as she doesn't slack off, she'll definitely become a famous figure in the future. Mu Mengyi has a very close relationship with Tan Yun. Do you think this time she'll ask Tan Yun to help her make a choice again? Grand Elder Shen hurriedly tried to dissuade them. Ahem, the 2 elders. There are still many disciples below. How Mu Mengyi chooses is still up to her. The Beast Soul and Elder Wu sullenly gave in and turned away. Taoist Murong spoke up. Mu Mengyi, I heard you are close sisters with Zhongwu Xiao. Why not join my Qi Meridian together? Then I'll accept Tan Yun as well. The three of you can finally be together. Taoist Bing Qing immediately cut her off. You're dreaming, Murong. Bing Qing sneered. HMPH, I think you're just sour grapes. Even if I've already accepted a top-tier disciple, what do I care about a few more? Bing Qing stepped forward to seize the chance. I'm not going to argue with you, she asked Musi Mengyi. Which meridian do you want to choose? Mengyi answered hesitantly. I want to choose. Mengyi glanced at Tan Yun, thinking. Just now, Zhongwu Xiao already made Tan Yun notice by the elders. If I ask for his help, the elder who isn't chosen will definitely hold a grudge against him. Tan Yun on this side pondered. It seems senior sister Mu is hesitant, afraid that asking me for help will cause me to offend the elders. That's why she doesn't dare to ask directly. Saying it once is still saying it. Saying it a second time is just saying it again. He decided. Rather than letting Mu Mengyi offend others, it's better for me to take the blame. He stepped forward and shouted, Mu Mengyi, choose the beast soul vein. The disciples were stunned again. Tan Yun is speaking up again. Is he really not afraid of offending the other intersect elders? Do you think Mu Mengyi will listen to Tan Yun? It's hard to say, but it seems like the elders' reaction this time won't let Tan Yun off easy. Someone yelled, Tan Yun, tell Mu Mengyi to join my beast taming vein. I'll give you a high-grade magic weapon. Tan Yun, I advise you not to talk nonsense. This choice is not only related to Mu Mengyi's future, but also to the strength of the veins within the inner sect. You can't bear the consequences. Elder Wu, as if gone mad, shouted, How dare you! A mere outer sect disciple dares to act up in the inner sect. Watch me fix you. Old man Ling Hu. He snorted. Tan Yun, you're really not afraid of death. I didn't expect you to dare to speak loudly in front of the elders. I'll see how you deal with this later. Shen Qinghui stroked his beard happily. Ha. After Tan Yun finishes his aptitude test, I bet these elders' attitudes will change immediately. They'll be head over heels for Tan Yun then. The beast soul instructor stepped forward excitedly. Mu Mengyi, I think what Tan Yun said is very accurate. You might as well listen to him. Mengyi looked back at Tan Yun again. Seeing this, Tan Yun nodded encouragingly. Don't worry, just choose, as I said, he thought. Although Mu Mengyi also has a death-type fetal soul, the old saint soul vein has a feud with me, so letting her join the beast soul vein is the best choice. Mengyi decisively knelt down. Okay, disciple Mu Mengyi greets master. May your fortune be as boundless as the eastern sea, and your lifespan as long as the southern mountain. The beast soul instructor stepped forward, overjoyed. Ha, good disciple, get up quickly. He immediately brought out a treasure, saying, My dear disciple, this is a death attribute supreme grade spiritual weapon, the flying sword of joy, and it also has a beast spirit. It suits you very well. Consider it a gift for acknowledging me as your master. Mu Mengyi was extremely grateful, and accepted it, replying, Thank you, master. Zhongyu Shijia, seeing this, immediately asked, Master, she just became your disciple and already received a supreme-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. What about me? Murong Taoist stroked her hair and replied, Silly girl, don't worry. Our Qi vein specializes in refining weapons. How can we lack spiritual weapons for you to use? After returning to the sect, I'll give you a supreme-grade spiritual weapon suitable for you. Zhongyu Shijia was overjoyed. Hey, thank you, master, she thought. If the Qi vein has so many spiritual weapons, does that mean I can give some to Tan Yun? The disciples drooled with envy. She just acknowledged her master and already received a supreme-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. This gift is too big. Do you have Mu Mengyi's talent? If you do, you'll get the same treatment. Mu Mengyi and Zhongyu Shijia both have top-grade aptitude. Tan Yun definitely won't be inferior to them. Who knows, he might even have twin fetal souls. Bing Qing Taoist, who had been staring at Tan Yun, thought, Mu Mengyi and Zhongyu Xijiao both have very high aptitudes, but they listen to Tan Yun's opinions so much. Just what kind of terrifying genius is this Tan Yun? She excitedly thought, I'm really looking forward to your talent test. Murong looked at Tan Yun with longing. To be able to make two geniuses listen to him, Tan Yun, even if you only have mid-grade aptitude, I have to snatch you away to serve my interests. Elder Shen shouted. All right, the next disciple to test their aptitude is Tan Yun. Called by name, he immediately stepped forward. The old Elder Shen believed in Tan Yun. I'm leaving the rest to you. The disciples cheered enthusiastically. The person I've been waiting for has finally arrived. What kind of talent does Tan Yun have? He killed Guo Zhengshao, and can even fight Ling Hu Shangying. His combat power is so terrifying, even if Tan Yun tests to have 5 types of fetal souls. I wouldn't be surprised, who knows? Tan Yun might even become a new miracle of the Huangfu Academy. Zhongyu Shijiao was eagerly waiting. It's finally here. What kind of talent does Tan Yun have? Mu Mengyi watched Tan Yun intently. It must be more powerful than anyone here, Shen Qinghui signaled. Begin, Tan Yun. I believe in your talent. You will definitely shock this entire Huangfu holy sect. Tan Yun generously placed his hand on the stone slab and replied, all right. But in his heart he thought, sorry, Elder Shen, I might disappoint you. The stone slab waited for a long time, but there was not even a little reaction. Elder Shen's face suddenly turned pale. Huh? Why isn't the stone slab reacting? Could it be broken? The audience was bewildered and wondered. Why isn't the stone slab glowing? Could it be that Tan Yun's talent is so strong that it broke the stone slab? If the stone doesn't light up, there's usually only one possibility. The person being tested has a trash soul. Don't talk nonsense, that's Tan Yun. How could he have a trash soul? Only Tan Yun knows what's going on. My Hongmeng's soul must not be revealed. It's normal that the holy sect Huangfu can't test my soul. Elder Shen fumbled around the stone in confusion. What the heck is going on? Wasn't this stone working just fine a moment ago? Why is it suddenly broken now? After testing Tan Yun's talent and seeing that the stone didn't react to him, Shen Qinghui cupped his hands and stammered to the elders. Esteemed intersect elders, this stone seems to be having some issues. Could we possibly switch it out for another one for Tan Yun to test again? Seeing this, Linghu Xiangying laughed out loud excitedly. This testing stone has been passed down in our sect for thousands of years. How could it possibly break? Heh. His expression became even more smug, and he pointed at Tan Yun, announcing loudly to everyone around, I think it's not that the stone is broken, but that Tan Yun is a trash soul to begin with. Mu Mengyi, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, Tan Yun is a trash soul. Zhang Yu Shigao was equally surprised, stammering, how could this be? The crowd around them also burst into a confused discussion. Killed Guo Zhengshu, dared to fight Linghu Xiangying, and Tan Yun is a trash soul. This is the funniest thing I've heard in years. I think Linghu Xiangying is holding a grudge against Tan Yun, so he wants to take this opportunity to get revenge, but why didn't the stone react? Other than a trash soul, there's no other explanation. Shen Qinghui, hearing this, angrily shouted, Tan Yun can't possibly be a trash soul. He's an extremely talented outer sect disciple. Hearing this, Elder Linghu Xiangying retorted arrogantly and provocatively. Then how do you explain why the stone didn't react? Shen Qinghui still tried to argue. Maybe the stone is broken. Or maybe Tan Yun's soul is a bit special, and this stone can't test his talent. Anyway, Tan Yun can't be a trash soul. Linghu Xiangying arrogantly retorted, yeah, right. As if there are so many maybes. Shen Qinghui, just accept the truth. At that moment, the icy pure Taoist stopped them. Alright, stop arguing. Whether he's a trash soul or not, we'll know if we test him ourselves. The beast soul Taoist, hearing this, spoke up. Let me help Tan Yun test. I'm also very curious, what kind of aptitude the so-called #1 outer sect disciple has. After that, the beast soul Taoist placed his hand on Tan Yun's chest, cast his magic power, and reminded him, Tan Yun, relax your mind. Tan Yun, hearing this, closed his eyes and said, this disciple obeys. In his mind, he thought, the secret of my Hongmeng soul cannot be revealed, or it will lead to unnecessary trouble. The beast soul elder was now channeling his power into Tan Yun's chest to test whether he was really a trash soul. The crowd outside continued to discuss heatedly. The people of the beast soul Dao have always been upright and honest. If he takes action to test, I'll believe it. Another person wondered what the result would be. If Tan Yun is a trash soul, he'll no longer have a chance to enter the inner sect. The beast soul Taoist finished testing Tan Yun, then released his hand, opened his eyes, and let out a cry. Then the beast soul Taoist turned around and announced the results to everyone. Tan Yun's soul is of the metal element, but the soul has no soul power vibration. It seems he really is a trash soul. Everyone there burst into an uproar. Tan Yun is trash. A trash soul. How is that possible? A trash soul is still so much stronger than us, so what are we? How scary. Outside the holy sect's Huangfu gate, there are so many extremely talented disciples who have no way to enter the inner sect. At that time, Zhang Yu Shigao also couldn't believe the information that the beast soul Taoist had provided. She cried out in shock, no, how can this be? Didn't Tan Yun say before that his soul was even more powerful than top-grade aptitude? What on earth is going on? Mu Mengyi, seeing Shigao's terrified attitude, reached out and grabbed Shigao, advising, Shigao, don't worry, Tan Yun must be hiding his strength, we have to trust. Old Linghu Xiangying then let out a long, triumphant laugh, shouting provocatively, trash soul Tan Yun, no matter how strong your current strength is, you can only stop here in this life, damn it. Elder Xiangying's eyes were bloodshot, and he secretly plotted. As long as Tan Yun can't enter the inner sect, and is just an outer sect disciple, I have 10,000 ways to kill him. At that time, Murong Taoist also thought to himself, what a pity. If this Tan Yun had a low-grade aptitude, I could reluctantly take him as a disciple but forget it for a trash soul. The icy pure Taoist angrily approached Shen Qinghui, glaring and shouting, Shen Qinghui, is this the surprise you prepared for me? After scolding him, old Qinghui secretly thought angrily, Damn it, I originally thought that Tan Yun would have top-grade aptitude this time, so I never participated in the competition for disciples with top-grade aptitude. I didn't expect this guy to be a trash soul. I've suffered a great loss this time. Shen Qingqi, scolded by the icy pure Taoist, turned pale with fright and stammered to defend himself. Miss, no, Elder Bing Qing, I, Tan Yun, he, Bing Qing, was furious at his stammering and shouted, "No need to say anything else." And then, that bitch pointed straight at Tan Yun and yelled, "A useless soul like his can't achieve greatness. Shu Feng isn't allowed into the inner sect. He'll be an outer sect disciple forever." The holy sect disciples around them chimed in, all smug. Yup, a trash soul can't get into the inner sect. Shu Feng is stuck here for life. Once we get in, we can cultivate to the soul refinement realm, the divine soul realm, maybe even the holy soul realm. The crowd kept gossiping. But Shu Feng can only waste his time in the outer sect, turning to dust in a few decades, only remembered as invincible in the outer sect. One of them cackled, stroking his chin in satisfaction. If Shu Feng doesn't get into the inner sect, he'll definitely try to split up Mu Mengyi and Zhongyu Shijiao. Maybe I'll finally get a chance with Feng Zi. Zhongyu Shijiao couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "No way, I have to get Shu Feng into the inner sect." Then Shijiao ran in front of Ice Clarity Taoist and knelt down, begging, "Master, please, for your disciple's sake, accept Shu Feng. From now on, I'll cultivate diligently and bring glory to you." Ice Clarity Taoist frowned and said, Shijiao, it's not that I don't want to help you, but since our founding ancestor established the Huangfu Holy Sect, have the inner sect masters ever accepted a disciple with a useless soul? There's really nothing I can do. Zhongyu Shijiao grabbed her master's sleeve, pleading, "Please, master, I don't need any top-grade spiritual items, just please." Ice Clarity Taoist shook Shijiao's hand off, saying firmly, "Shijiao, don't make things difficult for me, okay? If I accept Shu Feng today, how am I supposed to face the elders and disciples back at the sect? Even if you kneel here until your legs break, I won't accept Shu Feng." Mu Mengyi then rushed to Beast Soul Taoist and begged, "Master, I'm the one who brought Shu Feng into the sect. I've watched him rise step by step. Today, I'll stake my life on it. If you accept him, you definitely won't regret it." Beast Soul Elder said sternly, "So what if I accept Shu Feng into the inner sect? With his level of talent in this lineage, he'd only be the lowest ranked disciple with a strange aptitude. He'd be easily bullied and humiliated by his fellow disciples." Then, Beast Soul Elder turned to Mu Mengyi. "Mengyi, do you really want this to happen? Do you understand how hard it is for a trash soul in the inner sect?" Mu Mengyi mumbled, "I don't understand those things. I understand Shu Feng." Then, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face, she yelled, "If Shu Feng doesn't get into the inner sect today, I won't either." Zhongyu Shijiao was just as worked up, echoing, "Senior Sister Mu is right. I'd be dead if it weren't for Shu Feng. If he doesn't get in, I don't either." Shu Feng was deeply moved to see the two girls defending him like this. The people around them started chattering again. Have Mu Mengyi and Zhongyu Shijiao lost it? Giving up their chance to get into the inner sect for Shu Feng? Are Mu Mengyi and Zhongyu Shijiao's feelings for Shu Feng that deep? Looks like if Shu Feng doesn't get in, we don't stand a chance. The inner sect selection is a big deal. The inner sect elders aren't going to just sit back and watch them mess around. Zhongyu Shijiao and Mu Mengyi were both indignant, their eyes burnt. Seeing this, Ice Clarity Taoist angrily shouted, "Shijiao, what are you doing?" Beast Soul Taoist also yelled, "Mengyi, don't be impulsive." Both Mu Mengyi and Shijiao ran forward, calling out to their masters. Just then, a voice stopped them. "Mengyi, Shijiao, stop messing around." It was Shu Fengge. He looked at them and said gently, "You two go into the inner sect." Mengyi stood in front of Shu Feng and asked, "But Shu Feng, what about you?" Shu Feng placed his hands on the girls' heads. "Shijiao, Mu Mengyi," he said with a smile, "it's just not getting into the inner sect. It's not a big deal to me. Don't you trust me? Be good, listen to me, Zhongyu." Shijiao listened to Shu Feng and replied obediently. Okay, Mengyi also said softly to Shu Feng, "Okay then I'll listen to you." Seeing this, Beast Soul Taoist thought angrily, "TCH. This kid's words are more effective than this master's." Ice Clarity Taoist was also fuming. "Damn it. When I get back, I have to introduce some senior brothers to Shijiao so she can quickly get over Shu Feng's influence." At that moment, Shen Qingqi called out, Shu Feng, come over here, I have something to ask you." Shu Feng replied, "Yes," then ran towards Shen Qingqi. "Great Elder, what is it?" Shen Qingqi said. "Shu Feng, tell me the truth. Are you really a trash soul? I know you have Shijiao, but today's selection is a big deal for your future. You must cherish it." Hearing Shen Qingqui's heartfelt words, Shu Feng stammered, "Great Elder, I can't say what's in my heart." Shu Feng was in a dilemma. Since I joined the sect, the Great Elder has always taken care of me, fulfilling his duties as an elder. Although he helps me because of my potential, he really doesn't have any bad intentions. But the secrets on my body are too shocking. If I really reveal them, I'm afraid. Seeing Shu Feng not saying anything, Shen Qingqi said to Shu Feng thoughtfully, Alright, I won't force you to answer. Maybe it's just fate. Then, the old Shen Qingqi stroked his beard, his eyes unable to hide his sadness, and comforted Zhu Feng, don't be too discouraged. Even if you're a trash soul, you can still learn some alchemy, talisman, inscription, and formation techniques. In the future, you can return to your hometown and become wealthy with these skills. At that moment, Tan Yun finally spoke up to explain, Grand Elder, I have a lot of things I can't say, but the crippled soul fetus thing is just a conclusion from the beast soul sect, you get it. Hearing Tan Yun's words, old Shen Qingqi jumped in shock and exclaimed, what? Then old Shen Qingqi suddenly thought, could it be that Tan Yun respectfully said to Shen Qingqi, I hope Grand Elder can help me keep this secret. After hearing Tan Yun's words, Shen Qingqi flew into the air while replying to Tan Yun, no problem, I just didn't expect you to hide so deeply, you little rascal, Tan Yun. Don't worry, today I will get you into the inner sect at any cost, even if it costs me my old life. Then, Shen Qingqi ran in front of Bingqing Taoist, respectfully saying, young mistress, this old servant begs you to take Tan Yun into the pill vein. I guarantee with my life Tan Yun will definitely not let you down. The crowd heard this and exclaimed in surprise, what? The Grand Elder is actually begging Bingqing Taoist to accept Tan Yun? Tan Yun is a crippled soul fetus, he can't possibly reach the Great Tao. Why would the Grand Elder want to help him? The inner sect higher-ups aren't stupid, how could they accept this trash Tan Yun? Bingqing Taoist heard Shen Qingqi say this and scoffed, looking up and asking him, Shen Qingqi, what exactly is your purpose? Why is it that you're not satisfied with not getting a top-tier disciple, and you still want me to take this crippled soul fetus Tan Yun as my disciple? Then, Bingqing Taoist angrily asked Shen Qingqi, are you trying to make me a laughingstock for the entire Huangfu Qing sect? Shen Qingqi knelt down, raised his hand in front of Bingqing Taoist, and swore, young mistress, this old servant swears to heaven, as long as you take Tan Yun into the pill vein, he alone will be worth all the disciples of the other veins combined. Shen Qingqi shouted loudly, guaranteeing to Bingqing Taoist, within 3 years, if my words are not fulfilled, may I be struck by lightning and die an unnatural death. From the side, Hu Chengying heard Shen Qingqi's words, and he was furious, and gritted his teeth. HMPH. Shen Qingqi, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Don't talk about 3 years, even in 30 years he'll still be trash. The beast soul Taoist standing nearby also offered his opinion. Not necessarily, the path of the pill requires attention to talent. Even though Tan Yun is a crippled soul fetus, what if he has pill-making talent? Murong Taoist at that time also spoke up, that's right, Tan Yun might just be a genius alchemist, that would be even better than Xi Zhao that I just took in. Bingqing Taoist heard this and glared sideways at Murong Taoist. Taking advantage of the situation, Murong Taoist further provoked Bingqing Taoist. You take him, I won't laugh at you, Bingqing Taoist heard Murong Taoist say this, and gritted her teeth in anger. Afterwards, a burst of fire ki emanated from Bingqing Taoist. Bingqing Taoist angrily shouted, Murong Taoist, if you dare provoke me again, we'll go to the life and death arena once. Seeing Bingqing Taoist's attitude like this, Murong Taoist was very pleased, and continued to laugh and say, HMPH. This old lady won't bother with you today because I got a disciple with top-tier talent, and I'm in a very good mood. Bingqing Taoist heard this and was furious, cursing inwardly. You damn old hag, I'll let you know sooner or later. Shen Qingqi at that time then called out to Bingqing Taoist, young mistress, Tan Yun he. Bingqing Taoist sighed, regained her composure, and said to Shen Qingqi, fine, Shen Qingqi, since you admire Tan Yun so much, I'll grant your wish. Shen Qingqi heard this, and was overjoyed. At the same time, Bingqing Taoist said again. However, Bingqing Taoist, before allowing Shen Qingqi to take Tan Yun into the pill vein, she laid out a condition to Shen Qingqi. Today I will expel you from the Shen family. If Tan Yun doesn't disappoint me in the future, I will put your name back in the family records. Bingqing Taoist outwardly berated Shen Qingqi, but inwardly she was a little sad, thinking, Shen Qingqi has carefully served my Shen family for decades. Even if he doesn't have any merit, he has put in the hard work. Perhaps this Tan Yun really has something special, but I need to test his faith. If he believes in Tan Yun absolutely, then perhaps he won't be afraid of being expelled from the Shen family. Hearing Bingqing Taoist's condition, Shen Qingqi nodded without hesitation and agreed. Thank you, young mistress. This old servant believes that Tan Yun will definitely not disappoint you. Seeing Shen Qingqi's resolute attitude, Bingqing Taoist's eyes widened in surprise. What? Not even a little hesitation? Tan Yun saw that Shen Qingqi trusted him wholeheartedly, and he thanked him and promised, Grand Elder, don't worry, I will definitely not let your efforts be in vain. In his heart, Tan Yun thought, no matter what his purpose is, the Grand Elder has really put in a lot of effort. I must quickly show all my talents to allow the Grand Elder to return to the Shen family. After the agreement was reached, Bingqing Taoist gave Tan Yun an unpleasant look. Tan Yun, from now on you will be a miscellaneous disciple of the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden of the Pill Vein. Report to the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden in 10 days. Before leaving, she instructed, I have something to do. I'll go first. Any disciples willing to come to the pill vein can report to the ninth elder of the pill vein in 10 days. After speaking, Bing Qing Taoist flew away. Seeing a good-for-nothing like Tan Yun get into the pill vein, the people outside whispered and gossiped, showing their disdain. Bing Qing Taoist's heart turned cold. Yeah, I came for a disciple with top-notch talent, but ended up taking in a piece of trash. Anyone would be pissed. Tan Yun was once a delicious pastry, but now he's a pile of dog shit. Whoever steps on him is screwed. After saying that, the crowd burst into loud laughter. Elder Shen Xingqi, getting his wish, happily smiled and said, "Order." The selection continues. A moment later, Beast Soul Taoist raised his hand and announced, 10 days from now, you will each proceed to choose a vein. We won't wait for those who are late. The disciples below shouted in unison, yes. The others left one after another, leaving only Shen Qingfeng behind. He said with implied threat, warning Tan Yun, consider yourself lucky to have entered the inner sect, but the competition within the inner sect is hundreds of times more intense than in the outer sect. You better watch yourself. Tan Yun turned a deaf ear to those threats, showing his disdain. That old geezer dares to threaten me. If you don't come looking for trouble, fine. But if you keep bothering me, I'll wipe you out soon enough. Mu Mengyi suddenly arrived, chatting and laughing intimately with Tan Yun. Tan Yun, no matter what, you finally made it into the inner sect. Zhongwu Shijiao, seeing this, frowned, indignant on Tan Yun's behalf. HMPH. How could Tan Yun just be a handyman disciple? Bing Qing Taoist really doesn't know how to recognize talent. Tan Yun smiled lightly and said, it's okay. It won't be long before I shed this handyman disciple status. Shen Qingqi approached Tan Yun, gently reminding him, Tan Yun, although you've made it into the inner sect, there are quite a few enemies of yours inside. Hearing this, Tan Yun wanted to know, and asked Shen Qingqi, please, great elder, enlighten me. Shen Qingqi raised his hand in agreement. Then he began to tell the story. First, the inner sect law enforcement elder Guo Zheng is the cousin of the outer sect law enforcement elder Guo Zhengshao. But Guo Zhengshao's death wasn't enough to pay for his crime, so this guy might seek revenge on you. Second, you killed Murong Kun, and Murong Kun's grandfather is the second elder of the beast Soul Vein, Murong Huang. This guy is insidious and vicious, so you have to watch out for his revenge. Third, Linghu Shanghe will definitely not let you go. He probably won't personally make a move against you, but he will send people to kill you, and those people are intersect powerhouses from the soul transformation vein. The images of these three people were etched deep in Tan Yun's memory. Mu Mengyi, hearing this, looked worried for Tan Yun. I didn't expect there to be so many enemies in the inner sect. Tan Yun, you must be careful. Zhongwu Shijiao also cared about Tan Yun. She advised him, the inner sect is too dangerous. Tan Yun, why don't you go to the Qi vein with me? At least I can say a few words to the elder. Tan Yun reassured her. It's okay, they better not come looking for me, otherwise they'll be the unlucky ones. Shen Qingqi also encouraged them. You don't need to worry too much. The rules within the inner sect are strict. They wouldn't dare to make a move against Tan Yun too openly. Moreover, Bing Qing Taoist is this old man's granddaughter. As long as Tan Yun shows his talent in the pill vein, he will definitely gain her protection. Tan Yun was grateful for the elder's caring reminders, and he lowered his head and said, thank you, elder. Tan Yun will certainly not let you down. Feeling touched by his sincerity, Shen Qingqi placed his hand on Tan Yun's shoulder, speaking with a tone full of belief. Tan Yun, this old man believes in your abilities. You will definitely show your talent very soon. While everyone was happily chatting, suddenly a servant rushed over in a panic. Great elder, I just received news. He whispered something into Shen Qingqi's ear. After hearing what he said, Shen Qingqi looked worried and uneasy. Shen Qingqi said to his subordinate with distress, okay, I understand, you can leave first. Seeing that Shen Qingqi's expression was different from before, Tan Yun asked curiously, great elder, has something happened? Shen Qingqi didn't want to tell Tan Yun about it, so he said to him, yeah, there's a bit of a situation, but it's related to Shijiao, you guys go down first. Hearing this, Tan Yun didn't ask any further questions, doing as Shen Qingqi said. Yes. Zhongwu Shijiao heard Shen Qingqi say that it was related to her, not understanding at all. Related to me, I haven't caused any trouble recently, have I? Shen Qingqi and Zhong Yuxi gazed at Tan Yun and Mu Mengyi, who had already distanced themselves. At this moment, Shen Qingqi looked sadly at Zhong Yuxi and told her, Yuxi, you were just a child back then. Having lost your parents and nearly starved to death, it was me, an elder from my sect, who rescued you. Do you remember that? Hearing this, Zhong Yuxi brightened up. Of course I remember. I even remember a beautiful fairy Gigi in a black dress. How is she doing lately? Shen Qingqi replied. Her surname is Tang, and she's the head disciple of the pill sect. 2 months ago she told me she'd come see you today, but due to an unexpected injury she can't make it. She asked me to let you know. Zhong Yuxi was shocked and worried. Is her injury serious? Shen Qingqi replied. I heard it's extremely severe, but don't worry. Head Tang's life isn't in danger. She should recover in a short while. Hearing this, Zhong Yuxi felt somewhat relieved. She's always been grateful for the life-saving grace of that fairy Gigi, and she desperately wanted to save her benefactor. If it weren't for the fairy Gigi, I'd be dead already. I wonder if Tan Yun has a way to heal her. The scene changes to outside the main hall. Tan Yun, standing at the gate, saw Zhang Yuxi approaching with a blank and thoughtful face. Seeing this, he asked her, "Yuxi, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried?" Zhang Yuxi hesitated, wanting to confide in Tan Yun, but then she chose not to. "Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't seen you in a long time, so I'm feeling a bit down." But in reality, she didn't want to bother or affect Tan Yun. Tan Yun is powerful, but I've never seen him use medical techniques. Besides, he has many enemies to deal with in the inner sect. I shouldn't bother him. Hearing this, Tan Yun gently stroked Zhang Yuxi's head, comforting her. "It's all right. We're all in the inner sect. Anyway, I'll come see you when I have time." Actually, Tan Yun could tell that Zhang Yuxi was hiding something. Yuxi seems to be concealing something, but since she's not saying anything, I can't ask. The scene shifts to 10 days later, at the intersect boundary peak, with towering rocky mountains all around. There's a formation beneath the intersect boundary peak where everyone has gathered. Tan Yun, Mu Mengyi, and Zhang Yuxi have also arrived. Zhang Yuxi said to Tan Yun, "Tan Yun, the sending formation to the intersect is ahead," Tan Yun replied. "Yeah, let's go. The intersect registration is almost here." As soon as they reached the gate, 2 guards attracted Tan Yun's attention. He sensed something was amiss. The gatekeepers are intersect enforcement disciples. Could it be? Soon after, one of the gatekeepers pulled out a portrait to compare it with the approaching man. According to the portrait given to us by the enforcement elder, this is the brat Tan Yun who murdered the outer sect enforcement elder. It's him. Elder Guo has ordered the inner sect enforcement disciples to kill him today by any means necessary. As long as we find an excuse to kill him, we can earn a huge reward. The guards had no idea that everything they said was heard by Tan Yun's miraculous ears. Seeing this, Tan Yun muttered disdainfully, "Oh, Guo Jingming, you're really impatient. Already making a move on me so quickly? Too bad you sent such useless people." The 3 continued to walk towards the gate, entering the inner sect. Before they could step through, one of the guards stopped them. "Halt! What are you doing?" Mu Mengyi politely said. "Greetings, Shixiong. We are new disciples who were selected from the outer sect to enter the inner sect. We're here to register today." Hearing this, one of the guards took out a ledger. "Oh, new disciples, what are your names? Tell me your names so I can check if they're on the new disciples list." Mu Mengyi truthfully reported, "This one is Mu Mengyi from the Beast Soul lineage." Then, she reported for the other 2, they are Zhang Yuxi from the Qi lineage, and Tan Yun from the Pill lineage. Hearing this, the 2 guards said excitedly, "Mu Mengyi and Zhang Yuxi, the names of you 2 genius Shimei have already spread throughout the inner sect. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary." The other one chimed in, "These 2 women are disciples of the inner sect's Beast Soul and Qi lineages. We can't afford to offend them." Tan Yun, finding the 2 annoying, quickly asked, "Can we go now?" The guard happily agreed, "Of course you can." But there was no intention of letting Tan Yun enter in his invitation and face. The 2 Shimei only need to channel your spirit energy into the sending formation to easily be transmitted to the inner sect. Zhang Wuxi and Jiao happily entered. "All right, Tan Yun, senior sister Mu, let's go." Zhang Wuxi, Jiao, and Mu Mengyi stepped inside. But as Tan Yun was about to enter, the guard played a despicable trick, blocking Tan Yun's way. "Hold on." He pointed at Tan Yun's chest with contempt and said, "I'll let the 2 junior sisters go, but did I say you could go?" This gate symbolizes the inner sect. Tan Yun, you good-for-nothing who only got into the inner sect by relying on the outer sect Grand Elder. Do you really deserve to follow them? Tan Yun asked, puzzled. This is the only teleportation array. If I don't go from here, where else would I go? The guard grinned obnoxiously. Trash naturally goes through the trash's special passage. The guard, disregarding death, pointed at the ground and said, Tan Yun, don't you want to enter the inner sect? It's simple, crawl through here. The fatso beside him laughed loudly, echoing the guard's humiliation of Tan Yun. Junior brother is right, Tan Yun. You have to crawl under his legs and then under mine, otherwise don't even dream of entering the inner sect today. In reality, these 2 were trying to provoke Tan Yun, hoping he would lose control, fail to enter the inner sect, and be killed, he thought smugly. There's no way Tan Yun can endure such humiliation. As long as he dares to make a move, we can kill him according to the rules. Mu Mengyi and Zhong Wuxi and Jiao felt indignant for Tan Yun and shouted, Tan Yun is an official inner sect disciple, how dare you treat him like this? The 2 even threatened to let Tan Yun go. Otherwise, I'll report you to our master. Tan Yun didn't get angry and said calmly, it's all right. Then he slowly walked towards the guard and asked, Are you sure you really want me to crawl under your legs? The guard, still unaware of the horrible fate that was about to befall him, said nonchalantly, Stop talking nonsense. He even urged Tan Yun. Hurry up and kneel down and crawl through. Otherwise, we'll make you look good today. Tan Yun didn't say much, and directly delivered a powerful kick right between his legs, causing him to widen his eyes in pain and scream miserably, "Oh my God! You! How dare you!" The other gate guard, seeing his teammate being beaten up by Tan Yun, also drew his sword and charged forward. "Tan Yun, how dare you attack a law enforcement disciple? Today I will kill you, using the sect rules." Tan Yun was naturally much stronger than him. He fiercely charged forward and retorted, "Who kills who remains to be seen." With a powerful punch, the other guy's sword flew away, and blood was spilled. He cried out in agony. Having been punched in the stomach, all the blood seemed to rush out of his mouth. Feel a little bad for him, but whatever. Another one of them was scared of Tan Yun, but his mouth was still running, criticizing him. You dare to kill a law enforcement disciple, Tan Yun, you've really gone mad. Slaughtering fellow disciples is a capital crime. You're finished." Tan Yun calmly took out a portrait with his face on it, and he retorted, exposing their crimes. "Humph! You're clearly the ones who want to kill me. This is the proof. What I did was self-defense." The other guy was so scared that he hurriedly ran away, while not forgetting to threaten him. "Tan Yun, just you wait. Elder Guo will definitely not let you off." Tan Yun wasn't foolish enough to let this guy go easily. He rushed forward and attacked him. "You think you can run away in front of me, Dai?" The other guy was unlucky, who told him to be so foul-mouthed and act like a know-it-all. The ending was truly tragic. He died face down on the ground, screaming miserably and struggling as he reached his end. Fresh blood gushed out of his mouth, and he still used his last breath to roar, "The Elder will avenge me." Mu Mengyi couldn't help but worry about Tan Yun's actions of killing people. She said, "Tan Yun, you killed 2 law enforcement disciples. If they investigate..." Tan Yun calmly interrupted her, raised the portrait with his face on it, and 2 words "kill on sight" written on it, and replied, "Mengyi, there's nothing to worry about. They won't dare. I have proof that they wanted to kill me. If they really want to investigate, they'll be the unlucky ones." Shi Jiao was angry about the evil actions of the law enforcers under Elder Guo. She said, "What a disgusting bunch of people. Oh, Tan Yun, you must be careful when you get to the pill sect. After all, we're not familiar with this place at all." In response to Shi Jiao's concern, Tan Yun said, "Don't worry, I'll pay attention. It's getting late. Let's quickly teleport to the inner sect." So Tan Yun strode majestically into the teleportation array. The 3 of them, Tan Yun, Shi Jiao, and Mu Mengyi, stood in a circle around the center of the teleportation array. Soon, they entered the inner sect. At a spot on a mountain peak in a wide courtyard, the 3 of them stood above and looked down, unable to help but broaden their horizons. Tan Yun looked around and then commented thoughtfully on the place. "The inner sect is indeed much better than the outer sect. The spiritual energy here is several times denser than in the outer sect." Mu Mengyi didn't seem very interested in this place. She said, "This is the inner sect. Other than a bit more spiritual energy, there's nothing special about it." Tan Yun then spoke up. "This is just a reception point. When you've visited all the main peaks, you might discover more things." As the 3 of them were wondering where to go next, someone approached Musi Mengyi from behind and asked her, "Excuse me, are you junior sister Musi Mengyi?" Mu Mengyi was very polite and turned around to greet him. "Bai Shu. I am Mu Mengyi. May I ask what this senior brother wants from me?" Bai Shu grinned and replied, "This humble one is Bai Shu, the chief disciple of the Beast, Soul Inner Sect's Grand Elder, the highest rank. I'm your senior brother. This time, I was specially sent by my master to pick you up." Bai Shu continued to tell her, "Junior sister Mu, the Beast Soul lineage. All 3 disciples have arrived, only you are missing." Bai Shu gestured towards the Beast Soul lineage, then continued speaking to Meng Yi. "It's a bit of a distance from our Beast Soul lineage's gate. Let's go now." Zhang Yuxi and Zhao were surprised to hear that Mu Mengyi had to leave immediately. "Huh, you're leaving now." Meng Yi sadly and reluctantly bid farewell to Tan Yun. "Tan Yun, I have to go. I reckon it'll be a long time before we meet again." Tan Yun gently patted her head to comfort her. "Alright, go on, we're both in the inner sect anyway. It's not like it's a permanent farewell." Mu Mengyi suddenly hugged Tan Yun tightly. She really didn't want to leave him. "Tan Yun, thank you." She hugged even tighter and said shyly to Tan Yun, "No matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side." Mu Mengyi's words stunned Tan Yun in place. "Mengyi, you." Mengyi blushed and turned to leave. "Just like that, Tan Yun. I'll go first. See you later." She thought to herself shyly, "I acted like that in front of everyone, Aya. So embarrassing." Tan Yun also gently waved. "Goodbye." Yeah, goodbye." Then Bai Shu walked up to Tan Yun and he asked with a smile, "You're Tan Yun, the good-for-nothing that's rumored throughout the inner sect. I advise you to know your place. Mu Mengyi is a pure girl with good talent." Then Bai Shu changed his expression, trying to intimidate Tan Yun. "She's not the kind of dead toad that you can reach for." Tan Yun replied calmly. He smiled faintly and said, "I also advise you, don't be nosy. Who Mengyi likes is her business. You're not even related to her, so you have no right to say these things." Bai Shu's face turned purple after being told off by Tan Yun. He retorted aggressively, "Tan Yun, this is the inner sect, not the outer sect. Do you believe I have a million ways to make you disappear forever? Tan Yun also happily provoked him. If you have the guts, just try it. Even if you have 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to save you. Bai Shu was completely mad, he stuttered, only managing to squeeze out one word. You. He gave Tan Yun a look that shot out sparks, not friendly at all. At that moment, Zhong Yuxijiao came over, scolding Bai Shu incessantly. Bai Shu, what do you want to do? Could it be that you want to bully the new guy? Bai Shu's argument with Tan Yun had attracted a crowd of curious people. They gossiped. Isn't that Tan Yun? What's wrong with him? It seems like he's having a dispute with a senior brother from the beast soul lineage. Tan Yun, this good-for-nothing soul, finally got a chance to enter the inner sect, but he dares to show off in front of a senior brother from the inner sect he's tired of living. The crowd continued to discuss animatedly. That inner sect guy probably isn't a good person either. He must have taken a fancy to Mu Mengyi, so he wants to show off to Tan Yun. Bai Shu saw that there were too many people talking, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he turned to leave. When leaving, he didn't forget to send a few threats to Tan Yun. Tan Yun, you won't be proud for much longer. There are many brothers in the inner sect who want to kill you, it's not just me. Zhong Yuxijiao couldn't stand listening to that, she advised. Tan Yun, don't pay attention to his threats. This is the inner sect, he's just a disciple. I don't believe he can cover the sky with one hand. Tan Yun didn't have anything to fear from that guy. He smiled lightly and replied, it's okay, it's not like he's the only one who wants to take my life. He's not even worthy of my attention. Then he said to Zhong Yuxijiao, Yuxijiao, it's not early anymore, you should go to the spirit platform quickly. Yuxijiao became shy again. She expressed her intention to Tan Yun. Okay, but before I go, Tan Yun, can you give me a kiss? But Tan Yun was paying attention to something else, which was the airship that had taken Mu Mengyi away. Tan Yun blurted out, Mengyi is gone. He looked at the flying airship and thought to himself, this thing is really not bad. It can even fly in the air. Seeing that Tan Yun didn't pay attention to her, Yuxijiao sulked and was angry. Tan Yun, didn't you hear what I said? Tan Yun was stunned. Huh, Yuxijiao, what did you just say? Yuxijiao quickly changed her state, coquettish, sweet and shy, to say again, Then she forcibly kissed Tan Yun, catching him off guard. Then Yuxijiao turned around and left, saying a few words. Tan Yun, I'm leaving. Remember to visit me at the Qi lineage. The other brothers saw this scene and roared in anger. What the hell, Tan Yun is just a trash soul. Why is he liked by both Mu Mengyi and Zhong Yuxijiao? Wah, Zhong Yuxijiao even kissed him. My first love is shattered here. The brother next to him saw that this brother was crying too much. Not only did he not comfort him, but he also twisted the person. Hey brother, that thing of yours is not called first love. It's called unrequited love, understand? Touching the lips that had just been kissed by Yuxijiao, Tan Yun was also a little embarrassed. And the most difficult thing was to disappoint the girl who liked him. Scene change. Before us is a majestic, towering mountain, a picturesque and poetic landscape. This is none other than the territory of the Great Pill Sect, the main peak. Tan Yun stands before the tall mountain. He reads the words engraved on the large golden tablet. Pil Dao Dai Tian. Tan Yun's expression is full of excitement. This is the Pill Sect's main peak. It's got some presence. He was admiring it when a voice came from behind. You must be Tan Yun. This person greets Tan Yun enthusiastically. I'm Dan Yu, a miscellaneous disciple of the herb garden. Elder Dan Mai ordered me to wait for you here. Tan Yun also greets him politely. This humble one is Tan Yun. Greetings, senior brother. Dan Yu scratches his head and smiles amiably. No need to be so polite, just call me Dan Yu. Then Dan Yu leads the way for Tan Yun. I'll take you to the herb garden to register, follow me. Following Dan Yu, we arrive at a herb garden filled with fragrant medicinal herbs. This is the Spirit Mountain Herb Garden. Dan Yu introduces the place to Tan Yun with great enthusiasm. Tan Shidi, since you're new, report to Steward Shen behind the back mountain spirit garden later. Steward Shen will arrange a room for you, allocate a training area for spiritual herbs, and tell you how many spiritual herbs you need to submit each month. Speaking of this, Dan Yu's face changes, remembering something. Oh, right. He sweats profusely, carefully warning Tan Yun. Tan Shidi, you must remember this carefully. There's a guy in our herb garden you absolutely can't mess with. His name's Cheng Jiao Yin. He's bald, has a big scar on his mouth, and he's the strongest. Plus, he has a lot of lackeys. He's the little tyrant of the herb garden. Suddenly, Tan Yun seems to spot him. He points at Cheng Jiao Yin and asks Dan Yu, Oh, senior brother Dan Yu, is that the little tyrant you're talking about? Dan Yu cranes his neck to look and confirms, Yeah, that's him, Cheng Jiao Yin. Swaggering and laughing loudly, he walks towards Tan Yun and mocks him. Brothers, come and see. That good-for-nothing Tan Yun has finally arrived. Cheng Jiao Yin's gang surrounds Tan Yun, gossiping about him. Oh my god, is this the good-for-nothing Tan Yun? So trash. Turns out he's a pretty boy. Heard he got into the inner sect through connections. Does that mean he has a sugar daddy now? The gang gets even more excited. This guy's got a great look. I like this type. Everyone don't make a move. Let me be the first. Tan Yun just stands there, thinking about the group and wondering to himself, In this pill sect, apart from Shen Bingqing, no one else has seen through me. Looking at Cheng Zhaoyin leering at him, he wonders even more. Yet today, the moment I arrive at the herb garden, Cheng Zhaoyin recognizes me at a glance. Someone must have given him my portrait beforehand so he could deal with me. Cheng Zhaoyin raises his face arrogantly and postures at Tan Yun. Hey Tan Yun, I don't care how you ruled in the outer sect. Now that you're in the Spirit Mountain herb garden, you have to follow the rules. Tan Yun glares back, unafraid. Oh, and how do you want me to do that? Cheng Zhaoyin smiles meaningfully and replies, It's simple. First, kowtow to your grandpa 3 times, then hand over all your spirit stones and treasures. At this moment, Cheng Zhaoyin recalls the promise that a mysterious person made to him. The person had clearly said, as long as I find an opportunity to kill Tan Yun, I'll get a lot of benefits, and might even escape my fate as a miscellaneous disciple. I must seize this opportunity. Seeing the excessive coercion, Dan Yu approaches Cheng Zhaoyin, his face hesitant, and says, Senior Cheng, the rules didn't say anything about kowtowing, and new recruits only need to hand over 10 spirit stones. What's going on? Tan Yun doesn't let Dan Yu finish his sentence. Cheng Zhaoyin punches Dan Yu in the face, distorting it. He roars angrily, You stupid cow, you good for nothing, get out of my way. Dan Yu is punched to the ground by Cheng Zhaoyin, and he looks like he's in a lot of pain. Cheng Zhaoyin takes the opportunity to continue lecturing him. What do you think you are, daring to question me here? In this Spirit Mountain herb garden, what I say is the rule. Got it. Dan Yu, beaten and bruised, has no choice but to comply. Yes, Senior Cheng, I understand now. Then he says helplessly to Tan Yun, Sorry Tanshidi, I can't even protect myself right now, there's nothing I can do to help you. The other miscellaneous disciples in the Spirit Herb Mountain are indignant when they see Cheng Zhaoyin acting rampantly and hitting people. HMPH. This Cheng Zhaoyin is bullying people again. Does he really think this Spirit Mountain herb garden is his to run? No one cares about the lives of us miscellaneous disciples. Cheng Zhaoyin is the strongest among us. We can't beat him, there's nothing we can do. This Tan Yun is really being targeted. Tan Yun is probably going to have a lot of bad luck later. Seeing Tan Yun still motionless, Cheng Zhaoyin says threateningly, Tan Yun, I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me right now. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Dan Yu, seeing the tension, has no choice but to advise Tan Yun, Tan Shidi, forbearance for a moment can bring calm seas and gentle breezes. Listen to Senior Cheng, we really can't mess with him. Tan Yun, of course, isn't afraid. He replies clearly, without hesitation. Senior brother Dan Yu, the word forbearance has never been in my dictionary. If anyone provokes me, they only have one ending. He warns Cheng Zhaoyin. That is death. The disciples following Cheng Zhaoyin burst out laughing. Looks like this kid isn't convinced he wants to try something with Senior Cheng. Senior Cheng is the only mid-grade talent here, plus he has a heaven-killing metal-type soul. This kid is just courting death. Others mock the good-for-nothing Tan Yun. Does he think he's still in the outer sect? This is the inner sect. Experts are like clouds, he's just a trash soul, yet he wants to turn the world upside down. The other miscellaneous disciples look worried for Tan Yun. Is Tan Yun crazy? Why would he actively challenge Cheng Zhaoyin? Others share the concern. Tan Yun is only at the first level of the nascent soul realm, while Cheng Zhaoyin is already at the 9th level. He doesn't stand a chance, another person chimed in. We've had people challenge Cheng Zhaoyin before, but no one's ever won. He's too strong. Seeing Tan Yun's provocation, Zhaoyin shouted and charged forward. Tan Yun, you refused the toast, so now you'll have to drink the forfeit. He rushed to attack Tan Yun, Myriad Goldfist. As he charged, he thought to himself, Tan Yun dares to provoke me, I'll use this opportunity to kill him. Dan Yu was extremely worried and shouted, Tan Yun Shidi, get out of the way. But Tan Yun remained completely calm. He replied sternly, Yeah, you're the one who's gonna dig your own grave. Zhaoyin punched Tan Yun directly in the chest and exclaimed, Die. But his expression immediately changed, because Tan Yun was completely unfazed. Moreover, he suffered a backlash. He was bent over backwards. He screamed miserably, in immense pain. Cheng Zhaoyin lay flat on the ground, his fingers all broken and deformed. He cried out in confusion, How? How is this possible? Oh, my hands! He continued to scream wildly. Tan Yun just sneered. You think your garbage skills can break my Hongmeng golden body? He continued to despise him. At this level you can't even give me an itch. Cheng Zhaoyin's underlings all turned green with shock and whispered, What? What is going on here? Cheng Liota took the initiative to attack Tan Yun, so why are his hands crippled? Someone said, I get it, it's body refinement. Tan Yun must have cultivated body refinement techniques so his body is so tough. Some others were skeptical and didn't agree. How is that possible? Leota's myriad gold fist can even break iron and stone, but it didn't even move Tan Yun. Dan Yu was also dumbfounded as he looked at Zhaoyin lying pitifully on the ground. He looked at Tan Yun's back and secretly admired him. Tan Yun Shidi, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Some people in the spirit herb garden who had been watching the whole time also gave their evaluations. Tan Yun crippled Cheng Xiaoyin without even making a move. Amazing, another young man said. Just now, who was saying Tan Yun was a good-for-nothing? If he's a good-for-nothing, we wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Cheng Xiaoyin is crippled this time. Does that mean we're finally free from oppression from now on? On Tan Yun's side, he approached Zhao Yin with a fierce look and said, Cheng Xiaoyin, who arranged for you to deal with me? Cheng Xiaoyin refused to confess. Tan Yun? I don't understand what you're talking about. No one arranged for me to deal with you, I just won't let— Before he could finish speaking, Tan Yun stepped hard on his arm. He screamed in pain again. Oh my god. Both of my hands are crippled, Tan Yun said coldly. You and I have never met before, but as soon as I arrived at the herb garden, you recognized me immediately. He glared and interrogated Zhao Yin. You still dare to say no one arranged it? Zhao Yin was terrified and yelled, Is anyone there? Come and save me. Stop Tan Yun. The others stood like statues. No one dared to rush forward. Lyota, our Lyota. They just stood there and begged Tan Yun to spare their boss. Tan Yun, you. Let our Cheng Lyota go. There are many of us. You can't possibly be a match if we all attack. I advise you to let Cheng Lyota go. Don't force us to act. Tan Yun glared and asked the group in a stern voice. Do you all want to die? Then he shouted, Kneel down for me. So Cheng Xiaoyin's brothers had to kneel down immediately. All of them fearfully clasped their hands and begged for mercy. Tan Lyota, please don't. We were forced to do bad things by this bully, Cheng Xiaoyin. Cheng Xiaoyin always does bad things, and we often get beaten by him. In fact, we've wanted to beat him up for a long time. Tan Lyota, you are really a good person, Tan Lyota. We are willing to abandon evil and follow the righteous path. Please forgive us. Cheng Xiaoyin, who was being held down by Tan Yun, saw his brothers abandoning him and cursed loudly. A bunch of idiots. If I get out of this, you won't have a good ending. Tan Yun shook his head in dismay at the group. What a bunch of people who only know how to follow the wind. I'd dirty my hands if I killed you. Tan Yun pointed behind him and said, These bastards usually follow Cheng Xiaoyin and bully others quite a bit. Now I'll give you a chance to vent your anger, just don't beat them to death. Hearing this, the group rushed forward to beat up Cheng Xiaoyin's men, and they shouted as they charged. Thank you, Tan Shixiong. Today we finally have a chance to take revenge, Tang Niu, you bastard. You really enjoyed beating me up last week, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Truly, what goes around comes around. Karma's a bitch. As soon as they finished, they gave Cheng Xiaoyin's group a thorough beating, making them beg, Don't hit us anymore, we were wrong, we will never look down on you again, Tan Lyota, please tell them to stop. Hearing this, Tan Yun told the others to stop. He stepped forward, put a foot on Cheng Xiaoyin, and said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. Who's behind you? Or else, death. Seeing Tan Yun's fierce expression, Cheng Xiaoyin trembled in fear and answered, It's senior brother Li Zian. Yesterday he gave me a portrait and told me to deal with you. He is the 12th disciple of Elder Danmai, a perfect Taihun realm cultivator, and has a lightning Taihun constitution. I can't afford to offend him, so, before he could finish, Tan Yun interrupted Cheng Xiaoyin, called out Li Zian's name, and said, I don't have any grudges with this guy. It seems like there's someone even more powerful behind him. Cheng Xiaoyin had confessed everything. He begged Tan Yun pathetically, I told you everything, can you let me go? Hearing this, Tan Yun just gave a cold smile and replied, Sorry, not gonna happen. Without another word, Tan Yun stomped down hard, instantly sending Cheng Xiaoyin to meet his ancestors. Coughing up blood with a look of pain, Tan Yun declared loudly, If you want to kill me, there's only one way, death. Just one stomp and he sent him straight to heaven. Cheng Xiaoyin lay dead on the ground, with Tan Yun's footprint clearly visible on his back. Seeing this, the people behind started whispering, Cheng Xiaoyin is actually dead. This new disciple is so ruthless. They looked worried and scared, and continued, Is Tan Yun going to become the next Cheng Xiaoyin? Are we going to suffer again? He's so strong, if he wants to dominate the entire medicine garden, we can't stop him. Hearing their anxieties, Tan Yun quickly reassured everyone. Don't worry, I'm not interested in dominating the medicine garden, just do what you're supposed to do. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother you. Tan Yun glanced at Cheng Xiaoyin and continued, Cheng Xiaoyin tried to kill me first, so me killing him doesn't violate any sect rules. Then, Tan Yun took out a few spirit stones and said loudly, Whoever is willing to help me dispose of the body cleanly, these few mid-grade spirit stones are theirs as a reward. Hearing about the big score, the crowd scrambled for it, their eyes lighting up as they ran and reached out, shouting, Let me do it, Tan Shixiong, I'm willing to help you. With that, 3 tall guys among them quickly carried Cheng Xiaoyin's body away to dispose of it. One of them said, Tan Yun is a good guy, he doesn't want to dominate the medicine garden, our hard times are over. Hearing this, another quickly chimed in, Tan Yun is so generous he gave out a few mid-grade spirit stones, which is enough to support our cultivation resources. The last one quickly added, from what I see, our tiny miscellaneous medicine garden isn't even in Tan Yun's eyes. Over here, Tian Danyu grinned happily, pointed towards the back garden, and said, Tan Shixiong, Shen Zishi is in the back garden, Jinyuan, go there to register. Hearing this, Tan Yun called out a few times, Tian Shixiong. Then, he gently placed his hand on Tian Danyu's shoulder and continued, you don't need to be so formal. Just be like the first time we met. Hearing this, Tian Danyu became somewhat apprehensive and quickly replied, yeah, Tan Shixiong is right. With that, Tan Yun immediately ran towards the back garden, Jinyuan, and said, I'll go report first. Call me if anything happens. Tian Danyu watched Tan Yun's departing back, frowned, and said, I thought I was bringing in an ordinary underling, but who knew I was welcoming a great god? This medicine garden will probably not be peaceful anymore. Scene change. Before long, Tan Yun arrived outside a pavilion. Standing in front of the door, he bowed and said, Inner sect miscellaneous disciple Tan Yun has come to register. Hearing this, a voice echoed from inside, come in. With that, Tan Yun gently opened the door. Suddenly, Tan Yun was shocked. He widened his eyes and looked at him, blurting out, Grand Elder, why are you here? Hearing this, the old man chuckled and replied, You've mistaken me. This old man is Shen Qingfeng. Shen Qingqi is my twin brother. Then, he stroked his beard and continued, Tan Yun, your second brother Qingqi has told me everything about you. Don't worry, with me here you can do whatever you want in the medicine garden. As long as you don't go too far, I can cover for you. Hearing such words, Tan Yun quickly bowed and thanked him, saying, Disciple understands. Thank you, Jishi Daren. At this moment, Tan Yun thought to himself, I was underestimating him just now. I didn't see the cultivation of this Grand Elder. I didn't expect the medicine garden's Zishi to be brothers with the Grand Elder. This will make things much easier. Then Shen Qingfeng took out a token and said, This is your identity token and the method for taking care of the spirit herbs. From now on, you will be in charge of the Wangling spirit herbs in Area 69 of the Spirit Mountain area. Each month, in addition to delivering the designated amount of spirit herbs, you must also refine pills to serve the disciples. Of course, if you feel that it affects your cultivation, you can ask others to help you, as long as you have the ability. Hearing Shen Qingfeng's words, Tan Yun took the book and token in his hand. Tan Yun quickly bowed and said, Disciple thanks Zishi for the reminder. Shen Qingfeng continued to instruct, Tan Yun, I'm helping you for my second brother's sake. If you can't become a talent in the future, my second brother Qinghui will be in a terrible situation. I hope you won't let down his expectations. Hearing this, Tan Yun quickly replied, Zishi, don't worry, disciple has my own plans, and will definitely not disappoint you and the Grand Elders. Seeing that Tan Yun had the ambition to improve and was understanding, Shen Qingfeng replied, Okay, then go. Remember to get rid of the label of miscellaneous disciple as soon as possible, otherwise everything will become meaningless. Having said that, Tan Yun bid farewell to the steward and left the pavilion. As he walked, Tan Yun looked at the booklet in his hand, thinking, I really need to find a way to escape my identity as a handyman disciple soon. Otherwise, it's really inconvenient when working. Suddenly, a cry for help came from afar. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Hearing this, Tan Yun hurried over to see what was happening. He saw Tian Danyu being violently whipped by Lin Ziquan, who was shouting and cursing as he beat the man. You pig-skinned bastard! I told you to prepare the medicine properly a few days ago, but you still didn't do it right? See if I don't beat you to death? Tian Danyu didn't know what to do, enduring Li Ziquan's lashes. The people behind him were also kneeling on the ground, heads down, not daring to utter a word. Lin Ziquan was ruthless, beating people mercilessly, leaving Tian Danyu covered in wounds. He angrily continued to scold. Stop making excuses. I think you're just tired of living. Seeing Li Ziquan's crude behavior, the people behind him angrily muttered, He's a core disciple, and his brother, Li Ziyan, is a genius alchemist. He's already a high-level alchemist at only 29 years old. Another person chimed in, He's damn scum. Li Ziquan is clearly just looking for an excuse to beat Tian Danyu. We handyman disciples can't possibly fight him. Isn't our lives worth anything? If he keeps hitting him, Tian Danyu might be beaten to death. After Li Ziquan finished beating Tian Danyu, he turned to the kneeling crowd and insulted them. The handyman disciples of the Spirit Herb Garden are all useless trash. Today, anyone who dares to interfere in my affairs will end up like him. While he was berating them, a voice suddenly called out, Where did this scumbag come from? Daring to insult the disciples of our herb garden? Tan Yun asked sternly and clearly. Hearing this, Li Ziquan turned his head to look, angrily saying, You dare to curse at me? Say that again if you've got the guts. Without saying much to Li Ziquan, Tan Yun walked in front of the kneeling crowd and shouted, A man's back is gold. Everyone stand up straight for me. Seeing this, Li Ziquan went berserk, pointing and yelling, Let's see who dares. Tan Yun calmly continued. Handyman disciples also have dignity. I'll say it one last time. If you're a man, then quickly stand up straight, with your chest high. Then Tan Yun turned his head to glance at Li Ziquan, and continued, I'll take responsibility for everything. Hearing this, one of the men in the crowd immediately stood up powerfully, saying, Senior Brother Tan is right. We are also people, we also have dignity, we will absolutely not kneel. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd boldly resisted, shouting, We won't kneel either. We'll listen to Senior Brother Tan. Li Ziquan, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to make us kneel? Seeing the crowd rioting, Li Ziquan went crazy, angrily shouting, Damn it! You bunch of insects want to rebel? Tan Yun coldly replied, This is the Spirit Herb Garden. If you have any problems, you can find Steward Shen, but our Herb Garden disciples are not people you can beat at will. Immediately apologize to Tian Danyu for me. At this time, Li Ziquan was swinging his whip wildly, cursing with his foul mouth. Apologize? Apologize my ass, I think you're tired of living. With that, Li Ziquan directly lashed out at Tan Yun, but no. With his mosquito-like strength, how could he harm Tan Yun? With just one hand, Tan Yun caught his whip. Then with a little force, he pulled Li Ziquan flying towards him. Tan Yun shouted, Come here for me. Caught off guard, Li Ziquan exclaimed in surprise. What? Without another word, Tan Yun landed a punch directly on Li Ziquan's stomach. He shouted, Kneel down for me. Li Ziquan took a painful blow, vomiting blood, and then fell to his knees on the ground. The people standing outside saw this, and cheered together. Senior Brother Tan fights so well, Li Ziquan, you finally met your match. With Senior Brother Tan here, what do we have to fear? The fearless Li Ziquan quickly wiped the blood from his mouth, and then used his dirty mouth to continue cursing. Damn it, you dare to hit me, I will definitely kill you. Finishing his words, Li Ziquan mobilized all his inner energy to use the petrifying palm. Then a large rock immediately appeared above the crowd's heads. Seeing this, they cried out in fear. The rock is too big, Senior Brother Tan, dodge quickly. But Tan Yun remained calm, speculating. Li Ziquan is an earth-nascent soul. This is his trump card. Once used, it must have the power equivalent to at least 1 million pounds. On the other side, Li Ziquan was still using all his strength to attack Tan Yun. He shouted loudly, This is the end for those who dare to provoke me. Go to hell! Without another word, Tan Yun quickly jumped high into the air. He said, A mere first-stage earth-nascent soul, condensing a little phantom of a mountain peak, and you dare to kill me. Finishing his words, Tan Yun poured his inner energy into his hand to deliver a truly powerful punch. Approaching the large rock, Tan Yun decisively punched it, yelling, Break for me! In no time! The large rock began to crack into hundreds of pieces, which fell to the ground. Witnessing this, the group of handyman disciples exclaimed in shock, So strong, Senior Brother Tan. To think he could directly withstand a force of 1 million kilogram. He's really at the 7th level of the fetal soul realm. Will Senior Brother Tan be alright? After dealing with the rock, Tan Yun stood imposingly before Li Ziquan, saying, Do you have any other moves? Seeing this, Li Ziquan couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, This is impossible. My Earth Transformation Stone Seal could cripple even someone at the 10th level of the fetal soul realm, so how come you don't have a single scratch? Without wasting words, Tan Yun swiftly rushed towards Li Ziquan, adding, Because you're too weak. Seeing that the situation was turning sour, Li Ziquan immediately fled. Li Ziquan used the Earth Shield Instant 1,000 Miles technique, burrowing into a hole in the ground to escape. Seeing this, Tan Yun loudly declared, Want to run? Not a chance. Get out here for me. Then, Tan Yun slammed his fist mightily into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere, instantly blasting Li Ziquan out of the ground. Tan Yun is too OP. Li Ziquan, seriously injured, questioned, This is the 5-element shield technique how could you find me? Tan Yun jumped over directly, stomping on him with one foot, saying, Any shield technique is trash before my Hongmeng divine pupil. Now you have nowhere to run. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Li Ziquan was terrified, stuttering, What do you want? I'm an inner disciple. You're just a handyman disciple. If you dare lay a hand on me, it definitely won't end well. Hearing this, Tan Yun reached out and grabbed Li Ziquan's whip, saying, Don't you like using a whip to lash people? Today, I'll let you taste what it's like to be whipped. Hearing this, the petty Li Ziquan trembled, gritting his teeth and struggling, saying, You dare! Before he could finish, Tan Yun gave Li Ziquan a hard whip to the face, causing Li Ziquan to cry out in pain, My face! Damn you, how dare you! The handyman disciples watching on the sidelines cheered excitedly, Senior Brother Tan, great hit, this scumbag only knows how to bully others all day. Serves him right, Senior Brother Tan, teach him a lesson. After hitting Li Ziquan, Tan Yun turned the whip towards the handyman disciples, saying, Here, you guys try too. Hearing this, they asked in surprise, Let us. But we don't have the strength of Senior Brother Tan. If we hit him, he'll definitely come back for revenge. We can't bear the consequences. Hearing this, Tan Yun scolded angrily. Are you guys even men? This scumbag is riding on our heads, and you can still put up with it. Hearing this, they could only lower their heads and shake them, stammering without saying a word. Seeing this, Tan Yun angrily threw the whip towards the handyman disciples. Tan Yun said with sharp eyes, "It's understandable for a real man to give up dignity in special circumstances, but not for a lifetime. If you only know how to give up, what's the difference between living and dying?" Hearing Tan Yun's seemingly reasonable words, Tian Danyu boldly stepped forward to pick up the whip, saying with angry eyes, Let me. Seeing the pained approach of Danyu, Tan Yun asked, "Danyu, your injuries?" Tian Danyu quickly replied, "It's nothing." Tian Danyu, having endured grievances for so long, was now at his breaking point. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother Tan is right. I also want dignity. I also want to be a respectable person. If I don't even have this bit of courage, then I deserve to be a handyman disciple for life." Seeing that Tian Danyu was about to hit him, Li Ziquan shouted in fear, "Tian Danyu, you dare hit me. Believe it or not, I'll kill you, huh?" Hearing this, Tian Danyu went berserk, wildly swinging the whip hard at Li Ziquan, his eyes filled with anger as he yelled, "Kill you. Let's see if I can kill you." After hitting him, Tian Danyu took a deep breath, threw the whip aside, and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Tan. Thank you for letting me find the dignity I had lost." Then, Tian Danyu collapsed. Fortunately, Tan Yun quickly caught him. Tan Yun said, "Daninu, you did great." Seeing Tian Danyu boldly hitting Li Ziquan, his confidence motivated the group behind him. They rolled up their sleeves, some grabbing axes, others empty-handed, and rushed forward to teach Li Ziquan a lesson, angrily saying, "Screw it, who's afraid of death? Hit him, Senior Brother Tan is right. Living like this is no different from dying. Today I'm determined to reclaim the dignity I've lost. Handyman disciples aren't slaves." Seeing that everyone had regained their confidence, Tan Yun said, "Very good. I've sealed all of Li Ziquan's meridians. He doesn't have any strength now. You can take revenge however you want." Without further ado, the miscellaneous disciples surrounded Li Ziquan, looking like they wanted to eat him alive. Seeing this, Li Ziquan pleaded in fear, Don't get excited. I was wrong. I swear I will never scold or beat you guys again." Ignoring Li Ziquan's appeasing words, the group immediately pounced on him and taught him a lesson. They said, "It's too late to apologize now, after being humiliated by you for so many years. Do you think a simple 'I was wrong' can make everything okay? Dream on, brothers. Cripple this bastard." After speaking, the miscellaneous disciples each took a hand, making it impossible for Li Ziquan to resist. While beating him, they said, "Let you taste what it feels like to be in bone-deep pain. You like using a whip to hit people, huh? Today I will cripple this arm of yours." In extreme pain, Li Ziquan desperately begged, "I was wrong, don't hit me anymore. Are you trying to kill someone? Save me, I'm about to be crippled." His desperate cries for help were in vain. Evil has its consequences. After a period of torture, Li Ziquan was beaten to a pulp. So much so that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Li Ziquan said weakly in pain, You bastards dare to hit me. My big bro won't let you get away with this." Hearing Li Ziquan mention his big bro, Tan Yun asked, "Is your big bro Li Zian?" Li Ziquan replied arrogantly, "That's right. My big bro is a disciple of 12th Elder in the Dan faction, a great perfection of the nascent soul realm, and also a top-grade thunder nascent soul. You tell me your name. He will definitely avenge me." After finishing speaking, Tan Yun clearly replied, "I am Tan Yun. Cheng Zhao Chen, whom your brother arranged to kill me, has already been eliminated by me. Now tell me why your bro wanted to kill me." Hearing this, Li Ziquan exclaimed in surprise, "What? You are Tan Yun? I don't know what you're talking about. My big bro has never arranged for anyone to kill you." Hearing this, Tan Yun replied with a suspicious expression, "You don't know? Then let me help you remember." After speaking, Tan Yun used one foot to step on Li Ziquan's hand, causing Li Ziquan pain to his core. In extreme pain, Li Ziquan hurriedly replied, I'll talk. Intersect enforcement disciple Liang Chengtian asked my big bro for help, so my big bro arranged for Cheng Zhaoshen to deal with you. I guess it's probably because you killed the outer sect enforcement elder." After finishing speaking, Tan Yun exclaimed in surprise, "It's the enforcement disciples again. Guo Zhengming has sent people to kill me time and time again. Sooner or later, I will eliminate him." Li Ziquan knelt down, holding his wound and begging Tan Yun, "I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you let me go now?" Seeing that Li Ziquan had no more value, Tan Yun immediately said, "Get lost." Hearing this, Li Ziquan ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. Seeing that Li Ziquan had left, the miscellaneous disciples asked in panic, "Senior Brother Tan, why did you let Li Ziquan go like that? Isn't that letting the tiger return to the mountain? After Li Ziquan goes back, he will definitely ask his big bro Lin Xian to seek revenge on us. Senior Brother Tan, this move of yours is wrong." Hearing this, Tan Yun replied with a thoughtful expression, "Letting the tiger return to the mountain? No, I'm luring the snake out of its hole. Li Jian ordered Cheng Zhao Chenwen to kill me. I've already held a grudge against him. If he dares to seek revenge, I will make sure he has no way to return. Scene changed to the peak of a mountain. Li Ziquan shouted, "Big bro, come out here!" As expected, Li Ziquan came to find Li Xian to ask him for revenge. Standing in front of the door, he shouted, "I was almost beaten to death. You must avenge me." Hearing that his younger brother was in danger, Li Xian rushed out. He hurried over to support Li Ziquan. Li Xian asked anxiously, "Second bro, tell big bro, which bastard beat you up like this?" Li Ziquan whimpered, crying like a child, and said, "It's that bastard Tan Yun. I was almost beaten to death by him. Moreover, he also knows that you ordered Cheng Jiaowen to kill him." Hearing this, Li Xian gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "Tan Yun, I swear I must kill you." Li Ziquan sobbed and continued, "Big bro, my hand is broken. I'm in so much pain." Hearing this, Li Xian quickly replied, "Go, big bro will take you to master to heal you. After you recover, I will immediately help you get revenge." After speaking, Li Xian helped Li Ziquan inside. Scene changed to Wangyaoling Mountain, a starry night. Tan Yun and his group are sitting around a bonfire. They were curious when Li Xian would come to seek revenge. One of them replied, "Li Ziquan was beaten so badly. Li Ziquan is probably busy helping him heal. He won't be in such a hurry to seek revenge on us." Another person asked. "Then Li Ziquan's strength is so strong, and he is also a genius figure of the 12th Elder's lineage. I wonder if senior brother Tan is his opponent." Hearing this, Tan Yun propped his hand on his knee and stood up, replying, "Everyone, don't worry too much. Since I dared to let Li Ziquan go, I will naturally have a way to deal with Li Xian." Hearing this, Tian Danyu smiled and said, "Senior brother Tan, I believe you." Seeing that Tian Danyu was more sober, Tan Yun said, "That's right, Danyu. I'm new here and don't know much about the Dan faction yet. Can you explain it to me a little bit?" After speaking, Tan Yun thought to himself, "Disciple Yi Yuan is too worried. If Lin Xian comes here, I'm afraid it will embarrass them. I have to find a way to divert their attention." So this was Tan Yun's intention. He didn't want everyone to worry too much about Lin Xian. Hearing Tan Yun ask, Tian Danyu hurriedly replied, "Of course, senior brother Tan. Our Dan faction has 12 elders. The Grand Elder heads the system. A single word from the Grand Elder can decide the life or death of the other elders, besides the miscellaneous disciples. Danmai has 50,000 alchemy disciples who have joined the sects of the remaining 11 elders. Beneath the 11 elders are all genius disciples, who are specially nurtured because every 5 years, the 9 Meridian Inner Sect holds a competition to fight for a spot in the Eternal Land. Li Xian is one of those being groomed by the 11 elders." Hearing this, Tan Yun hurriedly interjected, "Wait, isn't the entrance to the Eternal Land occupied by the Eternal Immortal Sect? How can we get in?" Tan Yun knew that the Eternal Land was where the Battle of the Gods once took place. According to Xiao Jin and Xiao Mo, some of his subordinates had fought with Ji Yulun and Chu Yuan there. Tian Danyu quickly replied, "That's right, but our sect master made a deal with the Eternal Immortal Sect, so every time the Eternal Land opens we get a few spots." Hearing this, Tan Yun stroked his chin and mused, "So that's how it is." Tan Yun fell into contemplation, thinking to himself, "I must get into the Eternal Land. Who knows, some of my subordinates might still be alive there." Tian Danyu glanced at Tan Yun and continued, "There's probably 3 years left until the selection for the Eternal Land, senior brother Tan. You don't want to participate, do you?" With that, Tan Yun smiled and replied, "Of course I'm participating. What? Is that not allowed?" Hearing Tan Yun's words, Tian Danyu scratched his head and replied shyly, "Senior brother Tan, miscellaneous disciples like us aren't qualified to participate in the selection." Hearing this, Tan Yun clenched his fist, his face determined as he replied, "It's okay. In 3 years I just need to get rid of this miscellaneous disciple label." Hearing this, the people sitting next to him began to whisper, "Senior brother Tan Yun, I didn't expect him to say he could escape his identity as a miscellaneous disciple. Frankly, it's a bit ridiculous." 2 people on the side also chimed in, "As far as I know, no one in our Huangfu holy sect has escaped the identity of a miscellaneous disciple in the last 5,000 years. Although senior brother Tan is powerful, he is, after all, a trash soul. It's hard to imagine him creating any miracles." Tan Yun then continued to ask, "Danyu, do you know where the Fang market in the inner sect is? Also, do they sell top-grade fire seeds with spirit energy attributes in the market town?" After speaking, Tan Yun thought to himself, "As long as I have a suitable fire seed, I can quickly upgrade my strength." Hearing this, Tian Danyu pointed forward and said, "Fang market is inside the Spirit Spring inner sect of Chengxian Mountain. They probably have those things. As long as you have spirit stones, you can buy anything." Receiving a satisfactory answer, Tan Yun happily replied, "All right." Then, he thought to himself, "After killing Murong Kun and Ling Hu Cheng Kong, I obtained their Qian Kun rings, which contain quite a few treasures, enough for me to spend." While contemplating, a voice suddenly came from behind, "Tan Yun, get your ass out here." Hearing this, Tan Yun looked over and said with a smile, Finally here, Li Xian's face was angry, his eyes fierce as he rushed straight towards Tan Yun. Seeing that the situation was not good, the miscellaneous disciples ran away, shouting, "Not good! Li Xian is attacking. What do we do now? Should we report to Yi Jiang?" The scene changes to inside a pavilion, and a voice echoes, "Tan Yun, that little brat," Shen Qingfeng said with a worried look. "Just as my second brother said, he can never live peacefully." Here in the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden, only Tan Yun and Li Xian are preparing to fight. Li Xian held a spear in one hand and pointed at Tan Yun, saying, "Tan Yun, you dared to injure my second brother like that. Today, I will make sure you can't live in peace, nor die in peace." Seeing this, Tan Yun felt uncomfortable, his eyes cold as he replied, "I don't like talking to people while looking up. Immediately get down here." Hearing this, inexplicably by some force, Li Xian listened to Tan Yun and quickly replied, "Okay, got it." After that, Li Xian gently stepped down to the ground. Seeing the unusual situation, the people standing outside wondered, "Why is Li Xian so obediently listening to Senior Brother Tan? What's going on here? Isn't he here to cause trouble for Senior Brother Tan? Could it be that he's scared by Senior Brother Tan's aura?" Seeing Li Xian obediently listening, Tan Yun smiled and said, "That's right, listening is good." Noticing something was wrong, Li Xian reached into his pocket with one hand, yelling, "That's not right! You dare use such despicable arts on me, bewitching me." Then, Li Xian took out a pill, swallowed it, and said, "Now that I've swallowed the mind-stabilizing pill, Tan Yun, your pupil technique is useless against me." Hearing this, Tan Yun burst out laughing and said, "I didn't want to use pupil techniques to deal with you, because if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand." Hearing his abilities being looked down upon, Li Xian gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Arrogant." Then, he rushed forward to attack Tan Yun. Li Xian shouted, "Today I will let you know how powerful I am." Suddenly, Shu Qingfeng appeared out of nowhere, blocking Tan Yun's path. "You old coot, stop!" Seeing this, Li Xian halted, looking bewildered at Shen Qingfeng. The disciples nearby, seeing Shen Qingfeng's arrival, breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming joyfully, "Great! Senior Elder Shen is here. With Senior Elder Shen here, Li Xian wouldn't dare to run wild. Li Xian is at the peak of the nascent soul realm. His combat power is immense. I couldn't even follow his last move. If that had landed, Senior Brother Tan would have been seriously injured." Seeing Shen Qingfeng stepping in to help Tan Yun, Li Zikan questioned, "Senior Elder Shen, are you here to stop me from avenging my brother?" Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng replied, "I know about your brother's matter. He's been harassing disciples from the herb garden for the past couple of days. Tan Yun acted righteously, he did nothing wrong. Let's drop this matter. If you continue to cause a ruckus at the Spirit Herb Garden, don't blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing this, Li Xian was speechless with anger. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Unwilling to back down, Li Xian angrily pointed at Tan Yun, shouting, "Tan Yun, you trash, you only dare to hide behind others. If you have the guts, have a life-or-death duel with me. Even if someone dies, it won't violate sect rules." How could Tan Yun not take Li Xian's bait? Tan Yun simply sneered, replying, "You think I'm scared?" Just as the fight was about to escalate, Shen Qingfeng interrupted Tan Yun, his expression stern. "Absolutely not, Tan Yun. Don't forget you're carrying the burden of my second brother. Don't treat your life like a joke. What would my second brother do if something happened to you?" Hearing Shen Qingfeng's seemingly reasonable words, the handyman disciples eagerly chimed in, "That's right, Senior Brother Tan. Don't act rashly. Li Zihan is deliberately provoking you. Li Zihan is one of the 3 strongest disciples of the 12 elders. You're no match for him. Listen to Senior Elder Shen." Seeing this, Li Xian continued, "Elder Shen, this kid is really audacious. According to the rules, no one has the right to interfere in duels between disciples. I hope you'll reconsider." Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng replied with a solemn expression, "Li Xian, even your master has to give me some face. What are you that you dare to lecture me? Either scram, or stay here and weed the herb garden for 3 months." Scolded by Shen Qingfeng, Li Xian was at a loss for words. Lin Xian fearfully bowed and apologized. "Senior Elder Shen, please calm your anger. This disciple knows his mistake. This disciple takes his leave." He apologized, but in his heart he remained unconvinced. He thought to himself, "Crap, with this damn old man here, there's no way to kill Tan Yun. Looks like I'll have to find another opportunity outside." With that, Li Xian turned to leave. Seeing this, Tan Yun hastily shouted, "Wait!" Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng glanced at Tan Yun with a puzzled expression. Tan Yun continued, "I accept your challenge to a duel." Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng exclaimed in shock, "What?" While Li Xian secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, "Tan Yun, you're really walking right into your own grave." Shen Qingfeng anxiously asked, "Tan Yun, how could you be so reckless? I already chased Li Zijian away. Why did you agree to his challenge?" Seeing Shen Qingfeng's excessive worry, Tan Yun quickly reassured him, "Elder, Please calm your anger. This disciple has made up his mind. Even if you chase him away today, he won't willingly let this go. He'll be watching day and night, so it's better to settle this here today. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng added, Li Zihan is at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. You're only at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Are you confident you can handle him? Tan Yun replied. Elder, rest assured. If Li Zikan were at the soul-forging realm, it might be a bit difficult to deal with, but within the same major realm, I'm confident that no one can withstand me. With Tan Yun's unwavering determination, Shen Qingfeng could only let out a sigh and reply, All right, if you're so insistent, then I won't stop you. Just be extremely careful. After instructing him, Tan Yun turned to Lin Xian and said, Didn't you want a life-or-death duel with me? Come on, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Hearing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He advanced and said, Tan Yun, today I'll let you know the difference between the inner sect disciples and the handyman disciples. With that, Li Zihan unleashed the bloodthirsty cauldron to attack Tan Yun. Seeing Li Zihan using a lethal move, the onlookers exclaimed in fear, Bloodthirsty cauldron, that's a high-grade spirit artifact. If senior brother Tan gets hit by that, he'll definitely be seriously injured. Tan Yun, dodge quickly. You can't face it head on. Seeing this, Tan Yun showed no fear. He gathered all his strength, gritted his teeth, and said sharply, A mere high-grade spirit artifact. One punch of mine is enough to shatter it. Break for me? With that, Tan Yun threw a powerful punch at the bloodthirsty cauldron, shattering it into pieces. Witnessing everything, the handyman disciples breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming joyfully, One punch shattered a high-grade spirit artifact. That's awesome. Isn't Li Zian heartbroken to death? How could a high-grade spirit artifact be broken so easily? Senior brother Tan is truly amazing. Senior brother Tan's fist is even stronger than a high-grade spirit artifact. Finding it too easy to break the attack, Tan Yun sensed something was wrong. He thought to himself, Something's not right. There's something wrong with this weapon. As expected, Li Zian laughed heartily, saying, It's too late to realize it now. Then, Li Zian continued to unleash his move, soul-devouring formation, activate. Not good. Tan Yun has fallen into the formation. Tan Yun's limbs were restrained. Seeing this, Tan Yun wondered, What is this? Is it devouring my spiritual energy? Seeing Tan Yun restrained, Li Zihan gloated, Tan Yun, before coming here I knew you had a very strong body, so I specially prepared this for you. Sure enough, you're just a piece of trash who only knows how to use brute force. Now that you're trapped in my formation, unable to move and being devoured of your spiritual energy, you have no way out. Seeing the situation wasn't good, the people outside were also anxiously worried for Tan Yun. They said, We're done for. Who knew Li Zian was so sinister? Senior brother Tan is finished. No wonder he's an inner sect elite disciple. He's even resorting to tricks with high-grade spiritual weapons we really can't compare to his level of sneakiness. After that they encouraged Tan Yun together, continuing, Senior brother Tan, hang in there. You're the pride of the menial disciples. You definitely can't lose. Seeing Tan Yun in danger, Shen Qingfeng stepped in to help, rushing towards Li Zihan and saying, Li Zihan, give me some face and spare Tan Yun's life. Whatever conditions you set, I'll agree to them. Li Zihan turned a deaf ear, angrily replying, I don't care about anyone's face today, Tan Yun. You must die. Tan Yun, on the other hand, wasn't scared at all, calmly responding, Li Zinan, you're really sinister. But too bad you underestimated me. Compared to my physical strength, my soul force is much stronger. Finishing his sentence, Tan Yun poured all his strength and succeeded in breaking the formation. Li Zihan, witnessing this, shouted in shock. What? Tan Yun erupts his soul force, all his body strength is glowing, with two hands clenching together shouting, Ah! Li Zian suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood, yelling, This is impossible! The menial disciples were also gaping in shock, exclaiming, What's going on? Li Zihan racked his brains to plot against senior brother Tan, but it was all useless. Li Zihan overestimated himself too much, and underestimated senior brother Tan too. Even Li Zihan isn't senior brother Tan's match. When senior brother Tan said he'd get rid of his menial disciple status, looks like it wasn't just empty talk. Tan Yun walked over at this time, looking at Li Zihan like he was looking at an ant, saying, Li Zihan, you've lost this fight. Any last words? Li Zian, lying on the ground, seeing him getting closer and closer, frantically begged, Tan Yun, you can't kill me. You dare to lay a hand on me. My master and my family will definitely not let you off. Spare me. All previous grudges between you and me are cleared. Let's leave it at this. Tan Yun clenched his fist, pouring spiritual power into it, calmly asking, If I had lost this match, would you have let me go? Elder Shen Qingfeng rushed to stop Tan Yun. Don't. But it was too late. Tan Yun delivered a powerful punch right into Li Zian's chest. Go die. Li Zian's eyes rolled back, spurting out a mouthful of blood, still repeating as he was dying, I'm not willing, and then stopped breathing. The menial disciples couldn't help but be confused and worried for Tan Yun, saying to each other, Senior brother Tan Tan actually killed Li Zihan. Li Zihan is one of the disciples that Elder Shi'er values the most. He definitely won't let this go. Senior Brother Tan killing Li Zihan in a life-and-death duel is in accordance with the rules. Elder Shi'er can't do anything. Elder Shen Qingfeng sighed, criticizing. This fist of yours was a bit reckless. If Li Zihan hadn't died, I could have helped you turn the situation around. Now that you've killed him, great. Elder Shin Kara is afraid he'll hold a grudge against you. Tan Yun knew this, but didn't show any fear, replying, anyone who wants to kill me, I have to eliminate them no matter what. From the moment I came to the medicine garden, Li Zihan sent Cheng Jiao to kill me. Then Li Ziquan also intended to kill me, but was severely injured by me. These grudges can no longer be resolved. If I didn't kill him today, I'd definitely be framed by them later. So it's better to nip it in the bud, to avoid future troubles. Elder Shen Qingfeng couldn't say anything else. He had to compromise and say, alright, if you already have your own plans, then I won't advise you anymore. How about this? I see you've suffered a lot of injuries. I'll take you to Elder Lu Danmai's place for treatment, which can also be called avoiding a major disaster. Hearing this, Tan Yun nodded in agreement. Thank you, Deacon, he thought to himself. Just now I really consumed a lot of soul force. It would take me several days to recover on my own. Might as well follow Deacon Shen's words. Seeing that he also agreed, Deacon Shen Qingfeng grabbed his shoulder, saying, let's go. Finishing his words, the two quickly left. The menial disciples watched with admiration. Senior Brother Tan relied on his 7th level of the fetus realm cultivation to kill Li Zihan, who was at the great perfection of the fetus realm. I want to see, who dares to say that we menial disciples are trash? Menial disciples also have a powerful disciple. Hopefully Senior Brother Tan is okay. Tan Yun and Deacon Shen came to the Allende mountain range, where clouds covered the area, resembling a heavenly realm. Inside the mountain, Elder Lu Danmai Shen Wende was holding a gourd and drinking wine. As soon as he saw Deacon Shen, he asked with a smile, Old Brother Qingfeng, why do you have free time to come to my place? Deacon Shen Qingfeng cupped his hands in greeting, saying, Brother Shen, coming without prior notice today is really a bit impolite. Seeing Tan Yun following behind him, Elder Shen Wende asked in surprise, who is this disciple? Deacon Shen Qingfeng immediately introduced. His name is Tan Yun, the person recommended by my second brother to Dan Mai. Not long ago he had a fight with Li Zihan of Elder Shi'er. This time he's here to seek treatment from Senior Brother Wende. Hearing this, Elder Shen Wende asked with interest, oh, you're Tan Yun. Tan Yun immediately cupped his hands and bowed, in greeting. Disciple Tan Yun greets Elder Wende. Elder Wende nodded and continued to ask, so Li Zihan's strength can be ranked among the top 15 strongest disciples of Danmai. Damn, you actually accepted a life or death challenge with him. You're already a badass. My bro Shen Shiwu really has an eye for talent. Shen Qingfeng the deacon coughed awkwardly twice and said, Senior Brother Wende, you've misunderstood. The winner was Tan Yun. Li Xian was defeated by Tan Yun and was killed on the spot. Hearing this, Elder Shen Wende was so shocked that he spat out all the wine he had just drunk and exclaimed, what? He jumped up, pointed at Tan Yun, and asked again, Tan Yun, did you really kill Lian Zihan? Tan Yun cupped his fist and explained, Elder Lu, Lin Zihan repeatedly tried to assassinate me, so I had no choice but to accept his life or death challenge. His death was in accordance with the rules of the duel. Hearing this, Elder Wende laughed and praised, impressive. No wonder Elder Qinghui paid such a high price to get you into the inner sect. Turns out you're a diamond in the rough. Elder Shen Qingfeng modestly said, Brother Wendemai, you flatter him. Although Tan Yun killed Li Zihan, he also suffered a lot of injuries. I know you have a lot of precious medicinal herbs and definitely have some elixirs, so I came to bother you. Elder Wende laughed and replied, it's just healing pills, a small matter not worth mentioning. I have a lot of pills, but I don't know where Tan Yun is injured. Tan Yun immediately replied, my soul power is injured. I don't know if Elder Lu has any pills that can heal it. Elder Wende reached into his robe and rummaged around. He frowned and said, soul power. Pills to treat this kind of injury are indeed very rare. But then he pulled out a small gourd bottle and said with a smile, but you're lucky. I happen to have obtained some reversal soul flowers and refined some reversal soul pills, which are just right for you to heal. He tossed the gourd to Tan Yun and instructed, the pills are all here. The reversal soul pill has strong potency. Based on your current cultivation, one pill should be enough. Tan Yun caught the bottle and thanked Elder Lu, then immediately took out a reversal soul pill and put it in his mouth. Tan Yun closed his eyes, and his whole body lit up. He was checking his soul power. Elder Shen Qingfeng stood aside worriedly and asked, Tan Yun, how do you feel? It's not easy to recover soul power, so don't rush it. Elder Wende drank his wine and said sympathetically, what Elder Qingfeng said is right, Tan Yun. Digest the pill slowly. Haste makes waste. Tan Yun opened his eyes and reported, Deacon, Elder Lu, I have absorbed the medicinal power of the reversal soul pill. He scratched his head and added with a smile, But my soul power hasn't fully recovered yet. My soul power is too strong. This little bit of elixir is not enough to restore it. Hearing this, both elders exclaimed in surprise, "What? Still not recovered?" Tan Yun cupped his fist in front of his chest and explained, "My soul power really hasn't recovered. If you two seniors don't believe me, you can check for yourselves," he thought. "Based on the cultivation of Deacon Shen and Elder Lu, they can probably sense my injuries, but they can't sense other things." Seeing this, Elder Wende stepped forward and placed his hand on Tan Yun's chest to probe. "Let me see." Immediately, he released a burst of power and entered Tan Yun's body to examine it. After a while, he confirmed, "It's true that it hasn't recovered. What's going on?" Tan Yun explained, "My soul power may be relatively deep. Before I entered the inner sect, I ate a spiritual herb that strengthened my soul power, perhaps because of this." Hearing this, Deacon Shen Qingfeng didn't think much of it, Shen said. "So that's how it is. Then, how many reversal soul pills do you have to eat? What do you think, Brother Wende?" Elder Wende picked up the wine bottle and took a sip, then replied, "It's okay, Tan Yun, just drink as much as you want. As long as you recover, that's enough." Tan Yun held the bottle and said gratefully, "Okay, then I won't be polite." With that, he poured the gourd upside down into his mouth, and countless reversal soul pills poured out and went into his mouth. Seeing this, the two elders were shocked. Elder Wendi spat out the wine he had just drunk again, his hair standing on end, and cursed, "Tan Yun, are you crazy? Drinking so many pills at once? Are you tired of living?" Tan Yun didn't say anything, he just smirked. Then a powerful soul power erupted from his body, and this power seemed to push back the two elders. Deacon Shen Qingfeng had to raise his hand to block it. He sighed, "Such strong spiritual power, is this kid really only at the nascent soul realm?" Elder Wendian's mouth was still open, and he said loudly, "He drank so many reversal soul pills, not only is he okay, but he also absorbed all the medicinal power. This is too terrifying." After a while, Tan Yun had fully recovered. He happily looked at his hand and felt the powerful soul power in his body. Then Tan Yun cupped his fist and bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for the pills. My injury has completely healed." Elder Wendi forced himself to say, It's good that you've recovered. Any kind of elixir can be refined." Although he said that, his heart was aching, and tears welled up as he lamented, "Those were all elixirs that I worked so hard to refine, and I couldn't bear to eat even one." Stroking his beard, Shen Qingfeng said, "These elixirs must have been incredibly difficult to concoct, Tan Yun. Elder Lu paid a hefty price to heal your injuries this time. You must remember this kindness." Tan Yun smiled and took out a piece of yellow paper, saying, "Don't worry, Elder. Tan Yun will remember Elder Lu's kindness. It just so happens that I obtained a pill concoction method while in the Fallen God Canyon. I don't understand it, but it might be useful to Elder Lu." That's what he said, but deep down, Tan Yun understood. Having taken so many pills from Elder Lu, I really should repay him somehow. I just remembered something that's perfect for him. Unexpectedly, Elder Wenda turned and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. The good stuff in the Fallen God Canyon has already been taken by others. Even if it's a pill concoction method, it probably isn't anything special." Hearing this, Tan Yun pretended to blurt out, "Really? This elixir is called the Spirit Condensation Pill. They say it can upgrade divine consciousness. I thought it was pretty powerful. I didn't expect it wouldn't catch Elder Luca's eye. Well, then I'll just throw it away." Hearing this, Elder Wenda suddenly froze. He quickly turned around and asked, "A spirit condensation pill that can upgrade divine consciousness." Then he rushed forward and snatched the paper formula from Tan Yun's hand, laughing loudly in praise. "Little brat Tan Yun, you've really struck gold this time." Tan Yun pretended not to understand and asked, "Oh, Elder Lu, is this pill concoction method very valuable?" Elder Wende explained, "Little brat Tan Yun, the best pill concoction method in the pill sect can only upgrade 3 levels at most, and it requires a lot of rare ingredients. Although this concoction method is a bit weaker, ordinary medicinal materials can be used to produce a large quantity." Hearing this, Deacon Shen Qingfeng said in surprise, "That's right, Tan Yun has really performed a great service." Elder Wende agreed. "Indeed, Tan Yun, this pill concoction method is extremely valuable. Are you really giving it to this old man?" Tan Yun nodded in confirmation. "Elder Lu, if you need it, just take it. I've taken all your pills. This concoction method is considered a repayment." He thought to himself, "In my memory, there's even a pill concoction method that upgrades 10 levels of divine consciousness. What's this worth?" Hearing him say that, Elder Wenda quickly put the pill concoction paper away and said, "Okay, then this old man will accept it respectfully, but I can't take it from you for nothing." Saying this, he smiled and suggested, "Tan Yun, you're a chore disciple now, right? I can take you as my disciple and help you get rid of your chore disciple status." Hearing these words, Tan Yun couldn't help but be surprised. He immediately turned to Deacon Shen Qingfeng and asked, Deacon, can I become Elder Luke's disciple? Deacon Shen suddenly said worriedly. This, Tanyun. I also hope you can get rid of your chore disciple status as soon as possible and assist my second brother. It's just that, 30 years ago, when the Miss ascended to the Pill Sect, she established a rule that any disciple of the Pill Sect can never escape their chore disciple status for life. It's useless, even if I agree. Elder Wenlu went over and put his arm around Deacon Shen's shoulder, saying, Rules are dead, but you're alive. This time, Tan Yun gave me such a valuable pill concoction method. Old brother Qingfeng, you can try talking to Bingqing Taoist. Maybe she can make an exception. Hearing this, Deacon Shen Qingfeng had to agree. Well, I'll give it a try. The Miss asked me to go to the Chamber of Deputies. I'll mention it then. Seeing this good opportunity, Tan Yun was a little happy. He immediately cupped his hands and thanked. Thank you, Deacon. Thank you, Elder Lue. Although I can get rid of my chore disciple status without their help, it's good to reduce some work. Meanwhile, in a certain cave, a person sat cross-legged, looking like he was in a high position, and said to the person kneeling, Li Zituan, you'll be fine after drinking my elixir. Go back and rest. You go. He's the 12th elder of the Pill Sect, Lu Wu. He frowned and exhorted, conveniently calling out, Your brother, come here, I have something to teach him. Ling Zituan bowed his head and said, Thank you, Elder. Elder, my brother is out doing some work right now. Hearing this, the 12th elder's face darkened as he exposed, Working? I think he's going to help you take revenge. Xian is talented and measured in his work. How could he have a younger brother who likes to be arrogant like you? Li Zituan was not afraid and replied, The elder is right. I'm arrogant and tyrannical, he thought smugly. So what if I'm arrogant? As long as my brother is here, what can't I do in this pill sect? At this moment, a disciple rushed in a panic and said, Master, it's terrible. He hurriedly reported. This disciple just received news that, half an hour ago, senior brother Li Zian's life lamp suddenly went out. Hearing this news, the 12th elder opened his eyes wide in disbelief and exclaimed, What? Li Zituan turned pale and muttered, This? How could this be? The 12th elder stood up abruptly and pointed at Li Zituan, scolding, You bastard! How exactly did Xian die? You must know something. Tell me. Li Zian panicked at this moment and confessed. When this disciple was in the medicine garden, he taught a chore disciple a lesson and was beaten by a kid named Tan Yin. My big brother, after knowing this, helped this disciple go to the medicine garden to seek justice from Tan Yin. Today, my big brother died. It must have been that bastard Tan Yin who killed. Saying this, he sobbed and pleaded, Elder, please avenge my brother. He can't just die for nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12th elder struck him down with a palm, causing him to cough up blood. The elder angrily cursed, You good-for-nothing waste. This elder put so much effort into nurturing your brother to become a high-level alchemist. I was counting on him to go to the Eternal Immortal Sect in a few years and compete in alchemy with the inner disciples of the two great ancient sects. Now I really want to kill all of you. Li Ziquan, his face swollen and tear-streaked, trembled as he begged pathetically, Elder, spare me, please spare me. That Tan Yun is only at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. I didn't expect my brother to be killed by him. The 12th elder didn't want to waste any more words on him. He snorted coldly, turned his head, and said, I will personally go to the medicine garden to investigate this matter. After a while, he turned his head and warned, If Xian really died because of you, you can wait to be buried with him. At the Holy Soul Grand Hall, Linghu Shangying stood on the high platform and announced loudly, Zhang Kong, the only soul cultivator of this chief, was killed by Tan Yun of the Spirit Mountain Danvane Medicine Garden. He trembled as he cried out, If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not a man. He then cried as he gave the order. You all listen carefully. As soon as Tan Yun takes one step out of the Danvane Mountain Gate, he must die. The crowd below shouted in response, Your subordinates obey. The man in green robes stated. This subordinate will immediately dispatch disciples of the Holy Soul lineage to lurk outside the Danvane Mountain Gate. As soon as Tan Yun appears, we will surround and kill him. Linghu Shangying was pleased to hear this. He smiled sinisterly and instructed, Remember to bring Tan Yun's corpse back. I want to perform a ritual so that he will never be reincarnated. At the Beast Soul Holy Hall, two gatekeepers were talking to each other. The brown-haired one reminded, Second Elder Murong Hong will be returning today. If he finds out that his grandson Murong Kun has been killed, he will definitely be furious. The other one hushed him, saying, If he doesn't ask us, we don't know anything. Don't go looking for trouble. Just then, a person jumped down from the sky, their feet stomping heavily on the ground, causing it to crack. The person who came was the second elder of the Beast Soul lineage, Murong Hong. As soon as he returned, he laughed loudly and ordered, The intersect selection ceremony is over. My grandson Murong Kun will definitely enter the Beast Soul lineage. Quickly call him to see me. The gatekeeper was flustered and hesitant as he replied, Reporting? Reporting to second elder, Murong Kun? He's not here? Hearing this, Murong Hong asked in confusion, Kun Shir is not in the Beast Soul lineage. Where did he go? The two, sweating profusely, looked at each other, not daring to speak. Murong Hong lost his patience and unleashed his threatening aura. Speak quickly. What exactly happened? Has something happened to Kunyer? At this moment, the two gatekeepers' hearts skipped a beat, and they quickly knelt before his imposing pressure. They hurriedly reported. Second Elder, Murong Kun died in the Fallen God Valley. It is said that the person who killed him is called Tan Yun, and he is now a miscellaneous disciple in the medicine garden. That's all we know. Hearing this, Murong Hong trembled with anger, his eyes bloodshot as he asked, "What? Kunshir was killed? How is that possible? He was the hope of the Murong family." Seeing him like this, the two gatekeepers were also terrified and trembled, their faces pale. "Elder, please restrain your grief. That Tan Yun is just a miscellaneous disciple now. If you want revenge, it will be very simple." Filled with hatred, Murong Hong swore an oath. "I want revenge, Kunyer. Rest assured. Grandpa swears I will definitely tear Tan Yun limb from limb and leave him to die without a burial place to offer as a sacrifice to you in heaven." Elsewhere in the medicine garden, the miscellaneous disciples cried out in alarm. "Oh no, the 12th Elder is here. He must have found out about Li Xian's death and come for revenge. A big event has happened. Quickly go and inform Steward Shen." In Steward Shen's room, Tan Yun couldn't help but sigh when he saw the 12th Elder arrive. Like father, like son, Li Xian and Lu Wu really have a deep, master-disciple bond. Steward Shen Qingfeng finished his cup of tea and reminded, "Tan Yun, don't go out. Lu Wu is, after all, the 12th Elder of Dan Vane. You won't gain any advantage from a head-on conflict. I'll handle this." Hearing this, Tan Yun compromised and clasped his hands, saying, "All right, then I'll trouble Steward Shen." In his heart he was already calculating, "My current strength is not enough. I must quickly find a way to break through." Elder Liu Wu shouted in the sky, "Shen Qingfeng, immediately get out here and hand over that bastard Tan Yun to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After he finished speaking, Steward Shen Qingfeng flew to his position and beckoned. "Elder Luke's anger is huge, but my spirit herb garden isn't a place for you to vent." Liu Wu, face red with anger, shouted, "Enough nonsense, Shen Qingfeng. I'm asking you, was my disciple, Li Xian, killed by your herb garden's disciple, Tan Yun?" Deacon Shen recounted everything, but after listening, Elder Liu Wu dismissed it all, saying, "That's just your side of the story. Who knows what really happened? Because of Tan Yun, I, this elder, must extract his soul and personally examine his memories." He gritted his teeth, thinking, as long as Tan Yun falls into my hands, wouldn't it be easy to accidentally destroy his soul? But Deacon Shen Qingfeng knew his intentions, his face darkening, as he replied, "Sorry, I can't comply. Tan Yun is seriously injured and undergoing treatment, so soul-searching is out of the question." He cursed inwardly. "Shameless. You think I don't know what's going on in that head of yours?" Hearing this, Elder Liu Wu was still furious, his eyes bloodshot as he yelled, "Shen Qingfeng." He pointed directly at Deacon Shen, questioning, "You've got some nerve. A small deacon like you dares to defy my orders. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you?" Deacon Shen Qingfeng was just as angry, taunting him with a wave of his hand. "Then go ahead, who are you trying to scare? My spirit herb garden isn't under the jurisdiction of any elder. You dare to touch me, you'll be making a trip to the disciplinary hall tomorrow." He lowered his voice, reminding him, "Moreover, don't forget that the chief is my younger sister." Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Elder Liu Wu gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, "Bastard, you!" Deacon Shen immediately pointed back, scolding, "You what? Still putting on airs in front of me? You dare to spout nonsense, and I'll activate the garden's grand defense array and cripple you. Living like a dog for hundreds of years? Do you really think you're somebody?" Being brutally scolded, Elder Liu Wu's face contorted with rage, saying, Fine, Shen Qingfeng. I'll remember the humiliation you've inflicted on me today, just you wait." With that, he quickly left. The miscellaneous disciples couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "Deacon Shen is so badass, he actually scolded the 12th Elder into leaving." Smoke was practically coming out of the 12th Elder's nose, looking like he couldn't do anything about it. So satisfying. Our deacon is usually so gentle, but he's willing to offend an elder for Tan Yun. Tan Yun, inside his room, also observed and commented, "I thought this Shen deacon was as gentle as Qi Ji, but it's all an act. This deacon's got a fiery temper. These two brothers are really different." Just then, Deacon Shen suddenly appeared behind Tan Yun, questioning him and startling him. "Tan Yun, you little brat, were you just talking bad about me behind my back?" Tan Yun forced a smile, scratching his head as he replied, "No, I was just stunned by Deacon Darren's heroic dismissal of the 12th Elder, and I was just marveling at it." Knowing he was lying, but not exposing him, he just slumped down and said, "Smooth talker." He then seriously instructed, "I have to go to the Danmai main hall for a meeting tomorrow. You stay here and wait for me for the next few days, don't run around. That Liu Wu didn't find you this time, he definitely won't give up easily, so be careful." Hearing this, Tan Yun clasped his hands in reply, This disciple understands. But at this moment, he was thinking something else. Waiting and not running around is impossible. I still have to find a way to increase my strength. I can't live under someone else's protection forever. The next day, at the Danmai main hall, the elders had already gathered. Deacon Shen Qingfeng looked around, thinking, normal meetings only summon a few territorial elders. Why was I called here this time? Ice Clarity Taoist seemed to read his thoughts, explaining, we summoned you today because, a few months ago, the chief hall elder of our Danmai immortal sect was accidentally seriously injured. Her soul was severely damaged, and now her injuries have worsened, making it extremely dangerous. The other elders were shocked upon hearing this. What? The Danmai immortal sect's hall elder was actually injured? She's someone with immense power who could possibly injure her, and it's a soul injury no less. Grand Elder, can the hall elder still be saved? If something happens to her, it'll be a huge blow to our entire Danmai. Ice Clarity Taoist raised her hand to calm them. Everyone, please calm down. The elders at the immortal sect are doing their best to treat the hall elder. Next, what I want to talk about is something else. She called out, Qingfeng, step forward. Deacon Shen stepped forward, replying, this subordinate is here. Ice Clarity Taoist picked up a jade stone, saying, Qingfeng, the 5 fruits in the storage ring and the soul jade herbs are all prepared for the hall elder. You're responsible for taking care of them. If anything unusual happens, report it to me immediately. Got it. Deacon Shen Qingfeng reached out and took the storage jade stone, guaranteeing this subordinate will definitely not fail the Grand Elder's trust. After returning, I will arrange for disciples to guard them 24/7. Hearing this, Ice Clarity Taoist said with satisfaction, good. I'm relieved to have you handle this. Behind him, Elder Liu Wu smirked to himself. The Grand Elder ordered Shen Qingfeng to guard the soul herb. Jade, seems like a good opportunity for me. Ice Clarity Taoist gave further instructions. Besides this, the healing herbs for the hall elder are still missing a piece of armored ice orchid 7 with 1 node, a 9th grade spiritual herb, gloomstone soul lotus with 1 node, and 3,000-year-old scarlet flame spiritual herb. Upon hearing this, the others were concerned, saying, these 3 spiritual herbs are all extremely rare, and the requirements for age and herb quality are also very high. I don't seem to recall the Spirit Herb Garden having these types of herbs. Ice Clarity Taoist explained. Although the Spirit Herb Garden has these 3 types of herbs, their age and quality are still low. Therefore, I order you to do everything you can to obtain these spiritual herbs within a year. Remember, this matter concerns the life and death of the hall elder. Spare no expense in finding them. Hearing this, the crowd clasped their hands in salute, resolutely saying in unison, your subordinates will definitely do their utmost. Finally, Bingqing Taoist reminded them. All right, you may leave. Furthermore, the matter of the elder's injury must not be revealed. After everyone left, Shen Jishi stepped forward and called out, Miss. Hearing this, she turned her head and asked, Qingfeng, is there something else? Shen Jishi expressed. Miss, Tan Yun has become a handyman disciple in our herb garden, but this subordinate has some things to say about him. Upon hearing Tan Yun's name, Bingqing Taoist angrily interrupted. No need to speak. Every time I think of this good-for-nothing, I can't help but recall the mocking gazes of the inner sect elders when they saw me choose him. I don't want to hear anything about him. You may leave. With that, she angrily turned and left. Shen Jishi could only sigh, thinking, it seems the miss has a very bad impression of Tan Yun, and adding to that, the miss is very stubborn. Tan Yun, this old man can't help you. At this time, inside a cave abode, Elder Liu Wu paced back and forth, his mind in turmoil, analyzing, if I secretly destroy the soul jade herb, that bastard Shen Qingfeng will definitely die, but such a big matter will surely alarm the entire immortal sect. If they trace it back to me, I'll also die without a burial ground. After a while, he angrily gritted his teeth, deciding, screw it, Shen Qingfeng dared to humiliate me, I must kill him. However, I can't do this myself. I have to think of another plan. Then he immediately ordered, someone, quickly get Li Ziquan to scram over here for me. After a while, Li Ziquan arrived. He knelt down, crying and begging, Elder, spare me. Don't kill me. I really didn't mean to cause my brother's death. Elder Liu Wu's face darkened as he said, this old man naturally knows you didn't do it intentionally, which is why I've decided to give you a chance to redeem yourself. In the Spirit Mountain Herb Garden, there are 5 element fruits, and also soul jade herbs. Think of a way to destroy them for me. Remember to make it look like an accident. Understand? Li Ziquan worriedly expressed. Destroying spirit herbs in the Spirit Mountain Herb Garden is a great crime. Elder Liu Wu then pointed at his forehead, transferring some spiritual power into it, and then he threatened, I've transferred a wisp of spiritual power into you. Now your life and death are in my hands if you don't follow my orders. Hearing this, Li Ziquan fearfully kowtowed, replying, disciple agrees, elder please don't kill me. Achieving his goal, Elder Liu Wu said with satisfaction, very good, you may leave for now. Begin your actions in 5 days. Li Ziquan cautiously nodded. Disciple takes his leave. After he left, Liu Wu then smiled sinisterly. Shen Qingfeng, you're definitely dead this time. And also Tan Yun, after Shen Qingfeng dies, you won't have peace either. 3 days later, Tan Yun stood outside the courtyard of Shen Jishi's room, talking to himself. Jishi Shen has been very busy these past few days, most likely not in the herb garden. It's a good opportunity for me to take a stroll around the inner sect district and see if there's anything interesting. He left the back courtyard and immediately ran into Tian Danyu, who was watering the herbs. Seeing him, he asked, Senior Brother Tan, are you going out? Tan Yun nodded, saying, Yeah, I'm bored and have nothing to do, so I want to go out for a stroll. Then he looked down at the place Danyu was watering and exclaimed, Yo, 5 plots of soul jade herbs? These are all good stuff. Tian Danyu patted his chest proudly, saying, This is a mission entrusted by the immortal sect. Jishi Shen felt that I was meticulous and careful, so he assigned me to take care of these soul jade herb plots. Hearing this, Tan Yun didn't think much of it. He continued to leave and said, All right, you get to work, I'll go first. Tian Danyu hurriedly reached out to remind him, Senior Brother Tan, you've offended quite a few people. Remember to be careful when you go out. Tan Yun flew into the air and replied, Don't worry, I have my own plans. Outside, seeing Tan Yun had left the herb garden, Linghu Kangying's group rejoiced. This brat finally came out. We haven't waited for him in vain for so long. Tan Yun is out. Quickly report to the elder. Immediately prepare to send people to surround and kill Tan Yun. Tian Danyu watched Tan Yun's figure disappear and couldn't help but feel a little regret, thinking, Senior Brother Tan, this person is so handsome and outstanding, yet he has to be a handyman disciple like us. It's a bit of a pity. If he went somewhere else, he would definitely be able to display his strength, without having to worry about his own safety. Just then, a mouse ran past his feet. Tian Danyu immediately chased after it, cursing, Damn mouse! You dare to ruin my herb garden. Today I must kill you. Right after he chased after the mouse and left, Li Ziquan slowly appeared. He held up a yellow talisman, smiling smugly, thinking to himself, Luckily I have this stealth talisman, or else how could I have sneaked into the herb garden without anyone knowing? He pulled out a small white vial, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This poison was given to me by Elder Shi-Er. It's odorless and colorless, making it almost impossible to detect. Just a single drop is enough to kill these 5 jade soul herbs. With that, he dripped a single drop into Tian Danyu's water jug. Job's done. Time to report back to Elder Shi-Er. Somewhere near a cliff face, Li Ziquan swiftly flew over. He landed, panting, and reassured himself. Good thing Shen Qingfeng wasn't in the herb garden. That's how I could pull this off without getting caught. Just then, Lu Wu's shadow appeared, praising, Li Ziquan, you've done well this time. Li Ziquan replied smugly, Thank you for the praise, Elder Shi-Er. I'll keep my lips sealed. No one will know about this except for me. Promise. But his reward was a venomous strike from Lu Wu, who sneered, Perfect, you can die now. Seeing this, Li Ziquan cried out in panic. What? But it was too late. Lu Wu controlled the spiritual energy he had previously implanted within him. Crushing him from the inside, Li Ziquan spat out a mouthful of blood, saying in disbelief, I can't believe. He didn't finish speaking before collapsing, dead. Lu Wu chuckled gleefully. Fool, only the dead can keep secrets best. Then, he shot out a wisp of spiritual energy, writing something beside Li Ziquan's head. Let your death be blamed on Tan Yun. The words he wrote, Tan Yun killed me. With everything settled, Lu Wu's shadow gradually faded away. He confidently affirmed to himself, That way, even if the Jade Soul Herb incident is discovered, they'll only think it was Tan Yun. On the other side, Tan Yun also landed on a cliff face. He glanced behind him and asked, You guys have been sneaking around following me for so long. What's this all about? The masked figures then revealed themselves, all charging forward with weapons in hand. The leader pointed and said, Tan Yun, you've offended so many people, yet you still dare to wander out of the medicine garden alone. Should I say you're brave, or just plain brain dead? The crowd behind him chimed in. Tan Yun, today is your death day. Tan Yun, you won't escape. Tan Yun frowned and asked, Who sent you guys to kill me? He disdainfully added, Sending trash like you underestimate me too much. One of them pointed a short sword at Tan Yun, saying, You don't need to know who sent us. All you need to know is that you're definitely going to die today. The others echoed in agreement. That's right, Tan Yun. To kill you this time, we've mobilized nearly 100 perfected soul formation realm cultivators. We're just the first wave. The rest will be here soon. Tan Yun, to kill you, we've really gone all out. You should be proud, even in death. Don't blame us. Blame yourself for offending too many people, for being too powerful. Tan Yun ignored their blustering, channeling his spiritual energy and unleashing his power. Even if you don't say, I can roughly guess who's behind this. But you guys came at the right time. Last time, my fight with Li Zian wasn't satisfying enough. This is a good chance to warm up with you guys. The one with the short sword shouted, Tan Yun, this isn't a bunch of noobs you can dominate in the outer sect. All the inner sect disciples are elites, go die. With that, the group charged forward, attacking in unison, Fire Cloud Saber, Ice Thorn Sword, Tan Yun, die. Facing the crowd relying on their numbers, Tan Yun didn't even bat an eye. He raised his fist and laughed. To me, inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples are no different. Either way, you can't take a single punch from me. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending the menacing crowd flying. One move was all it took to defeat them. They exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? How could Tan Yun be so strong? The crowd was sent tumbling away. Tan Yun retracted his fist, casually remarking, how boring, you don't give me a single bit of excitement, I still have other things to do. The only one in purple robes who hadn't attacked was shocked to see his men defeated. What? Tan Yun didn't even spare him a glance, saying contemptuously, you bunch of dogs. Go back and tell the person behind you that I will personally settle the score with him sooner or later. But the masked guy was clueless, channeling black chi into a spear-like form, yelling, Tan Yun, if I don't kill you, I'm screwed back home. You're gonna die today. With that, he launched the black spear at Tan Yun, shouting, soul-devouring spear. The spear tore through the air towards Tan Yun. When it was only inches away, Tan Yun suddenly turned and grabbed the soul-devouring spear. The masked guy was stunned, like he couldn't believe his eyes, asking, what? You can actually catch my soul-devouring spear with your bare hands? How is this possible? Tan Yun said coldly. To cultivate the soul-devouring fetus to this level, you're not bad, but it's useless against me. He smirked and flung the soul-devouring spear back. Tan Yun warned, since you don't want to go back, help me deliver a message. Be careful in your next life. The soul-devouring spear flew back like lightning, piercing straight through the masked guy, who struggled on the ground, eyes wide, desperately asking, Arg, I'm not reconciled. Who the hell are you? Tan Yun glanced at him coldly, replying, I'm someone you can't afford to mess with, even in your next life. With that, he channeled his chi and left, leaving no masked guys alive under the cliff. A moment later, a group of masked people rushed over, only to find their comrades beaten to a pulp on the ground, and Tan Yun nowhere to be seen. Some of the masked people said to each other, Tan Yun is gone. They stood on the cliff, looking at the gruesome scene before them, saying, the first group is all dead. What happened here? Were they all killed by Tan Yun? Should we still chase after Tan Yun? The leader glared angrily at the guy next to him, saying, chase my ass. If Tan Yun can kill them, he can kill us too. Immediately return and report this to the higher-ups. Then the group of masked people shouted loudly on the cliff. Not far away, behind a rock, someone had overheard everything. That person was Fan Jian and his lover, Lin Xingjie. Fan Jian glanced at the group, saying, the Holy Soul Sect are idiots. Not only did they fail to kill Tan Yun, but they also wasted so many people. Lin Xingjie turned to look at Fan Jian, asking, is Tan Yun that powerful? How does he compare to a powerhouse like you who's on the inner sect dragon painting board? Fan Jian said smugly, HMPH, he's definitely no match for me, but I wouldn't be stupid enough to fight him head on. To deal with someone who relies on brute strength, you just need a little trickery to screw him over. Lin Xingjie looked at Fan Jian with adoring eyes, saying, Senior brother Fan, you're so amazing. Fan Jian took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Lin Xingjie's waist, pushing her to the ground, saying, Hee, I have something even more amazing. I'll let you experience it now. Lin Xingjie giggled, saying, oh, senior brother Fan, be gentle. Then, indescribable moans echoed in the cliff, with a thick pink atmosphere radiating around them. Mountain City was a large city located between two cliffs, a prosperous and densely populated place. Tan Yun arrived at Mountain City, heading towards the inner sect market. In front of the city gate, a group of people were lined up to be inspected before entering the city. A fat guy was sitting on a chair, ordering his subordinates below, to avoid any mistakes, take out your identity tokens for us to check. That fat guy was Guo Long. Seeing everyone lining up to have their identities checked before entering the city, Tan Yun thought, entering the inner sect market requires an identity token. Wouldn't my identity as a handyman disciple cause a lot of trouble? When it was Tan Yun's turn, the guard shouted fiercely at Tan Yun, take out your identity token. Tan Yun confidently took out his identity token, handing it to him, saying, this is my identity token. The guard took the token. Seeing the words handyman on it, he asked in surprise, handyman disciple? He looked at Tan Yun with disdain, pointing his index finger at the ground, saying, oh, another piece of trash errand boy has come. If you want to enter, hand over 10 low-grade spirit stones. Tan Yun questioned unhappily. Hand over spirit stones? The disciples in front didn't have to hand over spirit stones. Why do I have to? Seeing that Tan Yun was unwilling, Guo Long gave the order, saying playfully and disdainfully, because this place is ruled by yours truly, because you are a handyman disciple, you just questioned me and pissed me off. Now you need to hand over 50 low-grade spirit stones to enter the market. Hearing what Guo Long said, Tan Yun asked angrily. 50 low-grade spirit stones, are you sure? Guolong got angry, then stood up, saying provocatively, What? You, a trash disciple, want to fight this young master? Guolong Air, filled with rage, pointed directly at Tan Yun and shouted, My father is none other than Guo Zheng, the law enforcement elder. Even if I kill you directly right now, nothing will happen. Know who he is. Tan Yun, not wanting to escalate the situation, put on a friendly smile and said, Young Master Guo, how would I dare to lay a hand on you? I just mean, with your status, 50 low-grade spirit stones is too little. Tan Yun then took out a mid-grade spirit stone and said with a smile, Here's a mid-grade spirit stone, which can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept the rest as a token of my respect. On the surface, that's what it seemed like, but in his heart, Tan Yun was furious, thinking, the most important thing today is to get into the intersect market. I'll settle the score with you after I'm done shopping. Seeing the mid-grade spirit stone, Guo Longer laughed excitedly, his attitude completely changing as he said, Oh, you little brat, you know what's good for you? Get in there, and remember, don't cause any trouble for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Tan Yun then walked inside, not forgetting to bid farewell. Thank you, young Master Guo. But as soon as he passed, Tan Yun's face darkened and he said, If I remember correctly, Intersect Law Enforcement Elder Guo Zhengming is the elder brother of Guo Zhengshao, the former Outer Sect Law Enforcement Elder. After entering the Intersect, he even sent people to kill me. Now his son dares to offend me. I might as well take care of his son first and collect some interest. Inside the city, the street scene was extremely lively, with people bustling around and discussing animatedly. Everyone was eagerly selling their wares, shouting, Cheap soul springs here, 3 coins each, 3 coins each. Top-grade flying swords just unearthed from the ruins, buy and get a sword. Dual cultivation techniques, various shapes and poses, buy 3 get 1 free. Tan Yun walked through the crowd, thinking, My top priority this time is to exchange for a fire seed and increase my strength. Next, I'll see if I can find a top-grade flying sword of a different element to form a sword formation and add another trump card. Luckily, I got a lot of soul springs when I killed Murong Kun and his gang in the Fallen Star Canyon, so I have something to trade. Then, Tan Yun took out a piece of paper from his person, opened it, and on it was written, Selling soul springs, trading for items. Then Tan Yun sat down by the roadside, waiting for people to come and trade. The guy next to him saw Tan Yun sitting next to him and sneered contemptuously. A menial disciple actually came to the intersect market to do business, and with soul springs, what kind of soul springs could you possibly have? Selling you wouldn't even be worth 1 soul spring. Tan Yun ignored him and closed his eyes, unconcerned, saying, If you're not buying, then shut your mouth. Tan Yun shouted loudly, I have wind soul springs, ancient soul springs, time soul springs, and light soul springs. Moreover, these 4 types of elemental soul springs are available in low, mid, high, and top grades, trading for items. The guy next to him still didn't believe it and laughed. Keep bragging. How could a menial disciple have so many soul springs? If someone comes later and you don't have any soul springs, I'm afraid you'll lose half your life. Several passersby heard Tan Yun's soul spring sales pitch and said with great interest, Oh, there's someone selling soul springs here. Let's go take a look. Soul springs can help us with our cultivation, and it's rare to see anyone selling them in the market. I didn't expect to run into this today. 2 people quickly walked up to Tan Yun's stall to inquire, but when they saw that the seller was Tan Yun, they said doubtfully, This shopkeeper seems to be a menial disciple. Does he really have something as precious as soul springs? The person next to them said without concern, What are you afraid of? If this kid dares to trick us, we'll make sure he doesn't have an easy time. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe him, Tan Yun took out a soul spring and said, Who says I don't have soul springs? Then Tan Yun introduced to everyone, Everyone, take a look. This is a top-grade wind soul spring. This should prove that I'm not lying, right? Everyone who heard this rushed over excitedly and said, It's actually a top-grade wind soul spring. Even Wanbao Spirit Pavilion, the biggest shop in the market, doesn't have this. I'm buying this top-grade wind soul spring. No one can compete with me. This little junior brother. Besides this top-grade wind soul spring, do you have any other soul springs? The guy next to him saw this and rushed over in a panic, angrily saying, How is this possible? You actually really have top-grade soul springs. Where did you get them from? Seeing his jealous appearance, Tan Yun couldn't take it anymore, punched him, and then Tan Yun said coldly, What's it to you? If you're not buying, then scram. The guy was sent flying into the air, lost several teeth, and the others agreed and stomped him into the ground, saying, That's right, if you're not buying, then get lost, don't get in our way. The guy hugged his swollen face, glared at Tan Yun, and thought, Okay, I'll remember this, just you wait. Over here, Tan Yun continued to sell his items. I have wind, ancient, time, and light soul springs, a total of 489, all grades available. Everyone, those who have spirit grade fire seeds, can prioritize trading with me. The crowd was shocked and speechless. saying, "Damn, over 1,000 soul springs. Where did you get so many? Even elders and direct disciples can't have so many soul springs." They quickly suspected. This kid is just a menial disciple. Where did he get them from? These soul springs definitely aren't his. It must be some master telling his servant to sell them for him. Hearing this, Tanyun quickly nodded and said, "You're right, these soul springs really aren't mine. A senior brother with an extremely deep background asked me to sell them for him, and I'm just collecting a small errand fee. I still have to go back to report later, so hurry up if you senior brothers and sisters want to trade." In Tanyun's mind, he couldn't help but happily think, a poor man is not guilty, but possessing jade is. Since they've already helped me find the perfect excuse, then I don't have to think anymore. One person took out a blue spirit stone and then said, "I have an ice-cold flame, a low-grade spirit rank fire seed. With a market price of over 5 million low-grade spirit stones, I want to exchange it for 4 top-grade wind soul springs." Another person took out 2 spirit stones, one blue and one white, and handed them over, saying, "Junior brother, I have an azure dark flame, a top-grade spirit rank ice attribute fire seed. I want to exchange it for 8 top-grade light soul springs and 50 high-grade light soul springs." Another person took out a fiery red spirit stone and falsely said, "I have a true purple spirit fire, a genuine top-grade spirit rank fire attribute fire seed. Exchange all your time soul springs for me." Another person stood up aggressively and said, "Brother, I don't have a fire seed, but I'm willing to buy your soul springs for twice the market price. What do you think?" Everyone then continuously offered items to exchange for soul springs, and the scene was extremely lively. Tanyun hurriedly waved his hands and said with a smile, Okay, one person at a time." An hour later, Tanyun finally finished trading. Everyone happily received their soul springs and turned to leave, each with a satisfied smile on their face. After checking the items he had harvested today, Tanyun thought excitedly, "This time, the harvest is really abundant. After selling the soul springs, I now have about more than 50 extreme grade spirit stones and several million spirit stones of other grades. It's enough for me to go buy a top grade elemental flying sword. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion looks like it's up ahead. Let's go check it out." As Tanyun walked away, that guy whispered to Duan Min, "Senior brother Duan, that brat has tons of spirit springs. He just sold a bunch, so his storage ring is loaded with spirit stones. Now he's a fat sheep." Duan Min nodded. "Good. You'll be well rewarded if this works out." Hearing Duan Min, that guy clasped his hands excitedly. "Yes, thank you, senior brother Duan. This junior wishes you speedy success and a triumphant return." Tanyun was walking fast when he suddenly noticed he was being tailed. Frowning, he thought, "Such thick killing intent. Guess I've been marked." But soon enough, Tanyun confidently turned and walked off, shrugging them off for now. They wouldn't dare stir up trouble inside the city, no way. Just wait till we're outside. Hey, we'll see who's robbing who then. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion. There's gotta be something I want here. Tanyun quickly reached its entrance. Seeing Tanyun enter, Duan Min's subordinate asked, "Big brother, that brat's gone into the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. What now?" Duan Min's face darkened. He let out a cold snort. "We can't afford to mess with the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. We'll just wait outside. I refuse to believe that kid won't come out eventually." Inside the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, first floor, Tanyun wandered around, taking everything in. He mused. This place actually has quite a bit of stuff. But I wonder if they have what I want. Just then, an angry man stormed over. Oi, what are you staring at? Is this even a place for a menial disciple like you to be? Get out." Tanyun turned around, his voice icy. "You're telling me to get out? Is this how your Myriad Treasures Pavilion treats its customers?" Ignoring him, the guy furiously pointed at Tanyun and roared, "You call yourself a customer. You're just a measly menial disciple. This isn't your place. If others see you, they'll think our Myriad Treasures Pavilion has turned into a dump for trash. Get out now. Don't make me get physical." Inside the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, a few people turn to gawk and whisper, "Whoa, interesting. A menial disciple actually came to buy stuff here. That attendant is kinda going overboard though. Even if he's a menial disciple, you shouldn't insult him like that. Isn't he just dragging the Myriad Treasures Pavilion's name through the mud? Nah, he's just a menial disciple. Insult him all you want. What's he gonna do?" Over on his side, Tanyun was seething. With frosty eyes, he glared at the attendant and stated, "I don't want trouble here. Apologize to me and we can forget this ever happened." The attendant, completely clueless, immediately threw a punch, shouting, "Damn it, you want me to give you face, huh? And you still want an apology? Looks like you're just asking for a beatdown." Tanyun put out a hand, blocking the attendant's punch, and threatened furiously, "Apologize, or I won't say it a third time." The arrogant attendant sneered at Tanyun. "The hell, you dare to fight back? I'll kick your bastard. Do ass to death." He then swung his leg at Tanyun. Tanyun saw that the guy had no idea of his place and coldly sneered, "Courting death? Just as the attendant's kick aimed for Tan Yun instantly lashed out, delivering a fierce kick to his gut, sending him flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the attendant sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered, everyone couldn't help but buzz with chatter. Holy crap, is this kid nuts? He actually dared to fight in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I heard the Myriad Treasures Pavilion is backed by the Grand Elder of the Chivane's inner sect. This kid's seriously got a death wish, wanting to meet King Yama. If he had a powerful background, fine, but damn, he's just a menial disciple who gave him this kind of nerve. Suddenly, a sharp female voice cut through the air. Who's bold enough to cause a ruckus in my Myriad Treasures Pavilion? Are you looking to die? At that moment, a man and a woman descended from the second floor. The man was Zhang Han, the woman, Gongsun Yair. Upon seeing Gongsun Yair, all the male disciples below instantly had hearts in their eyes, whispering excitedly, "Isn't that Gongsun Yair, one of the 3 intersect beauties? I can't believe she's here. Junior sister Gongsun is just too gorgeous. Nobody in the entire Chivane can even compare." I wouldn't be so sure about that. Lately there's been quite a stir in the Chivane. Everyone's saying the new disciple, Zhongwu Shijiao, is even a notch above Gongsun Yair. Gongsun Yair addressed everyone. Distinguished guests, my Myriad Treasures Pavilion needs to handle some private affairs. I kindly ask you all to step out for a moment. Hearing this, everyone got the hint and started leaving. Before they went, they muttered, all right, we'll definitely give Senior Sister Gongsun some face, heh, looks like they're gonna shut the door and beat the dog. I bet that audacious menial disciple will be carried out on a stretcher in a bit, once everyone was gone. Zhang Han and Gongsun Yair glared at Tan Yun with ferocious expressions. So, you're the one who injured my Myriad Treasures Pavilion's attendant? Tan Yun nodded. Yep, that was me, Gongsun Yair questioned. So, do you know what happens to those who hit someone from our Myriad Treasures Pavilion? Zhong Hanliang pointed at Tan Yun and said to Gongsun Yair, Junior sister, why waste words on this lowly brat? Just break his legs and toss him out. He's just a miscellaneous disciple. If it weren't for the sect rules, who cares if we killed? The miscellaneous disciple then clutched his stomach, got up, and said fiercely, Senior brother Zhang is right. This guy actually dares to cause trouble here. We definitely can't let him off. Otherwise, people will think our Myriad Treasures Pavilion is easy to bully. Gongsun Yair nodded upon hearing this, saying, all right then. In that case, please take action, Senior brother Zhang. Tan Yun propped himself up and shook his head, laughing loudly. I heard that the Myriad Treasures Pavilion had a great reputation, so I came here to buy magical artifacts. But I didn't expect to walk into a den of bandits. Hearing these mocking words, Zhang Hanliang flew into a rage, yelling, You impudent fool! You dare to ruin the reputation of our Myriad Treasures Pavilion! You're asking for death! Seeing Zhang Hanliang preparing to attack, Gongsun Yair stopped him, advising, Senior brother Zhang, wait! This brat is making such a ruckus on purpose so that people outside can hear. Gongsun Yair's face fell, and she said, If we directly attack him now, wouldn't we be playing into his hands, proving that our Myriad Treasures Pavilion bullies the weak? Zhang Hanliang then calmed down and asked, Then what do you suggest, junior sister? Gongsun Yair said, Senior brother, don't worry, I'll handle this matter properly. Gongsun Yair turned to question Tan Yun. Our Myriad Treasures Pavilion has stood strong in the intersect market for over 100 years, becoming the largest store. It relies on its reputation and sincerity. Is there any disciple who has bought something in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion who hasn't praised it? Afterwards, Gongsun Yair angrily pointed at Tan Yun and questioned, Now you're smearing the reputation of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion in front of everyone. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, don't even think about leaving the Myriad Treasures Pavilion today. The people standing outside, upon hearing Gongsun Yair's words, exclaimed in admiration, Senior sister Gongsun is right. The things we buy in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion are all very good. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion has everything, and the quality is excellent. It truly deserves to be the leading store in the intersect market. Although the attitude of the staff in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion is a bit off, it's a bit too much to say that the Myriad Treasures Pavilion is a den of bandits. Tan Yun couldn't help but scoff, saying, Oh, so you're all about reputation and sincerity, huh? Tan Yun pointed at the shop assistant behind them and questioned. Then let me ask you. I came into your Myriad Treasures Pavilion to buy things, and your staff not only insulted me but also told me to get lost. Is this the way you treat customers? Gongsun Yair raised her head and said, Of course not. Tan Yun pointed directly at Zhang Hanliang and angrily shouted, Your staff took the initiative to attack me, and after failing to beat me they called you out. Moreover, this person didn't even bother to find out what happened and immediately wanted to break my legs and throw me out. Is this the sincerity you speak of? Gongsun Yair gritted her teeth and said, This isn't. Seeing that Gongsun Yair had no defense, Tan Yun shouted even louder, saying, The staff insults customers, and the shop owner wants to attack customers. What's wrong with me saying the Myriad Treasures Pavilion is a den of bandits? Gongsun Yair was cornered by Tan Yun, and had no words to defend herself, stammering, The stupid shop assistant then shouted, "I spit on you, motherfucker. You're just a lowly miscellaneous disciple. How could you have money to come here and buy things? You're not even a customer." Tan Yun said, "Oh, and, seizing this opportunity, said, so your Myriad Treasures Pavilion only serves those who have money and status, huh? Then I really came to the wrong place." Everyone outside, upon hearing this, completely changed their attitude, glaring angrily at the shop assistant. According to what this miscellaneous disciple said, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion was indeed going too far. "Ugh, I don't have any money or high status. It seems I'll have to switch stores to buy things in the future." This miscellaneous disciple is right. Ever since the Myriad Treasures Pavilion expanded, the staff have become more and more arrogant. We should still go to other stores in the future. The shop assistant spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, saying like a madman, "Motherfucker, you lowly." But before he could finish, Gongsun Yakir had already rushed over and kicked him painfully, rendering him speechless. The shop assistant lay on the ground, his cheeks swollen, with blood and teeth mixed together. He covered his mouth with his hand, struggling to say, "Ah, senior sister Gongsun." Gongsun Yahir glared at him, angrily saying, first he was indifferent to customers, and then he even attacked a customer. According to the rules, he will be beaten 100 strokes and expelled from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Someone drag him down and execute the punishment immediately. The people of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion immediately stepped forward and said, "Yes, ma'am," heading towards the shop assistant. The shop assistant, with a bruised and battered face, shouted in fear, "What? Senior sister Gongsun? Don't!" Gongsun Yaplair angrily waved her hand and ordered, saying, "Don't waste words. Quickly take him down." The subordinates, upon receiving the order, quickly grabbed the shop assistant's hair and dragged him outside. The shop assistant screamed in terror, "Senior sister Gongsun, I was wrong, please, no." Gongsun Yar angrily pointed at him and said, "In the future, anyone who dares to be indifferent to customers, this is the consequence. Have you all heard?" The other subordinates of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion stood up straight solemnly, bowing respectfully, saying, "We understand." Outside, everyone competed to eavesdrop, discussing, Gongsun Yahir truly lives up to her name. As a disciple of Murong Taoist, she acts decisively, with clear rewards and punishments, leaving no room for others to find fault. If Gongsun Yahir hadn't arrived in time today, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion would have suffered a severe blow to its reputation. Senior sister Gongsun is so strong. With such style, I think I'm in love with her. Gongsun Yahir then walked to Tan Yun's side, saying apologetically, "This fellow disciple, it's because I didn't manage my people properly that you had to suffer such grievances." Gongsun Yahir then bowed a full 90 degrees, and said with sincere remorse, "I was out of line earlier. Yahir apologizes to you." Tan Yun raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly, "Oh, just an apology," Zhang Hanzhuang retorted angrily. "Yeah, so what are you going to do about it?" An oppressive aura exploded from him, his eyes glaring with menace. "I suggest you learn when to stop. You're nothing but a lowly menial disciple. I could snuff you out as easily as a bug." Tan Yun met his gaze without flinching, taunting, "Go on, give it a try. Let's see who ends up dead." Gongsun Yapair hurriedly stepped between them. "Stop it, Zhang Shixiang. We were the ones in the wrong to begin with." With a serious expression, Gongsun Yachir faced Tan Yun and asked, "What kind of compensation do you want? I'll do my best to accommodate you, but don't think our Wanbao Lingge is a pushover." Hearing this, Tan Yun stated his demand, "I don't need any compensation. I'm here to buy some flying swords. You seem reasonable enough, so how about you show me to some suitable ones? I don't want to waste any more time." The onlookers outside became furious upon hearing this, clenching their fists. "Whoa, that punk dares to make Gongsun Shiji his personal guide. What's Gongsun Shiji's status? How could she do the work of a regular clerk? The nerve of that kid, I bet he's just using shopping as an excuse to get close to Gongsun Yara." Having no other choice, Gongsun Yara could only nod and agree. "All right, I can agree to that. As the general manager of the Wanbao Lingge, this is my duty anyway." Zhang Hanzhuang, standing nearby, couldn't accept this, and angrily started. But he was quickly cut off by Gongsun Yashir. "That's final, Zhang Shixiang. Besides, Martial Uncle sent someone looking for you. You should get going, or you'll be late for important business." Hearing this from Gongsun Yashir, Zhang Hanzhuang had no choice but to nod, "HMPH, fine." He then turned to leave, but not before shooting a glare at Tan Yun, saying, "Kid, just you wait." Tan Yun shook his head and sighed to himself. "I can make enemies just by going out shopping. Beautiful women are the root of all trouble. The ancients were right, they never deceive." Meanwhile, Gongsun Yaohir said gently, "I'm sorry, my Shixiang is hot-tempered. If he comes looking for trouble with you later, just let me know, I can help you deal with it." As he started up to the second floor, Tan Yun said, "No need. If he dares to cause me trouble, he'll be the only one who regrets it. Flying swords are on the second floor, right? Lead the way." Looking at Tan Yun's unconcerned back, Gongsun Yanir wondered, this guy is clearly just a menial disciple, so why does he talk so big? Where does he get all that confidence? Arriving at the second floor of the Wanbao Lingge, Tan Yun and the beautiful Miss Gongsun took a look around. This is the entire collection of flying swords from the Wanbao Lingge. There are probably over a few thousand of them, covering all grades and attributes. Every single one was personally forged by the disciples of the artifact branch, so their quality is absolutely guaranteed, Tan Yun replied. There certainly are a lot of flying swords, but do you have any spirit tool flying swords that possess all of the following attributes? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, space, time, light, and death? The beautiful Miss Gongsun was stunned. What? A flying sword with over 10 attributes at once? Are you sure anyone can even wield such a thing? Tan Yun nodded. That's right, I'm sure, he thought to himself. If I want to use the Hongmeng God-slaying sword art, I need a sword with exactly these properties. The beautiful Miss Gongsun was rather displeased. You're not just messing with me, are you? Looking at the entire world, I've never even heard of anyone who uses a flying sword with more than 10 attributes. Tan Yun just laughed. Beautiful Miss Gongsun, allow me to offer you a piece of wisdom. There's a lot you don't know, but just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The beautiful Miss Gongsun replied. It's true there are many things in this world I don't know, but who are you to lecture me, a mere menial disciple? I'm not some ignorant girl. I've seen far more of the world than you. Tan Yun then turned away, saying, Miss Gongsun, if you can't find one, then just let it be. Why get so worked up over it? I'm gonna go look at the swords myself. The beautiful Miss Gongsun followed, fuming to herself. I'm not going to lower myself by arguing with a degenerate piece of trash like you. It's beneath my status. You're infuriating, this damn menial disciple. How can everything he says be so irritating? A female attendant approached and said, Gongsun Shiji, please allow me to introduce these flying swords to him. Your status is far too noble for such a task, the beautiful Miss Gongsun replied. No, that's fine. Just let him look on his own. I'm not helping him with this anymore. The female attendant was shocked. Let him choose by himself. But there are thousands of flying swords on this floor. Each one has different materials, properties, and internal formations. If a customer just picks on their own, it'll be almost impossible to find a suitable one. That Gong's son babe is still being a pain in the ass. HMPH. Serves him right for pissing me off. He better beg me for help, otherwise I won't lift a finger. Senior sister Gong's son is usually so gentle, it's rare for her to get this mad. That kid is so screwed. Tan Yun flicks his fingers again, activating his technique, aiming at the sword aura. In a few seconds, all the swords in the hall fly up together. Tan Yun grabs a bunch, saying, these will do. Let me sense them with my divine sense. These 10 spirit-grade flying swords are barely passable. Good enough for now. The two junior sisters chat. Senior sister Gong's son, he's picking all the good flying swords. Gong's son frowns, annoyed. He's done already. Let's see what else he can do. Suddenly, Gong's son looks shocked, sweating bullets. What? He picked all 10 flying swords. There's no way that's a coincidence, is there? He can't be, the junior sister asks curiously. What's wrong, senior sister Gong's son? Is there something special about these 10 swords? Gong's son replies. Dazed. Extremely special, she explains. These 10 flying swords were personally crafted by my master, Taoist Mu Rong, 13 years ago, when he was still a Saint-Tie refiner. For the past 13 years, these 10 swords have been kept deep in the second level of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. An average person would never even notice them. For this kid to accurately pick them out of thousands of flying swords without missing a single one, his eye for quality must be at least at the Grandmaster level, surpassing even a Saint-Tie refiner. The little junior sister exclaims in shock. Heavens, a Grandmaster! Our sect only has a few Grandmasters, and they're all at the level of Grand Elders. Tan Yun steps forward, pointing at the swords. Ring them up, the Gong's son beauty replies cautiously. Alright, but I have a question. If you can answer it, I can give you one flying sword for free. She wonders, is there really such a young Grandmaster? Or did he just get lucky? I'll find out with a simple test. Tan Yun chuckles. A free sword? Alright. I'll give it my best shot. Gong's son steps forward, picking up a sword and asking, this is a top-grade, spirit-grade flying sword with a huge lightning attribute. Why did you choose it? Tan Yun takes it and examines it, replying, if I'm not mistaken, the lightning attribute inside isn't from an inscribed formation, but because the refiner temporarily paused when he was about to finish the sword, waiting for heavenly lightning to appear and fuse with the sword, that's why the sword has the lightning attribute. Unfortunately, the refiner's skills weren't refined enough, and there were some mistakes when fusing the lightning. The Gong's son beauty is stunned, speechless. Just by looking at the sword, he can tell the entire forging process. The Gong's son beauty points and asks, you're definitely not a handyman disciple. Who are you really, she thinks. I personally forged this sword, and no one was around when I did. Yet he can describe the forging process perfectly, and even point out the exact problems that occurred and when. This level of insight has to be that of a grandmaster. Tan Yun doesn't care, taking out his money and saying, "Who I am is none of your business, right? One flying sword costs 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Subtract the 10,000 I get for answering your question. That's a total of 100,000, Tan Yun says, throwing out a storage ring with 110,000 spirit stones. Keep the extra 10,000 as a tip." Tan Yun turns to leave, saying, "No need to see me out, Miss Gong-sun, farewell." The little junior sister asks, "Senior sister Gong-sun, if you want to know who he is, I can send someone to follow him." Gong-sun replies, "No need. He's pretending to be a handyman disciple, which means he doesn't want people to know his identity. Doing that would only make him hate us," Gong-sun adds. With such a high level of refining and analytical skills, he must be a disciple of the refinement faction. I must find him, Tan Yun thinks to himself as he walks back. Even the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, the biggest shop in the Intersect Marketplace, doesn't have enough metal attribute flying swords that I need. Looks like I'll have to find the materials myself and forge them myself. The assassins have been following Tan Yun all along, and he says, "Keep a close eye on him. This kid has been hanging around the Myriad Treasure Pavilion for so long, he's definitely a juicy target. Once we take care of him, we'll score big," the underlings excitedly responded. "Got it." Tan Yun quickly noticed them. "These guys still dare to target me. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Reaching the city gate, Tan Yun entered. Inside, Guolong was gloating over his gains. "So lucky. Today I made quite a few spirit stones. Later after work I'll go find little Tao for some fun." Tan Yun finally spotted him. "Damn it, it's that bastard. When I first came in he scammed all my spirit stones. Might as well take them back and earn some interest while I'm at it," Tan Yun pretended to curse. "Bastard. Return the spirit stones you swindled from me. That's all the money I earned with my sweat and blood." Guolong glanced at him guiltily, cursing. "What nonsense are you spouting, kid? Got a death wish?" Tan Yun cried to the heavens. "You not only scammed me, but also threatened to kill me. Is there no sect law in this inner sect? I'm just a menial disciple with no power or influence. Everyone, come help me reason with him," Tan Yun observed. "With so many people watching, I can't violate sect rules. I have to force him to make the first move." The crowd started gathering. "That bastard Guolong is using his status to swindle spirit stones from others again? That kid is just a menial disciple, daring to offend Guolong in front of everyone. He's really courting death. Who told his father to be the enforcement elder of the inner sect, and his strength surpasses us? We can't mess with him," the underling signaled. "Senior brother Duan, that kid and Guolong are having another conflict. What should we do?" The one surnamed Duan replied. "Don't rush. Let's observe the situation first. Guolong is a bit troublesome to provoke." Tan Yun stepped forward, badgering, "Quickly return my spirit stones." Guolong angrily pushed Tan Yun to the ground. "Return your ass," he cursed. "Get lost now, or I'll kill you." Tan Yun grinned. "Looks like the prey is falling into the trap," he wailed. "Ow, ow, ow. I see that you guys are bullying us menial disciples, wanting to steal our spirit stones." He pretended to run away, crying injustice. "You guys are using the excuse of inspecting spirit stones. I'm going to report you to the sect elders." Tan Yun flew off excitedly. "A smart hunter always appears as prey. Next, we wait for the prey to take the bait." Guolong, with bulging veins, watched him go. "Damn it, a mere menial disciple dares to threaten me. If this is reported to the higher-ups, even if my father protects me, I will definitely be punished. Then I must kill him." He immediately rushed out. "Someone is forcibly breaking through the city gate. Enforcement disciples, follow me to arrest him." The disciples hurriedly followed. The bandits signaled. "Senior brother Duan, that kid ran." They were flustered. "We can't let him get away. Let's chase after him." The bandits flew past Guolong. The people discussed in surprise. "Huh? Isn't that Duan Min? He's even leading people after him. Duan Min often engages in murder and robbery in the market district. Who would have thought he's targeting that menial disciple? Being targeted by both Guolong and Duan Min. That kid is probably doomed." Tan Yun led the bandits to a mountain valley, a place deserted year-round. He noticed. "Almost there. They should be catching up." Guolong caught up, shouting, "You're on a road to run, kid." They landed, one after another, with loud thuds. Tan Yun said coldly, "Run. Sorry, you guys must have misunderstood." He turned around with murderous eyes, declaring, "I'm waiting for you guys to arrive." Guolong arrogantly replied, "Waiting for us to arrive? Ha-ha! You don't intend to take us all on, do you?" The lackeys seized the opportunity to chime in with laughter. "Ha-ha, a mere handyman at the first level of soul transformation wants to kill us all. Is this kid crazy? This is the funniest thing I've ever heard. At the very least, we're all at the nascent soul realm. Bajong, you want to kill us? Any random underling could take you out." Guolong immediately shouted, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll kowtow to me until your head bleeds. I'm not in a good mood today, but maybe I'll show some mercy and spare your life." Tan Yun drew his sword in response. "What a coincidence. I'm not in a good mood today either. He stepped forward, radiating murderous intent. So, I've decided to send you all to meet King Yama. Guolong went ballistic and yelled, "You ignorant fool, brothers. Go and hack this little bastard to pieces for me." The subordinates chimed in one after another. "Kill this kid. You've got a death wish. We'll settle the score with you." "Kill," Tan Yun glared, a terrifying look of death flashing in his eyes. The Hongmeng eye blazed with fire. The enthusiastic subordinates suddenly froze, their faces as pale as ghosts. Utterly bloodless, Tan Yun brandished his sword and said decisively, "All of you, die." With one stroke of his sword, a light cut through the rabble, each of them spurting blood, not even realizing what was happening. They fell to the ground with a thud, whimpering, What's happening? No, I don't want to die yet. How did I get stabbed?" Guolong, utterly terrified, screamed, One move, wipe them all out. How is this possible? What realm are you even at?" Tan Yun stepped forward and replied, "It doesn't matter what realm I'm at. Killing useless trash like you, who rely on pills to boost your cultivation, is as easy as pie." Guolong shrieked in fear. No. You can't kill me. My father, Guo Zhengming, is the enforcement elder of the inner sect. If you dare kill me, he will never let you get away with this. While speaking, Guolong pissed his pants. Tan Yun was even happier than Guo Zhengming. What a coincidence. I just so happen to have a grudge against him too. Raising his sword, Tan Yun said, "You now have 2 reasons to die. When I first joined the sect, the 2 enforcement disciples who tried to kill me with my wanted poster were sent by Guo Zhengming." Just as the sword was about to strike, Guolong screamed. Unexpectedly, a crashing sound echoed, shaking the ground. From behind, Tan Yun turned around in shock, on guard. Guolong cheered with joy. Someone's here to save me." Duan Min and his brothers stepped out. Hey kid, we finally caught up with you." Tan Yun remained silent and said, "You guys are the rats that have been following me since I was in the city, right? Don't rush. After I'm done dealing with these guys, it'll be your turn." Guolong seized the opportunity and ran over to beg for help. "Quick, save me. I'm the son of the inner sect enforcement elder, Guo Zhengming. As long as you protect me, I can give you as many spirit stones as you want." Duan Min spoke up. "Save you? No problem." With one stab, he pierced Guolong through, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. Guolong groaned and died. "Why?" Duan Min replied sinisterly. "Why would I wait for you to give me spirit stones? It's better if I just take them myself." Guolong has a lot of spirit stones on him, and there's no one around here. After killing this little bastard, we can put all the blame for Guolong's death on him. We'll become Guolong's avengers, and be guests of honor of Elder Guo Zhengming. A perfect plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Guolong died in agony. I'm not reconciled. Tan Yun found it amusing. "You dare kill Guolong? You should know, he's the son of the inner sect enforcement elder, Guo Zhengming." Duan Min grinned and replied, "You're mistaken about one thing." He pointed at Tan Yun. "Gee, gotcha. You're the one who killed Guolong. We just happened to be passing by and saw the murderer in action. Then you, afraid of being punished, tried to escape, and we joined forces to kill you." The lackeys were all like, "Damn, Duan Shixiong's right. That dude who off the elder's kid is twisted AF, but we're just righteous heroes. Haha, kid. We were just gonna kill you, but you just handed us a bonus, hey. After we ice you and grab your spirit stones, we'll take your head to enforcement elder Guo Zhengming for a reward. Score." Tan Yun was all ears. "Oh. Sounds kinda sweet, but you sure you can even kill me? Just so you know, Guolong's whole crew is 6 feet under thanks to me." Duan Min, pissed, yelled, "TCH, we ain't those relationship-riding losers. While I was hustling in the intersect cities, those scrubs were still sucking. On mama's titty, he instantly gave the order. Yo bros, formation up, don't let this punk get away, Roger." They instantly jumped into action, surrounding Tan Yun. Great Sun imprisonment formation. So, these guys actually know a thing or two, huh? They launched huge pillars of fire, gradually forming a prison. But Tan Yun just smirked, all chill. "You think this little formation can hold me?" Duan Min, raging, spat. "HMPH, you noob disciple. You got no idea what's coming. You're about to find out how badass the Great Sun imprisonment formation really is." The fire dragon on Duan Min flared up, charging forward, flames spewing, incinerating everything where Tan Yun stood. The guy completely swallowed by the inferno. Duan Min laughed triumphantly. "Haha. The flames in my Great Sun imprisonment formation are from the solar fire essence, packed with true core fire poison. Even soul formation realm cultivators can't handle it." "You're just a tiny errand boy. You're honored to die like this," a lackey shouted. Duan Shixiong, "That punk's probably ashes by now, right? Hurry up and grab his storage ring, or it'll burn up and we'll have worked for nothing." Duan Min nodded. "Good point." Duan Min stepped into the flames, searching for the kid's storage ring. "Where is it? There's gotta be some sweet spirit stones in here. Don't let it get lost." A hand shot out from the flames, faster than lightning, gripping Duan Min's neck like snatching a dying duck. Duan Min struggled, but couldn't break free. The power in his body was sealed. Tan Yun suddenly walked out of the flames, unharmed, and said, "Gotcha!" Duan Min couldn't believe his eyes. "What? You're still alive? I have a flame-resisting talisman, that's how I can be safe in this fire?" How are you okay?" Tan Yun chuckled. "Haha, you overestimate this fire and underestimate me way too much." Tan Yun reached out his hand, sucking the flames back into his palm and said, "With the Hongmeng Divine Flame protecting me, this fire can't hurt me, it just makes my Hongmeng Divine Flame even more powerful." Duan Min's lackeys stared, mouths agape, like they were tripping balls. "This dude can absorb the fire from inside the formation," they screamed in terror. "No freaking way. Is this guy really just an errand boy?" Duan Min stammered, barely able to speak. Who are you really?" Tan Yun didn't waste time, and punched him right in the danchin. "The guy who's gonna take your life." Duan Min coughed up blood. In pain, he flew back a few feet, rolled around, and weakly raised his head, urgently ordering, Quick, undo the formation, get me out of here." The lackeys frantically replied, "Duan-Shixiang, hang in there, we'll undo the formation right away." Suddenly one of them shouted, "Wait, don't undo the formation, or that punk will escape. Duan-Shixiang is super strong, and even with the help of the Great Sun Imprisonment Formation, he got one-shotted. We definitely can't beat him." "That's right. Don't you dare undo the formation, or that punk will kill us all. Duan-Shixiang is badly injured, probably gonna die anyway. Better to save our own asses first." The lackeys were about to ditch their big bro, and Duan Min desperately called out to signal them. "Senior brother Duhan, rest in peace. We will do our best to avenge you." Duan Min cursed furiously. You are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. I'm not dead yet, and you dare to betray me. Without me, you would still be toiling in the inner sect doing chores for others," he cursed. "Just you wait. When I get out of here, I will definitely peel your skin, pull out your tendons, and chop you into 100 pieces." The lackey retorted bitterly. "Humph, Duan Min. Don't act like a hypocrite here. Don't think we don't know that every time you kill someone and get a treasure, you always keep a part for yourself. That's money we risked our lives for. What makes you think you can take it all for yourself, Duan Min? Your life is already hanging by a thread, and you still want to kill us." "Everyone, now that we've fallen out with Duan Min, why not just go ahead and change the Great Sun Imprisonment Formation into the Great Sun Destruction, and just wipe out both Duan Min and that brat at the same time?" They all agreed in unison. "Alright, let's do it that way. Great Sun Destruction Formation." Tan Yun indifferently watched the trash putting on a show. Duan Min was dying and terrified, Tan Yun observed. "The energy inside this ball is extremely unstable. Just touching something accidentally will cause it to explode immediately. Moreover, these energy balls are constantly growing larger, and when they grow to a certain limit, they will explode at the same time, which will be very troublesome," Tan Yun begged. "Wait, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I will give you all my spirit stones. Please spare me." The Great Sun Destruction Formation exploded. Duan Min died without a trace. Screaming like a dying dog, leaving only a charred corpse. Tan Yun spoke up. "You have to pay the price for messing around. Being betrayed and killed by subordinates is a fitting end for people like him." The subordinates rejoiced. "Haha, everyone. Duan Min has been eliminated by us. Now only that brat is left. Once they are all dead, all the spirit stones will be ours." "That brat's methods are a bit strange. Let's join forces and kill him," Tan Yun said regretfully. "If you guys had run away immediately just now, maybe a few of you would have survived, but you insisted on using this dogshit formation to kill me. You're just courting death." Killing intent flared around him again. Several lackeys still believed in their abilities and replied, "Haha, are you still dreaming? You are already like a fish on a chopping block. Where do you get the confidence to kill us? This Great Sun Destruction Formation is formed by the combined power of the 5 of us. Even a soul refinement realm cultivator may not be able to break it. You only have one way to die. A lowly, menial disciple like you, being able to die under the Great Destruction Formation of the 5 of us, can be considered dying without regrets." Tan Yun coldly replied, "You want to kill me with such a garbage formation? I will break it for you to broaden your horizons." Tan Yun shouted, "Spirit formation transformation." Several wastes were shocked. What's going on? Something is not right. Could it be that this brat can really destroy this destruction formation? Quick, pour more energy in, kill this brat quickly. Tan Yun signaled. Too late. The Great Earth Destruction Formation. These guys were blasted away by the pressure. Preft. Ugh. Our Great Destruction Formation was actually broken. They chirped. How is this possible? Holding the formation in his hands, Tan Yun ordered the trash go to hell, launching the Hongmeng Divine Flame of Death. The fire burned those trash, hitting them and causing them to scream. The barbecue feast started again, with a few extra large portions. No, spare me. Forgive me. I am willing to obey your orders, Tan Yun replied. You have to pay your debts, and you have to pay for killing people with your life. This is the ending you deserve. Tan Yun immediately bolted. Alright, that wraps things up here. Time to head back. He arrived at the intersect disciplinary hall, residence of Elder Guo Mingzheng. Inside, Guo Zhengming, an intersect law enforcer, was leisurely sipping tea when a flustered subordinate rushed in reporting, Elder Guo, a major incident has occurred, he reported. The soul lamp of senior brother Guo Long has been extinguished. Guo Zhengming was shocked and dropped his teacup. Clang. He trembled violently, repeating, What? You say that again? The subordinate knelt, reporting, Elder, please restrain your grief. Tears streaming down his face, he stammered. Senior brother Guo Long, Guo Zhengming went berserk. He roared, No, that's impossible. You must be mistaken. My son is always in the intersect market. That's my territory. How could he die? You go check again for me immediately, he reported. This disciple has checked dozens of times. Not only senior brother Guo Long, but the soul lamps of all the law enforcement disciples who followed him have also been extinguished. Guo Zhengming howled like a bull inside the hall. Now completely insane, he ordered. Immediately dispatch disciples from the law enforcement unit to investigate. We absolutely must find out who killed my son, he replied. This disciple obeys. This disciple will immediately gather all disciples in the law enforcement unit to search for clues. Guo Zhengming, seething with hatred. Long Grazier, rest assured, no matter who the culprit is, I will definitely avenge you. At the Qi Meridian Murong Immortal Hall, Murong praised. This sword has indeed proven to be quite effective in trials, hasn't it? You truly are my prized disciple. Not only are you peerlessly beautiful, but you are also extremely intelligent. Especially on the path of refining. You possess incredibly high comprehension, not at all inferior to your senior sister Gongsun. Zhongyu Shijiao replied. Thank you for your praise, master. This ignorant disciple's achievements are all thanks to your excellent guidance. Mirong gestured. All right, you shouldn't be too modest. When you have time, you can go to the intersect market and visit your senior sister Gongsun. She's currently stationed at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. You should go there more often to interact with her. Unexpectedly, Gongsun's beautiful voice called out, Master, she said. There's something you might not believe, Mirong asked, quite curious. Oh. What could make Ruoxi rush back from the market? Gongsun replied. Master, the 11 supreme-grade spiritual Qi flying swords that you refined 30 years ago were all just sold. The male disciple who bought the swords spent less than an incense stick's worth of time to accurately select them from among thousands of flying swords. After examination, this disciple dares to confirm that this person's refining skills have at least reached the D-grade Grand Artificer level. Murong was extremely surprised. Really, quick, tell me, who is he? Which elder's disciple is he in the Qi Meridian? How old is he? And what is his strength? She excitedly thought. In the past 10,000 years, no Grand Artificer level disciple has appeared in the intersect Qi Meridian. If this is true, I can certainly receive a reward from the Immortal Sect, or even the Saintly Sect. Moreover, this person can represent the Qi Meridian in the competition of the 3 ancient great sects in the Heavenly Punishment Mountain Range in a few years. Gongsun lowered her voice and replied, I'm sorry, master. I don't know anything about him. This person even disguised himself as a miscellaneous disciple. After buying the flying swords, he left in a hurry. I only managed to record an image of his back view. She then reached out, casting a spell to project a shimmering image of the man forward. Master, look, this is the person, Zhongyu Shijiao exclaimed unconsciously. This is, she thought, isn't that Tan Yun? Gongsun asked in surprise. Huh, junior sister Zhongyu, do you know this person? Mirong also asked happily. Shijiao, do you know this person? Zhongyu Shijiao quickly corrected. Oh no, this disciple doesn't know this person. It's just that a few days ago, when passing through the Qi Meridian, I saw a senior brother with a similar back view. Now looking closely, I realize they are not the same, she quickly thought. Tan Yun didn't actively reveal his identity, so Tan Yun definitely doesn't want to expose himself. There must be a reason, Mirong said regretfully. It's alright, many people look alike. Now we can only rely on fate. Gongsun Beauty speaks up. Don't worry, master. I'll be visiting the elders' schools these days. I'll wander around the Qi Meridian to search a bit, striving to find that disciple as soon as possible. Mirong nods in response. This one is so young, yet already has such high attainment in Qi. Surely, only our Qi refinement meridian could nurture such a talent. It's impossible for them to appear in other meridians, she exclaims. If an ordinary person had this level of talent, they'd probably be arrogant already. But he keeps a low profile. To have such a temperament, even I rarely encounter it in my life. If we can unearth this person, our Qi meridian might see 2 shining stars. Mirong and Gongsun cheer excitedly. That's right, our Chi Meridian has hope of glory, haha. Zhongyu Shijiao thinks to herself, Master, if you knew this person was Tan Yun, the one you hated the most during the selection, wouldn't your eyes pop out? At a place within the mountain's embrace. Reporting, senior brother, senior sister, Tan Yun, has returned to the Pil Meridian area and is about to arrive here. The man laughs triumphantly. Good, good, we've waited here for so long, and Tan Yun is finally about to arrive. He then orders, you can return and report back. We'll handle Tan Yun ourselves. Yes. The woman is a little worried. Senior brother, our master, that old fogey Murong Huang, ordered us to kill Tan Yun at all costs this time. If we fail, we'll be severely punished when we return. Moreover, last time so many from the sacred soul meridian surrounded and killed Tan Yun, yet they were all killed by him. Is it really going to work with just the two of us this time? The senior brother fondles her thigh, reassuring her, relax. He then tears off a piece of her clothes, making her flustered. Your senior brother relies on brains to kill people, not numbers. The junior sister leans against him, her voice languid. Senior brother, weren't you talking about going to kill Tan Yun? Why are you thinking about this again? That guy whispers in her ear, Hee, I'm preparing this for the sake of killing Tan Yun. In a little while when Tan Yun arrives, After they finish scheming, half an hour later, Tan Yun flew over. This trip outside wasn't bad. Not only did I get a bunch of supreme-grade spiritual chi flying swords to use for the Hongmen god-slaying sword formation, but I also got quite a few fire seeds. Plus, I conveniently killed that old bastard Guo Zhengming's son. That damn old guy must be heartbroken. A woman's voice calls out, help, help. Is that a fellow disciple from the Pil Meridian? Ah, girl, floundering below, come save me. Tan Yun is surprised. Someone calling for help. He calmly observes the desolate wilderness. All around is desolate and lonely. Yet there is a woman half-naked crying for help. What moron thought up this trap? Better to avoid trouble than to create it. I'd better return to the medicine garden first. Tan Yun turns to leave. The woman pretends to beg. This fellow disciple, I understand if you're afraid of being ambushed and won't save me, but could you please go to the Pil Meridian and help me find someone named Tan Yun, and tell him that Mu Mengyi is in danger? Tan Yun thinks. So they're targeting me. If that's the case, I'll play along with you a bit. Tan Yun decides to land near her. He speaks up. I am Tan Yun. Tell me quickly, what happened to senior sister Mu? She pretends to be excited. You're Tan Yun, he replies. That's right, no mistaking it. Quickly tell me what happened to senior sister Mu. She asks further. Wait, I've never met Tan Yun. You say you're Tan Yun, how can I believe you? Tan Yun presents a token. This is my identity token. Surely you can believe me now. He thinks to himself. She's pretending quite convincingly. If I were really a disciple, who just entered the inner sect, and had no experience in the martial world, I'd probably have fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. Ah, wonderful, great Tan Yun, I'm Lin Linyi, Mu Mengyi's bestie. She eagerly steps forward, earnestly. Senior sister Mushi told me to come with her to the Pil Meridian to find you, but half an hour ago we encountered disciples of Murong Huang, the second elder of the Beast Soul Meridian. They captured Mushi Mengyi. I risked my life to escape. Tan Yun angrily asks, damn it! So it was that damned old fogey Murong Huang? I killed his grandson Murong Kun. If he has the guts, he can come find me for revenge. Why target senior sister Mu? He immediately realizes. From what I can see, this Lin Linyi is actually a disciple of that old dog Murong Huang. She points. Tan Yun, those people were hot on our heels just now. I don't know if they've caught up here. What should we do now? Tan Yun glanced around and replied, don't worry, I will definitely save senior sister Mu. Let's quickly see if there's anywhere to hide around here. Let's avoid these guys. Pursuit first, then we'll figure it out. Tan Yun quickly spotted someone in the bushes on the right. Should I pretend to discover him or just straight up kill him with one move? That bandit dude was still fumbling around in the bushes. She said. Yeah, let's avoid them first. Very good, thanks. According to the plan, senior brother should be showing up soon. The dude jumped out at this moment. Rest assured, Mu Mengyi is already tied up. Didn't expect you to still be here. He rushed over and shouted, Tan Yun, and that bitch Lin Xindi, you can both go die. She pretended to rush over to block Tan Yun. Not good. Leave me alone. Run. A light palm strike to the chest made her spit out fresh blood. She acted all dizzy. Tan Yun, run. Thinks, with Tan Yun's personality, he definitely won't abandon me, no worries. When he accepts me, that'll be the best chance to strike. The dude grinned. Tan Yun's strength is considerable. Fighting him head-on would be very dangerous. This act with me and Lin Xindi will definitely make Tan Yun lower his guard. As long as Lin Xindi successfully ambushes him, Tan Yun is dead meat. Tan Yun replied with a Hollywood-level acting skill. Senior sister, don't worry. I won't leave. I'll save you right now. He rushed over and shouted, Tan Yun, no, run away. You're no match for him, haha, almost there. As long as Tan Yun accepts me, there's no way he can avoid my ambush. But at this moment, Tan Yun dodged slightly, dodging and saying, "If you insist, then I'll go with your good intentions. Hey hey." A sudden turn of events. What, I thought Tan Yun would catch me. But who knew I'd fall face first into the ground? The senior brother was dumbfounded. He, with a swollen face, craned his neck and asked, "Tan Yun, you. What is this?" Tan Yun replied, "Senior sister, you kept telling me not to save you, so don't blame me." She got up and scolded, "Damn it! If I tell you not to save me, you won't save me, so if I tell you to go die, you'll go die too." Tan Yun replied, "Of course not. You and I have no relationship whatsoever. You can die if you want, but I can't die. I still have to go save Meng Yi, right?" The two siblings stepped forward. "Tan Yun." The senior brother spoke. "All right, Tan Yun, I'm giving you a chance here, can't you tell?" She was now dumbfounded. "What? Tan Yun? You realized our plan long ago." Tan Yun replied, "You think you can fool me with your childish tricks? Heh, I'm tired of playing these games." Drawing his sword, the senior brother said, "HMPH, Tan Yun, you're too confident, knowing it's a trap and you still jump in." He activated his power, threatening, "You're going to pay a heavy price for that confidence." Four Spirits War Heaven Grand Formation, a formation that summons thunder and lightning. Tan Yun looked around leisurely. "Another grand formation? How boring. Since I'm already here, I'm not going to run. Don't you guys have anything new?" The dude replied, "HMPH, you want something new? I'll give you something to satisfy you." Four Spirits Divine Souls, plummeting down from above with a bang. This is the Four Spirits War God Formation, a top-grade formation of our beast vein. And the four spirits that senior brother Bai Chusheng summoned have all reached the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, and their cooperation further unleashes power even stronger than the soul-refining realm. He gloated. "Tan Yun, there's no escape for you today." Tan Yun replied, "Finally, something a little interesting, but I'll use you guys to test my Hongmeng God-slaying sword." Tan Yun unleashed his inner power. "Hopefully you guys can withstand it a little. Don't get killed by me in one move." The man angrily roared, "Tan Yun, you're too arrogant." The four spirits gradually charged forward, but Tan Yun didn't budge an inch. Together, they opened their mouths, unleashing a blast towards Tan Yun, leaving behind only a blinding flash of smoke and fire. The woman snickered in astonishment. Impressive. That attack had the power of the soul refinement realm. Under that blow, Tan Yun will definitely be reduced to dust. The senior brother smugly said, "I thought it would take some effort to deal with Tan Yun, but who knew he was so stupid? He clearly knew it was a trap, yet he still willingly walked to his death." Tan Yun then faintly appeared within the flames, saying, "Aren't you two celebrating too early?" In his hand, the four spirits formation was even brought out. The two siblings stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. "What? You're actually unscathed? How is that possible?" Tan Yun commanded, "Hongmeng Godslayer sword." A single, light sword strike instantly shattered the four spirits formation, sending the two siblings flying, coughing up blood. "Damn it!" Tan Yun stepped forward to lecture them. "You only have this much strength, yet you dare try to kill me. Seems like you two are tired of living." Faced with Tan Yun's power, Lin Xin's voice trembled with horror as she yelled, "Senior brother, what do we do now that Tan Yun is about to kill us?" At this moment, Fan Jian was also terrified, his face twisted in pain as he said, "Tan Yun's strength is beyond my expectations. We can only retreat for now." After speaking, Fan Jian took out a golden talisman. Then, he instructed Lin Xin, "You hold Tan Yun back. I have a space-shifting talisman to save our lives. As long as it's activated successfully, it can take us away." Hearing this, Lin Xin replied, "All right." She launched an attack on Tan Yun. As Lin Xin rushed forward, she yelled loudly, "Tan Yun, taste my water dragon Sky Rend." As she finished speaking, a giant blue dragon appeared behind her, charging forward to attack Tan Yun along with her. Seeing this, Tan Yun showed no fear. He calmly raised his hand to block, coldly saying, "Useless." With that, Tan Yun poured all the spiritual energy in his body to combat Lin Xin's water dragon Sky Rend, and with just one move, Tan Yun heavily injured Lin Xin, sending her flying while vomiting blood. At this moment, Fan Jian had successfully opened the space-shifting portal. Seeing this, Lin Xin hurriedly yelled for help. "Senior brother, hurry, take me with you first." Ignoring Lin Xin's desperate plea, Fan Jian coldly smiled and replied, "Sorry, junior sister, this space-shifting can only take one person away. Don't worry, I'll definitely think of a way to avenge you after I return." After speaking, Fan Jian instantly disappeared, leaving Lin Xin alone to face death. Seeing Fan Jian's true colors, Lin Xin couldn't believe her eyes. She exclaimed in shock, "What? Tan Yun would never forgive anyone who plotted to kill him." Seeing Fan Jian about to escape, Tan Yun quickly moved closer and roared in anger, "You want to leave? Not that easy." Just as he got close, Fan Jian quickly entered the space-shifting portal. Before leaving, Fan Jian left a warning for Tan Yun. "Tan Yun, I will absolutely not forgive you." With that, Fan Jian successfully escaped, disappearing into space. Seeing this, Tan Yun was furious. He thought to himself, I still let him get away. This space-shifting talisman is quite mysterious. Forget it. He's in the inner sect anyway. He can't escape. On the other side, taking advantage of Tan Yun's inattention, Lin Xin crawled on the ground, trying to sneak away, muttering, don't see me, don't see me. Suddenly, a strike came towards her, shattering the ground and rocks, causing Lin Xin to jump in fright and scream. Her face filled with fear as she looked at Tan Yun, his eyes blazing with anger. He shouted, where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Lin Xin quickly knelt down and begged Tan Yun, please, spare me. It was all Fan Jian's plan. I was just following his orders. Then, Lin Xin crawled on the ground on her knees, approached Tan Yun, hugged his leg with both hands, and cried, I can pledge allegiance to you. As long as you spare me, I'll help you lure Fan Jian out so you can kill him after I return. Fan Jian abandoned me, and I want him to die too. Please give me a chance. Hearing Lin Xinyi's pleas, Tan Yun just chuckled and said, that piece of trash, Fan Jian. I can kill him as easily as flipping my hand. I don't need your help. Seeing her plea bargain fail, Lin Xinyi resorted to another trick, a seduction attempt. She slowly took off her jacket, saying, no, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you want. I'll do absolutely anything. I definitely won't disappoint you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xinyi had taken off her jacket. Hearing this, Tan Yun walked closer, lifted Lin Xinyi's chin, and leaned in to ask, anything at all? Lin Xinyi happily replied, yes, anything. Fan Jian was very satisfied with me. I'll definitely serve you well too. As soon as she finished speaking, Tan Yun swiftly and coldly slit Lin Xinyi's throat. As he struck, he said, just die. It was too sudden. Lin Xinyi didn't understand the pain, and forced out the question, why kill me? Tan Yun replied with a look of disdain. Because I find you disgusting. With that, he dusted off his hands and turned to leave. Scene change. At the Medicine Garden Spiritual Mountain, two handyman disciples were sadly talking about the recent events. The one in yellow sighed, Senior Brother Shen was arrested, and Tian Danyu is about to be executed. How did things turn out like this? Hearing this, the one in gray clenched his fist in anger and replied, I still can't figure it out. Why did those 5 soul-returning jade herbs die? Suddenly, Tan Yun appeared from behind, his face angry. As he overheard their conversation, he furiously asked, what are you guys talking about? What happened to Senior Brother Shen and Tian Danyu? Hearing this, the two immediately turned around, and seeing Tan Yun, they happily said, Senior Brother Tan, you're back. Not long after you left, the 5 soul-returning jade herbs that Tian Danyu was taking care of suddenly died. After the chief found out, he was furious, and ordered Tian Danyu to be executed and Senior Brother Shen to be arrested. Tian Danyu is now in the Medicine Gardens Plaza, and in half an hour he will be executed in front of everyone. Hearing this, Tan Yun couldn't help but be stunned, unable to believe that the soul-returning jade herbs had died. He remembered that when he left, the soul-returning jade herbs were clearly growing very well, and with Danya's meticulous personality, it was unlikely that there would be any mistakes. There's definitely something fishy going on. Without much talk, Tan Yun hurriedly said, where are the dead soul-returning jade herbs? Take me to see them first. Hearing this, the two disciples hurriedly replied, okay, right away. They immediately led Tan Yun to the location. Scene changed to half an hour later. At the Medicine Gardens Plaza, Tian Danyu was tied up and kneeling on the platform. Beside him was a burly executioner holding a sharp blade, in front of countless disciples in the Medicine Garden Spiritual Mountain. The disciples in the Medicine Garden were buzzing with discussion. They were saying, Danyu is the handyman disciple with the best caretaking skills in our Medicine Garden Spiritual Mountain, and he's meticulous. The death of the soul returning jade herbs definitely has nothing to do with him. Why do they want to execute him? The person next to him heard this and sighed in response. It's useless to say these things now. Even Senior Brother Shen has been arrested. Taking care of the soul-returning jade herbs is a task passed down by the immortal ancestors. It's a very important matter, and someone has to take the blame for messing it up. I heard that the elders are accusing Senior Brother Shen, and they might execute him soon too. It's time for the execution. The executioner raised his blade high, his face fierce, and shouted, the hour has arrived. Handyman disciple Tian Danyu did not take good care of the soul returning jade herbs, leading to their death. The chief has ordered his execution in front of everyone as an example. Hearing this, Tian Danyu trembled in fear and cried out, I took care of them seriously, every day. I don't know why the soul returning jade herbs died. At this moment, the executioner's blade was already raised high, and he shouted, execute! Now, Tian Danyu accepted his fate, and he cried out, it's over. I'll just have to accept this injustice. Suddenly there was a loud shout. Stop! It was Tan Yun who had arrived, successfully saving Tian Danyu from the blade of death. Without much talk, Tan Yun shattered the executioner's blade into pieces with one move. Seeing this, the executioner became angry. Tian Danyu widened his eyes, looked up, and saw his blade being destroyed. The executioner was furious, and he frowned and shouted, "Who is it? How dare you interfere with the execution? Are you courting death?" Hearing this, Tan Yun heroically jumped out, stood in front of the executioner, and calmly replied, "It is I." As he finished speaking, Tan Yun took out a soul-returning jade herb, raised it high, and continued, "I just checked the soul-returning jade herbs. They were poisoned to death by someone else. It has nothing to do with Tian Danyu." Hearing this, the crowd below couldn't help but be shocked, and they exclaimed, "What? The soul-returning jade herbs were poisoned? Who would do such a cruel thing?" This is clearly aimed at Senior Brother Shen. If what Senior Brother Tan said is true, then Danyu doesn't have to die. Hearing Tan Yun say this, the executioner was furious. He scolded, "Nonsense! The chief and the elders have already concluded how the soul-returning jade herbs died. How can a handyman like you interfere? Boy, you have committed a serious crime by interrupting the execution. Get out of here, you can't handle today's matter." After he finished speaking, he secretly thought in his head that Elder Liu Wu had instructed him to kill Tian Danyu. No matter what, this matter must not be ruined. So someone had ordered him. Seeing that the executioner still refused to give up, Tan Yun continued, "That's the truth. What can't I handle? I will report to the chief myself later. As long as we investigate, we can find out the truth." At this time, Tian Danyu tearfully asked, "Senior Brother Tan Yun, were the soul-returning jade herbs really poisoned by someone else? Then Senior Brother Shen and I are both okay." Hearing this, Tan Yun went forward to break Tian Danyu's shackles and replied, "That's right, believe me, you two will definitely be fine." The executioner standing nearby freaked out when he heard his name was Tan Yun, pointing at Tan Yun's face and yelling, "Hold on, you're Tan Yun!" Not long ago, Li Zitquan was found dead in Kai Mountain, and beside him was a line written in blood, "Tan Yun killed me." Hearing that Li Zitquan was dead, Tan Yun said in surprise, "That good-for-nothing Li Zitquan is dead, and they're blaming me for it." Seeing Tan Yun deny killing Li Zitquan, the guy laughed loudly and retorted, "What are you still pretending for? Right now, Elder Liu Wu is sending people to catch you, and you actually dared to deliver yourself right to our doorstep. Today, I'll conveniently take you back to justice and claim my reward from Elder Liu." Having said that, he immediately attacked Tan Yun with the 13 execution blades, then swiftly rushed forward and slashed towards Tan Yun. Tian Danyu saw this and panicked, shouting loudly, "Senior Brother Tan Yun, be careful." The errand disciples standing below were also worried, shouting, "This isn't good, Senior Brother Tan. Move away quickly. Damn it! You actually dared to sneak attack him." Tan Yun quickly observed with sharp eyes and smugly said, "Overestimating yourself." With just 2 fingers, Tan Yun was able to firmly grasp the executioner's green blade. Seeing this, the executioner was stunned and exclaimed in shock, "What? How is this possible? You actually managed to neutralize my decisive slash." But that wasn't all. Tan Yun used his other hand to channel his ki and directly delivered a painful blow to the executioner, sending him tumbling to the ground, lying motionless on the ground with a pained expression, groaning. After dealing with the executioner, Tan Yun turned and asked, "Danyu, where did they take Deacon Shen?" Hearing this, Tian Danyu quickly pointed towards a distant mountain and said, "Deacon Shen was taken to the Danmai main hall, and the disciplinary decision will be announced soon." Grasping the situation, Tan Yun quickly replied, "All right, I'm going right now." As he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait up!" Tan Yun looked back and saw a group of disciples from the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden. They proposed, "Senior Brother Tan, we're all really worried about Deacon Shen. Could we come along?" The crowd behind them collectively shouted, "Exactly! Deacon Shen has always treated us well, and now that he's in trouble, we can't just ignore him." "That's right, Senior Brother Tan. Please let us come along. Even if we can't help much, creating a bit of a presence won't be a problem." Hearing this, Tan Yun agreed. Immediately after, Tan Yun soared into the sky, heading towards the Danmai main hall. Seeing this, the Medicine Garden disciples followed closely behind. Tan Yun led the way, and they trailed after him. Tan Yun then said, "Then let's go save Deacon Shen together." "All right, let's go." Before long, they arrived at the Danmai main hall. Shen Qingfeng was kneeling before Grand Elder Shen Subing. Shen Subing said, "Shen Qingfeng, I trusted you, which is why I entrusted the soul-returning jade herbs to your care. Now all 5 of these soul-returning jade herbs have died. Is this how you repay my trust?" Shen Subing questioned Shen Qingfeng with an enraged expression. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng quickly kowtowed and admitted his fault. "Shen Qingfeng has failed the chief's expectations. I deserve death 1,000 times over." Observing from the outside, the second elder sensed something was off, and quickly said, "Chief, although this subordinate has had some disagreements with Deacon Shen has still accomplished quite a bit over the years. He has managed the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden for so many years. Even if he has no merits, he has suffered greatly, not to mention he is your trusted retainer. I hope you will consider this, and spare him this time." Although his words seemed to be helping Shen Qingfeng, for a sinister person like him it was no simple matter. Inside his head, Liu Wu was calculating. The chief is always fair and impartial in everything she does and absolutely hates showing favoritism. If I speak up for him like this, it'll definitely make the chief even angrier. Shen Qingfeng is dead for sure this time. Just as Liu Wu predicted, Shen Subing furiously shouted, "Silence! If I let Shen Qingfeng off today because of personal feelings, what will I do if someone else makes a mistake next time? Wouldn't the sect rules just be there for show then?" Having achieved his goal, Liu Wu cunningly replied. This subordinate admits his mistake. Outwardly he claimed to admit his mistake, but inwardly he was secretly rejoicing. With that said, Shen Qingfeng is definitely dead this time. Shen Subing walked down closer to Shen Qingfeng and declared loudly, "Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden Deacon Shen Qingfeng, seeing that you have failed in tending the spirit herbs, I command you to commit suicide to atone for your sins within the time it takes an incense stick to burn." Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng bowed his head and accepted the punishment. Below, the various elders were utterly astonished by this punishment, exclaiming in shock, "What? The chief intends to execute Shen Qingfeng?" Shen Qingfeng witnessed the chief's growth. Such an unusual relationship, this is truly unexpected. Another elder sighed and continued, "There's no other way. This matter involves the immortal Pillvein sect. If the higher-ups assign blame then, the chief won't be able to bear the consequences no matter what." Regarding Shen Qingfeng, even Wen Dai, Shen Subing's close attendant, stepped forward and said, "Young miss, please don't." He knelt and continued, "I beg young miss to consider all that Shen Qingfeng has done for the Shen clan, having dedicated his entire life to you, and spare him this one time." Suddenly someone burst in from outside, shouting loudly, "Why young miss?" It was Shen Qingfeng's younger brother, who tearfully knelt and said, "I beg you to consider this old servant's plight, and spare my elder brother this time. He is the only family this old servant has in this life. If he dies, then this old servant's life will lose all meaning." Seeing everyone step forward to plead for Shen Qingfeng, Shen Subing was at a loss, seemingly softening due to their actions. Seeing this, Shen Qingfeng gently called out, "Second brother, Wen Di." A sorrowful expression was etched deep in Shen Qingfeng's eyes as he continued, "Don't make things difficult for young miss anymore. This matter is originally my fault. To be able to see you all one last time before I die, I am already content." Hearing this, Shen Qingkui and Wen Dimuma burst into tears, calling out, "Big brother!" After Qingfeng finished instructing his younger brother and Wen Dimuma, Shen Qingfeng turned to Shen Subing and said, "Miss, this old servant made a mistake and implicated you because of it. I deserve to die 10,000 times." With that, he kowtowed before Shen Subing, admitting his mistake. Shen Qingfeng sobbed and continued, "I only hope that miss doesn't blame yourself. This old servant is willing." Without waiting any longer, Liu Wu brought the small knife towards Shen Qingfeng and said, "The time has come, Steward Shen. This old man will see you off on your final journey." He was secretly gloating, saying, "Shen Qingfeng, go die." Seeing this, Shen Qingfeng quickly took the knife in his hand, then stood up and said loudly, "Thank you, miss. This old servant will go first." Wen Dian and Shen Qingshu painfully watched their loved one depart before their eyes. Shen Qingshu comforted himself. Big brother, Qingshu Feng, set off in peace. After all, he was someone who had witnessed her growing up, and Shen Subing also felt a pang of guilt. She called out, "Uncle Feng." She knelt down and said with tears in her eyes, "Uncle Feng, you were very good to Subing. Subing will always remember it in her heart. Today, Subing is the one killing you, and she is at fault." Seeing Shen Subing tormenting herself and blaming herself, Shen Qingfeng hurriedly comforted her, saying, "Miss, I am the one who should apologize. If there is a next life, I am still willing to serve you." After saying that, Shen Qingfeng held the knife to his neck, closed his eyes, and tried to choke out, "Miss, I'm going now. Take care." Seeing this, Shen Subing, Wen Dai, and even Shen Qingkui were heartbroken and shed tears, thinking to themselves, Qingfeng, set off in peace. Only Liu Wu was secretly laughing, thinking with a smirk, "You dared to offend me, you all must die." At the critical moment, Tan Yun appeared. He charged straight into the main hall and shouted, "Steward, stop!" only to see Tan Yun riding on a sword, flying quickly towards Shen Qingfeng, his expression urgent. Following behind were hundreds of disciples from the Yaoyuan Lingshan, each riding a flying sword into the hall, shouting together, "Steward, stop!" Seeing this, Shen Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Tan Yun." It wasn't just him. The other elders couldn't help but be surprised as well. They looked up and said, Those are the miscellaneous disciples of Yaoyuan Lingshan? These guys dare to come out in full force. What do they want to do? Could it be that they want to see Shen Qingfeng off on his final journey?" Tan Yun landed gently and said earnestly, "Steward, forgive me. I'm late." Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng walked over and gently placed his hand on Tan Yun's shoulder, saying, "It's good that you came. You guys are so thoughtful, even coming to see me off on my final journey." Seeing this, Tan Yun hurriedly replied, "No, I've come to save you." Shen Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Tan Yun, asking, What? Save me? After saying that, Tan Yun went to Shen Subing and knelt down to pay his respects. Leader, according to my investigation, the Huanghun Yukao didn't die naturally but was poisoned to death. Hearing this, Shen Subing exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? On the other side, Liu Wu felt guilty and thought in fear, crap, has it been discovered? Tan Yun explained further. Leader, the poisoner is vicious. I suspect he did this perhaps to eliminate Shen's steward, or for some other purpose. Maybe this person is also in the main hall. Seeing Tan Yun talking nonsense, Xin Qingfeng panicked and ran over, whispering, Tan Yun, what nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. At this moment, Liu Wu, afraid that his secret would be exposed, angrily pointed at Tan Yun and said, How dare you talk nonsense, you little whelp? Are you suspecting that our Danmai has a traitor? Or are you trying to tell everyone that our Danmai is not united? After speaking, Liu Wu secretly speculated. So Tan Yun doesn't know who poisoned the herb. That makes it easier. Wen Dehei, who was standing beside him, also found it unreasonable, and went forward to persuade. Tan Yun, I understand your intention to save Steward Shen, but you absolutely cannot speak recklessly. Shen Subing angrily shouted, Let him continue, Tan Yun. Obey my command. Continue. I want to hear how the Huanghun Yukao was poisoned. If you dare to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being heartless. Perhaps Shen Subing herself wanted to take this opportunity to reverse the situation, she thought. This may be the only hope to save Shen Qingfeng. I hope Tan Yun can dig up real evidence. Witnessing the situation, an elder with a long beard said. The leader personally inspected the Huanghun Yukao many times and didn't find any traces of poisoning. The bald elder continued. Now the little brat Tan Yun is saying that the Huanghun Yukao was poisoned to death. Isn't this slapping the leader in the face? Hearing this, the bald guy standing next to him gestured for silence. He said, The leader wasn't directly killed, Tan Yun. Despite being suspected like that, it seems that the leader also doesn't want Shen's steward to die. This Tan Yun is loyal. All this is because he wants to save Shen Qingfeng. Hopefully he can get evidence to convince others. On the other side, Liu Wu smirked and secretly calculated. The Yisun poison that killed the Huanghun Yukao is colorless and odorless. I'll be damned if I believe Tan Yun can find any evidence. Seeing things were going south, Shen Qingfeng hurriedly kneeled and begged. Please, miss, calm your anger. Tan Yun was just anxious to save this old servant, and misspoke. I beg you to show mercy and not kill Tan Yun. Wen Dai, standing nearby, also put in a good word. Miss, Tan Yun has only been in the Dan sect for a short time and doesn't understand spiritual herbs, so he said those things. Please forgive him. With that, Shen Subing raised her hand to signal, saying, Enough, no more words. What I, Ben Zuo, have said is final. If Tan Yun can't produce evidence today, he must die. Shen Subing was more anxious than anyone at this moment, she secretly wondered. Although this Tan Yun was initially ostracized by me because of his talent issues, he has always acted with restraint. Could it be that he really saw some clues? Hearing this, Tan Yun bowed and replied, Many thanks, Chief. Tan Yun took out the rejuvenating jade herb and continued. This is the rejuvenating jade herb. Each branch and leaf represents a soul, with 3 branches and 3 leaves. The implication is the celestial soul, terrestrial soul, and vital soul within the 3 souls and 7 spirits of humans. Therefore, in ancient times, it was called the 3 souls celestial herb. Seeing Tan Yun's extensive knowledge, Shen Subing couldn't help but be surprised. She stared wide-eyed at Tan Yun, wondering to herself, how does this kid know that the rejuvenating jade herb is also called the 3 souls celestial herb? I only learned this from reading the Hainyun, Louis Medicinal Holy Canon of the founder. Tan Yun further explained. The power of the soul and spirit follows the natural principle of 7 sevens. After the 3 souls celestial herb dies, its core soul power will not dissipate for 7,749 days, and there is still a chance of survival. As long as it is properly nurtured, it can be revived even after death. If the rejuvenating jade herb dies normally, the core will be green for 49 days. As he spoke, Tan Yun broke a branch in half. Tan Yun held the core towards Shen Subing and continued. But now the core is black, so the rejuvenating jade herb must have been poisoned to death by someone. Chief, am I right? Tan Yun's eyes sharpened as he pressed Shen Subing for an answer. Shen Subing was frightened by Tan Yun's aura and took a few steps back in surprise. She thought to herself, this isn't even recorded in the spiritual herb holy canon, but analyzing it from a pharmacological perspective, what Tan Yun said is indeed very logical. Could it be that I was wrong? The other elders curiously picked up the rejuvenating jade herb and observed it, discussing among themselves. The core is indeed black. Could it be that everything Tan Yun said is true? I was fortunate enough to meet some seniors in the immortal sect who refined the rejuvenating jade herb into medicine, and the core of the rejuvenating jade herb that was dug up was indeed green at that time. This matter is very simple to verify. Tan Yun probably wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. It seems that the death of the rejuvenating jade herb has nothing to do with Shen Qingfeng. Hearing that Tan Yun's words were reasonable, Shen Subing calmly replied, Tan Yun, continue. Why did the rejuvenating jade herb ultimately die? Tan Yun replied. The person who poisoned it used a colorless and odorless substance. Under the circumstances of having someone guarding it, the person who poisoned it probably used a stealth talisman to get close, and then used a chronic poison to slowly dry out the rejuvenating jade herb, and ultimately shift all the blame onto Steward Shen. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng became furious and shouted, I'm so angry, who has such a vicious mind? Who dares to harm me? Who dares to harm them? The elders standing outside observing also angrily cursed, Damn it, how could such a degenerate appear in our Dan sect? This is a major event entrusted by the immortal sect. This matter is the work of someone with a sinister mind. If this old man finds out who did it, I will definitely kill him with one palm. Seeing the situation was not good, Liu Wu gritted his teeth in anger and glanced at Tan Yun, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this Tan Yun, who would have thought that he could accurately determine the cause just based on the dried-up rejuvenating jade herb? What to do now? Surely the investigation won't reach me, right? Seeing that things were gradually becoming clear, Shen Subing continued. Tan Yun, if this matter is as you said, then Benzuo will definitely not let the person who poisoned it die easily. Shen Subing's expression became terrifying as she angrily shouted. Seeing this, Tan Yun calmly asked, Chief, now that it has been proven that the death of the rejuvenating jade herb is not related to Steward Shen, may I ask if Steward Shen is innocent? Shen Subing lowered her head and sighed, replying, You're not wrong, Steward Shen is indeed innocent. After speaking, Shen Subing turned and bowed, saying, I apologize, Uncle Feng. Subing blamed the wrong person. Seeing this, Shen Qingfeng quickly helped her up and softly said, Miss, don't blame yourself. This is all the fault of the person who poisoned it. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing that Shen Qingfeng was cleared of suspicion, the handyman disciples cheered joyfully. That's great! Steward Shen is innocent? It's all thanks to Tan Yun. It's fortunate that Tan Yun came back in time, or else something big would have happened. Wen Day, standing beside Shen Qinghui, turned and asked, Qinghui, your eye for talent is truly good. Tan Yun is indeed a good seed. This is just the beginning. I believe Tan Yun will definitely achieve something. With a smile, Shen Subing walked towards Shen Wen Day and said clearly, Sixth Elder, I am entrusting the full investigation of this matter to you. You know what to do, right? Seeing this, Wen Di replied with a heroic spirit. Reporting to the chief, this subordinate will immediately summon 3,000 soul-sniffing beasts to investigate the Spirit Mountain Herb Garden. The soul-sniffing beasts are extremely sensitive to smells. As long as the person who poisoned it came close to the rejuvenating jade herb, this subordinate will definitely be able to drag them out. Seeing that Shen Wende had a specific plan, Shen Subing said, Very good, go do it immediately. After speaking, she turned and instructed, Qingfeng, Tanyun, you guys come in. The others wait outside for the results of Sixth Elder's investigation. Anyone who dares to leave without authorization will be killed. Hearing this, Tan Yun and Shen Qingfeng obeyed. Over here, Liu Wu fearfully cursed inwardly. Damn it, at this rate the investigation will definitely reach Li Ziquan, and then involve me. No, I have to prepare in advance. Scene change. Inside the main hall, Shen Subing said, Tan Yun, I owe you big time today. Thanks to you I didn't screw up majorly, but I gotta ask, where the heck did you learn about the soul-returning Jaden herb? Seeing this, Tan Yun quickly replied, My family has this old scroll with notes about combining spiritual herbs, including the soul-returning jade herb. That wasn't the truth at all. Tan Yun was hiding the truth, thinking to himself, a low-level spiritual herb like the soul-returning jade herb. In the heavenly realm, I used to grow them as ornamental plants in my courtyard. Hearing Tan Yun's explanation, Shen Subing immediately believed him and said, So that's how it is. She waved her hand and continued, If we can find the poisoner this time, you'll have done a great service. The head disciple will definitely reward you. You can leave now. After she finished speaking, Tan Yun replied, Okay. Disciple takes his leave. Then, he turned and left. After that, Shen Subing walked over to Shen Qingfeng. Call Uncle Feng. Tan Yun was willing to offend even me to save someone. His character isn't bad. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng quickly replied, Young miss, Tan Yun not only has good character, but he's also incredibly strong. A few days ago, Li Xian, a disciple under the 12th elder Shu Wu, caused trouble at the medicine garden. Tan Yun killed him on the spot in a single fight. With that kind of strength he could easily rank in the top 300 among the 60,000 inner disciples of the Pill sect. Having him as a handyman is a real waste of talent. Shen Qingfeng secretly speculated that the young miss's impression of Tan Yun had changed. If he could use this opportunity to get rid of Tan Yun's handyman status, that would be awesome. However, Shen Subing had her own thoughts, saying, Forget it. Even if Tan Yun is strong, he's still a soul-crippled trash who can't reach the soul refinement realm. It's all for nothing. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng could only sigh. At a loss for words, Shen Subing continued. Right now, we can only hope that Head Tang's condition improves. If his condition worsens and the immortal sect sends someone to retrieve the soul returning jade herb, we won't be able to hand it over, and that's when the real trouble starts. Shen Xingfeng quickly replied. Head Tang is a good person. The heavens will protect him. Nothing bad will happen. Hearing this, Shen Subing sighed and said, I hope so. Scene change. The next day. It's been a day. I wonder if Shen Wende has found out who poisoned the soul-returning jade herb yet. Everyone in the main hall was anxiously curious. Seeing this, one of them quickly reassured, Don't worry. With 3,000 olfactory spirit beasts, we can definitely find the mastermind. Once we catch him, we'll make sure his soul is destroyed. On the other side, Liu Wu was terrified, taking out a pill, looking at it with a pensive expression. If I'm found out, I can only use the memory-erasing pill to erase my memories of ordering Li Zituan to poison the herb. That way, even if the head searches my soul, he won't find anything. Suddenly, from outside, Shen Wende rushed in and shouted, Head, I've found the poisoner! Everyone in the main hall exclaimed in shock. You found him. Hearing this, Liu Wu swallowed the memory-erasing pill. Shen Subing, upon hearing the news, rushed over and said, Elder Liu, who is the poisoner, Shen Wende, quickly reported, a few days ago, Li Zituan, a disciple under 12th Elder Liu Wu, died unexpectedly in the mining mountains, 500 miles east of the Spirit Herb Garden. After investigation, all 3,000 olfactory spirit beasts confirmed that he was the one who poisoned the soul-returning jade herb. Mentioning Li Zituan, Shen Subing's eyes turned sharp. She angrily shouted, 12th Elder, Li Zituan is your disciple. Do you have anything to say? Seeing Shen Subing's anger, Liu Wu quickly knelt down and said, Head, please calm your anger. This subordinate is guilty. It's all because I didn't teach him properly, resulting in such a damned disciple. Still angry, Liu Wu, with a cunning expression, continued, feigning sincerity. This subordinate is ashamed before the head. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Wu spat out blood, the blood splattering everywhere, falling on the floor. Seeing this, the other elders shouted in panic. Oh no, Elder Liu is so enraged that he vomited blood. For the 12th elder's lineage to produce such a disciple is truly a misfortune for the sect. Who would have thought Elder Liu would be so angry that he vomited blood? Witnessing everything, Tan Yun sensed something was off. He thought to himself, something's not right. Why does the blood Liu Wu just vomited smell like ancient pills? Could it be the memory-erasing pill? I get it. Li Zituan was ordered to poison the herb by that bastard Liu Wu. I and Steward Shen both have conflicts with him. He wants to use the soul-returning jade herb incident to get rid of us. To avoid the head's investigation, he drank the memory-erasing pill. What a cunning old dog. Tan Yun angrily glared at Liu Wu with resentment in his eyes. Shen Subing had also seen through Liu Wu's charade. She angrily scolded, Liu Wu, stop pretending. Li Zituan is your disciple. After all, I don't believe you didn't know anything. If you don't have a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Seeing this, Liu Wu frantically made excuses. Head, Tan Yun killed Li Zihan before, and then Steward Shen protected Tan Yun. So, Li Zituan's actions were mostly to avenge his older brother, Li Zihan. This has seriously got nothing to do with me, sect leader. If you don't believe me, you can check my soul's memories. He then started kowtowing and begging. Seeing this, the elders standing by were also surprised by his actions. They said, Elder Liu actually dares to let the sect leader check his soul's memories. It's mostly unrelated to him then. That's right, this must have been all Li Zikuan's idea. Sect leader, considering Elder Liu's dedication over the years, spare his life. Tan Yun calmly observed the situation. Chuckling inwardly at Liu Wu's charade, he said, Well, Liu Wu, you're certainly ruthless to yourself. Too bad you can fool others but not me. But now his relevant memories have been erased. Even if I expose him, the sect leader won't be able to find anything. I'd just be stuck with the reputation of using my position for personal revenge. Better to wait for a chance to deal with him later. Seeing everyone pleading for Liu Wu, Shen Subing made a decision. Liu Wu, your crime deserves death, but you'll be spared. From now on, I sentence you to kneel in the Spirit Herb Garden as penance. You may only rise when Leader Tang's condition improves. Hearing this, Liu Wu frantically asked, What if Leader Tang's condition worsens? Before he could finish, Shen Subing interrupted. Then you, this sect leader, and even Shen the steward will await our heads to fall. With that, she immediately turned and left. Shen Subing ordered, Qingfeng, Qinghui, stay behind. The other elders, enter the great mystic realm to search for the 8th order soul restoration, Jade Herb. Hearing the order, everyone responded in unison, yes. After everything was settled, the unwilling Liu Wu glanced at Shen Subing and cursed inwardly. Shen Subing, you bitch, you dare punish me to kneel in the herb garden. I swear, sooner or later I will get my revenge and turn you into my plaything. On the other side, Tan Yun looked at Liu Wu with disdain, muttering, You don't have much longer to live, so just enjoy the last brief moments of your life. Shen Qinghui approached Shen Subing, stroking his beard, and asked, Ms., what Liu Wu said earlier sounded reasonable, but I always felt like something was off, like Liu Wu had anticipated this from the start. Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng continued Qinghui's words. That's right, miss, do you really believe what that Lu Wu said? Finishing his sentence, Shen Subing angrily shouted, "Of course I don't completely believe him. I even think that Lu Wu ordered Li Ziquan to kill the soul restoration jade herb." Hearing this, Shen Qingqi and Shen Qingfeng both exclaimed in surprise. "What? How did you see through that?" Shen Subing then explained further. "Because I have advanced to a low-tier grand alchemist, that Lu Wu thought he could fool me with the memory-obscuring pill. But little did he know that my blood essence sensed the aura of the pill in his blood." Hearing this, Shen Qingfeng went berserk and shouted, "Damn it! So that's why that bastard Lu Wu was suddenly helping me. Turns out he was the one causing trouble behind my back." Afterwards, Shen Qingfeng turned to ask Shen Subing, "Miss, now that you know Lu Wu is the one pulling the strings, why don't you order his arrest?" Shen Subing sighed and replied, "It's not that simple. Lu Wu took the memory-obscuring pill without leaving any openings for us, and his master is the 4th elder of the Immortal Gates alchemy sect. We can't touch him now, we can only wait for a way to deal with him later." Hearing Shen Subing's seemingly reasonable words, Shen Qingfeng and Shen Qingqi replied, "Miss is right. No matter what, Miss breaking through to a low-tier grand alchemist is a joyous occasion. In that case you can rightfully become an elder of the Immortal Gates alchemy sect." Shen Subing quickly replied, "This is no time to worry about that. If the people of the Immortal Gate find out that the soul restoration jade herb was poisoned, I will definitely be held accountable. At that point, forget about becoming an elder. I'm afraid I won't even be able to protect my life." Shen Qingqi called out to Subing, intending to say something more, "Miss," but she turned her head and raised her hand, saying, "Forget it, you two go out first, I want to be alone." The two Shen stewards had no choice but to obey. In the room, only Shen Subing was left alone, her whole body trembling. Subing raised her hand to wipe away tears, praying, "Mother, if you have a spirit in heaven, you must protect Binger through this difficult time. Only by entering the Immortal Gate will I have a chance to get revenge." Just then, a crisp laugh rang out, along with a voice, "Subing, this old man has come to visit you again." The person who came was the 3rd elder of the Immortal Gates alchemy sect, Zhu Wuyun. Shen Subing saw him and went forward to bow. Subing did not know that the 3rd elder would personally grace us with his presence. "I have been remiss in my welcome, I beg for forgiveness." The perverted Zhao Wuyun smiled, grabbed her hand and caressed it, saying, "Subing, you don't need to be so polite with me, I've never treated you like a junior." Seeing that he had no good intentions, Shen Subing quickly withdrew her hand. She said sternly, "3rd elder, please show some self-respect. If you act like this again, I'll ask Leader Tang to help me uphold justice." Hearing this, Zhu Wuyun couldn't help but get angry. He immediately changed his expression, coldly sneering, "Shen Subing, there are plenty of women who want to climb into this elder's bed, but you're the only one I've taken a liking to. If you don't know what's good for you, don't regret it later." Shen Subing didn't care about his meaning. She turned away abruptly, expressing, "This subordinate only regards you as a senior. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take her leave." Not achieving his intentions at this point, Zhu Wuyun took out the Immortal Gates token and raised it high, shouting, "Stop! Who said I have nothing else, Leader Shen? Receive the order." Shen Subing was angry, but when she turned around and saw the token, so she suppressed her anger and bowed her head, saying, "Yes, elder." Old Zhu Wuyun loudly ordered, "Hallmaster Tang's condition is worsening. Our Danish immortal sect elders have decided to refine the Soul Restoration Supreme Pill in a month. I'm giving you a month to prepare the rules for the level 7 Blue Spirit Wings, Netherworld Soulstone, level 9 Lotus Spirit Wings, and a 3,000-year-old Rescue Flame Spirit Grass." Shen Subing was so angry that she trembled, but she still had to suppress it and reply, "Understood." Not stopping there, old Zhu Wuyun glanced at her with disdain, reminding, "Oh right, also prepare those 5 soul restoration jade grasses I asked you to cultivate last time. I'll be coming to collect them in a month." With that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to warn, "If the spirit herbs aren't ready, and it delays the pill refinement, 100 lives won't be enough to pay for it." At this moment, Shen Subing couldn't hold on any longer, and she trembled and collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her face. Shen Subing thought desperately, "What should my child and I do?" Meanwhile, at the Spirit Herb Garden, Tan Yun watched Lu Yun kneeling in repentance and couldn't help but think, Lu Yu's strength isn't weak, and he's kneeling in front of everyone. If I kill him, it'll alarm others. Looks like I can only temporarily spare his dog life. After thinking, Tan Yun turned and asked, "Tian Danyu, does our Danish sect have any magical artifacts like the mustard seed space pagoda that disciples can enter to cultivate?" He said to himself, "I obtained quite a few fire seeds from the intersect market. I must quickly refine them to increase my strength." Tian Danyu cautiously replied, "We do. And it's right in the Eastern Martial Arts Arena 1,000 miles from here, but it seems like none of us janitorial disciples can enter." Hearing this, Tan Yun frowned and asked, puzzled, "Why is that? Doesn't the space-time mustard seed pagoda allow janitorial disciples to enter?" Tian Danyu explained, "It's not that. It's just that each time you enter the space-time mustard seed pagoda, It costs 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Other Danish disciples can refine pills to earn some money. They don't care about the fee. At this time, Danyu sighed and expressed, "But how can we janitorial disciples have so much money to cultivate?" After hearing this, Tan Yun simply replied, "So that's how it is." Tan Yun took out a spatial ring and gave it to Danyu. "Take it, Danyu. You've been stuck at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm for a long time. There are 500,000 low-grade spirit stones in this ring. Use them to enter the pagoda and cultivate." The reason Tan Yun did this was because he calculated that 500,000 low-grade spirit stones were a small matter to him, but for Danyu it was a timely help. Danyu looked at the ring in a panic, then immediately refused, saying, "This won't do, Senior Brother Tan. I can't take your spirit stones. You've helped me so many times." Tan Yun didn't want to persuade him any further, and shoved the ring into Danyu's hand, saying, "I told you to take it, so take it." With that, he channeled his qila and left, not forgetting to instruct, "I'll go ahead. Remember to cultivate hard." Tian Danyu clutched the ring tightly, his eyes brimming with tears, and thanked silently, "Senior Brother Tan, thank you." Tan Yun flew and thought, "I can't control others, but for the people around me, if I can help, I should let them live a little better." Before long, Tan Yun arrived at the Danish martial arts arena, where about 7 or 8 space-time mustard seed pagodas were built next to each other. In front of the Danish martial arts arena, there were already many disciples waiting. The crowd was noisy, and after waiting for a long time they couldn't help but complain, "Damn it! Every time, the disciples under the 12 elders can get a spot, but we have to wait." Another person sighed and expressed, "There's no other way. Who said the martial arts arena is managed by the 12 elders? Of course they have more advantages than others." One person spoke up, "But I heard that the 12 elders were recently punished to kneel in the spirit herb garden, and it's said to be related to Tan Yun." Those who hadn't heard the news asked in surprise, "Tan Yun, the guy who killed Li Zihan?" The crowd continued to gossip. His brothers have been holding back their anger recently, looking for Tan Yun to take revenge. The person being mentioned was secretly passing by them, thinking, "Today, I just want to focus on cultivating. I hope no one without eyes comes to provoke me." But as soon as he thought that, someone came to cause trouble on their own accord. He deliberately said loudly, "Oh, today is a rare guest." That person was Pang Jia. He sneered sarcastically, "I didn't expect a janitorial disciple to come here." Tan Yun knew he wouldn't have peace today. He sighed and thought, "Can't these guys let me have some peace?" Pang Jia continued to ask contemptuously, "Little bastard, I heard that someone named Tan Yun in your janitorial disciples killed Li Zihan. Quickly tell this grandpa the process. If you tell it well, there will be a reward. If you don't, I'll break your dog legs." Those who were waiting to enter the mustard seed pagoda recognized this person and were all indignant. "It's Pang Jia, that guy is bullying people again. This bastard relies on being the grandson of the 3rd elder. He's arrogant and domineering. The disciples who just arrived here were all bullied by him. This janitorial disciple seems to have had a hard time earning enough spirit stones to come here, but as a result he encountered Pang Jia. It seems that not only will he not be able to enter the pagoda, but the spirit stones he worked so hard to earn will also be snatched away by Pang Jia." Tan Yun suddenly turned around, pretending to ask, "Little bastard? Are you talking about me?" Seeing this, Pang Jia cursed angrily, "Nonsense! Of course I'm talking about you. Aren't you janitorial disciples, little bastards? Letting me call you bastards is already elevating you. You're the kind who wag their tails when called and run away with their tails between their legs when chased away. Today, if you can make this grandpa happy, I'll reward you with some bones to eat." Hearing this, Tan Yun suddenly stepped in front of him and said, "I don't know how to make others happy." Then he unexpectedly threw a punch, knocking Pang Jia to the ground, and slammed a fist right into his face, saying, "But I can beat you until you call for your mommy." Tan Yun's punch was so powerful that the courtyard bricks even cracked, and the sound was deafening. Not only that, but when he retracted his fist, most of Pang Jia's teeth had been broken. The disciples who witnessed this couldn't help but gape in astonishment, exclaiming, "Holy crap, am I seeing things? That chore disciple dared to hit Pang Jia? That kid's gone crazy. He even dares to hit the 3rd elder's grandson. Doesn't he know who he's messing with? He's done for. If this kid doesn't die today, he'll be crippled." The 2 followers behind Pang Jia rushed to help him up, asking, "Senior Brother Pang, how are you, Senior Brother Pang? Are you okay?" Pang Jia finally came to his senses, angrily pointing at Tan Yun and shouting, "You son of a BTCH, you dare hit me. What are you standing there for? Get over there and cripple this guy's limbs for me. I want him to wish he was dead." His subordinates, hearing the order, charged forward, shouting, "You little bastard, you dare hit Senior Brother Pang? You're tired of living. Today we'll let you know there are people you can't mess with," Pang Jia yelled, giving another order, "And cripple his 3rd leg for me too." Tan Yun showed no fear. He stomped his foot on the ground, scornfully saying, "A bunch of trash, all of you get lost." With just this stomp, he unleashed a powerful force that knocked down those who had charged at him. Some even spat out blood, while others screamed, "What is this?" Pang Jia, seeing his men being defeated, gaped in horror. How is this possible? These guys are elites. that my uncle, the third elder, sent to protect me, each of them at least at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, yet they were crippled with just one move. Tan Yun approached Pang Xia, who was slumped on the ground, and asked in a cold voice, "You just said you wanted to cripple my arms and legs." Pang Xia's face turned pale with fear, and he trembled as he asked, What do you want to do? I warn you, my uncle is the third elder of the inner sect. If you... Before he could finish speaking, Tan Yun directly slapped him hard, cursing him as trash. Struck hard, Pang Xia flew backward a distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then struggled to get up, asking, "You, who the hell are you?" Tan Yun casually walked past him, replying, "I am Tan Yun. Feel free to seek revenge any time." Afterward, Tan Yun frowned, inwardly despising him. "No need to bother with this kind of trash, it's beneath me." Watching him swagger into the mustard seed tower, the other disciples started gossiping. "I was wondering why this chore disciple was so arrogant. Turns out he's Tan Yun who killed Li Zihan." Dealing with all of Pang Xia's men on his own, Tan Yun's strength is indeed very strong. What's the point of not breaking through to the soul-forging realm if you're strong? The more arrogant Tan Yun is now, the more miserable his death will be later. Ignoring the disciples' chatter, Tan Yun walked to the fee collection hall of the mustard seed time tower. Duan Zhen, who seemed to be in charge of the place, was pondering. Elder Liu Yu is currently being punished to kneel in the spirit herb garden. I have to find a way to tell his father about this. His father is the third elder of the Pill Immortal sect. He definitely has a way to save him. And that Tan Yun, who killed Li Zihan, can't be let off either. At this moment, Tan Yun walked in, talking to himself. Cultivating for 3 days in the normal mustard seed time tower is equivalent to 1 day outside. It's still a bit slow for me. I better get into the supreme grade mustard seed time tower, but how do I get in? Hearing him, Duan Zhen noticed him. He reached out and introduced himself. "I am the deacon of the fee collection hall. This is your first time here. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Seeing this, Tan Yun bowed, expressing, "Disciple Tan Yun greets deacon. Sir, may I ask, what do I need to enter the supreme grade mustard seed time tower?" Hearing his name, Duan Zhen exclaimed in surprise, "You are Tan Yun." Tan Yun didn't hide it, saying, "That's right. Does deacon sir know me?" He also thought to himself, "Is this another troublemaker?" Old Duan Zhen panicked slightly. He coughed awkwardly twice and replied, "I heard that there is a very strong disciple in the herb garden. Now that I've met you today, it's indeed well deserved." Tan Yun didn't ask anything further. He expressed, "Deacon sir overpraises me. Disciple wants to enter the supreme grade mustard seed time tower. Please arrange it, deacon sir." Old Duan Zhen pretended to be regretful, saying, "Then you've come at the wrong time. The supreme grade mustard seed time tower opens once every 3 months. And it's been only a month and a half since the last opening. If you want to enter, you could only wait another month and a half." Hearing this, Tan Yun smiled and replied, "Disciple understands. Then I'll cultivate in the normal mustard seed time tower first. May I ask, deacon sir, what should I do? Do I have to line up first?" Old Duan Zhen smiled. He pointed towards a pagoda, saying, "Kid, you're in luck. In half an hour, a disciple named Ye Ling in pagoda number 666 will finish his closed-door cultivation. You pay your spirit stones now and go straight to it." Hearing this, Tan Yun handed over a ring full of spirit stones. He stated his request. "Thank you, deacon sir. Disciple wants to cultivate for 18 days. Here are the spirit stones. Please take a look." Duan Zhen waved his hand, smiling friendly. "Yeah, the amount is correct. Go quickly." Tan Yun immediately said decisively, "All right," and turned to leave. After he had walked a distance, Duan Zhen's expression changed, and he smiled sinisterly. He took out a communication stone and ordered, "Ye Ling, stop cultivating immediately. Yuan's chance has come." The person named Ye Ling responded, "Disciple has stopped cultivating. What are your orders, Elder Duan?" Duan Zhen then conveyed, "Tan Yun killed Li Zihan, and Elder Liu has always wanted to eliminate him. Today, Tan Yun happened to come to cultivate. I just told Tan Yun to go to the tower you're at, and after half an hour you'll exit and find an excuse to kill Tan Yun." Got it. Through the token with the character Ye on it, Ye Ling replied, "Disciple understands, with me taking action, that Tan Yun is definitely dead." After arranging everything, old Duan Zhen couldn't help but think smugly, "Very good. Ye Ling is one of Elder Liu's 3 great direct disciples, and his combat power is higher than that Li Zihan. With him taking action, Tan Yun has no chance of survival." Tan Yun waited at the time-space Jade Tower 666 for half an hour. He calculated in his mind, half an hour is up, that Yi Ling should be coming out soon. Just as he finished thinking, the door of the treasure tower opened, and Ye Ling swaggered out. As soon as they saw him, the disciples outside congratulated and flattered him. "Congratulations, senior brother Ye Ling, for your great progress in cultivation. After this seclusion, senior brother Ye Ling should be in the top 150 of our Danmai's combat power list. That's for sure. Senior brother Ye Ling has the supreme twin soul physique of wind and lightning. He is the top genius disciple of Elder Zhuo. Although senior brother Li Xian is dead, with senior brother Ye Ling here, he will definitely be able to restore our prestige." Ye Ling was pleased to hear these compliments, but still pretended to be modest and said, "You're too kind." He suddenly glanced at Tan Yun, thinking as he looked, "That kid is Tan Yun, huh? I have to come up with a reasonable excuse to force him to make a move." Meanwhile, Tan Yun also looked back indifferently, thinking to himself, "Another disciple of that old dog Lu. Why do I keep running into these flies everywhere? Forget it. Cultivating in the tower is more important, ignoring them." But Ye Ling didn't let him go. He pointed directly at Tan Yun and shouted, "Bastard! How dare you curse at me?" Tan Yun hadn't said anything but was suddenly framed. He turned his head and said, "I didn't say anything just now, how could I have cursed at you?" But Ye Ling was already finding fault and making excuses, so he kept making things difficult for Tan Yun, saying with a dark face, "Don't think I didn't hear you just because you spoke softly. Just now when others were praising me, you said I was trash." The other disciples didn't know what was right or wrong. They turned to ask each other, "Did you hear this kid cursing senior brother Ye Ling?" I didn't hear it, but senior brother Ye Ling's cultivation is much higher than ours. It's normal for him to be able to hear it. Who cares what he says? He's just a menial disciple. What if senior brother Ye Ling makes an excuse to teach him a lesson?" Tan Yun asked with a dark face. "What exactly do you want?" Even though he asked that, he had already guessed what was going on. "This Ye Ling is a disciple of Lu Wu. He probably recognized my identity and is deliberately causing trouble." Ye Ling had no intention of revealing his conspiracy. He channeled his spiritual energy, emitting a streak of blue-green spiritual energy, and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." Then he suddenly flew over, intending to grab Tan Yun's head. "How dare a lowly menial disciple insult me? You must be tired of living." Tan Yun wasn't going to stand still either. He was also angry, snorted, and focused his strength into his fist, saying, "You don't need a reason to accuse someone." The two sides rushed up to exchange blows, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy collided with each other. The disciples outside were blown away by the shockwave of the collision, and everyone exclaimed, "Senior brother Ye Ling's palm is so powerful that menial disciple is definitely dead. What nonsense are you talking about? That menial disciple probably won't die. Don't you think senior brother Ye Ling will be punished by the sect rules for killing a menial disciple? However, even if that menial doesn't die from this palm, he'll probably only have half a life left." The spiritual energy collision was too strong. At this time, an explosion occurred. After the smoke and fire cleared, Tan Yun was still safe and sound, while Ye Ling looked rather embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, how can this kid's strength be so strong?" Tan Yun couldn't help but say disdainfully, "With your skills, do I need to whisper when I call you trash?" When the disciples saw that Tan Yun wasn't dead, everyone's mouths dropped open, shocked. How is this possible? The one who's injured is senior brother Ye Ling, but that menial disciple is unscathed. Who is this kid anyway? He's only at the 7th level of the fetal soul realm, yet he has the strength to challenge someone above his level. I know. He must be Tan Yun. Among the menial disciples, only Tan Yun, who killed Li Xian, has such strong strength. Ye Ling refused to admit defeat. He pointed at Tan Yun and sneered, "Challenge, Tan Yun. I didn't use my real strength just now, that's why you took advantage. If you really have the guts, fight a life and death battle with me in front of everyone. Do you dare?" As they say, no tears until you see the coffin. Tan Yun had no choice but to agree to him. "Since you're so determined to die, then I'll grant your wish, Ye Ling. I accept your life and death battle." Others saw a crowd gathering in front of the pagoda and came to watch. Out of curiosity, someone shouted, "Ye Ling wants to fight a life and death battle with Tan Yun. Life and death battles are rare, and this time one person is a direct disciple of the 12th elder, and the other is the recently famous menial disciple, Tan Yun. This time there's a good show to watch. Last time Tan Yun killed Li Zihan under the 12th elder. This time, Ye Ling will definitely wash away the humiliation." Old Duan Zhen affirmed smugly, "Tan Yun, you're definitely dead this time." At this time, in the clouds, Elder Wendi was observing on his sword. His expression was full of worry, and he sighed, thinking, "Tan Yun, oh Tan Yun, Qing Feng told me to take care of you. I just came here to see what was happening, but I just didn't pay attention, and you accepted a life and death battle. That Ye Ling's strength is far greater than Li Jian's. This is troublesome." The crowd started raising their hands and shouting, "Shu Feng, avenge! Senior brother Li Zihan. Senior brother Yi must kill that damn trash disciple who dared to accept a life and death battle with you. He's courting death." Ye Ling pretended to be noble, cupping his fist and assuring, "Rest assured, everyone, Tan Yun is definitely going to die today." With that, he clapped his hands together in front of his chest, releasing a surge of lightning spiritual power, a power that seemed incredibly potent. Onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, "That's senior brother Ye's renowned Wind Lightning Infinity formation from the combat ranking of the Pildao. that Tan Yun is trapped within senior brother Ye's purgatory wind lightning. Now he can't escape, even if he wanted to. Tan Yun is absolutely dead meat. But Tan Yun wasn't fazed at all. He raised 2 fingers, forming a hand seal, and said, "If you want to play with formations, then I'll play along." Hongmeng God-slaying sword formation. And, as soon as he finished speaking, countless Hongmeng sword intents rained down. Ye Ling, unaware of the formation's power, couldn't help but sneer. "You think a little sword formation can stop my purgatory wind lightning? You're dreaming." He crossed his arms and roared, "Die, purgatory wind lightning, unleash your power." He began to hurl bolts of lightning towards Tan Yun. Tan Yun coldly retaliated. Sword formation infinity, the power of metal. He swept his hands horizontally. And instantly, the golden Hongmeng sword intent surged outwards, swirling into a colossal vortex that began to obliterate the purgatory wind lightning. The vortex's power was so immense that it sent onlookers flying, forcing them to raise their arms to lessen the impact. Some cried out, The power is too strong. Damn it, Tan Yun is just a trash disciple. How does he know such a powerful technique? What's the result? The light is too blinding. I can't see what's happening inside." Elder Wende, observing from above, also sighed inwardly. The power of metal is too strong. Ye Ling's spirit root is the power of wind lightning. This definitely isn't coming from him. Realizing something, his face darkened in shock. Could it be Tan Yun? At that moment, down in the arena, the vortex of metal power dissipated, simultaneously shattering Ye Ling's purgatory wind lightning formation. He trembled in horror, asking, Where did you get this sword formation?" Tan Yun smirked in response. "I created it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Ling fell to his knees, then collapsed backward, his body riddled with countless cuts, fresh blood gushing out. He stammered, So ridiculous for me to have looked down on you. I am the real idiot." The surroundings were eerily silent. Until after a while everyone reacted. Everyone's faces paled, their mouths agape in disbelief, saying, Am I hallucinating? Senior brother Ye was killed by Tan Yun? How is this possible? I don't believe it. How could senior brother Ye lose? Someone taunted Ye Ling's supporters from earlier, shouting, "Tan Yun is too OP. He wiped out Ye Ling without a scratch. He's definitely the strongest trash disciple in Huangfu Holy Sect's history." Old Duan Zhen was also furious. Gnashing his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it, even Ye Ling isn't a match for that Tan Yun." He turned to leave, reminding himself, "No, I must report this to Liu Zhanglao immediately." Tan Yun noticed him leaving and guessed some things, he thought. From Ye Ling's behavior earlier, he clearly received a special message to wait for me here. This must be related to that steward. But my immediate priority is to enter the training tower and absorb the spiritual fire. As for this steward, I'll find a chance to deal with him after I come out. With that thought, Tan Yun turned and entered the pagoda. Elder Wendell exclaimed in delight, "I was right. Tan Yun used the power of metal. He's not a trash spirit root at all." Then, he flew away on his sword, urging himself, "I must quickly inform Qingfeng and the sect leader so that Tan Yun can escape his trash disciple status." Meanwhile, at the Ling Mountain Herb Garden, Liu Wu was still kneeling there. He was so angry that veins bulged on his face as he gnashed his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I've been kneeling here for days. Has that useless Duan Zhen finally passed this on to my father?" No sooner had he thought of it, Duan Zhen actually appeared, kneeling before him to pay his respects. Subordinate greets Elder Liu Wu, seeing him, immediately cursed, "Duan Zhen, you son of a cunna. You finally made it. Did you tell my father about my punishment yet?" Before he could finish his scolding, old Duan Zhen knelt down on both knees, stammering the news. "Elder Liu, Ye Ling, he's been killed by Tan Yun." Hearing this, Liu Wu gasped in disbelief. "What, Ye Ling killed by Tan Yun? What on earth happened? Tell me everything." Duan Zhen, weeping, recounted. Today, Tan Yun went to the time-space pagoda to cultivate and happened to run into Ye Ling. The two of them clashed over the matter of Yijihan. In his anger, Ye Ling challenged Tan Yun to a life-or-death duel, but who knew that Tan Yun was so strong? As a result, in his story, he omitted the part about getting drunk and provoking Ye Ling, because he thought that Ye Ling was Elder Liu Wu's most beloved disciple, and he absolutely couldn't let him know that this happened, because he provoked Ye Ling. After hearing everything, Liu Wu slammed his hand angrily on the ground. "Damn it," he roared. "Ye Ling was the most outstanding Pil Dao disciple under my wing. I poured so much effort into him. If he hadn't died, his future would have been limitless, and my status would have risen accordingly. But now, Tan Yun has ruined everything." Duan Zhen, terrified, asked for instructions. "Elder Liu, what should we do next?" Li Xian and Ye Ling both died at the hands of Tan Yun. "Our faction's morale is plummeting." Liu Wu roared with hatred, declaring, "Tan Yun must die." Duan Zhen, you are at the first level of the soul refinement realm. Dealing with Tan Yun is as easy as flipping your hand. You must find an opportunity to kill him. Hearing this, Duan Zhen pointed at himself in confusion, asking, Me go kill Tan Yun. But if I get caught, Chief Liu Wu interrupted him, saying, Don't worry, with the Jade Soul Restoration herb gone, that bitch Shen Su Bing is too busy taking care of herself to bother with the life or death of a menial disciple. If you can kill Tan Yun, I guarantee you'll enter the immortal lineage's main branch. Duan Zhen, hearing this, made up his mind. He clasped his hands and replied, Understood. After Tan Yun leaves the time-space pagoda, I'll find a place where no ghosts or gods will know and kill him. At the Pil Dao main hall, Shen Su Bing asked, Wen Day, Qing Feng, what brings you two here? Elder Wen Day reported excitedly. Young mistress, just now in the martial arts training ground, Tan Yun and Ye Ling had a life-or-death duel, and Tan Yun emerged victorious. At that time, this old servant sensed that he used the power of metal, which means Tan Yun is not a waste spirit root. Hearing this, Shen Su Bing turned her head in surprise and asked, Tan Yun killed Ye Ling, and he's not a waste spirit root? How? How is that possible? Elder Wen Day affirmed. This old servant witnessed it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true, young mistress. Tan Yun is only at the 7th level of the body transformation realm, yet he was able to kill Ye Ling, who is at the peak of the body transformation realm. Such terrifying cross-realm combat prowess. Since the Huangfu Saint sect was founded 10,000 years ago, I'm afraid you won't find a second person. Steward Shen Qingfeng also chimed in. As long as we nurture Tan Yun diligently, he will definitely be able to enter the inner-sex Crouching Dragon rankings, young mistress. When you initially accepted Tan Yun, you were mocked by the other 8 chief elders. When Tan Yun ascends to the top of the Crouching Dragon rankings, they'll know who was blind. Shen Su Bing thought for a moment, then said, Not so fast. Qingfeng, Tan Yun will retain his status as a menial disciple. Let him continue staying at the Spirit Mountain Herb Garden. Hearing this, Wen Day and Shen Qingfeng were both surprised. Young mistress, why is that? Shen Su Bing explained. Tan Yun first killed Li Zihan, then killed Ye Ling, and he's also heavily involved in the Jade Soul Restoration herb incident. He's already hated by quite a few people. If we turn him into an official disciple at this time, wouldn't that be like adding fuel to the fire? It's not good. Only then did Steward Shen Qingfeng understand. Young mistress is right. I was so caught up in my joy that I almost forgot about this, Elder Wende said. Tall trees catch much wind. Letting Tan Yun continue staying at the herb garden, allowing him to focus on cultivation, is indeed better for him. Shen Su Bing solemnly declared, If Tan Yun can break through to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm in more than 2 years, let him participate in the 9-vein competition with the identity of a menial disciple. Even if I'm no longer here, you must make the other 8 chief elders know that their genius disciples are not as good as a menial disciple from our Pil vein. Steward Shen Qingfeng suddenly asked suspiciously, Even if you're no longer here, what do you mean by that, young mistress? Elder Wende asked worriedly. Young mistress, could it be that the immortal sect's Pil vein has found out about the Jade Soul Restoration herb? Shen Su Bing painfully held her head and replied, It's nothing. The matter of the Jade Soul Restoration herb hasn't been exposed. I'm tired, you may withdraw. The two had no choice but to obey her order, bowing and saying, This old servant takes his leave. After the two left, Shen Su Bing sighed sadly. The 1-month deadline is getting closer and closer. We haven't found any of the spiritual herbs that the immortal sect's Pil vein needs, and the Jade Soul Restoration herb is dead. Could it be that I really have to? Just then, a person suddenly appeared and said loudly, Guo Zhengming comes uninvited and hopes that Chief Bing Qing will forgive me. Shen Su Bing, seeing someone arrive, turned her head and asked, Elder Guo of the Inner Sect's Enforcement Hall, what wind has brought you here? Guo Zhengming said with a stern face. This old man has come today because I have a matter to request. My son, Guo Long, was murdered by a villain a few days ago. We finally discovered the villain's aura in front of your immortal sect's Pil vein. This old man has come here to ask for the chief's permission to act, so that my Inner Sect's Enforcement Hall disciples can lead the scent-tracking beast to find my son's murderer within your Pil vein's area. Hearing that, Shen Su Bing seemed surprised, but quickly replied, Oh, that murderer is in my Danmai territory. According to sect rules, I, as the chief, should cooperate. Elder Guo, feel free to send disciples to investigate Danmai. Receiving the agreement, Guo Zhengming immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Many thanks, Chief. This old one will send people to investigate now. With him gone, Shen Su Bing sighed listlessly. AI, so many things to worry about. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Mountainside path, Peng Xia, heavily injured by Tan Yun, was recuperating while wailing, Uncle, that Tan Yun beat me so badly, you must help me kill him to avenge me. The third elder of Danmai, Peng Qiyuan, annoyed by his constant nagging, snapped, Shut up, you good for nothing. All you do is cause trouble for me from morning till night. That Tan Yun made contributions in front of the chief not long ago, and he also has the Shen family brothers protecting him. Wouldn't killing him just be asking for trouble? Hearing this, Peng Jia angrily exclaimed, Tan Yun has that kind of backing. Then does that mean I can never get my revenge? Pang Qiyuan stroked his chin and continued. That's not necessarily true. After Tan Yun beat you, he killed Ye Ling, Lu Wu's direct disciple. Lu Wu is the kind of person who always repays debts, and he has his father, an elder of the immortal sect, backing him. He definitely won't let Tan Yun off. We just need to sit back and watch the tigers fight. As for Tan Yun, 10 days had passed in the time imprisonment pagoda. He opened his palm, and a blue flame burst forth. Tan Yun said with satisfaction, After absorbing my Hongmeng divine flame for several days, I've finally reached the second stage great completion. Even top-grade spiritual artifacts can be instantly burned to ashes. However, that supervisor is at least in the soul refinement realm. Dealing with him relying only on the Hongmeng divine flame is still not enough. Tan Yun then took out a piece of talisman paper from his Qiangkun pouch. Only by refining a spirit talisman of the treasure tier can I kill him. Thinking this, he tossed the talisman paper into the air and began chanting something. Hongmeng, water of change, power of water, appear. Immediately, countless sparks appeared, and the talisman paper glowed. Tan Yun continued chanting. Enter the talisman refinement. Nanshan ice seals all things. The sparks seemed to obey his command, and began to dance. They coalesced into power, transferring into the talisman. At the final stage, Tan Yun shouted, Annihilate Nanshan. Immediately after, a word ice appeared on the talisman. Tan Yun contentedly pocketed the talisman. The Nanshan ice seal talisman is complete. It's time for me to go out. Outside the time imprisonment pagoda, Duan Zhen was already waiting. He stared at the door, thinking to himself, Judging by the time, Tan Yun should be leaving the time imprisonment pagoda today. I just need to find a secluded place to kill him to complete the task Elder Liu gave me. At that moment, the door of the pagoda finally opened. Tan Yun walked out, thinking, the Nanshan ice seal talisman is ready. Next, I just need to find that supervisor from the fee collection hall. As soon as he thought of that, Tan Yun saw his figure hiding behind the bushes. He smirked. So, this guy has been waiting for me outside. Good. Saves me the trouble of looking for him. Tan Yun pretended to circulate his chi and fly away. He calculated. Looks like this guy wants to secretly make a move on me, then I'll give you the chance. Seeing Tan Yun leave, Duan Zhen quickly followed, inwardly rejoicing. Good opportunity. Tan Yun is heading towards an uninhabited area. Perfect for me to make my move. In an uninhabited canyon, Tan Yun slowly landed. He looked back, thinking, that guy must have followed. As expected, a few seconds later, Duan Zhen also caught up and landed here. He smirked with murderous intent and said, Tan Yun, I have something important to tell you. I heard you left the pagoda just now, so I hurried over. In Duan Zhen's mind, he planned. Tan Yun has many tricks up his sleeve. To prevent him from escaping, I still have to act, and then hit him with a surprise attack. Tan Yun also pretended to cooperate and asked, Oh, supervisor, what's the matter? But in his heart he thought with disdain, Dare to play mind games with me. Then I'll play along with you. Duan Zhen approached Tan Yun and said, It's like this. When you were in seclusion, Shen Qingfeng came. He told me to pass on something very important to you. Tan Yun asked again. Pass on what? Duan Zhen got closer to him, his smile becoming more sinister. That is. Then he took out a dagger from his person. Suddenly stabbing towards Tan Yun, he howled. You're a dead man today. Tan Yun activated his Hongmeng golden body, caught the knife with his bare hands, and asked with a smile, Elder Duan, are you trying to kill me? Duan Zhen exclaimed in shock. What, Tan Yun, you were prepared all along. Tan Yun snatched the knife from his hand and said calmly, I suspected you when I ran into Ye Ling in the mustard seed spacetime pagoda. If I'm not wrong, you must be one of Lu Wu's people, right? Tan Yun continued to unleash his power, sneering, So what if you guessed it? I'm in the soul refining realm, and you're just in the nascent soul realm. No matter what tricks you use, you can't be my match. No matter what, you won't escape death today. Tan Yun immediately took out the Ice Seal Southern Mountain Talisman, saying, Sorry, your judgment is probably off. I brought you here to take care of you. Old Duan Zhen still looked down on Tan Yun. He unleashed his power, jumped up, and flew towards Tan Yun, shouting, Tan Yun, you're really not afraid of biting off more than you can chew. I want to see who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant. Moonflower Sword Dance. In response to his attack, Tan Yun threw the talisman, commanding, Ice Seal Southern Mountain Talisman, go. The moment Duan Zhen charged forward. At the same time, Tan Yun finished activating the talisman. In an instant, he was frozen in place. Duan Zhen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? It can actually freeze me? Is that possible? After Duan Zhen's entire body was frozen, Tan Yun seized the opportunity and rushed forward, saying, It's not over yet. Then Tan Yun threw another talisman at him. Duan Zhen, frozen and with the talisman stuck to his forehead, screamed in terror. No! Tan Yun raised 2 fingers, chanting an incantation. that released a dazzling golden light, and Duanzhen was blown apart by the talisman, blood spurting from his body. Duanzhen was defeated and collapsed to the ground, his face full of panic and anger, saying, "Damn it! What kind of talisman is this that can wound me so badly in one hit?" Tan Yun looked at him with a sharp gaze, saying, "This talisman is called the Ice Seal Southern Mountain Talisman. I specially prepared it for you in the Mustard Seed Space-Time Pagoda." Duanzhen shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? To severely injure me, it must be at least a spirit-grade talisman, which can only be crafted by a soul-refining realm Grand Talisman Master. You're just in the nascent soul realm. This is not logical. Tan Yun didn't bother explaining, coldly saying, "From the moment I appeared, I've already broken the norm. Prepare to die." Tan Yun raised his hand, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual power. Duanzhen was now terrified. He panicked, tears and snot streaming down his face, and begged while hugging Tan Yun's leg, No, don't kill me. It was all Lu Wu's idea. Young Master Tan, please spare me. I have elderly parents above and young children below. I really can't die. As long as you spare me, I can acknowledge you as my master and help you deal with Lu Wu. I've long disliked that bastard. With my help, you'll definitely be able to kill him." Tan Yun didn't even consider the offer, saying, "Someone like Lu Wu, I don't need anyone's help to kill him." With that, Tan Yun directly attacked, unleashing spiritual power towards Duanzhen. Tan Yun's hand landed on Duanzhen's head, crushing it. He made his teeth fall out. Duanzhen cried out in pain, questioning his life. Why did I provoke Tan Yun? Looking at Duanzhen's bloody corpse on the ground, Tan Yun snorted coldly. First Li Xihan, then Ye Ling, and now Duanzhen. Tan Yun clenched his bloody hand, full of determination. "Lu Wu, you old dog, you've repeatedly sent people to kill me. Even if you have heaven-reaching connections, I will eliminate you." At the intersect marketplace, the scene was very noisy and lively, with voices of people talking and trading constantly ringing out. Tan Yun walked into the marketplace, analyzing the current situation in his mind. Lu Wu has too many people around him. With my current strength, it's not enough to silently eliminate him. I still have to quickly increase my strength. Suddenly, Tan Yun's eyes fell on a place by the road. This place was the Holy Voyage Royal Pavilion. Tan Yun then walked inside, thinking in his mind. The Holy Voyage Royal Pavilion will have a large-scale auction today. It's said that they will auction off many treasures, including a top-grade fire seed. I must get it. However, I must first find a way to prepare enough spirit stones. At the Saint Imperial Mansion, everyone was gathered around the notice board, gawking at the auction item announcements, astonished. Holy crap, the bounty for the soul-restoring jade grass is 100 times its market price. Damn, who's got that kind of cash? And the Ghost Breath Ice Orchid, Ghostly Soul Yin Stone, Lotus Spirit Grass, and Blaze Extracting Herb are all listed with sky-high rewards. Ugh, if I could just get my hands on one of these spirit herbs, I'd be set for life. Tan Yun gazed at the items posted on the board, thinking, soul-restoring jade grass? Looks like these spirit herbs were put up by Ice Purity Taoist Shen Subbing herself. Perfect. I need spirit stones. That sky-high bounty. All mine. Tan Yun walked up to a Saint Imperial Mansion employee. "Excuse me, I'd like to buy a magic treasure that can conceal my aura. The higher the grade, the better. I gotta change my identity if I want to get those spirit stones from Shen Subing." Tan Yun mused internally. The employee nodded, gesturing politely. "High-grade magic treasures are at the VIP counter this way, honored guest. Please follow me." The employee then led Tan Yun into the VIP section for the transaction. One stick of incense later, Tan Yun emerged from the VIP counter. He was now wearing a black magic treasure that concealed his entire body, making him appear quite mysterious. Tan Yun rubbed his wrist, thinking, "This hood, crafted from Ghost Breath Cold Sand, is really something. With Shen Subing's cultivation realm, she definitely won't see through my true identity." Tan Yun walked back to the notice board and tore off the bounty slip for the soul-restoring jade grass. Then, he announced to everyone, "I'm taking this bounty. Inform the buyer immediately. The transaction will take place before the auction begins. If not, it'll be at the Intersect Grand Hall." Ping! Shen Subing's token lit up in her hand. Seeing this, Shen Subing excitedly exclaimed, "The spirit herbs I put up a bounty for? There's news. This is great, just great." Shen Subing then turned to instruct her subordinates. "You there, check the spirit stones in the treasury, and bring all of them to me in a storage pouch." Back at the Saint Imperial Mansion, Tan Yun, his face obscured, casually sipped his tea. Tan Yun noticed it was getting late, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The auction's about to start. Why isn't Shen Subbing here yet? Just then, the doors of the Saint Imperial Mansion swung open. Shen Subbing burst through the doors, anxiously asking, "Was it you who took the bounty slip? Where are the spirit herbs?" Tan Yun released a faint wisp of spiritual energy and said, "No rush." Upon seeing the faint glow, Shen Subing looked towards Tan Yun, still cloaked in black. Tan Yun gestured for her to sit, saying, "As for the spirit herbs, let's sit down and discuss it slowly." Shen Subing nodded. "All right." Sitting opposite Tan Yun, Shen Subing spoke. "For you to be able to produce such precious spirit herbs, could you perhaps be from an immortal sect? I've had bounties for these spirit herbs up in the inner sect for ages with no response, yet this person can produce all of them." Shen Subing pondered Tan Yun's identity. Someone with this kind of power must be from an immortal sect. Tan Yun slammed his teacup onto the table with a thud, then let out a cold snort. A sharp glint appeared in Tan Yun's eyes as he angrily said, "Are you trying to probe into my background?" Hearing this, Shen Subing immediately bowed her head in fright and apologized. This junior wouldn't dare. This junior was merely a little curious. Shen Subing frowned, thinking, such powerful divine soul energy, even stronger than the elders I've seen in the immortal sects. This person is definitely from an immortal sect, perhaps even a powerhouse from a sacred sect. Tan Yun extended a hand, nodding. "All right, but there's something I need to make clear. I don't actually have spirit herbs like the soul-restoring jade grass, ghost breath ice orchid, ghostly soul demonic stone, lotus spirit grass, or blaze-extracting herb." Hearing this, Shen Subing angrily shrieked, "You don't! Are you messing with me?" Shen Subing immediately stood up, demanding, "Senior, you took the bounty slip but don't have the spirit herbs. Are you taking me for a fool and playing games? I'm the inner sect's chief disciple at the very least. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, no matter how strong your cultivation is, I'll still—" Tan Yun's face darkened as he threatened. "Shen Subing, watch your tone." Tan Yun released an overwhelming aura, stating, "Before me, you don't have the qualifications." Faced with this powerful aura, Shen Subing was too terrified to utter a single word. What a terrifying aura, Shen Subing thought in fright. He could absolutely kill me in one move. At this moment, Tan Yun retracted his aura, staring intently at her as he gravely said, "Your glabella is faintly purple, and dark shadows mark your eyebrow tips and temples. Your Dishang pulse is erratic. If I'm not mistaken, you've been utterly exhausted recently due to some matter, and your heart frequently suffers from sharp, uncomfortable pains. I advise you to calm down and talk to me. If you keep getting worked up, with your weakened body, I'm afraid you won't live past 7 days." Hearing this, Shen Subing shrieked in astonishment. "What? You could see all that? Just by looking at my face, he could diagnose my health condition. This person's medical and alchemy cultivation realms are absolutely beyond my imagination," Shen Subing thought in horror. Tan Yun stood up, speaking congenially. "What's so hard about that? Have a seat. Let's continue discussing the bounty." Tan Yun stared at Shen Subing, analyzing the situation. Under my relentless assault, Shen Subing's psychological defenses must have crumbled. She probably thinks I'm some reclusive old monster from a powerful sect. Now that I've seized the initiative, this deal will be a piece of cake. Just as Tan Yun thought, Shen Subing had no choice but to nod and say, "All right, senior. If you don't have the 4 types of spiritual herbs this junior needs, then why tear up the wanted poster and call me here?" Tan Yun then asked, "Regarding the purpose of the wanted poster, if I'm not mistaken, you need these 4 spiritual herbs to refine the soul transformation sovereign pill, right?" Shen Subing nodded and said, "That's right. You can guess the pill I want to refine just based on the main ingredients. Senior is indeed amazing." Tan Yun laughed loudly and stated his purpose. "Today, I won't beat around the bush with you. I really don't have these 4 types of spiritual herbs, but there's at least a way to refine the soul transformation sovereign pill. You can use 6 other spiritual herbs to replace these 4, and these 6 spiritual herbs aren't nearly as precious. You'll definitely find them in the medicine garden of the inner sect of the pill sect." Shen Subing rested her chin on her hand, hesitating, and said, "Use other spiritual herbs as replacements. But according to what the elders of the immortal sect said, only ghost breath ice orchid, nether soul magic stone, lotus spirit grass dripping heat, and soul transformation jade grass can refine the soul transformation sovereign pill. The immortal sect elders are at least sovereign pill masters, so what they say shouldn't be wrong." Hearing this, Tan Yun snorted coldly and disdainfully said, "HMPH. Are the pill arts of those immortal sect elders even worthy of comparison to mine? Little girl, look carefully." Tan Yun reached out his hand and took out some herbs, condensing the spiritual power in his palm. Tan Yun raised 2 fingers and chanted an incantation, causing the center of Tan Yun's palm to emit a dazzling light. The light dissipated, and a black pill emitting a sparkling golden light appeared in the center of Tan Yun's palm. Seeing the pill in Tan Yun's hand, Shen Subing couldn't remain calm anymore. She slammed the table and exclaimed in surprise, Void condensation of a pill. How is this possible?" Shen Subing thought in amazement. "I've only heard of this kind of pill refining technique in the records of ancient texts. I didn't expect it to actually exist. This person's pill arts cultivation is too terrifying." Tan Yun then said indifferently, "Little girl, who do you believe now? Me or those pill sect intersect elders? Shen Subing naturally had no choice but to believe Tan Yun. She bowed her head and clasped her hands, saying, "Of course I believe you, Senior. Senior's pill arts cultivation is simply not something those pill sect intersect elders can compare to. This junior actually doubted Senior just now. I truly have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." Tan Yun took out a command talisman and brought it in front of Shen Subing. No, it's not like it's the first time you've had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This contains the method of refining and the spiritual herbs needed. Seeing Shen Subing's appearance, Tan Yun couldn't help but think, if Shen Subing knew that the senior she's talking about is actually the miscellaneous disciple she looked down on a few days ago, she'd probably collapse. Shen Subing received the command talisman and respectfully clasped her hands, bowing her head and saying, "Thank you, Senior. This junior still has a request." Seeing the formidable appearance of the person in front of her, Shen Subing had an idea. This senior's pill arts and cultivation are both terrifying. If I can latch onto his coattails. Tan Yun raised an eyebrow and asked, what request? At this moment, Shen Subing knelt down and kowtowed heavily on the ground, saying, "Please accept me as your disciple, Senior. This junior also wants to become a great pill arts expert like you." Tan Yun's eyes widened, and he shouted in a fluster, "What?" On the other side, Shen Subing was still enthusiastically clasping her hands, saying, "Subing is only in her early 20s and recently advanced to initial stage sovereign pillmaster. Although this talent can't compare to Senior, it's considered top tier even in the entire Huangfu sacred sect. Moreover, Subing has the supreme quality of dual space and time attributes. If Senior accepts me as your disciple, Subing will definitely not disgrace your reputation." Tan Yun rested his chin, appearing thoughtful, and said, "Don't joke around. You're the chief disciple of the inner sect of the pill sect. If you want to seek a master within the pill sect, there must be many people willing to take you in. Why do you insist on worshipping me as your master?" Shen Subing gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling with hatred, and said, "I wouldn't dare to hide it. I have an enemy within the pill sect. That person's status is very high. If I want to take revenge, I can only rely on myself." "Please, Senior, agree." Hearing Shen Subing's plea, Tan Yun said, "So that's the case. Actually, accepting you as a disciple isn't impossible, but you have to agree to 3 conditions." Tan Yun thought, "I'm currently a disciple of the inner sect of the pill sect. If I can accept Shen Subing, the chief disciple of the pill sect, as my disciple, it will make things more convenient for me in the future." Hearing Tan Yun agree, Shen Subing said with determination, "Please speak, Senior, I'll do it, even if it means ascending a mountain of knives or diving into a sea of fire." Tan Yun then slowly stated his conditions. "First, when we meet in private, you can call this old man Master. In front of outsiders, you must not call me that without my permission. Second, unless this master is willing to say so, you must not ask about this master's identity. And even more so, you cannot look at this master's appearance. Third, you're acknowledging this old man as your master, so of course you'll have a meeting gift for this master later, but you can't be this master's disciple for free. From now on, you'll give this master 1 million high-grade spirit stones per month, for a period of 3 years. Then, Tan Yun even held up 3 fingers to accentuate his words. Seeing this unreasonable request, Shen Subing pointed at herself in a fluster and said, One month. You want to demand 1 million high-grade spirit stones from your disciple." Tan Yun then reached out and patted Shen Subing's head, saying, "Silly child, how can you say it's demanding? This is filial piety towards your master. Filial piety, understand?" Shen Subing was quickly manipulated by Tan Yun and made an "oh" sound, her face turning red. Tan Yun laughed inwardly. This girl is too easily tricked. Tan Yun cleared his throat and rubbed his fingers. "Demanding money. I wouldn't dare to hide it. This master actually just came out of the mountains, and I'm a bit short on funds. Subing, how many spirit stones do you have on you right now? Give them all to this master. I need them urgently." Shen Subing lowered her head and said, "Well, in the several storage rings in this disciple's pouch, there's a total of 23 million high-grade spirit stones, plus the 7 million high-grade spirit stones I was planning to use to buy spiritual herbs, making a total of 30 million high-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, Tan Yun shamelessly used the lion's roar technique, saying, "Then this master will gladly accept it. Consider this spirit stone to be your 3 years of filial piety. This master will forgive the odd amount." After saying these words, without giving Shen Subing a chance to speak, Tan Yun directly took the storage bag, while Shen Subing's eyes widened in shock, followed by extreme regret. She wanted to reach out and take it back, saying, That's all of this disciple's wealth, master. Please leave some for me." How could Tan Yun return the money in his hand? He took out a storage ring and said, Cough, don't worry about these worldly possessions. Are you still afraid you won't be able to earn spirit stones following this master? Here, this is the master's greeting gift for you to take." Shen Subing took the storage ring, looking at it with teary eyes, and said aggrievedly, "Is this my apprentice acceptance gift, a storage ring? That's so stingy." Tan Yun, seeing Shen Subing's expression, reminded her, "Disciple, This isn't an ordinary storage ring. Take a look with your divine sense. Hearing this, Shen Subing said listlessly, "What's so special about a storage ring?" But she still listened and used her divine sense to check. As soon as she went inside, Shen Subing exclaimed in surprise, "Heavens! How is this possible?" Inside the storage ring was a vast and boundless space, Shen Subing said in disbelief. "The space in this storage ring is actually 10,000 lies in radius. The best storage ring I have is only 100 lies in radius." Shen Subing exclaimed in surprise, "Master, I've never seen a storage ring with such a large capacity. Could it be refined by a person?" Tan Yun crossed his arms, smugly saying, "Yeah, I just casually refined it when I was bored." Hearing this, Shen Subing happily went to Tan Yun's side, full of admiration, and said, "Master, you're so awesome, I really like it." Tan Yun then said coldly, "All right, you go ahead, I have something to do later." In his mind, Tan Yun thought, "Judging by the time, the auction is about to begin." Shen Subing excitedly waved goodbye to Tan Yun, saying, "Yes, I'm at the main peak of the pill sect. You must remember to visit me often." Looking at her happy appearance, Tan Yun couldn't help but wonder, "Shen Subing, if one day you find out that this errand disciple is your master, what would you think?" Finally, the auction began. At the top floor of the Huangfu Sacred Firmament, the auction hall was extremely noisy. In the hall on the first floor of the auction, people were chattering, "I heard that the Huangfu Sacred Firmament will auction off many good things today. Even the chief elders of the 8 intersect veins have come. The highlight treasure this time is said to be a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron. The chiefs are all here for it. Humph. No matter how good the item is, you still need enough spirit stones. I'm just planning to get a bottle of top-grade fetus soul pill. I'm just here to watch the extraterrestrial meteorite iron or whatever." In the VIP area on the second floor, a person was standing above, looking down. This person was Murong Daojia, the Grand Elder of the Qi vein. In her heart, she was determined. This extraterrestrial meteorite iron is extremely rare. It can be used to refine powerful weapons. I must get it. Over here, Tan Yun arrived at the auction, but frowned as the first floor was too noisy, thinking, "There are too many people on the first floor, which is not conducive to concealing my identity. I should go to the second floor." Just as Tan Yun was about to go up the stairs to the upper floor, he was stopped by a hand. The staff member stood up and said, "Hold on. What do you want to do?" Tan Yun said casually. "The first floor is too crowded. I want to go to the second floor." The staff member looked at Tan Yun with disdain. "You want to go to the second floor, bro? Please clarify your identity. The VIP area on the second floor is exclusively for the intersect chiefs. What kind of thing are you to want to go up? I advise you to go somewhere else and don't." Tan Yun glanced at him coldly and said, "What if I insist on going up today?" The staff member rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward aggressively. "What? You still want to cause trouble at the Huangfu Sacred Firmament, kid? You better scram. Don't force me to take action. Otherwise?" But before he could act, Tan Yun walked over and gave him a devastating punch. Thump. The staff member was sent flying several meters away, lying flat on the ground, and the ground cracked. He struggled to get up, spitting blood, and angrily said, You dare to hit me." Tan Yun showed his fist and disdainfully said, "I'm hitting trash like you who look down on others." The surrounding people quickly turned to watch this commotion. They exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, who is this kid who dares to cause trouble at the Huangfu Sacred Firmament?" The background of the Huangfu Sacred Firmament is not simple. A soul refinement cultivator who got drunk and caused trouble here last time was directly beaten out, and not only didn't dare to fart, but also personally came to apologize. HMPH, this kid is probably going to be unlucky. Just then, a powerful voice sounded, "Who dares to cause trouble at our Huangfu Sacred Firmament?" The person who came was Dant Tai Zhongde. The staff member saw the person who came and immediately stepped forward to accuse, saying, "Elder in charge, this kid wanted to go to the second floor. When I didn't let him go, he directly attacked me. You must stand up for me." Dant Tai Zhongde angrily shouted, "Daring to make a move at my Huangfu Sacred Firmament? You better give a good reason. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite." Then the people of the Huangfu Sacred Firmament surrounded Tan Yun in the middle. Tan Yun had a cold expression, pointing at the staff member and saying, "Ha! I just wanted to go to the second floor, and he insulted me. I also want to ask if this is how the Huangfu Sacred Firmament treats its customers." The staff member angrily shouted, "The VIP area on the second floor is specially arranged for the intersect chiefs. This is the rule of the Huangfu Sacred Firmament. I am just acting according to the rules." Dan Tai Zhongde nodded and said, "That's right, our Huangfu Sacred Ground does have this rule. I know all the intersect leaders. Looking at you all covered up like this, you're probably not a leader, are you?" Tan Yun then tossed something at him, coldly saying, "I'm really not an intersect leader, but Pill Vein leader Shen Bingsu is my disciple. I wonder if this identity is enough." Tan Yun secretly sighed in relief. "The storage ring that Shen Bingsu gave me has her identity token inside, which I can use right now." Dan Tai Zhongde took the token, immediately panicking inside. This really is Pilvane Leader's token. Ordinary people definitely couldn't get it. Could what he said be true? Over there, the clueless staff member fiercely said, I spit on that. Pilvane Leader doesn't have a master at all. Do you think we're idiots? Just taking out a token and thinking you can fool people? I think you're asking for a beating, Deacon. Please order to have this guy beaten out. But before he could finish speaking, Dan Tai Zhongde angrily swung his hand and slapped him, then said, Shut your mouth for me. The staff member, with a swollen cheek, lay on the ground, pitifully saying, Deacon, why? Why did you hit me? Dan Tai Zhongde angrily pointed at him and scolded. Mixing up guests, it's already light punishment to hit you. Someone, drag this guy out for me. From now on, he's not one of us at Huangfu's sacred ground. Understood. The subordinates acknowledged and dragged him outside, ignoring his screams, I'm panicking, I'm done for. He really isn't Pilvane Leader's master. Dan Tai Zhongde then respectfully returned the token to Tan Yun, gently saying, I apologize. Subordinate was disrespectful, impolite, and rude to our esteemed guest. I apologize here. Tan Yun took the token, still with a cold tone, saying, It's all right. Can I go to the second floor now? Dan Tai Zhongde respectfully made way, making an inviting gesture. Of course, I'll personally escort you upstairs. Tan Yun stepped upwards, coldly refusing. No need, I can go up myself. Dan Tai Zhongde, seeing Tan Yun going upstairs, frowned and thought, that token is really real, but when did Pilvane Leader take a master? To be sure, I should still have someone go to Pilvane to confirm. Then he called someone over, whispering into the subordinate's ear. Quickly go to Pilvane and pay respects to Bingqing Daoren. The subordinate quickly nodded and said, yes. Then quickly went to do the task assigned. On this side, seeing Tan Yun being allowed to go to the second floor, everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces showing shock. Damn, that kid beat someone in Huangfu's sacred ground and is still fine. Looking at how respectful Deacon Dan Tai was to him just now, this guy's background is not small. Could it be that he's also here for the extraterrestrial meteorite from that day? Today's auction is going to be interesting. On the second floor, Mu Rongdaojie saw the scene downstairs, and a sense of familiarity arose. Why does this person's figure give me a sense of having known him before? Could it be that I've met him somewhere before? In the second floor room, Tan Yun sat on a chair. Dinier Yanya tossed a spirit stone to a staff member, and then ordered, Introduce me to all the good things that are up for auction today. The staff member took the spirit stone, happily nodding. All right? The staff member then enthusiastically introduced the items for auction today, reporting, Sir, this auction will have several treasures, namely a 1200-year-old blood spirit heart-condensing flower and purple sea profound flames, an extreme-grade treasured ring. The final auction item is an extraterrestrial meteorite, but as for its grade, this humble one does not know. Tan Yun propped his chin up, saying with interest, Purple sea profound flames, extraterrestrial meteorite. Kinda interesting, Tan Yun assessed in his heart. Of the two items above, the purple sea profound flames can raise the grade of the Hongmeng origin flame, must get it no matter what. As for the extraterrestrial meteorite, if the grade is suitable, it can also be forged into a flying sword to cast the Hongmeng god-slaying sword art. As if remembering something, Tan Yun then said, Right, this VIP area on the second floor is designed exclusively for intersect leaders, so do you know which intersect leaders have arrived yet? The staff member scratched his head, saying with difficulty, If I let the leaders know that I've revealed their whereabouts, I'm afraid. Tan Yun took out a red pouch, dangling it in his hand, saying, 10 high-grade spirit stones. If you don't agree to tell me, I'll find someone else to ask. The staff member snatched the spirit stone pouch as quick as lightning, saying enthusiastically, With me here, why would you need to ask someone else? Tan Yun, seeing his attitude change so quickly, could only feel helpless. The staff member, having received the money, quickly went to Tan Yun's side, whispering, Sir, today, apart from Bingqing Daoren of Pilvane, all the other intersect leaders are present. Tan Yun oed, then continued asking, Then do you know where Holy Soul Daoren is sitting? Speaking of Holy Soul Daoren, Tan Yun had an idea in his head. Holy Soul Daoren Linghu Shanghe sent people to kill me when I was on the way to the intersect market. This time, if there's a chance, I must swindle him. The staff member then whispered in response, reporting, Sir, Holy Soul Daoren is in the third room on your right. After learning the information he needed, Tan Yun nodded and ordered him, All right, I know, you can leave now. Tan Yun pulled his hat low, coldly snorting, Linghu Shanghe, today I'll play with you a bit. At that moment, in the main hall of Huangfu's sacred ground, Dan Tai Zhongde stood on the auction stage, solemnly announcing, Thank you all for coming. I hereby announce that today's auction officially begins. At this time, the people below were extremely noisy. Everyone was excited and buzzing in response. Start quickly, the spirit stones in my pouch are already starving. Deacon Dan Tai, quickly bring out the treasures. The scene was very noisy. Seeing this, Dan Tai Zhongde said loudly, All right, Dan Tai Zhongde had people bring up the item, and said, "The first item in this auction is an extreme grade light attribute spirit sword. 3 flying swords combined together can unleash an attack power equivalent to the peak of the soul refinement realm. The starting price is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." The crowd under the auction stage began bidding to own the flying sword. I bid 120,000 high-grade spirit stones. I bid higher. I bid 150,000. Another person bid, "I definitely want this flying sword." I bid 200,000. At the same time, in a private room on the second floor, the old man Linghu Shangying was stroking his beard with a smug look. "This precious azure flying sword isn't bad. Although it's useless to me, I can bestow it upon my disciples." Then, old Linghu Shangying shouted loudly, "I bid 250,000 spirit stones." The people on the first floor glanced at Linghu Shangying and sighed. "The inner sect chief on the second floor has his eye on this flying sword too. Forget it, this flying sword isn't that valuable anyway, let's give up." Another person in the crowd agreed. That's right. If we offend some inner sect chief over this, it's more trouble than it's worth." When old Linghu Shangying saw that no one was bidding higher, he thought to himself smugly, "As long as the other chiefs don't make a move, who dares to compete with me for this flying sword?" Since he didn't see anyone bidding higher, Tantai Zhongde raised his hand and announced loudly, 250,000 going once, 250,000 going twice, 250,000 going. Suddenly, on the second floor, a mysterious hat-wearing guest bid 300,000. Seeing this, the crowd below looked up in surprise. They started chattering again. Someone on the second floor bid again. "Strange, this flying sword isn't anything special. Why are 2 intersect chiefs competing for it?" Hearing this, someone in the crowd spoke up, concerned. "What's he up to?" "Well, at least we have some drama to watch." Linghu Shangying frowned angrily, thinking, So another chief is competing with me. Is he deliberately provoking me? Or does he just happen to have his eye on this precious azure flying sword too? His competitive spirit flared up, and he held up 3 fingers, bidding, "I bid 300,000 high-grade spirit stones." At that moment, the mysterious, hat-wearing person on the second floor continued to raise the price, $400,000. That person was Tan Yun. After bidding, Tan Yun thought to himself, "Linghu old dog, today I'm definitely going to make you bleed." Just then, Tantai Zhongde raised his hand and said to the crowd below, 400,000 going once, 400,000 going twice. Hearing this, Linghu Shangying calculated in his head, 400,000. This price is a bit too high. Continuing to raise the price isn't worth it. Even if I get this flying sword, I should just give up. Seeing Linghu Shangying remain silent, Tan Yun provoked, "What's wrong, Linghu old dog? Out of money? Or should I just give you this auction flying sword? Just kowtow to me and call me Grandpa." Hearing this, the crowd below discussed animatedly, "Damn, the smell of gunpowder is thick. Which chief is this? To actively provoke a Saint Soul Taoist." If this person hadn't made the Saint Soul Taoist's identity clear, it would have been one thing, but now that he's revealed it in front of everyone, the Saint Soul Taoist is going to lose face. Murong Taoist, witnessing everything, thought to himself, someone actually dared to actively provoke Linghu Shangying, Beast Soul Taoist, sitting nearby, brought a cup of water to his lips and said with great interest, "I wonder which chief this is." To mock Linghu Shangying in front of everyone, this is going to be interesting. The great elder of 5 souls 1 lineage also spoke up. "I know all the inner sect chiefs' voices, but I've never heard this voice before." Linghu Shangying was also extremely angry at this point, and he roared with wide eyes, "Damn it, which chief dares to humiliate me in front of everyone?" A disciple standing there respectfully reported, "Chief, that person in the private room is wearing a hat. This humble one doesn't know which chief he is." Linghu Shangying glared upon hearing this. Wearing a hat. HMPH, so he's deliberately looking for trouble with me. If you want to play, then I'll play with you. Immediately afterward, Linghu Shangying spoke up. "I bid 450,000. The hat-wearing guest on the second floor refused to be outdone and challenged, only increasing by 50,000 each time. How stingy, I bid 800,000. Linghu Shangying wouldn't be outdone, saying I bid 1 million. On the second floor, Tan Yun's voice echoed down provocatively. "Linghu old dog, you can't beat me in a price war. I bid 1.5 million spirit stones. Do you dare to follow me? If you don't dare, then scram." Linghu Shangying was enraged. HMPH. "What wouldn't I dare? I bid 1.7 million. Hearing this, the crowd below couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Oh my god, this flying sword is worth at most 300,000 high-grade spirit stones, but now it's been bid up to 1.7 million. Linghu Shangying is being played. If he doesn't raise the price, he'll be seen as afraid. As the chief of Saint Soul 1 lineage, Linghu Shangying can't lose face in front of everyone, even if it means losing some money." These two are going crazy bidding. Huangfu Shenghong is about to die of joy. They're making a killing this time. At this time, on the second floor, Tan Yun clapped his hands triumphantly and called out, "Awesome, awesome, Linghu old dog. If you like this flying sword so much, then I'll let you have it." Tan Yun continued to provoke. "Spending so much money to buy this flying sword, you have to take good care of it after you get back." Then, he let out a burst of laughter. Tan Yun thought to himself, if I keep bidding, there's a chance Ling Hu old dog won't follow. Saying that no one else was bidding for the flying sword, Tan Tai Zhongde announced happily, 7 million going once, 7 million going twice, 7 million going 3 times. Congratulations to Chief Ling Hu for obtaining this flying sword. The crowd laughed and gossiped upon seeing this. Although he won the flying sword, he spent so many spirit stones, Ling Hu Shangying is probably about to die of anger. No one knows which god is on the second floor. To dare slap Ling Hu Shangying's face in front of so many people. One of them covered his mouth and laughed, unable to hide his delight, saying, "Heh, with these two here, I feel like today's auction won't be boring." Soon after, Huangfu Shengheng's people brought the flying sword to Ling Hu Shangying. Elder Ling Hu, this is the flying sword you won. Ling Hu Shangying snatched the flying sword angrily, directly breaking it into 2 pieces. Chu Chi, you bastard! He was furious, his anger flaring up, and he shouted, "Daring to play me like that, no matter who you are, I won't let you off." After that, Tantai Zhongde continued the auction, having someone bring the second auction item to the stage, introducing it to everyone. The second item in this auction is 7-colored coral crystal. This is an excellent material for refining magical treasures. The starting price is 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tan Yun was still standing in the private room on the second floor, looking down, thinking, I just played Ling Hu Shangying for a fool. This old dog must be eager for revenge. I'll give him the chance. Then, Tan Yun called out, bidding. Good stuff. I want this 7-colored coral crystal. Ling Hu Shangying grunted upon hearing this, HMPH, so this guy's bidding again. And it sounds like he has to have this coral. I have to make him bleed and save my own face while I'm at it. Immediately afterward, he raised the price. I bid 2 million. At that moment, the crowd below the auction stage glanced at Ling Hu Shangying, chatting amongst themselves. One person said, "Here we go again, but this time it looks like it's Ling Hu Shangying's turn to strike back." Someone next to him chimed in, "Serves that guy right for trying to outbid Ling Hu Shangying. He's gonna bleed dry this time." The first person replied, "I don't think it's that simple." Meanwhile, Murong Daojia saw Ling Hu Shangying constantly upping the price and scoffed. What an idiot, Ling Hu Shangying is obviously falling for their trap. Dantai Zhongde, seeing a profit from the clash between the mysterious person and Ling Hu Shangying, happily counted down. 2 million going once, 2 million going twice. Ling Hu Shangying noticed Tan Yun wasn't raising the price and frowned, looking up. Tan Yun, brat, weren't you enjoying bidding a moment ago? Why are you so quiet now? If you don't have the cash, your grandpa can buy this corral and give it to you. You just need to kowtow to me. Just then, Tan Yun's voice echoed down from the second floor, dripping with sarcasm, mocking the old geezer Ling Hu Shangying. Ling Hu, old dog, your intelligence is only good enough to follow behind me. I never wanted this coral in the first place. I was just bidding to lure you in. I can't believe you actually took the bait. You're beyond saving. Afterwards, Tan Yun burst into laughter. Ling Hu Shangying, now livid, almost coughed up blood, and he roared, "What? Another big score?" Dantai Zhongde loudly called out one last time, 2 million! Going thrice. Congratulations to Chief Ling Hu for winning the 7-colored crystal coral. Everyone in Huangfu Shengheng's auction house erupted in noise, unable to contain their glee and gossiping excitedly. I knew it wasn't that simple, so it was a trap set for Ling Hu Shangying. Ling Hu Shangying's getting played hard this time. He got the item, but if you calculate both items, he's lost over 3 million spirit stones and lost all face. Ling Hu Shangying couldn't take it anymore. He directly smashed the item he'd just won and cursed loudly. Damn it, today I'll make you pay the price. Seeing Ling Hu Shangying's extreme reaction, Dantai Zhongde sternly reminded him, Chief Ling Hu, please be quiet. Don't forget you're in my Huangfu Shengheng. If you want to fight, please take it outside. Hearing this, Ling Hu Shangying's face fell, and he muttered, Ah. Then, he thought to himself, Huangfu Shengheng's background is powerful. Causing trouble here would be a pain. Looks like I can only deal with that bastard outside. Just then, Dantai Zhongde reassured the crowd. Just a little interlude, everyone. Please don't mind it. Then, he had someone bring out the third item to the front for everyone to bid on, Dantai Zhongde continued. Next is the third item in this auction, the Purple Abyss Mystical Flame. Hearing the third item on the auction stage, the crowd below couldn't help but exclaim, Purple Abyss Mystical Flame. This is a top-grade treasure-level fire seed. Rumor has it that the Purple Abyss Mystical Flame only exists at the bottom of the deep sea, nurtured by purple ice-cold stone. It's extremely rare. Whether used for alchemy, weapon refinement, or combat, it's incredibly powerful. This is some real good stuff. I bet the chiefs of the major sects will all bid for it later. Tan Yun, with a confident look on his face, thought to himself, Purple Abyss Mystical Flame, I must get it. On the auction stage, Dantai Zhongde excitedly raised 5 fingers, proudly announcing a few unnecessary words. Without further ado, the starting price for the Purple Abyss Mystical Flame is 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, the crowd below the auction stage stirred, loudly bidding. I bid 1 million, 1 million. And you think you can get the purple abyss mystical flame? Keep dreaming. I bid 5 million. You bunch of paupers. Get lost. I bid 6 million. The crowd continued to clamor. Suddenly, a voice came from the second floor private room. I bid 10 million. The crowd could only gape in shock and exclaim, 10 million? This price has exceeded my expectations. Forget it, I should just give up. Although I could afford this price, I'd have to go broke to actually buy it. Someone in the crowd also exclaimed, the chiefs on the second floor are starting to bid. We can't keep up. At that moment, Murong Daojia clasped her hands together and spoke to everyone present at the auction with a solemn and imploring attitude. Everyone, I am Murong Daojia. This purple abyss mystical flame is very important to me. If you could give me face and yield it to me, I would be immensely grateful. After hearing Murong Daojia's earnest plea, the mysterious person on the second floor softened and yielded the purple abyss mystical flame to her. Murong Daojia has already spoken, so I won't participate in the bidding anymore. This purple abyss mystical flame is precious, but it's useless to me. I'll yield it to Murong Daojia. 10 million is also very appropriate. Congratulations to Murong Daojia for obtaining this purple abyss mystical flame. Hearing the mysterious person say they wouldn't compete with her, Murong Daojia was overjoyed. Thank you, thank you. In her heart, she thought smugly, after obtaining the purple abyss mystical flame, my chi cultivation will definitely be able to rise to a new level. While Murong Daojia thought she could smoothly obtain the purple abyss mystical flame, Tan Yun unexpectedly offered an even higher price. I bid 20 million. Hearing this, Murong Daojia, who had just been happy, was caught off guard. What? Some people participating in the auction below began to discuss. Hearing this familiar voice, someone exclaimed, oh my god, the person on the second floor is making a move again. Others couldn't understand Tan Yun's intentions. After dealing with Linghu Shengying, he's now bidding against Murong Daojia. What does he ultimately want to do? It's chaos, it's chaos. This auction is a mess. Dantai Zhongde spoke up. The guest on the second floor bids 20 million for the purple abyss mystical flame. Does anyone else have a higher bid? Murong Daojia continued to plead with Tan Yun. Fellow Taoist, the purple abyss mystical flame is very important to me. Could you please show some mercy? I will definitely thank you after this is over. Murong Daojia thought she could easily persuade Tan Yun like the previous person, but she didn't expect that Tan Yun would stubbornly take the purple abyss mystical flame. Sorry, Murong Daojia. The purple abyss mystical flame is also a must-have for me. If you can yield it, this old man will thank you afterwards. Seeing that Tan Yun wouldn't budge, Murong Daojia was very angry. Those who can get it will bid fairly. We'll talk based on wealth. Linghu Shengying was still resentful about being schemed against and tricked by Tan Yun, so he secretly resolved to make Tan Yun pay the price. HMPH, this guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Repeatedly offending me and Murong Daojia, I'll see where you run after the auction ends. Seeing the person on the second floor call himself this old man, Bi-Sol Daoist stroked his beard and frowned, thinking, he calls himself this old man. Could this person be a super strong expert from the immortal sect? If that's the case, then he's not afraid of Linghu Kanghe and Murong Daoist. He can talk things through. The great elder of the Five-Lake lineage was furious. Today, the inner sect leaders have all come here for that extraterrestrial meteorite. But suddenly, someone comes along to stir things up. Who will get their hands on that extraterrestrial meteorite? It's hard to say. As for Tan Yun, he was determined to get the violet nether profound flame at all costs. With my own spirit stones, plus the spirit stones I took from Shen Subing, I have a total of 60 million. The violet nether profound flame will definitely be mine. The tense bidding continued, and Murong Daoist gritted her teeth and offered a higher price. I bid 22 million spirit stones for the violet nether profound flame. Tan Yun didn't hesitate to offer an extremely high price, 30 million. Murong Daoist hesitated a little, but she continued to raise the price, 32 million. Saying that number, Murong Daoist felt extremely regretful. Damn it, I have a total of just over 40 million. This bastard's bid is too ruthless. Tan Yun raised the price even higher, 40 million. He knew the limited amount of wealth Murong Daoist had, so Tan Yun reminded her, Murong Daoist, don't use all your assets to challenge my disposable wealth. In Tan Yun's mind, he analyzed and calculated. Shen Subing, as the leader of the pill sect, only has a total of over 30 million in assets. Comparatively speaking, the amount of money Murong Daoist can use probably isn't much more. The people participating in the auction saw that the situation seemed very tense, and they discussed incessantly. That mysterious person on the second floor keeps raising the price by 10 million. He's got serious cash. In contrast, Leader Murong's price increases are very small. It seems like she's reached her financial limit. It looks like the violet nether profound flame will fall into the hands of the mysterious person on the second floor. Murong Daoist seemed hesitant, but she still couldn't bear to give up. She tremblingly raised her hand, wanting to continue to raise the price. But at that moment, Bi-Sol Daoist stopped her. Murong Daoist, stop here. It's not worth it for a violet nether profound flame. Hearing Bi-Sol Daoist's advice, Murong Daoist lowered her head and reluctantly stopped. He's right, she sighed, and said, I give up. Tan Taizhongde raised his hand and emphasized, 40 million once, 40 million twice, 40 million 3 times. Seeing that no one offered a higher price, Tan Taizhongde announced, congratulations to the distinguished guest on the second floor for finally winning the bid for the violet nether profound flame. In that old man's heart he rejoiced secretly. Letting this mysterious person up to the second floor just now was really a wise decision. The percentage from this auction is a huge windfall. The people participating in the auction saw Tan Yin offering such a terrifying and rapid price increase and couldn't help but sigh, it's good to be rich. 40 million spirit stones just thrown out like that. Some people were worried for Tan Yin. But that mysterious person on the second floor has offended Leader Linghu and Leader Murong one after another. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave after the auction ends. The person next to him heard this and thought, if he dares to do that, he must have a trump card in his hand. After the violet nether profound flame found its owner, the auction continued according to the rules. Next we will sell the supreme nascent soul pill for nascent soul realm cultivators, Tan Taizhongde said, clapping his hands to signal. 1 bottle for 100,000 spirit stones. Disciples can come forward to buy. Then 2 beautiful girls carried out the nascent soul pills. The crowd below heard that the nascent soul pills were available and the price was very reasonable, so they scrambled to buy them. The supreme nascent soul pill is too good. I came here to participate in the auction, precisely for this kind of pill. I am already at the peak of the nascent soul realm. If I can buy a bottle, maybe I can break through. Fan Jian also bought a bottle of nascent soul pills, holding it happily in his hand. Too good. With the supreme nascent soul pill, I will definitely be able to break through, and then go find Tan Yun to take revenge. Tan Yun sat on the second floor looking down, and when he saw Fan Jian, he was interested. Fan Jian, I didn't expect him to be here too. Last time this guy was lucky enough to escape. This time, after the auction ends, I'll find an opportunity to kill him. Tan Taizhongde was presiding over the auction when a girl came to report. Grand Deacon, the young miss invites you to come over. Hearing this, Tan Taizhongde was surprised. The young miss has arrived. I'll go meet the young miss first. Before leaving, he assigned the task to her. You preside over the next auction. She obeyed his instructions. Yes. Behind the auction stage, Huangpu Shenghang's young miss was standing there, arms crossed, wondering, strange. Is that person on the second floor really from the immortal sect? But why haven't I ever heard of it? Just then, Tan Taizhongde arrived, bowing and saluting. This old servant greets the young miss, Tan Taizhongde asked. Young miss, weren't you going to the secret realm? Why are you back so soon? Hearing this, Huangpu Shenghang's young miss frowned, angrily exhaled, and put her hands on her hips. Yeah, I heard that there was a life extension holy pill in the secret realm, but when I got there, I found that the pill had long since turned into dust. Causing this young miss to waste a trip, Tan Taizhongde comforted her. The life extension holy pill can only be encountered, not sought after. Young miss, you don't need to worry about it. After being angry for a while, Huangpu Shenghang's young miss forgot about it and asked about something else. First, let's not talk about this. Uncle Deku, who is the person on the second floor who is competing with the 2 chief leaders, do you know his identity? Tan Taizhongde replied, reporting to the young miss, that person claims to be the master of Bing Qing, the chief leader of the pill sect, and he did indeed produce the personal token of chief leader Bing Qing. This old servant allowed him to go up to the second floor at that time. However, this old servant has sent people to the pill sect to inquire, and I believe we will soon know whether his identity is real or fake. Hearing Tan Taizhongde's words, Huangpu Shenghang's young miss was surprised. The master of the inner sect pill sect's chief leader. Why haven't I ever heard of it? Forget it. No need to worry about him for now. Suddenly she grabbed Tan Taizhongde's hands and said happily, Uncle D, I just thought of a good way to make money. Later, during the auction, I'll deliberately raise the price so we can raise the price a lot. Hearing this, Tan Taizhongde immediately objected. Oh heavens, my great young miss, that's absolutely not allowed. If this is discovered, the 1,000-year reputation of our Huangpu Shenghang will be ruined. Huangpu Shenghang's young miss insisted. If I make a move, how could this be discovered by others? Tan Taizhongde still tried to stop her. Seeing Tan Taizhongde's disapproving attitude, Huangpu Shenghang's young miss suddenly turned around and left, without even glancing back at Tan Taizhongde. All right, Uncle De, I was just kidding. Tan Taizhongde didn't dare to speak harshly to Huangpu Shenghang's young miss, and secretly prayed in his heart. The young miss is totally spoiled by the sect master, and she's quite the hothead. Hope she doesn't cause a scene later. 1 hour later, after speaking with the young miss of the Huangpu sacred sect, Tan Taizhongde returned to the auction stage. Folks, next is the final item of this auction. With that, he unveiled a cloth, and a shimmering item slowly revealed itself. It was the incomparably sturdy Skyfall purple iron. As soon as they saw the item, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Holy crap, it's Skyfall Purple Iron, one of the 6 meteorites. Someone knowledgeable about Skyfall Purple Iron remarked. Using Skyfall Purple Iron as a refining material, you could forge at least an artifact-grade weapon. This stuff is so rare you can only stumble upon it. Calling it priceless isn't an exaggeration. Others bet that this time, several head disciples would definitely fight to the death over it. Tan Yun on the second floor couldn't easily let go of such a valuable item. Whoa, it's actually Skyfall Purple Iron. This is the best material for me to forge my flying sword. I absolutely must have it. Murong Daoist saw the Skyfall Purple Iron, and his eyes immediately lit up. Skyfall Purple Iron appearing at the auction. Immediately gather all spirit stones and bring them to me. Beast Soul Daoist also desperately wanted the Skyfall Purple Iron. Convert everything in the treasury into spirit stones for me. Today, no matter the cost, I must obtain this Skyfall Purple Iron. The Grand Elder of the Five Lakes lineage was no exception. He would spare no expense to get his hands on this valuable item. Immediately gather all spirit stones and bring them to me. Gather as much as you can. If you can't gather enough, go borrow. If you can't borrow, then go rob. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Dan Tai Zhongde saw the auction was heating up and laughed heartily, saying, "You all surely know the value of Skyfall Purple Iron, so I won't introduce it further. This auction round has no starting bid. You may all begin." Everyone began shouting out bids. The first person spoke up, 30 million. Hearing that, someone scoffed. 30 million. And you want to bid for Skyfall Purple Iron? Dream on. I bid 40 million. Another person bid 1.5 times higher, 45 million spirit stones. Some even went all in. Screw it, I bid 50 million. A few broke spectators sighed in amazement. Holy smokes, in a blink of an eye, it's already 60 million. Those head disciples really know how to play big. The auction continued to be noisy and boisterous, yet Tan Yun hadn't made a sound. Some even suspected he was out of his depth. Why hasn't that mysterious person on the second floor bid yet? Could it be he's run out of money? Tan Yun quietly observed and calculated. Spirit stones aren't enough? Looks like I'll have to use my pill refining methods to get more. I'm too lazy to waste time. While everyone was still making a racket, Tan Yun finally made his bid. Skyfall Purple Iron, I bid 100 million spirit stones. Hearing this number, Murong Daoist's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Beast Soul Daoist was equally flustered. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Even the Grand Elder of the Five Lakes lineage clutched his head in shock, his face pale. Holy SHT, even if you sold me, I wouldn't have that many spirit stones. At this point, unexpected variables began to arise, and Murong Daoist also had to concede defeat. 100 million. That's no small sum. Do you even have that many spirit stones? Linghu Shangying also questioned Tan Yun's wealth. You brat, if you don't have enough spirit stones later, I'm afraid you won't be leaving the Huangpu sacred sect. Tan Yun replied with extreme calm. Is that something you guys should be concerned about? You two broke losers? Murong Daoist swore furiously. Damn it, if this weren't the Huangpu sacred sect, this old woman would definitely beat you to death. Elder Linghu was also incredibly agitated. You just wait for this old man? If you have the guts, don't ever dream of leaving the Huangpu sacred sect your entire life, otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Ignoring those threats, Tan Yun urged Steward Dan Tai, if no one else is bidding against me, then this Skyfall Purple Iron is definitely mine, right? Steward Dan Tai was in no hurry, he calmly asked. Esteemed guests, this distinguished guest need not rush. Please allow me to ask again. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone willing to bid higher for this Skyfall Purple Iron? The crowd below thought, who would dare bid higher at such a price? Ask my foot, 100 million spirit stones. Even if you brought out all your family's fortune, you wouldn't have that much money. I reckon only a few intersect leaders, if they teamed up, might be able to bid higher. Others chimed in noisily. Teaming up wouldn't even work. That mysterious person on the second floor casually bid 1 billion spirit stones, clearly showing they aren't lacking money at all. Seeing that no one else intended to compete, Steward Dan Tai announced, 1 billion spirit stones going once, 1 billion spirit stones going twice, 1 billion spirit stones going. Before he could finish thrice, someone interrupted. Wait. The young miss of the Huangpu sacred sect spoke up. I bid 1 billion and 10 million. Steward Dan Tai looked at the young miss, dumbfounded. Tan Yun was no less surprised. I can't believe someone actually dared to bid against me. The crowd below became chaotic. Oh my god, I can't believe someone dared to continue bidding at 1 billion and 10 million. Where did such a rich big shot come from? This time, there's some real drama to watch. If they keep bidding, I bet this Skyfall Purple Iron will fetch a sky-high price today. Steward Dan Tai was filled with anxiety. He quickly motioned to the arrogant young miss. Young miss, what are you doing? The stubborn young miss replied. It's fine, I'm just casually bidding for fun. Steward Dan Tai was very displeased with her. Young miss, didn't you just promise this old servant you wouldn't cause trouble? The mischievous young miss just chuckled delightedly and replied, earlier was earlier, now is now. I find that mysterious person on the second floor very interesting. I want to see what he'll do. Then she provocatively called out towards Tan Yun's position. What's wrong? If you don't bid again, then this Skyfall purple iron is mine, Tan Yun casually replied. Of course I'm bidding, but I'm only bidding once. Today, whatever the price anyone bids in spirit stones, I'll pay 10 million more. Tan Yun stared at the young miss. He thought, this woman is young, yet she can use so many spirit stones. She must be from a celestial sect or holy ground. She's deliberately provoking me, probably to test my abilities, if that's how she wants to play. As soon as Tan Yun announced that he would pay 10 million more than anyone's bid, the crowd below was in an uproar, discussing heatedly, what the heck, this guy's gone mad. Just because you have money doesn't mean you have to burn it like this. If we casually bid 100 billion, wouldn't he go bankrupt? Is this mysterious guy on the second floor kidding us? The young miss was also a bit suspicious. Are you messing with me? There's no way you have that many spirit stones, Tan Yun calmly retorted. You're right. I really don't have that many spirit stones. After buying the Violet Sea Flameboat, I only have 2,000 spirit stones left. The young miss then scolded Tan Yun. You dare to bid at my Huangpu holy auction without spirit stones? I thought you were some celestial sect elder, but it turns out you're just an ignorant fool. Then, she ordered the Tan manager, Defu. Immediately bring people to arrest him for me. The Tan manager replied obediently. Yes, miss. Then, he shouted loudly, Guards! Where are the holy auction guards? A group of guards rushed in fiercely. The holy auction guards are here. Tan Yun didn't move an inch. Elder Ling Hu was overjoyed. Hey, daring to cause trouble at this Huangpu holy auction? It seems I don't need to take action. This kid is definitely dead now. Old man Murong also sighed at Tan Yun's arrogance. Facing the Huangpu holy auction's encirclement, this person isn't panicking at all. Could it be that he still has something to rely on? Tan Yun then calmly turned to the spoiled young miss and asked, It seems this miss is the young mistress of the Huangpu holy auction. But I wonder, since you have the status of a young miss, why are you still bidding against me? Could it be that you're deliberately raising the price so that the Huangpu holy auction can profit from it? The young miss was stumped by the question, completely stunned. She stammered, making up a reason. I saw through your lack of spirit stones long ago, so I deliberately bid to expose you in front of everyone. Tan Yun replied. I really don't have enough spirit stones, but I can use something else as collateral. The young miss retorted sharply. Collateral? Hey, no matter how good the thing you take out is, how could it compare to our extraterrestrial violet fall iron? The crowd also clamored in discussion. Extraterrestrial violet fall iron is priceless. I don't believe the mysterious person on the second floor can take out something comparable to use as collateral, HMPH. I think he's been surrounded to the point of panic, so he's just blurting out nonsense. Another person added, now that the inner sect chief disciples and the Huangpu holy auction people are staring at him, if he can't take out something good, he'll definitely die without a burial ground. Manager Tantai calmly asked Tan Yun, this gentleman, if you really don't have anything to use as collateral, why don't you quickly take it out so this old man can assess its value? I guarantee, with the Huangpu holy auction's reputation, that I will conduct the appraisal in the fairest way possible. Tan Yun replied with great spirit. All right, then I'll let you all open your eyes. He threw some kind of paper or gold fragment toward Manager Tantai. Manager Tantai quickly picked it up and examined it closely. Immediately he was stunned by shock. This is, the young miss asked Manager Tan in confusion. Tantai Zhongde. Uncle, what's wrong? What's written on the paper that this guy threw out? Uncle Tantai handed the paper to the young miss. Miss, you should see for yourself. The spoiled young miss wanted to see. Well, I want to see what this sneaky guy could possibly have. The young miss's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the contents of the paper. She stammered. What? This is the method to refine the life-extending holy pill? Manager Tantai quickly covered the young miss's mouth, instructing her, Shh, there are many people here, miss. Be careful of your words. But the crowd below had already heard, and they were also stunned with shock. The life-extending holy pill, oh my god, isn't that the legendary life-extending divine pill? The life-extending holy pill has long been lost. Only traces of it have been found in some ancient secret realms. They discussed spiritedly. I remember 200 years ago, the Huangpu holy auction seemed to have auctioned off a life-extending holy pill. Even the people from the celestial sects and holy grounds competed to bid, and in the end they bid at a sky-high price. That time it was just a single life-extending holy pill, but this time, it's the method to refine the life-extending holy pill. If this refining method is real, its value is immeasurable. Several inner sect chief disciples also rushed down to ask for clarification. Manager Tantai, I seem to hear that there was a life-extending holy pill. Is it real or fake? Elder Ling Hu also hurried over. Tantai Zhongde, does that paper really contain the method to refine the life-extending holy pill? Several other people also desired to obtain the method, and they were all anxious, Manager Tantai, to prevent you from being deceived. Why don't you let me appraise this refining method? Manager Tantai certainly knew that this was real, and he hurriedly pushed the young miss with the faster mouth than brain away. Miss, let's go, he announced. I announce that today's auction is now over. Everyone may leave in an orderly fashion. Several Taoists were certainly unwilling, and they charged at Manager Tantai. Leave my ass. Let me see the method to refine the life-extending holy pill first. With such a treasure, even if I offend the Huangpu holy auction, I have to see the refining method. Quick, let me see if the refining method is real or fake. The people below, witnessing the fight over the refining method, couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen the great intersect chief disciples disregarding etiquette and fighting each other like this. Are these really the normally aloof chief disciples? The mysterious person on this floor is too awesome. Casually throwing out a paper with the refining method has made the intersect chief disciples go crazy like dogs seeing a bone, Tan Yun said indifferently. Ugh, it's just the recipe for the life-prolonging saint pill, right? What's with all the fighting? While everyone was busy fighting over the recipe, that Missy's servant came to invite Tan Yin, esteemed guest. My young miss would like to invite you to the hall to discuss the life-prolonging saint pill recipe. Sure, Tan Yin replied, but he wasn't feeling it, he just went downstairs. What about those intersect leaders, though? The maid happily replied. Please rest assured, esteemed guest. Deacon Tantai will handle everything. Please, follow me. Soon, Tan Yun arrived at the inner hall of the Huangpu holy sect. Seeing no one around, he spoke up. If you summon me here, why not show yourself? I don't want to waste any time. The young miss excitedly walked out holding the paper with the life-prolonging saint pill recipe and said, Esteemed guest, you're too impatient. I was just studying the pill formula and got lost in it for a moment. Please forgive me, Tan Yun casually replied. The life-prolonging saint pill recipe should be enough to trade for the extraterrestrial star iron, right? The young miss replied. If this is really the life-prolonging saint pill recipe, then of course there's no problem. It's just that this recipe has never been seen before, so I still need time to verify its authenticity, Tan Yun asked her. How do you plan to verify it? This young miss started making demands, she said. The Huangpu holy sect has all the ingredients needed for the life-prolonging saint pill. Now we just need to find a suitable alchemist to, so please wait a while. After we refine the pill successfully and verify its authenticity, we can hand over the extraterrestrial star iron to you, she thought to herself. That'll be enough time for me to figure out who this guy is. You were able to get your hands on the life-prolonging saint pill recipe, so I'm super curious about your identity. Tan Yun was like, why bother with all that trouble? Just give me the ingredients. He thought, isn't this woman trying to stall for time to investigate my identity? Too bad I won't let you get your way. The young miss handed over a ring and said to Tan Yun, the ingredients are all inside the ring. Do you want to check the quality of the ingredients? Tan Yun asked. You can rest assured I guarantee that the quality of these ingredients is absolutely no problem. I chose only the best. Tan Yun took the ring and commanded, ingredients, come out. Then, Tan Yun began refining the pill. All right. After a while, he commanded, condense. The young miss exclaimed in a panic. Stop! You'll ruin the ingredients. Tan Yun impatiently cut her off. Step aside. Don't bother me while I'm refining the pill. The young miss was stunned. No need for an alchemy furnace. What kind of pill refining is this? You're just messing around. Not only are you ruining my ingredients, but you even dare to burn me with fire? I don't care who you are. This young miss will never let you get away with this. After a while, the life-prolonging saint pill was finally completed. The young miss looked at the life-prolonging saint pill and said softly, This is the completed life-prolonging saint pill. She was completely flustered. But what is this? The life-prolonging saint pill can be refined like this. She recalled what was in the books. Ancient books recorded that even with the recipe, the success rate of refining the life-prolonging saint pill wasn't even 10%. He actually casually managed to refine it successfully. Seeing the young miss dazed, Tan Yun urged her. Aren't you going to verify it? Go ahead and test it, what's up? Receiving the life-prolonging saint pill that was carelessly thrown to her by Tan Yun, the young miss anxiously reminded him, be careful, this is the life-prolonging saint pill. She held the life-prolonging saint pill in her hands, overjoyed. Wow. So this is what the life-prolonging saint pill is like. Tan Yun urged her impatiently. I don't have much time left. After you've verified it, quickly give me the extraterrestrial star iron. The young miss happily replied. Okay. Please wait a moment, Deacon Dantain. Come here quickly. Dantain, with a few scratches on his face, hurried over. Coming. Those two intersect leaders were like crazy. I almost had my beard plucked clean. Luckily, I ran fast. Seeing Deacon Dantain arrive safely, the young miss handed over the saint pill and said, Uncle D, you once bid on the life-prolonging saint pill, so you can tell the real from the fake. Take a look and see if this pill is real. Uncle Dia took the pill and examined it carefully. Let me take a look. Miss, while Elder Tantai is inspecting the pill, you can tell Tan Yun, Elder De is using a microscope, which can identify the composition and grade of items. I believe it will be extremely easy to identify this life-extending saint pill. After Elder Day examines it for a while, he exclaims, That's not right. The miss anxiously asks, "What's wrong, Elder D? Is there something wrong with this pill?" That elder examines it even more carefully. How could this be? That miss starts to think ill of Tan Yun. I knew that the method for refining this life-extending saint pill couldn't be obtained so easily. Now it seems that there really is a problem. She immediately scolds Tan Yun. Damn it, you dare to use a fake refining method to deceive me? I don't care who you are. Today I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Tan Yun helplessly says, Hey, it's just a refining method. I don't have the free time to come here and deceive you, do I? He thinks to himself. In my mansion, in my previous life, there were 9 life springs flowing day and night. Taking a sip could increase one's lifespan by thousands of years, while a top-grade life-extending saint pill can only extend one's lifespan by 100 years at most. It's nothing rare at all. That miss hastily scolds Tan Yun again. You still dare to argue? Then this young lady will let you taste the power of this sealing thunder talisman. Tantai Deacon loudly says, Miss, what are you going to do? That hot-tempered miss angrily replies, Of course I'm going to beat this swindler to death, Elder Denell. Didn't you say that the life-extending saint pill he refined has problems? The refining method he gave us is fake? Elder Dian then explains more clearly. I didn't say that there was a problem with the life-extending saint pill. Hearing that there was no problem with the life-extending saint pill, the miss immediately changes her attitude. The pill has no problems, that's great. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Elder Dim whispers into the miss's ear, telling her, Miss, there was no problem with this life-extending saint pill at all. I was just shocked by its top-grade quality. You have to know that a top-grade life-extending saint pill can extend one's lifespan by 100 years, which is more important than anything else for some powerful cultivators whose lifespan is about to end. As long as we use it well, we can make huge profits. The miss is stunned. Turning to blame Tantai Defu, Hey, Elder Debi, why didn't you explain it earlier? What should we do? Now I even took out the Sealing Thunder Talisman. Elder Dia gently steps forward to speak to Tan Yun on behalf of the miss. Forget it. Let me talk to this honored guest. I'm sorry. It was this old man who didn't explain clearly, which caused the miss to misunderstand and disturb you. Tan Yun only replies briefly. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Now that I've proven that the refining method is real, when are you going to give me the extraterrestrial dark iron? Elder Did gently replies. Please rest assured. The extraterrestrial dark iron has already been prepared for you. It is placed in this storage ring. After taking the storage ring, Tan Yun replies, not bad. Oh, and Tantai Tuke asks him, Is there anything else? Tan Yun continues. Although the extraterrestrial dark iron is precious, in terms of value, it is definitely not as good as the refining method of the life-extending saint pill, not to mention that I just helped you successfully refine a top-grade life-extending saint pill. You wouldn't want a freeload, would you? Elder Deb is slightly stunned and replies, Oh, well, how would we dare? How much more do you want? Tan Yun only gives Elder Deme a piece of paper and he tells him, Everything I want is on this. He thinks to himself, the materials in this are indispensable when I refine my flying sword, but collecting them is quite troublesome. I might as well take this opportunity to let Huangfu Shenghong help me. Elder Dina takes the piece of paper from Tan Yun, and he carefully reads what he needs in the paper. Sun gold mysterious iron, sun wood thunder bamboo, sun water cold sand, sun earth spirit root, ancient time dust, light millennium star. After Elder Dina finishes reading he says, These things are not as good as extraterrestrial dark iron, but they are very precious and rare. Asking for this much is a bit too much. The miss angrily says to Tan Yun, It's not just too much, it's really highway robbery. Although the life-extending saint pill is precious, it is only effective the first time it is used. You want to use it to exchange for so many things. You are being too greedy. Tan Yun only smiles and replies, There are many powerful cultivators in the sect whose time is about to run out. If I were to take the life-extending saint pill to them now, how much do you think they would be willing to exchange for it? At that time, I'm afraid I could even save the refining method. This miss turns green with anger and can't do anything. Yeah, those old guys are all old monsters. If you take the life-extending saint pill to them, you might be kept there along with the refining method. Tan Yun only softly tells her to understand. HMPH. You only know that they are monsters. Do you know that I might be an even more terrifying old monster than them? This miss is still unhappy, and she says, HMPH, even my father doesn't dare to say these words. What are you bragging about? Elder Depps hurriedly steps forward to mediate. All right, we can only offer 5 types of these materials. At most, any more, and we'll lose money. Tan Yun insisted. Within a year, I want to see all 6 types of these materials. If you can do that, I can give you the recipe for the life origin pill. The 2 people from Huangfu Holy Firm were immediately shocked. What? The life origin pill? That's an even higher grade elixir than the life-extending holy pill. Tan Yun said sternly to the 2 of them. I don't have time to waste with you. Give me all 6 types of materials within a year, and I can give you the recipe for the life origin pill. If not, I'll go look for someone else. Tan Yun thought to himself, judging by the time The auction should be ending soon, and if I drag this on, that Fan Jian guy will get away. If I let him slip away this time, who knows when I'll see him again." Uncle Ding, upon hearing that Tan Yun would exchange the life origin pill recipe, agreed ecstatically. "Agreed. I definitely agree, my lord. Rest assured, in this 1 year, this old one will go through hell and high water to gather all the materials you need." Uncle D thought to himself. The life origin pill can greatly enhance life force. Though its effects are weaker than the life-extending holy pill, it can be used without limit. This deal is super profitable. Tan Yun, satisfied, turned to leave. "Okay, then it's settled. I have things to do, so I'll be going." Steward Dan Teo suddenly spoke up. "Senior, wait. When Tan Yun turned back to ask Dan Tao what was wrong, the young miss stepped forward and changed the subject. "It's nothing. We, Huangfu Holy Firm, will always be your most honest partners. If you have any other requests, just let us know," Tan Yun replied softly. "Okay, I understand," he thought to himself. "Is this little girl trying to play a trick on me?" When Tan Yun left, Uncle De was a little dissatisfied with the young miss's interruption. "Young miss, why didn't you let me mention the special route? Those intersect leaders outside are like tigers eyeing their prey. If he parades around like that, he'll definitely get entangled, and who knows, he might cause some trouble." The young miss simply replied, "So what if he causes trouble? Can't my Huangfu Holy Firm handle it?" Uncle De seemed to understand the young miss's intentions. "This was," the young miss continued, "quite pleased. This person can continuously pull out the recipes for the life-extending holy pill and the life origin pill. He really is a walking treasure trove. Let these intersect leaders test him out first. If he's really strong, then let's treat him like a distinguished guest. If even these intersect leaders can't handle him." Before the young miss could finish, Steward Danteo immediately understood. "This old servant understands. I'll draw up 2 plans right away. If he wins, then we'll intercept him and tighten our relationship. But if he loses, we'll make a move to snatch him away." The young miss was very pleased. "I'm most at ease when you're handling things, Uncle D. Now I'm going to find a good spot to watch the show." At this moment, outside the main entrance of Huangfu Holy Firm, the atmosphere was extremely noisy. The passers-by were all chattering. What's going on? What are those intersect leaders doing, guarding the entrance of Huangfu Holy Firm? Looking at their faces, they don't look happy. Are they going to start fighting soon? A person next to them reminded, "You busybodies, shh, keep your voice down. Let's go quickly, lest we get involved." Elder Ling Hu stood outside and loudly proclaimed, "This old man was insulted by that faceless person on the 2nd floor earlier. I must teach him a lesson." "What are you all doing here?" Old Man Murong replied. "I know, Ling Hu Kang Ying, we all know what you really want. Dan Tao Zhongde has run off, and we can't afford to offend Huangfu Holy Firm. If we want the recipe for the life-extending holy pill, we can only make a move on that masked person. Once we catch this person, it'll be easy to discuss how to divide the spoils." The other intersect leaders all chimed in. "I agree. Besides the life-extending holy pill, that person might have other good things on him." Ling Hu Kang Ying found Murong's words reasonable. "All right, if that's the case, this old man agrees. But I have one condition, and that is to let me deal with this person." Old Man Murong readily agreed. "Fine. Just remember not to let him die too easily." Standing on the high floor of Huangfu Holy Firm, the young miss had chosen a spot where she could clearly observe everything, she thought to herself. So the stage is all set. Next, we just need to wait for the actors to come on stage and see who performs better." The intersect leaders saw a figure emerging from the entrance of Huangfu. Tan Yun stepped out majestically, and he smiled at the group of leaders, saying, "You've all come in quite the crowd." Ling Hu Kang Ying, upon seeing Tan Yun, snapped, "You little brat." Tan Yun only glared at him, reminding him, "Shut your mouth, who do you think you are, daring to be impudent in front of me here?" He looked at Tan Yun's imposing aura, and was momentarily stunned. He was too scared. Wow, what a powerful aura. Just a glance from him brought pressure like 10,000 mountains weighing down on me. Tan Yun and the intersect leaders suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to loudly scold Tan Yun anymore. The gossiping people were also quite excited. Oh heavens, that masked person actually dared to yell at the Holy Soul First Line's leader, Ling Hu Kang Ying, right in front of his face. "He's too awesome and skilled," another person added. Ling Hu Kang Ying didn't even dare to retort. "I bet he must be a big shot from a celestial sect or holy sect, HMPH. If a character like that were my backer, that would be great." Witnessing everything from the sidelines, Fan Jian had his own thoughts. "Ever since my plan failed last time, and my junior sister was killed by that Tan Yun, I've been disliked by the second elder. Without his protection, my situation within the sect has become increasingly difficult. It seems it's time to find a new backer. This masked man might be a good choice." Ling Hu Shangying, overwhelmed by such imposing aura, couldn't help but step back a little. He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Cough, cough, ah. Seeing Ling Hu Shangying's state, Murong Laoze asked curiously, "Chief Ling Hu, what's wrong with you?" Ling Hu evasively made up a reason. Well, this old man suddenly feels a little discomfort in my throat. He asked to withdraw from the fight. He said to Murong Laoze, I'll go outside the barrier, in case this masked man tries to escape, he thought to himself. This masked man's strength is definitely not low. I should stay far away, and if the situation gets out of hand, I'll just run, Murong Laoze thought to himself. Throat discomfort my ass. This cunning old fox, he clearly just wants to freeload, Tan Yun then said gloatingly. Is this a case of cold feet before the battle? I thought you guys were all that, and a bag of chips. Murong Laoze had a fiery temper. Upon hearing this, she immediately retorted, Stop talking nonsense, you little brat. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving this place easily today, got it. The remaining intersect leaders also shouted in unison. Immediately hand over the method for refining the life-extending Saint Pill. If you dare to resist, we won't show any mercy. Which is more important, the method for refining or your life? You better choose, Tan Yun simply replied with a smile. If I want to leave, you guys still can't stop me, he thought to himself. Wasting my trump card on a fight with the intersect leaders would be unwise, and if I really did that, wouldn't I be playing right into that little brat's hands upstairs? Murong Laoze urgently demanded of Tan Yun. Oh, so you think our intersect leaders are pushovers or something? Suddenly, Tan Yun stomped his foot, Hongmeng divine steps, while Murong was still shouting, You absolutely can't leave today. Tan Yun instantly shot away. Murong stood frozen, dumbfounded. What? He brushed past Murong Laoze and said, Haha, little girl, what was that you said about... Murong's face turned green as she thought, How? How is this possible? How can his speed be so fast that I can't even detect when he moved? The remaining intersect leaders also turned pale with confusion. Oh heavens, what just happened? When did that masked man get past us and onto the main road? That speed is terrifying. If he had attacked us just now, we wouldn't have had any ability to resist. We can't afford to offend this masked man. Linghu Shangying witnessed everything and thought worriedly, Damn, he really is tough as nails. Good thing I wisely backed away earlier, Tan Yun said in a rather stern voice. Are you all still planning to stop me now? The leaders all retreated with cheerful expressions. We wouldn't dare, senior. Please proceed at your leisure. We were blind just now and offended you. The young miss upstairs was also somewhat flustered. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Good thing. I have 2 plans. After dealing with them, Tan Yun looked up and said to the young miss, Little brat, there are some people you can't easily scheme against. Suddenly, Tan Yun flicked something out. The young Mrs. veil was blown off, and she fell down, wondering, How could he know my plans? Tan Yun left imposingly, while warning the young miss, There won't be a next time. If you do it again, I won't forgive you. Dant Taishu hurriedly came over and asked, Miss, what's wrong? Are you hurt? The young miss, humbled by Tan Yun's warning, was less arrogant. We're fine. We miscalculated this time. Dant Taishu was quite worried. What do we do now? It seems we've offended him. The young miss snapped. What do we do? What else? Of course we quickly gather those types of ingredients. Within a year. No, within half a year, we must get it done. The crowd that had been watching the whole time started buzzing again. If that masked man isn't a powerhouse from the immortal sect or the holy sect, I'll eat my hat. The major intersect leaders were all so intimidated that they didn't dare to move. This mysterious masked man is too OP. As Tan Yun walked past the crowd, they fearfully reminded each other, Shh, don't talk anymore, the masked man is coming. Fan Jian in the crowd also squeezed forward, he thought. The masked man is too strong, I must latch on to him, no matter the cost. Tan Yun had already noticed him. Fan Jian, is this guy still here? This actually saves me the time of looking for him. Fan Jian quickly ran over and asked Tan Yun, my lord, this humble one is Fan Jian. The intersect streets are complicated, you must be here for the first time. How about letting this one guide you? Tan Yun leisurely asked. You want to be my guide? He thought. This guy probably thinks I'm some powerful immortal cultivator. Looks like he's trying to brown-nose me for some benefits. Fan Qian grinned like he'd struck gold and replied, That's right. This humble one is very familiar with the intersect streets. Whatever you need, I can get it done. Tan Yun readily agreed. All right then. Go buy me some fire seeds. The more the merrier. I'll be waiting for you on the first peak outside the city. Tan Yun chuckled to himself. Fan Qian, you OL pal? If you're delivering yourself right to my doorstep, then I won't hold back. Oblivious. Fan Qian cheerfully complied. Rest assured. Senior, I'll get it done to your satisfaction, he thought to himself as he left. Didn't expect this masked guy to be so easy to talk to. I gotta seize this chance and latch onto his thigh. The others were quite surprised. What the heck? Why didn't I think of sucking up to this powerhouse? Who knew he'd be so approachable? If I'd known, I would have jumped at the chance. Now that little punk gets a freebie. After he finishes this errand, he's definitely going to get some sweet rewards. Just a flick of the sleeve from this guy. And he might ascend to immortality in one step. Hearing their chatter, Tan Yun couldn't help but snicker. Benefits, of course there will be. I'm just sending him off for an early reincarnation. Soon, Tan Yun was waiting for Fan Qian on the mountaintop. Before he knew it, Fan Qian returned with the goods, excitedly reporting, "Senior, the items have been acquired." Tan Yun asked him, "Oh, how many fire seeds did you get in total?" The guy proudly showed off his loot, reporting to Senior, "This humble one has acquired a total of 89 low-grade fire seeds, 36 mid-grade fire seeds, and 20 high-grade fire seeds. The fire seeds are all inside this storage ring. Please accept them, Senior." Tan Yun took the storage ring and praised, "So many fire seeds! Seems like you spent quite a bit of spirit stones, huh?" Fan Qian quickly fawned. "What are spirit stones? Being able to serve Senior is my honor. If Senior permits, this humble one is willing to serve you for life." He said that out loud but thought to himself, "Damn it all, I went broke buying these fire seeds. This time, I can only succeed, I cannot fail." Hearing the word serve, Tan Yun was grinning from ear to ear. He laughed gleefully. "Serve me, haha, Fan Qian. You're so smart you played yourself." Fan Qian was dumbfounded. Why? Why is Senior laughing like that? Is there something this humble one did wrong? Then, Tan Yun slowly removed his hat. "Fan Qian, take a good look at who I am." After removing the hat, Tan Yun's handsome face was revealed. Fan Qian was shocked beyond belief. What? You're actually Tan Yun? How is this possible?" Tan Yun looked at Fan Qian with a mocking smile and said, "Anything is possible. I just wanted to buy some stuff in the Huangfu sacred grounds, but I didn't expect to run into you. Now we can settle the score for your assassination attempt." Fan Qian panicked. His eyes widened involuntarily, and he screamed in fear, "No." Knowing he was in deep trouble, he frantically tried to run for his life. Fan Qian ran while gnashing his teeth, sweating profusely. "Damn it, Tan Yun was actually that masked guy. I have to report this to the chief disciples of the inner sect immediately, even the elders of the immortal sect. Only then will I have any hope of survival." Tan Yun prepared a killing move in his hand and said, "Last time, you were lucky to escape, but not this time." Tan Yun decisively waved his hand and shouted, "Hong Meng Godslaying Sword, go!" The sword immediately flew out and pierced through Fan Qian's chest. He cried out in pain. Then he collapsed to the ground, unable to run any further. Tan Yun looked at him like a rat waiting to die, and said decisively, "That's right. Thanks for the fire seeds you bought for me. Remember to open your eyes wider in the next life, and don't do such stupid things again." Knowing he couldn't escape this calamity, he said weakly, "I'm not reconciled." Scene change at the gate of the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden. Dan Yu was panting, muttering, "How could senior brother Tan Yun cause such a big disaster? This is troublesome." Unexpectedly, Tan Yun suddenly appeared and flew over, saying, "Dan Yu, aren't you supposed to be guarding the spirit herbs? What are you doing loitering around here?" Seeing Tan Yun, Dan Yu put on a serious face and hurriedly replied, "Senior brother Tan, you're back. Senior brother Tan, did you kill Guo Long, the only son of Guo Zhengming, the enforcement elder of the inner sect?" Tan Yun, puzzled by his attitude, responded, "Why are you suddenly asking me this?" Dan Yu replied earnestly and quietly, "During the time you were away, Guo Zhengming led a group of enforcement disciples and thousands of soul-sniffing beasts to search for the murderer in the pill vein, and eventually tracked it down to your room." After hearing this, Tan Yun replied, "Oh, so Guo Zhengming is sure that I killed his son?" Dan Yu then replied, "That's right. Guo Zhengming is currently meeting with the sect leader, saying he wants to take you for interrogation. After hearing the news, I was told to wait for you here and tell you to hide immediately upon your return, to avoid any trouble." Seeing that they wanted to bring him to justice, Tan Yun angrily flew into the sky and shouted, "What's there to hide from? Doesn't Guo Zhengming want to catch me? Then I'll go meet him." Tan Yun thought as he flew, "When I wanted to get rid of Guo Long, I made preparations in advance. This time, Guo Zhengming's attempt to question me will be futile." Seeing Tan Yun wanting to go and find him was no different than courting death, Dan Yu hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother Tan." He was worried about Tan Yun's safety and quickly ran back, saying, "Senior brother Tan, why are you being so reckless? No, I must immediately tell this to Elder Shen Qingfeng." At this time, in the plaza in front of the main hall of the pill vein, a group of guards were discussing animatedly, "Damn it, who would have thought that even a menial disciple would dare to kill senior brother Gualalong? This is a slap in our faces." Another person, upon hearing this, replied, "It's lucky for this kid that he's not in the pill vein, otherwise I would definitely teach him a lesson." The person next to him then replied, "Just wait, I don't believe Tan Yun won't come back." Suddenly, Tan Yun flew from somewhere and landed on the ground with an angry face. Tan Yun clasped his hands and greeted the sect leader, saying, "Disciple Tan Yun requests an audience with the sect leader." Those guards, seeing Tan Yun return, immediately rushed forward to try and encircle him, saying, "Tan Yun, you bastard, we've finally waited for you. Raise your hands and surrender. We're taking you back to the enforcement hall for interrogation." Tan Yun, seeing them babbling and obstructing him, said without caring, "Get out of my way." Tan Yun used his power, and unleashed a terrifying force, sending them all flying. When they saw Tan Yun resisting, they shouted, "Tan Yun, you're good. You actually dare to resist, brothers. Attack this guy, Tan Yun. If you dare to resist again, we, as enforcement disciples, have the right to kill you on the spot." Tan Yun, upon hearing this, angrily said, "Kill me! How are you worthy?" Tan Yun rushed forward, punching each of them to the ground. Each of them was like a sandbag beaten to a pulp by Tan Yun. They cried out in pain, saying, "How is he so strong? Call for backup." Each of them was lying on the ground, groaning. Tan Yun grabbed one of them by the neck, lifted him up, and said, "This is the pill vein, not the enforcement hall. Whether I am guilty or not is not up to you to decide." Unexpectedly, Guo Zhengming suddenly stepped forward, his face angry and filled with killing intent, saying, "You bastard!" The disciple, seeing him, trembled helplessly, gasping, "Elder, save me." Guo Zhengming went crazy and rushed forward, shouting, "Tan Yun, release him for me." Seeing Tan Yun slaughtering his disciples, he became even more furious, saying, "First you killed my son, and now you're injuring my sect's disciples, adding crime upon crime, according to the sect rules." After that, he channeled his power, pouring all his strength into a punch, shouted, and rushed forward. "This elder sentences you to death." Suddenly, the old man Shen Qingfeng flew over from somewhere, rushed out, and shouted, "Stop!" He used his hand to block Guo Zhengming's punch. Both moves, with terrifying power, created a violent shockwave. The explosion, creating a cloud of dust. Guo Zhengming also retreated, seeing that he was preventing him from taking Tan Yun's life. Old Guo angrily said, "This sinful Tan Yun killed my son, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. Shen Qingfeng, you actually dare to stop this elder from enforcing the law. Could it be that you also want to taste the punishment of our enforcement hall?" Seeing him being so arrogant, old Qingfeng suppressed his anger and said, "Guo Zhengming, do you think this enforcer is easily intimidated? This is my pill vein. Whether Tan Yun is guilty or not has not yet been determined. Before that, don't even think about touching a hair on his head." Guo Zhengming angrily pointed at Tan Yun and continued to question, "Fine. Even if Tan Yun's crime of killing my son has not yet been determined, the fact that he injured my enforcement disciples just now is the truth." Seeing that he was so stubborn and overbearing, Tan Yun politely replied, "Elder Guo, I just arrived, and your enforcement disciples, without any regard for right or wrong, came to surround and attack me. If we investigate, I was only justifiably defending myself in retaliation. On the contrary, your subordinates came to my pill vein for no reason and caused trouble. Their responsibility is a bit greater, don't you think?" Shen Qingfeng, upon hearing this, said with satisfaction, "Well, Tan Yun, you're not wrong. Self-defense is totally within the rules." Guo Zhengming, realizing he couldn't win an argument against Tan Yun, replied in frustration, "You guys?" Suddenly, Shen Shaoxi stepped in from behind, stopping the argument, and said, "All right, everyone, stop it." Shen Qingfeng and Tan Yun, seeing the chief's arrival, respectfully clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, chief." Shen Shaoxi, seeing Tan Yun there, showed a hint of jealousy and replied, "Did you cause this trouble?" Tan Yun glanced at her, thinking, "This chick's pretty good at pretending. No one would believe the ice goddess, who's always cold as ice, was just acting like a little girl under my blanket not long ago." Guo Zhengming, seeing someone he could rely on, hurriedly said, "Shen Shaoxi, you've come at the perfect time. Now that we've found out that Tan Yun killed my son, I want to immediately take him to the law enforcement hall for punishment." Seeing that things seemed complicated, she slowly said, "Elder Guo, don't be hasty. I have a few questions I want to ask Tan Yun about this matter." Tan Yun, seeing this, replied, "Chief, please ask. If I know anything, I won't hide it." Shen Shaoxi asked curiously, "Tan Yun, how exactly did Guo Long, Guo Zhengming's son, die? And does it have anything to do with you?" Tan Yun didn't hesitate and answered decisively, "Chief, I did indeed have a conflict with Guo Long. Not long ago, when I entered the intersect market, Guo Long extorted spirit stones from me. I was so angry that—" Guo Zhengming, hearing Tan Yun's words, flared up and replied, "Hold on, Tan Yun, what nonsense are you talking about? How could my son extort spirit stones from you?" he thought to himself. "Although this has been an unspoken rule for many years, Zhongqi is a violation of sect rules. If Shen Subing and Shen Qingfeng find out, I'll be in trouble too." Tan Yun, seeing him refute like that, just smiled and replied, "I'm not talking nonsense, Elder Guo. If you don't believe me, I can find witnesses in the intersect market at any time." Guo Zhengming, realizing he couldn't win the argument, then replied, "Ah, enough. We'll talk about that later. First, you need to explain why you killed my son." Shen Xiao, seeing this, said, "Tan Yun, continue," she thought to herself. If Guo Long extorted him first, then Tan Yun won't be given the ultimate punishment no matter what. This time, I can save myself a lot of trouble. Tan Yun then replied decisively, "Yes, after Guo Long extorted me, I was so angry that I wanted to report it. Who knew that Guo Long would actually bring people to kill me? In a desperate situation, I could only fight back." And then, old Guo, hearing this, exclaimed in panic, "Then you killed my son, Guo Long, didn't you?" Tan Yun then spoke the truth. "Wrong. The one who killed Guo Long wasn't me, but the inner sect disciple Duan Min. Guo Zhengming, hearing this name, gasped in shock and exclaimed, "What? Who is Duan Min?" Tan Yun replied with a sigh and explained to him, "Duan Min is a thief in the inner sect market. That day the people who wanted to kill me happened to run into Guo Long, and then they conveniently killed him." Shen Shoxi, seeing this, also said in surprise, "Tan Yun, is what you're saying true?" Tan Yun then replied, "Everything I've said is the truth, chief. If you don't believe me, I can let the chief examine my soul memory." Shen Qingfeng, seeing that everything was clear, then said, "Tan Yun has already said so. It seems that Guo Long's death really has nothing to do with him. Guo Zhengming, what else do you have to say?" Old Guo Zhengming, knowing the murderer of his son, asked angrily, "Then where is Duan Min now?" Then, Tan Yun continued, "Elder Guo, don't worry, Duan Min has already been killed by me. However, you don't need to thank me, because even if that Guo Long hadn't died in Duan Min's hands, I would have killed him myself." Old Guo Zhengming, hearing this, turned pale and, with his mouth full of blood about to spit out, said, "Tan Yun, you're killing me." He painfully vomited blood. Tan Yun, seeing that he couldn't stand the anger, said, "Elder Guo, why are you vomiting blood? If this gets out and people misunderstand, saying that our Danmai is attacking you, that wouldn't be good." Suddenly, Tan Yun took out a pill and sincerely invited him. "Luckily, our Danmai has many pills, Elder Guo. How about you take 2 to heal your injuries?" Guo Zhengming didn't want to get involved any further and immediately turned to leave, saying, "No need. If the matter has been investigated and it's clear that you didn't kill my son, then I'll take my leave." Tan Yun, seeing that he wanted to leave as if nothing had happened, spoke up to stop it. "Hold on," Tan Yun continued. "Our Danmai is one of the 9 veins of the holy sect, after all. It's not appropriate for Elder Guo to come and go as you please, is it?" Guo Zhengming, seeing Tan Yun beating around the bush, asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" Tan Yun pointed to the ground and said, "The bricks on the square of our Danmai are made of top-grade Lishan cold iron. Each piece took a lot of manpower and resources. Now that Elder Guo has damaged them like this, you have to compensate us with tens of thousands of spirit stones no matter what." Seeing Tan Yun demanding compensation for the damages he caused, Guo Zhengming angrily pointed at him and retorted, "You little brat, you're going too far." Standing aside, Shen Qingfeng chimed in, agreeing with Tan Yun. "I think Tan Yun makes a valid point." Shen Shoxi, also standing nearby, added, questioning Guo Zhengming, "Elder Guo, you've made such a fuss these past few days investigating the culprit here in our Danmu, but now that it's clear Tan Yun didn't kill your son, shouldn't you give us all an explanation?" Guo Zhengming, feeling cornered, stammered, Inside his head, he was thinking, "Damn it, looks like I won't get out of here without shedding some blood today." Then, Guo Zhengming pulled something out and said, "Fine, I admit defeat this time. Here are 50,000 spirit stones. Consider it my compensation." Tan Yun happily accepted the compensation and replied, "Many thanks, Elder Guo. Feel free to drop by again sometime. I'll prepare some more bricks for you to smash." Old Guo Zhengming, hearing this, was so enraged he spat out blood, exclaiming, You! He trembled, clutching his chest. "Kid, just you wait." With that, Guo Zhengming flew into the sky. Leaving in resentment, Tan Yun watched him go, feeling triumphant. Seeing how formidable Tan Yun was, and how he managed to hold his own against Guo Zhengming, Shen Qingfeng laughed heartily and praised him. "Tan Yun, just a few words from you made Guo Zhengming vomit blood twice, and he couldn't do anything about it. That was so satisfying." The sect leader also admired his strength, saying, "Tan Yun, it seems we've all underestimated you. A mere disciple, you're anything but simple." Tan Yun, hearing this, replied, "Sect leader, you flatter me. This is the spirit stone compensation from Guo Zhengming. Please accept it." The sect leader took the spirit stones and turned to leave. Suddenly, the sect leader was startled by a voice from behind. He laughed loudly, saying, "Sect leader Su Bing, is the spirit agreement you were preparing last time ready?" An old man landed from who knows where, holding a wooden staff. Seeing him, Shen Shaoxi trembled in fear, gritting his teeth. "Tan Yun, go back. Qingfeng, wait outside the main hall," Tan Yun replied. Understood. Tan Yun looked at the old man, thinking that he was probably here for the soul transformation pill. But since Shen Su Bing has a method to replace the spiritual herbs I gave her, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Next, I should go to the Time Pagoda to cultivate and use the newly acquired Violet Sea Mysterious Flame to raise the level of the Hongmeng Sacred Flame. This old man is the main hall of Dan Mo's inner sect. Shen Shaoxi bowed his head and said, "Shen Su Bing greets third elder." The old man looked at Shen Shaoxi with a lustful expression, giving a perverted smile. "Su Bing, no need to be so polite with me. I've missed you so much after a month." He reached out to touch her, but Shen Shoxi slapped his hand away, replying, "Third elder, please show some respect." Seeing that he couldn't achieve his goal, the old man put on a disappointed face and said, "You don't know what's good for you, Shen Su Bing. The month ago you were asked to prepare. Have you gathered enough?" She cupped her hands and reporting to Third Elder, this subordinate has not yet been able to find the Ghost Breath Ice Orchid Underworld Vein and the Radiant Spirit Grass needed to refine the Soul Transformation Pill, but this subordinate has found spiritual wings that can replace them. Hearing this, the old man angrily glared at her, scolding, Shen Su Bing, you're so audacious. The method for refining the soul transformation pill was passed down by the founder, and these 3 spiritual herbs are irreplaceable. If you can't prepare the spiritual herbs, fine, but to dare speak such nonsense, I think you don't want to be the sect leader of Dan Moore's inner sect anymore. Do you believe this elder can dismiss you right now? Finishing speaking, the old man began to think that to get Shen Su Bing, he had to put some pressure on her. Hearing that the old man wanted to depose her, Shen Su Bing calmly retorted, Third Elder, this subordinate's position as sect leader was personally bestowed by sect leader Tang of the Immortal Sect. If you want to dismiss me, I'm afraid you don't have the authority. Shen Su Bing knew that enduring wasn't the way to go anymore, thinking that if she continued to yield, this old man would just take advantage of her. Besides, she had the refining method given by her master, so she didn't need to be afraid of him. Seeing that this approach didn't intimidate Shen Su Bing, the old man exclaimed, Insolent! How dare you speak to me like that? If you can't refine the soul transformation pill, do you know what your fate will be? Shen Su Bing didn't care about his threats, resolutely and firmly replying, Third Elder, no need to worry, I will refine the soul transformation pill. This lecherous old man had been waiting for this and turned to leave, saying, Good, 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 those are your words. In 5 months it will be time to heal sect leader Tang. I'll be waiting in the Immortal Sect. At that time you either bring the pill or your head. Shen Su Bing watched him leave, thinking to herself, with the refining method passed down by my master, 5 months should be enough for me to refine the soul transformation pill. Shen Qingfeng, curious about the old man, asked, Miss, did Elder Zhao come for the soul transformation jade herb? We have to, Shen Su Bing without any worry resolutely said. Don't worry, I have a plan, Qingfeng. I have 2 things I want you to do, he replied. Miss, please speak. Shen Su Bing handed Qingfeng a piece of paper and instructed him. Go to the Winged Garden Spirit Mountain and get 10 portions of spiritual herbs. According to this recipe, I'm going to personally refine the soul transformation pill. Zhu Qingfeng looked at the method on the paper and worriedly asked again, Young miss, we still haven't found the spirit wings needed to refine the soul-reversing supreme pill, have we? How do you plan to refine it? Shen Su Bing turned and walked away decisively, saying, You just need to prepare the spiritual herbs as listed on the paper. Also, tell Lu Wu that I've managed to hide the fact that the soul-reversing jade herb is dead. Tell him he doesn't need to kneel anymore, and to get back to Fan Jing. Shu Qingfeng obeyed and bowed his head, replying, Yes, this old servant will go immediately. Shen Su Bing rubbed her forehead and thought, Even with Master's refining method, the grade of the soul-reversing pill is still a bit too high for me right now. I hope I can succeed. She sighed in boredom and continued, If only I could find Master. Scene change. At this time, inside Lu Wu's cave abode, he was sitting alone on a chair, pondering something. Suddenly, Jiang Xie entered from outside and reported, Elder, Yue is finally back. Old Lu Wu suddenly flew into a rage, shouting, Humph! That bitch Shen Subing humiliated me like that. One day, I'll definitely make her pay. Lu Wu asked. Right, Jiang Xie, has news of Tan Yun's death spread recently? Jiang Xie replied. Reporting to the elder, Tan Yun is not dead. He even appeared at our Dan Mai's martial arts arena today. It seems he entered the Mustard Seed Space-Time Pagoda to cultivate. Lu Wu angrily shouted. Damn it, what kind of work is Duan Zhen doing? He hasn't been able to kill Tan Yun after so long. Go call Duan Zhen here for me. Jiang Xie hesitated and replied. Deacon Duan Zhen, Seeing that, Lu Wu asked, Deacon Duan Zhen, what about him? Jiang Xie suddenly knelt down, trembling, and reported, Elder, Deacon Duxian's soul lamp went out not long ago. Deacon Duxian is afraid something has happened. Lu Wu was shocked by the bad news and exclaimed, What? Duan Zhen is at the 7th level of the soul refinement realm? How could he fail when I sent him to deal with Tan Yun, who is at the 7th level of the soul transformation realm? Jiang Xi explained, Elder, Tan Yun definitely shouldn't be Deacon Duan's match. But Tan Yun has those 2 brothers, Shen Qingfeng, behind him. Could it be that they've been secretly protecting Tan Yun? Lu Wu nodded as he listened. What you said makes sense. So, we can't continue sending people to deal with Tan Yun? Jiang Xi proposed. Elder, this subordinate actually has a way. Your grand disciple Wu Yangqian and second disciple Gao Yang Wushuang are about to leave the supreme grade mustard seed space-time pagoda. With their strength, killing a Tan Yun should be easy. At that time, just ABC, Lu Wu and Jiang Xi plotted together. 10 days later, outside the classroom of Space-Time Mustard Seed Tower No. 520, Tan Yun thought. After taking so long, I finally absorbed the Shu Hai profound flames. Now even the most supreme spiritual energy will be burned into ashes by my Hongmeng sacred fire in an instant. It's just a pity that the cultivation time this time is up. I didn't even have time to absorb the fire seed that Fan Jiangxiao offered me. Tan Yun looked into the distance. That's the supreme grade mustard seed space-time pagoda. The time speed inside is much slower than the normal space-time pagoda. It's even more suitable for me to cultivate in seclusion. Calculating the time, the supreme grade mustard seed space-time pagoda is probably about to open. I have to find a way to go in. Tan Yun arrived at the supreme grade mustard seed space-time pagoda. Tan Dong was already waiting noisily. The supreme grade mustard seed space-time pagoda has a total of 9 levels. If you cultivate on the 9th level, 1 day is equivalent to 18 normal days. If you can go in and cultivate, that would be amazing. It's not that simple. To get to the 9th level, you have to endure unimaginable gravity. In the history of our Danmai disciples, no one has been able to reach there in 3,000 years. Nowadays, every time the supreme grade mustard seed space-time pagoda opens, countless experts will come to climb the pagoda. I wonder which experts will show their talents this time. Tan Yun stood in the crowd, looking at the pagoda. I didn't expect that to cultivate in this supreme grade mustard seed space-time pagoda, you also have to see which level you can climb. This is actually a bit interesting. 2 people suddenly walked out of the pagoda. They were the famous brothers Gao Yang Wushuang and Wu Yang Qian. The crowd sighed in admiration upon seeing them. Wu Yang Qian and Gao Yang Wushuang are the 2 confidants of Elder Lu Wu. One is the grand disciple and the other is the second disciple. In the last pagoda climb, they scored the highest. It is said that their 3rd junior brother, Ye Ling, was killed by the handyman disciple, Tan Yun, of the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden. The true disciples of the 12 elders now only have these 2 left. HMPH. I just saw that Tan Yun has also come here. Do you think they will directly fight? Wu Yang Qian said. Just now, Master sent a message, saying that junior brother Ye Ling was killed by a handyman disciple named Tan Yun, and told us to kill him to avenge our junior brother, Gao Yang Wushuang. Veins popping out reply. When I find that lowly handyman disciple, I will definitely shatter his head with 1 punch. Wu Yang Qian looked at the crowd and continued. Master said that Tan Yun is also in the martial arts arena, saying that he might be mixed in with these disciples. Now Gao Yang Wushuang laughed loudly and said, "Isn't that great?" He stepped forward in front of the crowd and shouted, "Yo, Tan Yun, anyone named Tan Yun? Step right the hell up." Tan Yun moseys out of the crowd, face chill, and asks, "What you want?" Gao Yang Wushuang's veins are poppin', and he's like, "You the Tan Yun dude?" Tan Yun's all, "Yup, that's me, spit it out or fart off." Gao Yang Wushuang doesn't say a word, just straight up charges, ready to drop the hammer from above. "Kid, remember this. You're getting killed by Elder Lu Wu's second disciple, Gao Yang Wushuang." Tan Yun gets hyped and powers up, responding, "Talk is cheap, bruh. You think you got what it takes to kill me? Dude's common." Down from the sky, Tan Yun throws a punch upwards, straight savage. Tan Yun's Hongmeng fire is straight up torching the arena, and the crowd can only see flames. Gao Yang Wushuang jumps back after that, head hanging low. He's shook. No way Tan Yun blocked that attack. How is that even possible? Wu Yang Qian steps forward, all worried. "Wushuang, you good?" He shakes his head. Underestimated this punk, didn't know his physical strength was this insane. Tan Yun's eyes flash with killer intent, Hongmeng fire blazing, and he's like, "You're Lu Wu's disciples, huh? You guys leeches or something? Why you gotta follow me everywhere I go?" Gao Yang Wushuang points and yells. Tan Yun, you, 6th elder, flies in, out of nowhere, interrupting. "Today's the day the supreme grade space-time pagoda opens. Anyone startin' trouble here want a one-way ticket to the disciplinary hall." Wu Yang Qian pipes up, "6th elder, this Tan Yun killed our junior brother Ye Ling. We just want to settle this with a life-or-death battle right here. No intention of causing trouble." The crowds go in, wild. A life-or-death battle already. First, it was Ye Ling. Now it's Wu Yang Qian and Gao Yang Wushuang. Judging by the Lu Wu faction's momentum, they won't stop until Tan Yun's dead. Wu Yang Qian and Gao Yang Wushuang are top 30 on the core rankings. If Tan Yun's smart, he'd better refuse, the 6th elders observing, thinking. Wu Yang Qian and Gao Yang Wushuang are both at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, while Tan Yun is only at the 7th level of the transformation realm. The power gap is too wide. Gotta find a way to stop this deathmatch. 6th elder acts tough. Cut the crap. The supreme grade space-time pagoda is about to open for climb time. Ain't nobody got time for your deathmatches. Break it up. Gao Yang Wushuang tries to explain, but Wu Yang Qian cuts him off. Shen Wendei and Shen Xingfeng are tight. We shouldn't mess with Tan Yun. With him around, Gao Yang Wushuang then goes off on Tan Yun. "Tan Yun, consider yourself lucky today. Next time we meet, I'm taking your dog life." As the 2 sisters turn to leave, Tan Yun stops them. "Hold up." Tan Yun speaks up. "Your deathmatch, I accept," he's thinking. "Instead of these 2 clinging to me forever, might as well finish them off right here." 6th elder's shocked. "What did you say?" Gao Yang Wushuang is stoked, laughing loudly. "Alright, haha, punk's got some balls after all." He crooks his finger, mockingly. Come on then, Tan Yun glares, yelling, are you deaf? I just made it clear, I want a death match with both of you. Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang are in disbelief. The crowd is flabbergasted. Holy crap, does Tan Yun even know what he's saying? Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang combined are easily top 20 in the core rankings. Where does Tan Yun get the guts to say that? Ouyang Qian asks. 1 against 2, Tan Yun. Are you underestimating us? Or what? Gaoyang Wushuang roars. Tan Yun, what are you even? I'm enough to kill you myself. Tan Yun waves his hand. No, don't get me wrong, I'm not underestimating you two. He proceeds to ignore them. No cap, I'm underestimating all of Lu Wu's disciples. Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang's veins pop as they curse. What, you bastard? The Lu Wu disciples below start shouting. Tan Yun, how dare you humiliate us in front of everyone? You must be tired of living, eldest senior sister, second senior brother. Accept Tan Yun's challenge and beat this bastard to death to vent our anger. Tan Yun, you absolutely won't leave here alive today. Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang reply. Haha, it's been so long since anyone dared to underestimate me like this, since I entered the inner sect. Tan Yun, since you're so eager to die, we'll grant you your wish. The two of them shouted. We accept this life or death battle. Sixth elder interrupted. Wait. Our sect has never had a 1-on-2 life or death battle before? This still needs to be discussed, the old man muttered to himself. Why does this Tan Yun always cause so much worry? But Tan Yun stepped forward, addressing the sixth elder. Disciple understands, but these guys keep trying to cause trouble for me. I'm really annoyed, so I want to settle it once and for all today. Besides, I'm sure to win this fight. Ouyang Qian stepped forward and said, Sixth elder, as long as both sides agree, the sect rules don't fix the number of people in a life or death battle. I'm afraid you don't have the right to interfere. The sixth elder was at a loss for words and felt helpless. You? He had to agree. Fine, you can have a life or death battle if you want, but this is extremely important. If it's not handled properly, it could cause disputes between Elder Lu Wu and the Spirit Mountain Medicine Garden. This elder must still inform Shen Qingfeng, Deacon Lu Wu, and the chief senior. You have to wait a moment. The three of them, Tan Yun, Ouyang Qian, and Gaoyang Wushuang, said in unison. Understood. Half an hour later, Lady Bingqing, Shen Qingfeng, and Lu Wu had all arrived. Lady Bingqing walked over to Tan Yun. Little brat. Well done, Tan Yun. It's only been a few days since I last saw you, and you've already caused such a big thing. If you die, what will happen to Shen Qinghui? I'm in a critical moment of refining the soul conversion pill, and this Tan Yun is causing trouble. It's infuriating. Shen Qingfeng stepped forward to dissuade him. Tan Yun, these two, Ouyang Qian, are not as comparable to Ye Ling. How could you make such a rash decision? Tan Yun respectfully replied. Chief Senior Shen, this disciple is not being rash, but made this decision after careful consideration. Please believe me, Bingqing said angrily. HMPH. Now that the life or death battle has been set, I can't stop it? If that's what you say, then do as you wish. Elder Shen Qingfeng warned. Tan Yun, you must be very careful. Lu Wu saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and ordered his two disciples that they were only allowed to win this battle, not to lose. Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang reported. Please rest assured, Master, Tan Yun is definitely dead this time. The three of them stepped onto the arena amidst the cheers of the audience. Sixth elder shouted. If both sides are ready, then I declare the life or death battle begins. Gaoyang Wushuang shouted. Tan Yun, with your first-level nascent soul cultivation, you're simply not worthy of the two of us taking action together. I was careless just now, and let you take advantage, but next, I will obliterate you with just one move. Tan Yun beckoned and sneered. Haha. Anyone can talk big. Show your real skills if you have them. Gaoyang Wushuang rushed forward angrily. Enough nonsense. Take this. 9 Heavens Raging Sun Fist. The audience clamored. This is Gaoyang Wushuang's ultimate move. Gaoyang Wushuang once used this move to obliterate a 9th-level nascent soul opponent. Can Tan Yun block it? Gaoyang Wushuang's ultimate fist arrived, exploding the sky where Tan Yun was standing. The crowd gaped in astonishment. He was hit so easily. Was he too scared to move? No way. How could Tan Yun be so weak? Old Liu exclaimed in shock. What's going on? Why didn't Tan Yun dodge? Bingqing was worried and speechless. Tan Yun faced the overwhelming fist shadows with extreme calmness, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Could it be? Gaoyang Wushuang arrogantly stepped forward. Haha, I thought this Tan Yun was so capable, but it turns out he's just a piece of trash, garbage. He turned to Ouyang Qian. Senior sister, I've taken care of it, no need for you. Before he could finish speaking, Tan Yun emerged from the dust, shouting, Hongmeng Golden Body, taken care of. You're celebrating too early, Ouyang Qian exclaimed. Wushuang, watch out behind you. Ouyang Wushuang didn't expect it, exclaimed. The hell you say? Tan Yun flashed in front of them, slamming a palm strike into their chest. Get lost. Whoa. The audience members all paled. Holy crap, Tan Yun took Caoyang Wushuang's ultimate move head on, and he's still okay. Not only is he fine, but he can also seriously injure Caoyang Wushuang with a single punch. Unbelievable. Tan Yun's physical strength is insane. Sixth Elder and Shen Qingfeng gawked. Shen bro, is Tan Yun's physical body really that strong? What kind of body refining technique did he learn? I have no idea. Bing Qing was equally surprised. This Tan Yun is hiding things well. Wushuang coughed up blood as he staggered backward. Ouyang Qian rushed to support him. Wushuang, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Caoyang Wushuang, trying to save face, said, cough cough, no, I'm fine, I was just careless, it's nothing. But that punch from Tan Yun damaged my meridians. I only have enough power for one more strike. Ouyang Qian was shocked. Only enough for one more strike. Looks like if we want to kill Tan Yun, we can only use that move. Liu Wu stepped forward, sternly commanding. Wushuang, Qian Sher, don't be careless again. The old man's eyes turned red with fury. You two, attack together. You must eliminate Tan Yun. Ouyang Qian and Wushuang quickly replied, yes, master. Rest assured, Tan Yun is a dead man after the next move, Tan Yun said with amusement. Finally, you two are getting serious. Then I guess I'll have to get a little serious too. The two sisters were furious. Tan Yun, we admit we underestimated you. You're worthy of us fighting together. But that's all you're worthy of. That's right. When we join forces, you only have one path. Death. Ouyang Qian unleashed her ultimate move. Inferno of the Raging Flames. Caoyang Wushuang used. Apocalyptic Dragon Twister. The Apocalyptic Dragon Twister surged like a storm, while the Inferno of Raging Flames blazed, setting even the hem of the skirt on fire. Ouyang, not stopping there, they put their palms together. Raging Flames Dragon Twister. The fusion is complete. Within the storm is fire, and within the fire is the ultimate fury. The audience screamed. This is a combined martial technique, heavens. The combination of wind and fire power is too strong. Ouyang Qian and Caoyang Wushuang actually had such an ultimate move. This time Tan Yun is truly done for. Sixth Elder and Shen Qingfeng shouted. Crap, Tan Yun is really in danger. Even a soul refinement realm expert would have to retreat 3 steps. In the face of this move, Liu Wu was gleeful inside. Since Qian Yer and Wushuang have used their trump card, that Tan Yun is definitely dead, Bing Qing coldly observed. Tan Yun is only at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. I wonder if he can withstand this move, Ouyang Qian and her brother boasted. We originally prepared this move for the 9 Meridian competition, but now we're using it against you first, so you should feel proud, haha Tan Yun. Being able to die under this move is your honor, Raging Flames Dragon Twister. Kill. They launched forward. A destructive force of unprecedented scale. Tan Yun drew his sword. Formation. To me, your ultimate move has countless flaws. Not worth mentioning. Hongmeng Godslaying Sword Formation. Activate. The sword came out like a dragon, stirring up the universe. Tan Yun unleashed countless sword formations. The two formations clashed like bombs exploding in the sky. The space seemed to shatter. The crowd had to retreat hundreds of steps in horror. Heavens. This power is too terrifying. The destructive force of this move definitely reaches the soul refinement realm. Who will ultimately win? Shen Qingfeng craned his neck, his heart burning with anxiety. Tan Yun won't be in trouble, will he? Sixth Elder thought. With Tan Yun's physical strength, perhaps there's still a chance. Bing Qing Elder, the most composed of the bunch, was also worried. Even though he's only at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, he's fighting against 2 peak nascent soul realm experts. Can Tan Yun really succeed? Liu Wu was sure of his victory. I think under this level of attack, that little brat Tan Yun absolutely cannot survive. The fire died down, the smoke dissipated. Tan Yun, Ouyang Qian, and Caoyang Wushuang appeared at the foot of the tower. The crowd waited anxiously. What's going on with them? They all seem to be okay. Moreover, they haven't even changed their positions. Could it be that their power is equal, and they fought to a draw? Liu Wu couldn't believe it and exclaimed, this is impossible. Tan Yun can't possibly fight to a draw with Qian Kuer and Caoyang Wushuang. Absolutely impossible. Sixth Elder and Shen Qingfeng cheered wildly. Tan Yun is awesome. That kid's got skills. Bing Qing breathed a sigh of relief. To be able to hold your own against Ouyang Qian and Caoyang Wushuang is pretty damn good, Caoyang Wushuang wheezed, asking, Tan Yun, where did you learn that sword technique? He casually replied. Self-created. Ouyang Qian regretfully said her last words. I didn't expect you to have such talent. We lost fair and square. With that, she collapsed unexpectedly. No one could have anticipated this. Ouyang Qian and Caoyang Wushuang, their bodies covered in cuts from the sword formation, both died without even twitching. Ouyang Qian and Caoyang Wushuang actually died. All dead. Holy crap, I thought Tan Yun could only hold them off at best, but who knew these two would actually die by Tan Yun's hand? We're both at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Tan Yun could probably beat 100 guys like me without even breaking a sweat. Sixth elder dazedly turned to Shen Qingfeng. Tan Yun actually killed Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang. Qingfeng, am I seeing things? I guess Tan Yun was hiding his strength, but I didn't expect this kid was hiding it this deep, Bingqing thought with relief. I still underestimated Tan Yun. Didn't expect his strength to reach this level. When the 9-vein competition comes, he'll definitely cause a stir and bring glory to our Dan vein. Liu Wu, in a fit of rage, rushed over and yelled, "Bastard! Tan Yun, you actually dared to kill my 2 beloved disciples." Tan Yun retorted, "They wanted to kill me first. It's only natural that I kill them," Shen Qingfeng chimed in. Elder Liu, this is a life-or-death battle. Isn't it normal to die? That Liu guy flailed his hands. A murderously angry elder, cursing, "You damn people!" Just then, Bingqing erupted in anger, scaring Liu Wu half to death. "Do you want to go against the sect rules?" Liu Wu immediately panicked, not daring to take another step forward. "Chief is worrying too much. This subordinate knows the sect rules. How could I break the law knowingly?" Grabbing Gaoyang Wushuang's corpse by the head, carrying Ouyang Qian's corpse over his shoulder, he turned back and said, "Tan Yun, you and I are not done yet." Old Liu flew away without another word. The audience chattered. Tan Yun single-handedly killed all of Elder Liu Wu's personal disciples. This time, he's made a huge enemy. Seriously, before the life-or-death battle ended, who knew Tan Yun was this strong? The people of Liu Wu's vein are usually arrogant and bully other disciples. Now, they've met their end, which serves them right, Bingqing ordered. The life-or-death battle has ended. I'll return first. You two handle the rest. Farewell, Chief. Old Six then waved his hand high, shouting a slogan. All disciples, listen up. It's almost time to climb the tower. Disciples who want to participate, get ready. The disciples cheered excitedly. The ultimate time-space immortal restricting tower is finally opening. This time, I'm definitely climbing to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is nothing. I'm going to the 6th. The disciples in the battle rankings haven't come today. I might even be able to take first place. Just then, Peng Xia, Peng Xiwan, and Peng An landed together, asking loudly, "Ha, this old man isn't late, is he?" The audience was shocked. Isn't that Peng An, who's 3rd in the Dan Vein battle rankings? If Peng An's here, then isn't first place today his? Not necessarily. Tan Yun just beat Ouyang Qian and Gaoyang Wushuang. It might be hard to tell who's stronger between them and Peng An. The guy Peng An suddenly saw Tan Yun glaring at Tan Yun, who was in the crowd, and immediately stepped forward to complain. "Bro, he's the miscellaneous disciple who injured me last time. Today, you must avenge me." Peng Xiwan spoke. "Climbing the tower is my main priority today. A miscellaneous disciple can wait. After leaving the ultimate time-space immortal restricting tower, I'll help you settle the score, little bro." Tan Yun also wasted no time recognizing those guys. Thinking about Peng Zhu, that kid was beaten by me before, he's probably holding a grudge. Seems like this tower climb won't be as peaceful as I thought, Old Six initiated. According to the order, I announced the Spirit Origin tower climb of the ultimate time-space immortal restricting tower, which has a total of 9 floors. The gravity of each floor will increase by 50 times. If anyone can reach the 9th floor, they can obtain a wisp of true purple phoenix fire, left behind by the sect's predecessor. Also, fighting is not allowed. While climbing the tower, Tan Yun was surprised. True purple phoenix fire. I didn't expect there to be such a good thing on the 9th floor. If I can devour it, then the Hongmeng Holy Flame can become even stronger. Shen Qingfeng stepped forward and asked Tan Yun, "What floor do you think you can reach?" Tan Yun replied casually, "I will definitely reach the 9th floor." Upon hearing this, Peng Jia sneered. HMPH. How ridiculous. A mere chore disciple dares to brag like that. He truly overestimates himself. Peng Jia said, "Since the establishment of our Danmai sect, no one has ever reached the 9th floor. Tan Yun, how dare you utter such absurd words?" Shen Qingfeng stepped forward and warned. "Third elder, manage your people." Peng Chuyuan retorted, "I feel that Anju Turier are absolutely right. For a chore disciple like Tan Yun to dare say that he will reach the 9th floor, isn't he mocking our Danmai sect for being devoid of talent?" Shen Qingfeng grumbled. HMPH. Peng Chuyuan. Don't speak so definitively, lest you end up slapping yourself in the face. Peng Chuyuan chuckled. "Haha. If this Tan Yun is truly confident in reaching the 9th floor, why don't we place a bet? We'll see whether Tan Yun or An Air climbs higher, using your private herb garden as the stake. How about it?" he thought to himself. Shen Qingfeng's private herb garden has many precious medicinal herbs. This is a good opportunity to seize it. Tan Yun stepped forward, cutting him off. "Shen Jishi's stake is his private herb garden. Peng Zhanglao, what about your stake?" Peng Xiuan eagerly responded. "Haha. My stake is whatever you name it. Anyway, Eclair is sure to win, so I can say whatever I want." Tan Yun nodded confidently. "All right, Shen Jihishi. If you trust me, then agree to his bet." Shen Qingfeng declared boldly. "All right, let's bet. Tan Yun has never disappointed me before. I should trust him this time." The crowd thought, "These guys can't believe their eyes." Shen Jishi actually agreed. How much does he trust Tan Yun? Pang An reached the 7th floor last time. This time, he's definitely aiming for the 8th. Tan Yun is several minor realms lower than Pang An. How can he win this bet? Shen Jishi is definitely going to lose, Pang Shiyuan said. Haha, Shen Jishi. I thank you for offering me your herb garden in advance. Tan Yun quietly warned Pang Zhonglao. You're celebrating too early. He walked away, adding, I hope you can still smile. After the competition ends, Pang Zhu and Pang An looked at each other and said, Uncle, Tan Yun is so confident, I'm afraid he has some backing. We need to be prepared. This Tan Yun is just a delusional idiot, nothing to worry about I'm sure, to win against him. Peng Chuan, who was naturally suspicious, listened to Peng Zhu. Even so, we still need to be careful as you say. Later, follow him in the tower and trip Tan Yun. After hearing Peng Chuyuan's plan, Peng Zhu grinned. Hee, I understand. The 6th elder raised the command token and shouted, The time has come. Now I will open the tower. The command token releases its power onto the heavenly lightning peak of the supreme grade G-Zai time-space tower, activating the gravity formation. The gravity formation enveloped the entire supreme grade G-Z time-space tower. The 6th elder announced loudly and clearly, I declare the tower climb to begin. The crowd rushed in like a flood. Charge! This time I will definitely reach the 5th floor. I have prepared for so long, I just want to make a name for myself here. Tan Yun leisurely walked in, thinking to himself, the move I used to kill those 2 Ouyang Wushuang dudes consumed a lot of my spiritual power. I need to hurry up and recover. The audience wondered, why is Tan Yun climbing so slowly? He said he could reach the 9th floor. He's not even as good as me. Tan Yun is indeed no match for Peng An. Shen Jishi is definitely going to lose this bet, Peng Chuyuan ordered. Anaya is already about to reach the 6th floor, and this Tan Yun hasn't even reached the 2nd floor. I'm definitely going to win. Old Shen Qingfeng is the most worried. Strange, why is Tan Yun moving so slowly? After circulating his cultivation technique for a while, Tan Yun was certain, my spiritual power has fully recovered, it's time to speed up my climb. Suddenly, a voice blocked his path. Tan Yun, you've finally arrived. It turned out that Pang Zhu had gathered a group of bros to block the way in advance. You've only reached the 3rd floor now. How dare you compete with my big bro with your level of skill? That's right, don't you even weigh yourself to see how much you're worth? Pang A Shixiong didn't even put him in his eyes. Tan Yun, you can only stop here today. Tan Yun smiled arrogantly. Yo, look at these bros blocking my way, you trying to pull some sneaky crap. Pang An and his boys chimed in. Don't go throwing accusations, man. We just happened to climb here and got stuck. Ain't no intentional blocking. Yeah, we're just chillin', takin' a breather. No fightin' allowed in the tower, Tan Yun. If you want to pass, wait till we're rested. The crowd below erupted. Damn, Pang An's pullin'. Stunts now. Shameless, what a freakin' lowlife. Tan Yun's screwed, he's totally gonna lose this time. Shen Qingfeng pointed and cursed at Peng Chuyuan. You're so damn shameless making Pang An do this dirty work. Elder Lu spoke up. Elder Pang, this behavior's a bit unbecoming of your status. Pang Chuyuan replied nonchalantly. Pang An hasn't broken any rules of the tower climb. You two are meddling way too much. Shen Qingfeng scoffed. This petty trick won't stop Tan Yun. Just you wait. Tan Yun yelled, get the hell out of my way. Or don't blame Tan Yun for being impolite. Pang An sneered. What can you do if I don't move? No fighting's allowed while climbing the tower. You can't touch us, so just chill here. Flames erupted as Tan Yun roared. You've got a death wish. Get out of here. The smug losers were caught completely off guard when the force of the flames sent them flying off the tower. Pang An plummeted, stunned. The hell? What's happening? Oh crap, I'm doomed. His bros landed with a series of thuds on the arena floor. Pang An craned his neck up, begging, Uncle, save me. My legs are broken. Pang Chuyuan roared in fury. Damn it, Tan Yun dared to attack Pang An's group. He's breaking the rules. Shen Qingfeng casually replied. Elder Pang, you're mistaken. Tan Yun didn't even touch them. How can you say he broke the rules? Looks like they just weren't careful and fell. Elder Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tan Yun took a very normal step. Didn't attack at all, Elder Pang. You shouldn't spout nonsense. Pang Chuyuan hastily ordered. Fine, you win this time, someone. Get Pang An and the others back here. Yes, sir. Soldiers hurried to clean up the mess. The crowd had a field day watching the comedy. That idiot Pang An's hilarious. Pang shooting himself in the foot. Serves them right for trying to pull a fast one. Pang Chuyuan said, don't celebrate too soon, Shen Qingfeng. Pang An's already on the 7th level, while Tan Yun's still on the 3rd. He's gonna lose. Old Shen hummed. The climb isn't over yet. It's too early to say who'll win. In his heart he prayed, Tan Yun, you've gotta win. Inside the Supreme Grade Time-Space Ring Tower, at this moment I can't go on anymore. Guess I'll cultivate on this level. I was so close to the 5th level, I I can do it. This gravity's insane. I can't move anymore. Can anyone actually reach the 9th level? Pang An had already climbed to the 7th level of the Supreme Grade Time-Space Ring Tower, he thought as he climbed. Tan Yun isn't worthy to be compared with me. My goal is the 8th level, to stand at the top of the Dan Alliance. Tan Yun was still leisurely on the 3rd level of the tower, he said. No matter what, I can't let Elder Shen lose the bet because of me. It's time to speed up. He summoned the Hongmeng Golden Body. His entire body was protected from gravity by Hongmeng's spiritual energy. Tan Yun shot forward like a rocket. He zipped past the other climbers like a gust of wind, leaving them stunned. WTF, what was that? Wait, that person? That looks like Tan Yun? You gotta be kidding me, we're struggling with every step, and he's running like it's a walk in the park. Pang and above him was struggling step by step. Just one more step, and I'll succeed. Huff, huff. Almost to the 8th level. He slowly crept towards the entrance of the 8th level. Suddenly, Pang An turned around, hearing a strange sound from behind. The image of Tan Yun rushing towards him at insane speed crashed into his eyes. His eyes bulged in disbelief. What? Tan Yun actually caught up? I can't let him get to the 8th level before me. Pang An also went all out, channeling all his life's energy. Give it to me. He leaped straight onto the first step of the 8th level. The audience below cried out in a clamor, Heavens, Pang An has actually reached the 8th level. It's been almost 1,000 years since anyone reached the 8th level. Pang An is indeed one of the supreme geniuses of our Dan Mai. Wait a minute, quick, look. Tan Yun seems to be about to reach the 8th level too. Damn, I didn't even notice when Tan Yun climbed so high. Pang Shiyuan turned his head and said, Elder Shen, it's come to this. Why don't you just hand over the pharmacopoeia to me? Even if Tan Yun can reach the 8th level, Anjer is still the winner based on the order. Shen Xinglao glared back. It's not over yet. Who wins and who loses is still unknown, he said. Unless Tan Yun can climb to the 9th level, otherwise he can only lose. However, since Dan Mai was founded, no disciple has ever climbed to the 9th level. Elder Shen really doesn't believe that Tan Yun can climb to the 9th level, does he? 6th Elder spoke up. Second, although I highly value Tan Yun, the possibility of climbing to the 9th level is really too slim. Shen Qingfeng was still praying wholeheartedly. Tan Yun, will you create a miracle? On the tower at this time, it didn't take long for Tan Yun to catch up to the 8th level with Pang An. That guy also had to give him a compliment. Humph. Tan Yun, I didn't expect you could reach the 8th level too. I underestimated you before. Too bad you're still gonna lose. Tan Yun asked in surprise. Oh, why? He replied. Isn't it obvious? I reached the 8th level before you. Of course I win. Elder Shen's pharmacopoeia will belong to my uncle, huh? Tan Yun replied blankly. You're celebrating too early. The bet is to see who between you and me can climb higher. As long as I can reach the 9th level, of course I'll be the winner. Pang An sneered. The 9th level? Ha ha, Tan Yun, what joke are you telling? It's been 30,000 years since Dan Mai was founded, and no one has ever been able to reach it. I even suspect the 9th level was just intentionally left by the founder to encourage the disciples. The 8th level is the limit for inner disciples, the 9th level is simply impossible to reach. Tan Yun ignored Pang An's sarcasm and continued to step forward. Don't use your ignorance to judge others. Tan Yun turned back and said, Your limit, to me, is just the beginning. Pang An stood stunned. Impossible. No inner disciple has ever been able to reach the 9th level of the Supreme Grade GZ Time-Space Tower. Tan Yun, he's just a miscellaneous disciple. How could he do it? He must be acting. Yes, that must be it. The audience turned pale and watched without blinking. Unbelievable. Tan Yun actually reached the 8th level? It's really hard to believe. Too bad, he's still one step behind Pang An, who told him to be so slow when he started climbing the tower. 6th Elder stepped forward to appease. Old Shen Feng, it's just a pharmacopoeia. It's okay to lose. Compared to Tan Yun's potential to reach the 8th level, it's not worth mentioning. Old Shen kept shaking his head. The tower climb isn't over yet. I believe Tan Yun can do it. Pang Shiwan watched arrogantly. It's already a miracle that Tan Yun could reach the 8th level. You still expect him to climb to the 9th level. That's just wishful thinking. The crowd suddenly cried out in an uproar. Wait, everyone look, Tan Yun. It seems like he wants to climb to the 9th level. The 3 elders looked up, mouths agape. Huh, what? Heavens. Tan Yun actually wants to challenge the 9th level. Is he crazy? Even if he doesn't want to lose, he can't force himself so much. I remember a long time ago a senior brother in Dan Mai forcibly challenged the 9th level and ended up severely injured and crippled. Tan Yun won't be like that, will he? Pang Shiwan worried and sneered. Tan Yun really doesn't know his own limits. Is the 9th level a place he can go? Just a miscellaneous disciple, he thinks he's a genius. Elder Shen replied. Let's wait and see. On the Supreme Grade, GZ Time-Space Tower, Tan Yun was exerting all his strength to withstand the terrifying gravity on the 9th level. Elder Shen Wende said before that the gravity of each level would increase by 50 times. But the steps leading to this final level didn't seem to be simply an increase of 50 times. But that's good. The greater the gravity, the more it can help me temper my Hongmeng golden body. The crowd below cheered excitedly. Damn, Tan Yun is actually walking step by step towards the 9th level. Although Tan Yun's speed is not fast, it is very steady. If it goes on like this, Tan Yun might actually climb to the 9th level. Shen Qingfeng watched Tan Yun's every step. Come on, Tan Yun, you can definitely do it. Pang An watched helplessly and went crazy. Damn it. If this continues, I'm gonna lose. Pang Xuan couldn't hold back and shouted, Angaier, you immediately go to the 9th level too. The two elders were surprised. HMPH Pang An actually made it to the 9th level. They advised, Elder Pang, the 9th level isn't a place anyone can just waltz into. I advise you. He angrily cut them off. No more talk. If Tan Yun can do it, then Angair definitely can too. The 6th elder sighed, not saying more. Sigh as you wish then. On the tower, Pang An hesitated, thinking after hearing the order. Uncle is right. If Tan Yun can make it, then I definitely can too. He unleashed his power, shouting, Tan Yun, I absolutely will not lose to you. But just taking half a step, Pang An was forced to spit blood. Damn it, this gravity is too terrifying. Forget it. How can Tan Yun endure this?